Chapter 431. At the 35th second, all the blood clansmen of the Death Clan were stuffed into the smelting furnace by Chi Suiyan. During this period, the Bloodbath Queen wanted to stop it, but the Daywalker was also ruthless and blocked it as if he was risking his life. He was torn into dozens of pieces, but he was still able to get up and continue to block. You are really hardworking. After Chi Suiyan solved the Death Clan and helped block a move, he looked at the recovered Daywalker and said. The Daywalker's body twisted and recovered into a weird human form. Obviously, he was broken into pieces, and even if he wanted to recover, it would take some time. Fortunately, the immortality given to me by the Blood Clan bloodline is indeed strong enough. This is the first time that the Daywalker has used his immortality to this extent. When the Bloodbath Queen saw Chi Suiyan's help, she turned around and left immediately. At this point, there is no point. As for threatening? At her position, she doesn't need to do that even if she loses. It's not that she can't afford to lose, but she has to win some verbal advantage. However, she wants to leave, and now it's not her turn to decide. She turned into mist and wanted to fly away, but was restrained and blocked by the same dark power of the Daywalker, so she had to turn into a human form. Chi Suiyan took the opportunity to sneak attack. His attack was simple and unpretentious, just punching, smashing or hammering, relying on brute force plus passive. The Bloodbath Queen was hammered into a pulp by Chi Suiyan on the spot, which was enough to show how strong Chi Suiyan's strength and passive were. No matter what skills or special effects, they were useless to Chi Suiyan. Relying on attributes to break all methods was suitable for him. At this time, the Bloodbath Queen also realized that she could not leave this time, and immediately transformed into a huge blood dragon, sweeping with sharp claws, gushing breath, sweeping with dragon tail and other attacks. Chi Suiyan was physically and mentally strong, so he could withstand it and dare to fight the blood dragon head-on. Even if he was beaten into a pulp by the tail or beaten into a puddle of meat, he could recover instantly and hit the Bloodbath Queen. On the contrary, the Sun Walker did not dare to take it head-on, and could only rely on himself. Bang! The Bloodbath Queen's dragon head was smashed by Chi Suiyan again, and after blocking the swing of the dragon claw, Chi Suiyan said, "This is not a solution. We are all immortal, and have high recovery ability. If we continue to fight, when will it end?" The Sun Walker used a butcher knife and a torture axe to split the Bloodbath Queen's huge dragon body into two. Chi Suiyan was quick-eyed and quick-handed and grabbed a large piece and stuffed it into the smelting furnace. But it didn't work. The Bloodbath Queen recovered in a flash, like a perpetual motion machine. Chi Suiyan had to use a lot of fuel. The Blood Clan's holy artifacts were invincible to the 3rd generation and lower Blood Clan, but the Bloodbath Queen, who was a 2nd generation Blood Clan, ignored many rule-like effects. It was obviously because of her special identity that she had the corresponding resistance, and this ability index was extremely high. Without the Blood Clan's weaknesses, ignoring the power of the holy artifacts, I don't know how to kill them. The Sun Walker was helpless. The Dragon Sun had weaknesses after all, but the Bloodbath Queen really didn't. The Piercing Demon was probably in the same situation. It can only be said that he was worthy of being the son of the ancestor who allowed the Blood Clan to rule over humans. How about you try to put them all into your special space? The Sun Walker gave a suggestion and asked Chi Suiyan to put them all into the smelting furnace. The idea was good, but Chi Suiyan didn't dare. He was afraid that the Bloodbath Queen would break the smelting furnace. He only dared to stuff some unconscious flesh and blood without seeing him. Even Chi Suiyan, as the main body, couldn't bear it, so how could the smelting furnace bear it? The smelting furnace was not as strong as Chi Suiyan. I can't do it. I am not an opponent, let alone my special space, Chi Suiyan said very bluntly. As the two of them talked, they also noticed the sudden changes in the Bloodbath Queen. The space around the blood dragon was stained with a layer of blood-red ripples, which looked like a stone was thrown into the water, and the waves were raised. She is connected to a special space. Chi Suiyan saw it at a glance. The boudoir of the Red Sea which Lilith is impossible. Without the Blood Clan holy weapon, the evil key, she can't open it at all. The Daywalker also looked solemn. However, the Bloodbath Queen was not prepared to answer their questions at all, and the blood-red ripples expanded in an instant. "Let's die together, human, and you bastard." The cold voice of the Bloodbath Queen emerged. "Let's sink into the power of my mother together." In an instant, Chi Suiyan and the Sunwalker found that they had fallen into an endless blood-red ocean. The irresistible pulling force kept dragging them down. "It's an illusion," Chi Suiyan asked uncertainly, taking a deep breath, but he didn't feel anything. On the other side, the Sunwalker had fallen into a deep sleep, getting a baby-like sleep. Chi Suiyan pounced over and slapped him twice, but there was no sign of waking up. On the other side, the Bloodbath Queen stared at Chi Suiyan with wide eyes. Maybe it's because I'm not a vampire. Chi Suiyan pounced over again and slapped the Bloodbath Queen twice on the spot. No, this is absolutely impossible. Who the hell are you? The Bloodbath Queen really collapsed this time. My mother is one of the ancestors of mankind. Whether you are a vampire or a human, it's impossible. Chi Suiyan was also a little embarrassed when he heard this. So in order to ease the embarrassment, he slapped the other party twice again. Then he turned back and took the Daywalker's butcher knife and the axe to dismember the Bloodbath Queen. It can only be said that the Bloodbath Queen was really unlucky. She actually used a move of heaven and earth and lifespan, and it was a limited edition. Unfortunately, Chi Suiyan was exempted from her heaven and earth and lifespan, because she was not a life form in the Blood Clan world. If she changed a move, Chi Suiyan would be dead. In this regard, Chi Suiyan could only thank the protagonist Halo for saving his life. He cut off the dragon claws, dragon tail, and other limbs of the Bloodbath Queen, and she did not regenerate. Obviously, in this Red Sea, her immortality was greatly suppressed. The Red Sea is a place that breathes all extraordinary things, and at the same time suppresses all extraordinary powers. It's a pity that there is no murder key, otherwise you must be the one who died today. The Bloodbath Queen's eyes showed reluctance. However, Chi Suiyan ignored the other party, but cut off the other party's head. The Bloodbath Queen died on the spot, and Chi Suiyan sealed the head and stuffed it into the subspace pocket. The bad news is that she did not get the protagonist Halo, and the good news is that she did not get the protagonist Halo. This means that the protagonist is likely to be the Daywalker beside Chi Suiyan. The help of the two protagonist Halos, plus one of them has the home advantage, laid the foundation for victory. Chi Suiyan was afraid that he would get half of the protagonist's halo after killing the Bloodbath Queen, which would be really bad. This means that the other half must be on the piercing demon. Of course, what's worse is that there is only 1/3 or 1/4, and the number of bosses must be added to the Blood Clan ancestor and the Red Sea Witch. What's worse is that he and the Daywalker are both villains, and the situation will be very bad. Now that I think about it, the piercing demon squatting in the town of Valeris is probably due to the protagonist's halo on the Daywalker. Otherwise, when the two big bosses appear, Chi Suiyan can only kill the Daywalker with tears to strengthen his protagonist halo. With the death of the Bloodbath Queen, the Red Sea receded in reality, and the sunken Daywalker also woke up. Although he slept for a short time, he couldn't help but smell it. When he woke up, he didn't realize the current situation at all, and was stunned for a while before recovering. Saw Chi Suiyan's behavior. Fisher, how did you do it? Daywalker was also confused. In his opinion, the big boss was killed in a blink of an eye. All the processes in between were omitted. Of course, I relied on my great willpower to resist the erosion of the Red Sea, and then I took the Blood Clan's holy weapon and killed the Bloodbath Queen. Chi Suiyan was bragging without thinking, and he lied with his eyes open. But Daywalker believed it, because there was really no other reasonable explanation. You are indeed the most powerful human I have ever seen, Daywalker said. I am unworthy of it, I am unworthy of it. Chi Suiyan smiled bitterly. The human suffix of Daywalker did make him a little embarrassed. How long will it take? Asked the Daywalker, who was already impatient to go back. Presumably, the war between the Church and the Kingdom of Transylvania had already begun, and they were already ahead. For no other reason, the blood wave that enveloped the entire Kingdom of Transylvania had completely disappeared because of the death of the Bloodbath Queen. This means that the Blood Clan has no shelter, and will face the sun directly, and they will inevitably be reduced to ashes. At the same time, a message will be conveyed to the outside world, that is, the death of the Bloodbath Queen. Only her death can make her dark power disappear. If you have something to do, you can go first. There is no need to wait for me. Except for the piercing demon, there should be no one who can threaten you, Chi Suiyan said bluntly. He still has to study the body of the Bloodbath Queen. This is not a third-generation Blood Clan, but a legitimate Blood Clan ancestor and the offspring of the Red Sea Witch. Its research value is absolutely high. Perhaps a method against the piercing demon can be studied. He didn't want to get stuck in this stalemate again. The Sunwalker was waiting for Chi Suiyan to say this, so he turned around and left. He didn't even ask for the axe and butcher knife in Chi Suiyan's hand. It was useless when he met the piercing demon, and it wouldn't be useful if it wasn't the piercing demon. So he returned it to Chi Suiyan. No matter what, Chi Suiyan was using it now. TSK, it seems that he has completely regarded himself as a human being. Chi Suan couldn't help but marvel. In fact, there is still a chance for vampires and humans to coexist. After all, vampires are transformed from humans. It's easy to drink blood. Just donate some blood. Anyway, the medical conditions of humans in the Middle Ages were limited, and blood transfusions were not needed. As long as every human donates 100 milliliters every month, the vampires can drink until they are full. And with the help of the vampires, humans will live a better life. Chi Suan's idea is very good, but he also knows that the possibility of realizing it is too low. Chapter 432. The death of the Bloodbath Queen caused the blood waves covering the kingdom of Transylvania to disappear. Unknown numbers of vampires were exposed to the sun and turned into a pool of ashes before they could defend themselves. The military force of the church advanced directly and took over the entire kingdom of Transylvania in a very short time. Then, of course, they began to clean up the remaining vampires and those loyal dead disciples. Compared with the kingdom of Wallachia the Dragon's Son, the kingdom of Transylvania where the Bloodbath Queen was located was much easier. After all, they didn't know that they were ruled by the vampires before, and they always thought that they were orthodox humans. So the days were not much different from before, except that the rulers above them changed a group of people. However, there was more guarantee for life safety. After all, the church did not eat people, and did not play so much. So the disappearance rate dropped all of a sudden. Then, the day Walker fell into a busy schedule, and only when Chi Suan came to see him would he take the time to chat. He thought Chi Suan would urge him to go and kill the piercing demon as soon as possible, but the result was beyond his expectation. Chi Suan just asked for various resources. The amount was not cheap. It was said that he wanted to study the body of the Bloodbath Queen. Sunwalker also generously gave them all without any hesitation. After all, for him, it was worthwhile to spend some resources to appease Chi Suan and make him behave. In fact, he was also worried that Chi Suan would urge him to go, and the church could not do without him for the time being. And Sunwalker did not want to fight alone again. After stabilizing the situation, he directly brought the extraordinary power of the church to the town of Alaris. The last time I killed the Bloodbath Queen, I had to do it. I really can't bring too many people, otherwise it's easy to alert the enemy. It feels like the Bloodbath Queen is a low-profile version of the Blood Clan's holy weapon. So now it can be confirmed that the Blood Clan's holy weapon is the Blood Clan's ancestor Cain. Chi Suan compared the data in his hand, which was good news for him. After all, he doesn't have to fight the Blood Clan's ancestor, the boss. He is not arrogant enough to ignore the strong ancestor of the clan. So the source of the power of the Blood Clan actually comes from the ancestor of the Blood Clan. After being divided into so many parts, it was changed into the holy weapon of the Blood Clan. In fact, the source is not changed. As for why the Bloodbath Queen does not have the weaknesses of the Blood Clan, it comes from her mother's blood, which gives her the vitality that the Blood Clan does not have. Other Blood Clans are corpses, but she has become a living dead because of the power of the Red Sea. No, it should be a vegetable. The human beings who were first embraced by her turned from life to death, but did not retain this vitality. But this is not the weakness of the Blood Clan, but the Blood Clan is cursed. A curse similar to a rule forces them to fall into this kind of death method that has no logic, such as not being able to see the sun, being killed by a stake, etc. It not only builds their extraordinary dark power, but also their Achilles heel. I am afraid that in addition to the Bloodbath Queen and the piercing demon, the ancestor of the Blood Clan may also have this weakness. Chi Suan obtained more truths about the Blood Clan as he studied. The reason why the Bloodbath Queen and the piercing demon are special is naturally because their mother is the Red Sea Witch Lilith, who uses the power of the Red Sea to resist the curse and form a balance. Other vampires didn't have it, so they were naturally inferior. If nothing unexpected happens, it's the brother-killing thing in the Old Testament. Chi Suan sewed up the Bloodbath Queen casually, and then threw her directly into the smelting furnace. Because of her death, the burning efficiency was extremely fast, and it was directly converted into a large amount of evolutionary energy in a short time. The armor value began to soar all the way to 170 points, and evolved 3 times in succession, obtaining 3 module slots for Chi Suan. It's so valuable. Chi Suan was also a little surprised. He thought it would evolve at most once, and it seemed that this second-generation vampire was indeed extraordinary, especially with 2 extremely high-quality rules. Then these 3 module slots must be carefully considered. Chi Suan thought about how to deal with it. Normally, according to the plan, insulation, protection and other modules must be installed on it. Just pile up meat without thinking. Anyway, it's really good to be sturdy. But this is really too suitable, making Chi Suan want to install the strengthening stone enchantment stone, and refining stone directly. If this works, we can start strengthening, enchanting, and refining in one go, and the strength enhancement will be far stronger than these modules. What are you still thinking about? Just put it in my hand. Chi Xuan took out the 3 stones that he had improved and installed them directly as modules. SSS Legendary Equipment Strengthening Stone. SSS Legendary Equipment Enchanting Stone. SSS Legendary Equipment Refining Stone. SSS Legendary Equipment Quality Stone. Combination Module. Good news. A set of combinations is available. The effects of the first 3 modules are enhanced versions, and the effect of the last quality stone is to give the equipment legendary quality. Normally, Chi Xuan definitely doesn't have the corresponding equipment quality. After all, it's not a game equipment. So there are only basic values, but with this module, the equipment can be blessed with legendary quality. Even if you only have a blank equipment, it can become a legendary equipment. It's wrong to give it to Tai Sui first. It's better to give it to me first. Chi Xuan did not immediately enhance the module, but gave it to himself first. Don't say it, it really worked. And a panel appeared for him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Quality, legend. Attributes, all attributes plus 100, equipment extreme value. Enchantment, plus 100% all attributes, limit enchantment. Enhancement, plus 12, all attributes plus 120%. Equipment requirements, cannot be equipped, fuck, it seems like I can kill 100 of my previous self with one punch. Chi Xuan looked awesome. But this all attribute plus 100 should not be the attribute in the Doomsday game, but the attribute of the former game world in the Ghost world. However, this panel is really outrageous, and it is directly regarded as equipment. It is probably because he is merged with Tai Sui God. Please note that the supernova nuclear reactor has dropped to the warning line. The intelligent brain sent a warning at the first time, asking Chi Xuan to pay attention. The consumption is so high? Chi Xuan did not expect it. Yes, although the energy output of the supernova nuclear reactor has dropped a lot after you merged with Tai Sui God, it is obvious that this legendary equipment stone module consumes a lot every time it is used. It is estimated that you can only amplify one module a day. And according to calculations, every time you evolve, you need to recover it to enhance it. Fortunately, in addition to adding new modules, the subsequent amplification will not have such a huge consumption. Reasonable. Chi Xuan was not unhappy. This has never been a one-time deal. Evolution and strength will naturally drive the growth of modules, and they will naturally be further enhanced in the future. The extreme value of the equipment has allowed me to reach the point where it cannot be upgraded, while enchantment and strengthening have given me additional attribute enhancements. As for the legendary quality, it allows me to reach the highest potential in my existing potential, and it serves as the basis for strengthening, enchanting, and refining, so that these 3 effects can be exerted to the strongest. No wonder it is the combination effect in the legendary equipment stone, which seems to be the most useless, but is actually the strongest. The calculation using the panel data of ordinary equipment and the calculation using the panel data of legendary equipment are completely 2 different results. Chi Xuan quickly estimated the strengthening effect of the legendary equipment stone set. This is just the beginning, and one module will be strengthened every day in the future. In the next 2 days, use the legendary equipment stone to increase the energy-related modules. The energy will be more abundant by then. Not to mention more, at least twice a day. No, it's still only once a day. After you increase the energy module, you can choose to increase the legendary equipment stone module to nest dolls, and then increase other modules. You can get a stronger increase effect, and the consumption will increase again. The intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan a powerful nesting method. Chi Xuan couldn't help but be silent. If the nesting is successful, wouldn't it increase the upper limit? If I do it again, I don't even need to evolve. I can strengthen, enchant, and cleanse without limit. Chi Xuan found a blind spot. Amplifying once increases the upper limit, then it uses this upper limit to improve itself. Wouldn't it be able to get an additional upper limit? Just do it repeatedly, and you will be invincible as long as you have enough energy. It is feasible in theory, but it is not in your interest. You can indeed increase the upper limit of this set of modules by continuously increasing the energy module and the legendary equipment stone module. However, this will not be of any use to your strength improvement. So it is recommended that you increase it by rounds. Increase all modules once as one round, and repeat it continuously. After all, your goal is to enhance your own strength, not to increase the upper limit of the legendary equipment stone module. Chi Xuan's idea is good, but he put the cart before the horse. He increased the legendary equipment stone to enhance himself, but in order to make the legendary equipment stone have a better increase effect, he dragged down his own strength. This is a loss. The best way is to do as the intelligent brain said, to strengthen it round by round. In this way, the benefits can be maximized. Otherwise, no matter how good the increase effect is, there is no way to realize it, and it is just a waste for Chi Suan. So in the first round, it is once and twice, and from the second round on, it is once. Chi Suan narrowed his eyes, and felt that it was too early to strengthen himself. Fortunately, the overall consumption remains unchanged, it just takes a little more time. Yes, or you can choose to install more energy modules to enhance endurance. The legendary equipment stone set is a bit similar to the infinite growth of Tai Sui God, but the energy consumption is indeed large. The intelligent brain had to suggest Chi Suan to install more modules. It seems that we can only squeeze out a few more modules as energy modules. This benefit is not low. Chi Suan felt that what the intelligent brain said made sense. Chapter 433. Then, Chi Suan stayed quietly in the capital of the Kingdom of Transylvania for a month. During this period, he began to study the 3 skills of poisoning, poison explosion and poisonous nova, and at the same time began to perform endless nesting enchantments on himself and the modules on his body. However, according to data calculations, it can be concluded that in theory, nesting can be infinite, just like Tai Sui God can evolve infinitely. However, theory is only theory, and it is still possible in reality. The result shows that at this stage, it can only nest 70 times at most, and it will not work if it is higher. Chi Suan will not be able to bear it. In other words, Tai Sui God can nest one more time for each evolution, instead of unlimited nesting. This restriction is also reasonable. If it is really so against the sky, it will not be SSS level quality, but X level quality. It is not a simple matter to complete these 70 nesting. Even if Chi Suan does not continue to add module columns, it will take a very long time. As for strengthening a few waves of energy modules and legendary equipment modules first, that is not possible, because all modules are related. Just like a person cannot have 100 points of strength, but only 1 point of agility, and 1 point of constitution. A big gap will cause problems. So it can only be strengthened slowly. After combining the polymorphic energy and the deep virus itself, it seems to form some kind of indescribable aura force field. Chi Suan's skill research went smoothly. After all, he had complete data and knowledge, and with the experience of studying 3 equipment stones before, it was easy to improve it into a new skill. Enterers will be polluted, eroded and assimilated into monsters, from the corruption effect of the poisonous star and the fiber body of the deep virus. Monsters are highly contagious, which should be the effect of poisoning and the transmission ability of the Yushin virus itself. After death, they will explode and further expand the distortion power of the aura force field. At the same time, they will begin to unconsciously suck something into my body, but it seems that they can't suck it? Chi Suan was a little skeptical about life. He didn't know what he was sucking for the time being, but he could only determine that the target object was the world. It felt like he was gnawing at the world, but because he was not strong enough, he couldn't chew this hard bone. But there is good news. I am mastering the power of rules. It's just that this rule should be an artificial rule made by me. Compared with the real rules, it is just a little brother. But with this seed, it may become the foundation of the world. More importantly, I seem to have found the survivor mark left on me by the Doomsday Game. Chi Suan could feel a little messy gray mark in his body. Normally, the mark should be white, but because he is a violator, the mark has changed in an unexpected way. These grays are the chronic data formed by the failure of the Doomsday Game. Then, there is the protagonist halo on me. Compared with the survivor mark, the protagonist halo on my body is more vague. It is a 13-layer column-like ethereal thing. Chi Suan can sense it, but cannot observe it effectively. He can only see some of the breath escaping from time to time, as if searching for opportunities for Chi Suan. Most of them have no good feedback. So you are also using the method of casting a wide net. I thought you were a high-end technology like Destiny and Fate. Chi Suan complained. However, the protagonist halo did not respond at all, obviously not understanding. This is probably thanks to the strengthening effect of rule affinity, otherwise it would not be so easy to succeed. Chi Suan naturally would not think that it was all his own credit. He was responsible for the effort, and the protagonist halo gave him the right direction to reward his efforts. The effect is similar to a low-profile version of God rewards hard work. Genius, 1% is inspiration, and 99% is sweat. But that 1% of inspiration is the most important, even more important than the 99% of sweat. After all, if the direction of effort is wrong, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. At this point, The usefulness of various supernatural systems to me has probably decreased significantly, unless it is a special supernatural system like vampires, ghosts, and holy artifacts. But this is probably rare. Chi Xuan was also worried. Most supernatural systems are based on gradual progress. There are no systems like these three that touch the rules right from the start. This is not a normal supernatural system at all. While having convenience, there are also various disadvantages. Chi Xuan prefers a more normal world. Wait a step further, and find a way to kill the Doomsday Game. Chi Xuan can now detect the survivor mark. If he is even more ruthless, he can also peel it off and make himself completely free. But this is not worth it. After breaking away, Chi Xuan completely lost the possibility of becoming stronger in the future. He had a weak foundation, and he succeeded by relying on a lot of knowledge and strong luck. Without any one of them, he would be trapped to death. So he needed the ability to travel through the world in the Doomsday Game. As for stopping to live a good life, it can only be said that he can't go back to the past. He is no longer the same character as he was before. It's almost time to find the Daywalker, and ask him to go with me to kill the piercing demon and grab the Blood Clan's holy artifact. In the Blood Clan world, there are other things that can help him improve, besides the Blood Clan's holy artifact, and that is the Red Sea. After all, one represents the ancestor of the Blood Clan, and the other is the Red Sea Witch. In particular, the Bloodbath Queen once said that the Red Sea Witch Lilith is not only one of the ancestors of the Blood Clan, but also the ancestor of mankind. This makes Chi Xuan suspect that above Cain, there may be Adam and Eve. But this is just a guess, and he doesn't know the specific situation. After packing up his things, Chi Xuan went directly to the palace of the Daywalker. After occupying the kingdom of Transylvania, they naturally didn't need to live in tents. After all, they were no longer fighting, so they would definitely choose to live in palaces. All the magnificent palaces built by the vampires before were cheapened by the church. But the church didn't have time to enjoy themselves. The whole world was a huge mess, and it couldn't be solved in a short time. The rights of the church must be restricted, even for missionary work. We need it, said the Daywalker loudly, while a group of archbishops listened silently and refuted from time to time. After Chi Xuan came in, he found a place to sit down and didn't interrupt the other party. Sunwalker is beginning to restrain the church and vigorously promote the development of science. However, this behavior obviously touches the fundamental interests of the church, so it is difficult to promote it. If Sunwalker is not strong enough, it will not be solved by holding a meeting, but his status as the leader will be directly deposed. Okay, let's discuss here for the time being. Sunwalker quickly ended the meeting and dismissed everyone because of Chi Xuan's arrival. They just glanced at Chi Xuan, and did not target or drive him away. The strength was there, so they would not do stupid things. Not to mention that Chi Xuan had no conflict of interest with them, so why would they make enemies for themselves? After everyone left, Sunwalker habitually said, "What supplies do you need again? Give me the list, and I will let the church arrange it for you." Chi Xuan came to ask for resources many times, so Sunwalker had no other ideas. "Not for the time being, I just want to ask you, when are you going to kill the piercing demon with me? Then, there is the news about the evil key. Has the church collected it?" Chi Xuan asked a question related to his own interests. "As for the piercing demon, I will need about a month. The key of evil has some clues. It is in the hands of Abel, the younger brother of Cain, the founder of the Blood Clan. Perhaps Cain gave it to him," Sunwalker said. Chi Xuan's heart sank. There really is Abel. According to the church's investigation, Abel is the eldest son of Adam and Eve, the founder of mankind. Sunwalker told a story similar to what Chi Xuan thought. The direction is also very similar, but the final result is different. So, the Lord that the church believes in is the ancestor who created mankind. Lilith, the witch of the Red Sea, is actually the ancestor of mankind, but she did not choose to breed humans with Adam, but fell. Then the question is, where is Abel? Chi Xuan asked. This question is very critical. He doesn't care whether the blood race and humans are one family. He just wants to know where to find the murder key. Perhaps only the piercing demon knows. After all, he has the corpse hand of the blood race's holy weapon, which may be able to find the location of the murder key for you. Daywalker is not sure either. After all, these are all rumors. After all, don't you still have to kill the piercing demon first? Chi Xuan said speechlessly. Chi Xuan estimated himself. With his current strength, it should not be a problem to beat the Bloodbath Queen. He can't kill her, but he can beat her to pieces. Similarly, the piercing demon should be similar to the Bloodbath Queen. It is not difficult for him to hang the piercing demon up and beat him. The difficulty lies in his own protagonist aura is not enough to kill the opponent. So he has to let the Daywalker go over to him as an amplification. As for killing the Sunwalker and taking away his protagonist halo, it's possible, but not enough. He can only have half of the home advantage at most, unlike the Sunwalker, who can fully play it. So Chiswayan doesn't want to take this risk. Yes, but waiting for me for a month is also beneficial. This time it's not just you and me, but preparing to assemble a large army, the success rate will be higher. Sunwalker said, and took out some drawings from the table, and handed them to Chiswayan. Cannon, the product of expanding and improving the fire gun. The ammunition is wrapped in mithril and blessed with holy water. It explodes with gunpowder, and can add dual attribute damage of fire and sun at the same time. One shot, even the blood prince will die. It may not kill the piercing demon, but it will definitely make the piercing demon unable to resist. Sunwalker said, and changed another drawing to continue explaining. Chapter 434. It must be said that the Sunwalker is indeed very high in vision and overall situation. With the development of science and technology as the main focus and the magic as the supplement, he actually created a weapon after the blessing. He is a first-class player against the blood race. The previously suppressed technology rebounded instantly. The church also had the idea of development before, but it was limited by the countries, resources and other reasons, and there was really no way. Chiswayan thought that according to the development, there would be actions such as witch hunting. In fact, there are indeed. Many archbishops in the church adhere to the idea of non-enlightening wisdom and ruling by divine power. However, they were all suppressed by the Sunwalker. If this kind of development is really the case, what is the difference between humans and before? One is enslaved by the church, and the other is enslaved by the blood race. What's the use of the Sunwalker's tossing? It will not make the entire human civilization in the stage of ignorance. For the Sunwalker, this is not in line with his original intention. So after he finished fighting the Blood Clan, he had to continue fighting the church. Fortunately, the church was far less difficult than the Blood Clan. He had no advantage against the Blood Clan, but facing the church, his force was the best solution. So he could suppress those who were not convinced by force. Then the archbishops of the church thought about seeking a new balance to limit the supreme power that the Daywalker obtained through force. The idea was good, but they seemed to be used to relying on it, or they could not reach the level of strength of the Daywalker, so they came to Chiswayan. Yes, it was Chiswayan. The archbishops wanted to introduce Chiswayan as an external force as a balance. Then Chiswayan sold him out decisively. Your subordinates are sick, Chiswayan complained. We just solved the external enemy, the Blood Clan. Why are they fighting among themselves? So without pressure, they are all scattered, right? You even want to drag me into the church to fight you. Chiswayan kept talking to Rishingja about this. Rishingja also smiled helplessly. It's already very good. That is to say, the various countries were cleaned up before. Otherwise it would not only drag you into the church to fight me, but also repeat the disputes among the various countries. I don't understand why. Rishingja was still very confident about Chiswayan, and the other party didn't care about power at all. No, I mean, it's not impossible to win me over, but they want me to charge into battle with the little money they give, and then they will reap the fruits of victory in the rear. They are taking me for a fool, right? Chiswayan was speechless. It's like an NPC has issued a task for players to collect 1 million gold coins, and the reward is 100 gold coins. If there are subsequent hidden tasks, it's fine, maybe it can make a profit, but they just have this one big task. How could Chiswayan be fooled? They don't have sincerity, but they still want him to be a gun. It's wishful thinking. It's not that they give less, but they are not on the same level as you. Daywalker explained. What you think is a little money, in their eyes, has already divided a huge profit. This is just like the resources of the Chi training stage, can only be regarded as a small fight in the eyes of the foundation building stage. The humans in the Blood Clan world rely on divine arts to be extraordinary, and they have not broken the limits of the human body. That is why this error occurs. On the contrary, it is the Sunwalker, who has a higher vision, and can cooperate with Chiswayan on an equal footing. Then how are you going to deal with these people? Just kill them all according to the list? Chiswayan asked curiously. After a long silence, Sunwalker said, help me deal with it. The church needs to be cleansed. Their plan and my plan have completely taken different paths. It is time for divine arts to withdraw from the human stage. Human development does not need a master or divine arts. Sunwalker made up his mind. Chiswayan asked directly after hearing this, what benefits do I have? He asked for benefits as soon as he opened his mouth, otherwise why would he help? The two sides only have a pure interest relationship, but no friendship. No, but after cleaning up this group of people, I can better control the power of the church, and then I can bring more people to the town of Valeris, Sunwalker said. After hearing his words, Chi Swayan understood in an instant that the most ruthless person was Daywalker. Let Chi Swayan deal with all the high-level officials. In the Battle of Valeris town, with the power of the piercing demon, not only would the extraordinary personnel of the church be wiped out, but there would also be heavy losses. Afterwards, with the suppression of Daywalker, the church might have disappeared. What about the Blood Clan? Without the church, how will the Blood Clan be dealt with? Chi Swayan asked. Daywalker smiled. You want the Blood Clan's holy artifact, you want to go to the Red Sea, and you want to pursue the truth of power. Do you think the Blood Clan still has a way out? Especially after the Blood Clan's holy artifact fell into your hands. Once the source of power is lost, the Blood Clan will not survive for more than 3 days. Unless you give up, but is that possible? Sunwalker had already planned it. As long as the piercing demon is killed, the only real threat will be the church itself, which wants to rule over humans with divine authority. As for Chi Swayan, Sunwalker knows his character. He will kill himself at most, and will not target worthless humans. He saw it clearly, so he planned it very well. Give me the list. Chi Swayan really didn't expect Sunwalker to say this. Killing the archbishops of the church is not a difficult task for Chi Swayan. Once the fiber body is released, it can be done in half an hour at most. It can even make them die without a trace, as if they disappeared. Sunwalker has been prepared for a long time. Obviously, these archbishops are either prepared or monitored for the matter of these archbishops trying to win over Chi Swayan. Chi Swayan snapped one of his fingers, and the finger immediately turned into dense fiber body and began to spread out. Killing people is controlled by the intelligent brain, and Chi Swayan doesn't need to deal with it. Okay, wait for the news. Chi Swayan said directly after he finished. When can you complete the assembly of the army? Chi Swayan asked his own question. 3 days will be enough. After the Daywalker finished speaking, he hesitated and said, if it is appropriate, I want you to go to the town of Valeris first. The Valeris family now has only one descendant left. Their loyalty to humans should not let them end up like this. So I want you to rush over to protect the last descendant of the Valeris family. Regarding the Daywalker's request, Chi Swayan repeated, what benefit do I have? He helped Sunwalker kill the archbishop to control the power of the church, and he could get more extraordinary cannon fodder to serve him. But going to Valeris town in advance is not only risky, but also requires protecting the people of the Valeris family. If there is no benefit at all, it would be a big loss. Sunwalker lowered his eyelids and said, you can kill me afterwards. Chi Swayan was confused. He really wanted to kill Sunwalker to take away the protagonist halo from him, but he thought he was hiding it well. How could he be seen by the other party? Your malice is very obvious. Although I don't understand why you want to kill me, this can be used as a condition for exchange. Sunwalker said bluntly. There is no problem with the transaction, but I have a question. Chi Swayan agreed. Why do you want to die? Sunwalker's strength is indeed not as good as the Bloodbath Queen and the Piercing Demon, and is only at the same level as the Dragon's Son. But he is special, so it is very difficult to kill. Plus, he has the protagonist halo, which is even more difficult. The prophecy of the Blood Clan prophet has only been completed halfway. I don't intend to complete the other half. So I need someone to help me die. Sunwalker said calmly. Chi Swayan remembered that the prophecy of the Blood Clan prophet said that the cursed sun is the common monarch of humans and blood clans. But obviously Sunwalker is much more extreme than him. He thinks he is a human, not a blood clan. The prophecy has completed his becoming the king of humans, but the other half of the Blood Clan has not been completed. This means that after Chi Swayan destroys the Blood Clan, he may once again become the key to the Blood Clan's advent. As for the prophecy that has changed, maybe it has, but the Sunwalker doesn't want to gamble. Another thing is that humans don't need an immortal king to rule them. Just for this? You actually want to give up your life, how ridiculous. But I agreed. Chi Swayan and the Sunwalker have never been the same kind of people. The other party can give up everything for race and civilization, including himself. Chi Swayan is an invader, destroyer and selfish, so the two sides can be very good partners, but not friends. As long as the Sunwalker provides enough benefits, he can drive Chi Swayan to do things for him. Chi Swayan doesn't care about strength and weakness, as long as he can afford the price that impresses his interests. It's not a big deal to be a knife for others. It's just that I can hardly imagine that with your personality, you would actually let go. Chi Swayan also found it incredible. He thought the Sunwalker would be a nanny for human civilization. For example, there is an existence like the old ancestor behind the scenes. After all, he has an eternal life. If you don't let go, humans will never grow up. I can only let humans break away from the hands of the blood clan and the church, so that they can have an environment for their own growth. I can't do other things, and I don't want to care about them. That's the way of humans themselves. Although Daywalker regarded himself as a human, he also knew that he would always have half of the blood clan blood in his body. It's nothing now, but after several generations, everything will change. Maybe it will become an excuse to attack him, or it may become a reason to deify him. But this is not what he wants. Besides, I'm tired. I don't want to continue. Daywalker didn't kill the Archbishop himself, but it was also because of him. You know, whether it's the Archbishop or other people in the church, they are subordinates in name, but in fact they are more friends, disciples, etc. Now that he was buried by his own hands, it was naturally uncomfortable. In the end, he would be the only one left. This loneliness would sooner or later change his temperament. It's better to solve this hidden danger in advance. Chapter 435. Valeris town is not a prosperous town. This seems to be the location where the Daywalker first carried out some targeted reforms, but it failed later. As the former nobles here, the Valeris family also weakened because of this. Chi Suan has read the intelligence of Valeris town. In fact, it has little to do with the Daywalker. It is mainly due to the special geographical location here. The intelligence says that the people are simple and honest. This is not certain for the time being. Anyway, most people with this word are tied to poverty. I don't know what the last person of the Valeris family is like. I came fast enough. Don't die on the way. The reason why Chi Suan cares about the other party's life and death is that if he is alive, the Daywalker can be killed by himself. Otherwise, it is really not easy to kill him if he really wants to fight. It should be here. Chi Suan landed on the ground. He had passed through a long mountain and forest area before. Fortunately, he could fly, otherwise it would be a hassle to walk in. This is a small road. According to the agreement, the people of the Valeris family will pick him up here, if he is not dead. So he plans to wait here until dark. If the person does not come, it means he is dead, and he will leave directly. As for entering the town of Valeris, forget it, he has never thought of going head-to-head with the piercing demon alone. After waiting for about half an hour, someone is approaching. According to the feedback from the reconnaissance network, it is a woman with a very pretty appearance. This gave Chi Suan a certain ominous premonition in his heart. He was not afraid of an old man with only one breath left, nor a child, or even a middle-aged sister-in-law with big shoulders and waist. I'm afraid of meeting such a beautiful woman, who is most likely to react with his protagonist halo. It can be confirmed that the protagonist halo of the reborn, ancient martial arts protagonists, and other protagonists is lucky in love. If you don't meet a beautiful woman, it's basically fighting and killing, but if you meet a beautiful woman, you will definitely have a bloody collapse. Are you the demon hunter sent by the church? A cold and crisp female voice came, and Chi Suan knew that this was really going to be a disaster. He suspected that this might be the opportunity given to him by his protagonist Halo. Originally, it should have been the Daywalker who came, and there was such a beautiful woman who helped him untie his knot, so that he no longer had to give up and regroup to walk the path in the prophecy. But now it's different. Chi Suan came first, and it was the Daywalker who asked him to come. If it fell into Chi Suan's hands, how could it be good? Yes, I am a demon hunter arranged by the church. My name is Van Helsing. Chi Suan sighed. I remember the intelligence said it was Fisher? How come he changed to another person? The woman asked in confusion. Oh, that's right. You have to prepare 2 more identities when you go out. Chi Suan answered casually, thinking about what to do next. He could sense that the woman in front of him had a blood mark left by the piercing demon on her body, which would be triggered if she left a certain range, and the piercing demon would definitely chase her. Then they would definitely have to fight. It was an opportunity anyway, and it was impossible to say that there would be no benefits or troubles. If Chi Suan really fought with the piercing demon, he would definitely not care about the other party, and it was possible that he would die directly in the aftermath of the battle, and then the Sunwalker would lose. But it is definitely unrealistic to let Chi Suan be a nanny. He just wants to kill. After thinking it over, he decided to bet that his speed is faster than the piercing demon. Take him directly to the church headquarters. If the piercing demon really dares to come, it will poke the church's nest. Next, you come with me. I will take you to the church. Chi Suan notified the other party. But the notice I received is to cooperate with the demon hunter to kill the vampires. The woman immediately became alert. It's okay to say the name is wrong, and the purpose is also wrong, so she suspects that the person in front of her is not a demon hunter sent by the church, but a fake. What's the situation with the Daywalker? Why did he give you this order? He asked me to guarantee the last heir of the Violese family, Chi Swain said bluntly. Then he slapped his head. You've been reduced in intelligence again. Why am I telling you this? I'm taking you away. Can you still resist? Chi Swain stretched out his hand and held down the unknown member of the Violese family, then tied him up tightly and hung him upside down. He even skillfully sealed his mouth with a cloth strip. After he finished, he realized that this was not an enemy. Oh, sorry, I don't have many teammates, so I tied up enemies, Chi Swain said, and restored her to normal from the upside-down state. As for letting her go, that was impossible. If it weren't for Chi Swain's efficiency, the other party might have shouted out. Woo woo woo. The other party wanted to say something in a gurgling voice, struggling and cocooning, very anxious. Don't worry, I killed the Bloodbath Queen. A mere piercing demon, his flying speed can't compare to mine, Chi Swain said proudly. The piercing demon left a curse on me. The woman broke her teeth and finally broke free, shouting this sentence. I know this, harmless blood marks, I give you some if you want, Chi Swain said, showing the 15 blood marks of the vampires in his hand. The extra 2 are from the Death Clan and the Thin Blood Clan. No, that's not the point, the woman said bloody. As long as I leave the town of Violese, the townspeople will die because of the curse. The piercing demon wants me to be the 4th vampire bride. The curse is on me, but the curse is effective on the townspeople. I can't leave. Once I leave, the townspeople will die. Chi Swain's face turned black, and he couldn't help cursing. F***K, you Daywalker plotted against me. With the other party's attitude, it seems that it would not be a big deal if he really took him away by force. It's nothing more than a few deaths. He can just knock them out. As for resentment against him afterwards, that doesn't matter. Thinking of this, he ignored the other party and directly squeezed the person unconscious. If it were someone else, he would have to stay here and fight the piercing demon. But Chi Swain was different. The Daywalker only wanted the person to be alive, nothing else. After squeezing the other party unconscious, he directly put an oxygen supply device on him and stuffed him into the subspace pocket and left. He even took out the blood mark in the other party's body to avoid being tracked by the piercing demon. I'm used to stuffing people into the smelting furnace, and I almost stuffed her in. Chi Swain was somewhat fortunate. The main reason was that he was tied up like the enemy, so he was prone to inertia. As the voice fell, the sky gradually darkened, countless cold winds whistled, and bats circled in the air. Then the bloody thunder fell, and a handsome middle-aged man in a tuxedo landed gracefully at the place where the thunder dispersed. He happened to block Chi Swain's way. Mr. Van Helsing Fisher, where are you taking my fiancée? The other party said gently, and stretched out his hand to start to search Chi Swain's pocket. He took away the woman of the Violese family, who was stuffed into the subspace pocket. I knew it was not that simple. Chi Swain's face was full of bad luck. It was really a big trouble for the protagonist's halo to meet a beautiful woman. He rushed forward and directly pulled the person back again, stepping on the ground with one foot. I promised the Daywalker that I would bring back the last member of the Violese family, Chi Swain said coldly. I hope you will give me a favor. Otherwise I will kill her, and no one else will get it. Chi Swain stepped on the head of the woman of the Violese family. If the other party dared to do this again, he would just crush her into a pulp, and then everyone would go their separate ways. The piercing demon was also confused. This was the first time he saw someone threatening him with his own people. But he soon realized that the other party really didn't care, only he would care. If he didn't care, why would he come to save people? What did the Daywalker promise you? I can double it for you. The piercing demon said that they could discuss it. His life, Chi Swain said calmly. If I was confused just now, I am really shocked now. What kind of brain circuits do you two have? One is more weird than the other. I'm afraid you can't double it. After all, you only have one life. So you and I should both take a step back. You change a bride, and I leave the town of Violese. Chi Swain felt that the other party was unlikely to agree. There must be some secrets in the Violese family. The piercing demon showed a strange smile on his face. Do you think I'm Elizabeth? The piercing demon's voice fell. Countless blood-colored bats flew under Chi Swain's feet. At some point, the descendants of the Violese family disappeared and fell into the hands of the piercing demon again. Then, Chi Swain approached the piercing demon and threw a big bag over, hitting the opponent directly and spinning 2.5 weeks, and at the same time pulling the person over. His skills and mechanisms are indeed not as good as the piercing demon, but he can't stand his high attributes. What's the use of having so many fancy abilities, and you can't avoid Chi Xuan's big bag? Chi Xuan now is not the one who had difficulty confronting the Bloodbath Queen head-on. He went from white equipment to legendary equipment. How could he not have made any progress? After the piercing demon landed, Chi Xuan kicked him and turned him into a bloody mist. He was definitely not dead, and he did not think that he could kill the piercing demon by himself, so he ran away with the descendant of the Valeris family. In his mind, he was thinking about finding a safe and deserted place to dissect it to see if there was anything good. Otherwise, how could it be worth the piercing demon's attention? The blood mist gathered again and formed a blood-red moonlight in the air. You run. The piercing demon did not finish his words, and saw Chi Xuan's figure disappear without a trace. The speed was so fast that even his dark power could not keep up with the opponent. At the same time, with a strong physique and brute force, the barrier seal at the edge of Valeris town was knocked out by Chi Xuan, and it could not stop him at all. Chapter 436. The speed of the piercing demon is really not as fast as mine. Chi Xuan rushed all the way until he reached the safe area, then stopped. This was not much of a surprise. After all, after being strengthened by the legendary equipment stone, his attributes were much higher than the opponent's. If it weren't for the opponent's special mechanism, he wouldn't have to escape at all. He could just kill him directly. Then, he took out the heir of the Valeris family. I bet 5 cents that the piercing demon definitely didn't let her be his bride because she was pretty. Chi Xuan took out the unconscious woman. When he saw the other person's appearance, his eyes twitched. The whole face was swollen like a pig's head. Obviously, her face was injured in the tossing just now, and now it is indeed not beautiful at all. Seeing this, Chi Xuan could only install a full set of equipment for her, and then started the dissection directly. The other party has neither divine arts nor vampires, but is just an ordinary person. In order to prevent her from dying during the autopsy, Chi Xuan specially added a lot of life-saving medical equipment to her. Your treatment is the best among my experimental subjects. Chi Xuan estimated the cost, which was indeed a drop in the bucket for him, but it was indeed excessive. If the Day Walker had not specifically asked her to live, Chi Xuan would not have gone through so much trouble. I will ask the Day Walker to reimburse me when the time comes. After the autopsy, no abnormalities were found, just a normal human being. Why is the piercing demon competing with me? Why not just replace it? Chi Xuan was puzzled after stitching it up. It's just an ordinary person, but it's worth fighting with him. It's not that he hasn't dissected ordinary people in the vampire world, and the number of dissections is not small at all. He's not really attracted by her looks, is he? Chi Xuan arranged all the impossible options. Even if it was outrageous, it could be true. If you go back like this, he probably won't want her. Chi Xuan looked at the swollen heir of the Valeris family, and his face was even more unbearable. Forget it, take care of her, otherwise the Daywalker will not buy it when she goes back. Chi Xuan injected some drugs into the other party, then installed her oxygen supply equipment and stuffed it back into the subspace pocket. Then the question is, where is my opportunity? The trouble is so big that there is a beauty. Why don't I see the opportunity? Chi Xuan pondered how it was that he only encountered troubles and didn't get any benefits. It can't be that this beauty is his opportunity. It should be done if I hand it over to the Daywalker. But there is another problem here. What if the Daywalker is nourished by love and suddenly doesn't want to die? Then what should I do? Although from the perspective of the plot, the Daywalker has not experienced life and death with the so-called descendants of the Valeris family, it is difficult to trigger the love plot. But if I fall in love at first sight, I will be finished. Chi Xuan was also worried. This is indeed difficult to solve. Otherwise, let the Daywalker take a look first, and then let her fall asleep in the subspace pocket. Use nutrient solution to keep her alive, and wait until the Daywalker dies. Chi Xuan judged the gentleman's belly with a villain's heart. The main thing is that anything can happen with the protagonist's halo, so he must be cautious. Let's do it this way. Next, Chi Xuan finished his plan and looked into the distance. Let's beat up the piercing demon first. When he finished speaking, the dark wind and darkness came. It was obvious that the piercing demon was chasing after him. The opponent's speed was not as fast as his, but he had stopped here for so long, so it was not inconceivable that he could catch up with him. Hand over my bride, thief. The piercing demon roared in the dark wind. Chi Xuan pointed his hand, and the polymorphic energy accompanied by the psionic rays instantly penetrated the dark wind and darkness, opening a huge hole. It directly silenced the piercing demon's roar. Then, the indescribable halo force field opened silently. In an instant, everything around began to be engulfed by chaotic and disordered distortions. Everything began to mutate as if it was polluted wherever he looked. Even the dark power of the piercing demon was being polluted. The piercing demon was really frightened, and quickly retracted his power, and turned into a human form. You are not a human at all. What kind of monster are you? The piercing demon realized at this moment that the human who stole the power of the Blood Clan was just wearing a human skin. Chi Suiyan's figure began to twist into an amorphous shape, which looked extremely terrifying in the Halo Force field. At this moment, even the piercing demon felt terrified. In the Blood Clan world, everyone is human, and most they play a little. There is no one like Chi Suiyan, who can transform into such a distorted appearance when he disagrees with something. Even the Blood Clan's atomization, bat transformation, etc., are just a form of power, not their life form. Chi Suiyan said nothing, and his twisted, amorphous body quickly approached the piercing demon, dragging the Halo Force field at a very fast speed. There were no special effects or rule power, only a simple attack, with the most primitive fear of all living things bursting out. Ah! The piercing demon was forced to scream because of the fear aroused in the depths of his soul. Under the influence of the indescribable Halo Force field, a large number of twisted granulations grew on the surface of his skin, and these granulations began to aggregate continuously, forming a tumor similar to a human face. The whole person was completely swallowed up by the tumor in an instant, looking like a small tree covered with countless fruits. Fortunately, the piercing demon was an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years, and he quickly suppressed the fear that emerged. This fear was not because he was afraid, but because of the instinct that was aroused. So as long as the will is firm enough, the mind is strong enough, and the spirit is tough enough, it can be controlled artificially. The tumor on his body was quickly cut by the dark power, revealing his original appearance. As a result, just as his vision was restored, he saw an indeterminate limb similar to a fist in front of him that was constantly enlarging. The next moment, he flew backwards, and at the same time, with a position where he was attacked as the center, most of his body was exploded into blood mist because he could not bear it. Half of his body did not fall to the ground, and it turned into mist and dissipated. You ran fast. Chi Suiyan looked at the dissipated blood mist, and knew that the piercing demon had escaped. He could only recycle the indescribable aura force field on his body, and the strange phenomenon around him gradually subsided. After this beating, the piercing demon should be much more obedient. Then why don't I take this opportunity to pack up all his 3 brides? Chi Suiyan couldn't help but get excited when he thought of this. Although I am a pure love warrior, it's no big deal to be a little out of line occasionally. Oh yes, I not only want to pack up the 3 brides of the piercing demon, he seems to have 3 Blood Clan holy artifacts in his hand. Take them together. If you are not strong enough, you will naturally be timid and call the Sun Walker to join you. Now that you are strong enough, you can rob first. I directly occupied his castle, robbed his holy artifacts, and used his brides as experimental subjects. If he was not born well, and his ability was regular, I would have to keep him hanging and let him watch me do these things. Chi Suiyan felt that he was getting worse and worse. Intelligent brain, is my camp becoming more and more neutral and chaotic? Chi Suiyan suspected that his position had shifted. You are joking. Your faction should be chaotic evil. How can he be chaotic evil? He should be chaotic neutral. Well, chaotic evil is chaotic evil. Chi Suiyan sighed. Before the apocalypse, he thought he could become a righteous knight. Let's go back to Valeris town to teach the piercing demon a lesson. Chi Suiyan did not intend to continue chatting with the intelligent computer about these things, but was ready to go back and teach the piercing demon a lesson that he would never forget. As for his behavior being too cruel, the piercing demon is not a good thing, and he is not a good person either. This behavior is at most a case of black eating black, not oppressing the good, so there is no need to worry about anyone condemning him. After all, if all the people died, no one would dare to blame him. This was his usual style. The recovered piercing demon looked dazed. The scene just now was too terrifying. He could not understand why such an incomprehensible creature existed. It was not until he returned to the castle that his 3 blood brides surrounded him and comforted him, which gradually calmed him down. Pack up. We will leave the town of Valeris immediately. We can't stay here any longer. The first sentence the piercing demon said after recovering was to run away. This made the 3 blood brides a little confused. Why did they suddenly leave? Then I will go and catch the descendants of the Valeris family for you and take her away with me, a blood bride said. The origin of the Valeris family is not simple. They are the most direct descendants left by Abel, the younger brother of the blood ancestor. Although it sounds strange, after all, as long as they are not blood, all humans are direct descendants. If there is a problem, the species will change. However, what they valued was the pedigree, so for the piercing demon, the Violese family was of great value. Otherwise, how could he, a second-generation vampire, come to this remote place to make vampire brides? For example, the 3 vampire brides he successfully made were actually made from 3 women from the Violese family. However, unlike the one rescued by Chi Suan, they were from the direct line, but from the side branch. It's too late, take the important things with you, and we leave immediately. The piercing demon came back to take away his 3 vampire brides, and 3 vampire holy artifacts. The enemy's speed was too fast, and he couldn't delay at all. Once he delayed too long, the other party would definitely catch up. He could sense the other party's greed, especially when he was in a weak position. He would never let him go. Chapter 437. Run? Can you run? Chi Suan's voice reached the castle where the piercing demon lived. This was originally the castle of the Violese family, but was later occupied by the piercing demon. It was transformed from a noble manor into a vampire cave. After Chi Suan came in, he could see a large number of blood and flesh eggs and various mucus, umbilical cords, and other strange things. Without saying a word, the piercing demon opened his tuxedo, and put the 3 vampire brides directly into his clothes. He didn't care too much, and a pair of bat wings appeared behind him. He broke the window of the castle, and fled out by flying at a low altitude. However, he had just broken the window, and left when he was pulled back by Chi Suan. You, the host, don't entertain guests. This is too rude. Chi Suan tore the other party's tuxedo. The 3 vampire brides fell off the piercing demon because the contents were broken. It was almost like exploding equipment. Chi Suan reached out and held down the 3 monster-like blood brides with one hand. He was about to grab the piercing demon with his other hand, but the demon turned into mist and disappeared. This made Chi Suan miss the opportunity. When he looked again, the piercing demon was already 500 meters away. And it didn't stop for a moment, and it turned into a group of bats and disappeared in the air. The 3 blood brides were also confused. They didn't expect that such a powerful piercing demon would flee in a panic at the hands of an unknown little person. Excuse me, where are the piercing demon's corpse hand, puppet and magic mirror? Chi Suan didn't plan to continue chasing the piercing demon, but set his sights on the 3 blood brides. To be honest, it was not easy for the piercing demon to defeat Dior. The appearance of the Blood Clan bride was no longer ugly, but could be described as ferocious. Although it can be seen that the foundation is human, only the foundation is left, and the rest of the place is basically nothing to be praised. Chi Suan also admired the willpower of the piercing demon. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to stay with him for a whole night, but he could get along so harmoniously. The 3 Blood Clan brides did not speak, but remained silent. Their self and reason had long been distorted by the piercing demon, so they were extremely loyal to the piercing demon. And this distortion was a permanent and irreversible change. Chi Suan could only distort them again to make them recover. However, he was too lazy to do this time-consuming and labor-intensive trouble. He had a simpler solution. He took out the ghost lamp and the soul ring, and 2 blood seals of the Blood Clan appeared on his body to control these 2 Blood Clan holy artifacts. The ability took effect, and directly brainwashed and controlled the 3 Blood Clan brides. Although the Blood Clan brides were not blood clans born through the first embrace, but were artificially created like stitched monsters. But as long as they did not deviate from the scope of humans and blood clans, the Blood Clan holy artifacts would be effective. Where are these 3 Blood Clan holy artifacts? Chi Suan asked bluntly. They were stored in the treasure house by Lord Dracula. The 3 Blood Clan brides answered at the same time. Lead the way, Chi Suan said. Chi Suan did not plan to study the abnormalities in the castle for the time being. The Blood Clan holy artifacts were the focus of his needs, and the rest could be postponed. The 3 Blood Clan brides led the way, and soon arrived at the treasure house of the piercing demon. He had applied dark power to this place, so it was not easy for even the Daywalker to open it. However, the one who met this treasure house was Chi Suan, who directly kicked it to pieces and walked in openly. The treasure house contained a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, antique treasures, etc. Chi Suan was not interested in these, and went straight to the location of the Blood Clan's holy artifacts. He soon found the 3 Blood Clan holy artifacts he wanted. He just glanced at the magic mirror and didn't care much, but set his eyes on the corpse hand and the puppet. The puppet was a puppet with a smart look in his eyes, as if it was alive. What an interesting human being! You can actually turn the 3 blood brides of the piercing demon against the piercing demon. The puppet spoke after seeing Chi Suan. Let me guess. It's the power of the ghost lamp and the soul ring. Take me away, I can let you survive the pursuit of the piercing demon. Although I don't know how you use the power of the Blood Clan holy artifact, I think you definitely need my help. The puppet's voice was extremely charming and extremely charming. If it were someone else, he would probably become her dog on the spot. But for Chi Xuan, it couldn't cause any trouble at all. He ignored the puppet's words and looked at the corpse hand. The other 12 Blood Clan holy artifacts all have corresponding abilities, but the corpse hand, on the contrary, has no ability. But it is said that this hand contains the secrets of the world, and it is initially suspected to be related to the core of the world. It's not that Chi Xuan has a clue, but because he knows such a thing, he will connect it first. After picking it up and observing it, it was indeed just an ordinary part of the corpse, nothing magical. If there is any difference, there must be. The corpse hand is extremely tough and strong, and Chi Xuan can't cause any impact. After collecting it, he picked up the puppet and shook it. The puppet was pretending to be dead. When its bewitching words did not affect Chi Xuan, the puppet understood that the person in front of him was definitely not a normal human. It cannot be said that there are no humans who can resist its bewitching words, and even if there are, they will not be ignored so lightly. Even when facing it, the piercing demon will be extremely cautious to seal its mouth, so that it can't speak, to avoid being affected. Tell me, why did the piercing demon choose the Valeris family? Chi Xuan stared at the puppet and asked. As a Blood Clan holy artifact, the puppet is also a Blood Clan holy artifact with self-awareness, and it must know part of the truth. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Chi Xuan slowly took out the remaining 10 Blood Clan holy artifacts and laid them out, then raised the butcher knife in his left hand and gestured on the puppet. His charm was not enough, so his words were not contagious enough. Fortunately, he could make up for the lack of charm through force. The Valeris family is the direct bloodline of Abel, the ancestor of mankind. The puppet said. It was at this point that Chi Xuan interrupted him. Wait a minute, let's not talk about the direct bloodline of the ancestor of mankind, which is full of loopholes. I remember that the ancestors of mankind are Adam, Eve and Lilith. Why did you lower the generation to Abel? Chi Xuan found that this puppet didn't seem to have much culture. If humans are collaterals, they are not purebred humans. At present, there are only 2 collaterals that can be confirmed. One is the vampires, and the other is the daywalkers. Moreover, the vampires are transformed through the first embrace, and they are halfway through. In theory, the only real collateral is the daywalker. The piercer wants an offspring that is stronger than the son of the dragon, so he chose the Valeris family as the mother of his offspring. The 3 vampire brides are the collateral women of the Valeris family. The puppet did not answer Chi Xuan's question, but continued to tell the piercer's thoughts. Chi Xuan tentatively accepted the setting that Valeris was the direct bloodline of Abel, the ancestor of mankind. After listening to the puppet's words, he just felt that the piercer was sick. The other party actually wanted a pure-blooded vampire. This concept is indeed a bit weird, probably the offspring born from vampires and vampires. Humans and vampires can give birth to vampires of the Thin Blood Clan through life and death, but vampires cannot give birth to vampires of the Thin Blood Clan. Because vampires are corpses, dead things. There is no setting for corpse-born children in the vampire world, so let alone the birth of so-called pure-blooded vampires. It is difficult to even get pregnant. It can be said that the piercing demon is lucky to have met Victor Frankenstein, so that the vampires can be artificially created. It is a bit ugly, but it can really get pregnant. But all the babies are stillborn, dead in the belly, not to mention being born. So this makes the piercing demon's character more and more crazy. He wants to create life. Chi Xuan understands that the possibility of the piercing demon succeeding is too low. Yes, so he has been failing. The puppet echoed. Even the stitched monster created by Victor Frankenstein is not a real life. In essence, it is a new life pieced together from corpses and broken souls. It is not created but pieced together like a puzzle. And the blood bride is directly transformed from a living person. Do you know where the murder key is? Chi Xuan suddenly changed the subject. The puppet was a little caught off guard by Chi Xuan's jumping thoughts, but also said, I don't know, but I know some clues. The murder key is said to be in the hands of Abel, the ancestor of mankind, and Abel is the direct ancestor of the Valeris family. Maybe the Valeris family will have news. This is some information that the piercing demon has obtained. It may be useful to you. The puppet directly betrayed the piercing demon. At present, 12 of the 13 holy artifacts of the Blood Clan have been collected by the other party, and the last one will definitely not be given up no matter what. The puppet also wanted to see what it would be like when the 13 holy artifacts were gathered together. As for the Blood Clan, it wished that all the Blood Clans would die. It was not born with self and reason, but was tortured horribly by the Blood Clan, and then its soul was extracted, and then sealed into the puppet, and finally became a puppet, one of the 13 holy artifacts of the Blood Clan. It was just because of its own nature that it really had no way to disobey the orders of the Blood Clan. So its hatred for the Blood Clan can be said to be endless. Ask the people of the Viles family, this is a bit troublesome. Chi Xuan touched his chin, and it happened that he really had one. So the opportunity would not be the evil key, if so, it would make sense. But the problem is that I seem to have offended the last descendant of the Viles family. I can't choose to torture it. It will be difficult to explain to the Daywalker afterwards. Then his eyes fell on the puppet. This guy seems to have a good ability to bewitch, so he can ask it to help. Chapter 438. Brittany woke up from a coma, and the first feeling she had was weakness, and then a dizzy head. She only remembered that after meeting the demon hunter of the church, she was tied up without a few words, and then lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was still tied up, but the location had changed drastically. From the forest outside the town of Valeris, it became the castle that originally belonged to their Valeris family. So the first thought in her mind was that she was captured. As for the demon hunter who might be a fake, it is very likely that he died at the hands of the piercing demon. But soon she found something wrong. Because she found that there were 3 very familiar monsters hanging upside down beside her, and they were the blood brides of the piercing demon. Her treatment was slightly better. Although she was still tied up, she was not hung, but placed on a chair. The demon hunter of the church, who she thought was a fake, was fiddling with the doll. However, in Brittany's opinion, the doll seemed to be alive. Just as the guess came to her mind, the doll suddenly turned its head, as if to see through her thoughts. Yes, I am alive. The doll suddenly spoke, which scared Brittany. It's okay if you wake up. I have something to ask you. Chi Xuan pushed the doll forward and came directly in front of Brittany. Who are you? A demon hunter from the church? Brittany asked solemnly. It's not like she hasn't seen the piercing demon before, but Chi Xuan is not one at all. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, he has nothing to do with the piercing demon. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you are from the Valeris family. Chi Xuan said this and sat back, not intending to continue answering the other party. The puppet spoke at the same time. You are Brittany Valeris, the eldest daughter of Valeris. Do you know the secret of your ancestors? This question was like a magic sound that poured into Brittany's mind, accompanied by a certain impulse that she could not resist. The ancestor has always been protecting the Valeris family. He has always been there. Brittany said involuntarily. Then where is he? The puppet continued to ask. He is in the castle. Brittany wanted to stop herself from continuing, with a look of horror on her face. But she couldn't control her rising affection and desire. She now wanted to hold the puppet in her arms and ravage it crazily, but this impulse was restrained by the tight rope tied to her body. Otherwise, she would never care where this place was, and would have hugged the puppet as soon as possible. Where in the castle? The puppet asked again. I don't know. At this point, Brittany really didn't know, so she said honestly, my brother knew, but he died under the dark power of the piercing demon. This secret will disappear with the demise of the Valeris family. When she said this, Brittany smiled. She didn't know, so no matter how the other party controlled herself, she would not reveal the secret. Master, she didn't lie. If she really knew, the piercing demon would have gotten it long ago. The puppet's head turned 360 degrees, and said to Chi Xuan. Chi Xuan had expected this. After all, there was something wrong with the way he opened the opportunity, so it would not be so easy to get it. The normal plot should be that he and Brittany live and die together, and deal with the piercing demon in a dangerous way, and capture each other's heart in the process. Then, at the critical moment, he cracked the secret, killed the piercing demon with difficulty, and got a perfect ending. This development should have belonged to the Daywalker. But now it has been replaced by Chi Xuan, who is more like the final boss than the piercing demon, and is also a ruthless and chaotic evil person. This caused the plot to collapse directly. Of course, there are also ways to collapse. If Chi Xuan is a bit more devilish, he can directly perform a series of 18R behaviors to make the other party suffer from Stockholm Syndrome, which can also achieve the purpose of control. However, this is meaningless to Chi Xuan. Whether it is physical or psychological stimulation, it is nothing more than hormonal sensations. If he wants it, he can synthesize it himself. What a pity. Your value will be much lower now. Chi Xuan sighed. The other party didn't know. Even if Chi Xuan tortured him, he still didn't know. He couldn't tell the reason. Okay, you stay here and wait for the Sunwalker to pick you up. Chi Xuan didn't have much idea about this. You want to use me as bait to set a trap to ambush the leader? I will never let you succeed. Brittany's expression changed. Chi Swain was speechless when he heard this. How is it possible? The Sunwalker is my beloved friend. How could I set a trap to ambush him? Chi Swain denied it without hesitation. But he did not deny his intention to kill the Daywalker. I was really arranged by the Daywalker to save you. He paid a huge price to save you. To be honest, I think he has a crush on you, otherwise how could he be so willing to do it? Chi Swain couldn't help but tease. So you are saving people? Brittany didn't believe it at all. Who would kidnap and torture someone to save someone? This is too crazy. Chi Swain rolled his eyes. He only asked me to save people, you just need to stay alive. I have taken great care of you by not leaving you with missing limbs. What else do you want? He said this with confidence. The Daywalker gave him enough to save people. Okay, I hang you up and let you rest. I have something to deal with. Don't worry, I keep my word and won't let you starve to death. With that, Chi Swain hung the man up and turned to leave. Wait, what should I eat? Brittany responded and asked hurriedly. Chi Swain turned around and said, Nutrient solution, I will let Fei Lai inject you. Nutrient solution has many advantages. The simplest one is that it is easy to absorb and highly nutritious, and you don't need to excrete it at that time. So there is no need to worry about it being in your pocket for 3 to 5 months, mainly because he doesn't know when the Daywalker and his army will arrive. This is the only way to deal with it temporarily. Then he unloaded the 3 blood brides and dragged them to the laboratory next door. He was going to dissect the blood brides while copying all the rules and data of the corpse hand, the puppet and the magic mirror. To be honest, you don't care about hygiene at all. Chi Swain threw the 3 vampire brides aside and started to clean up. There were all kinds of dried flesh and blood, withered dead fetuses, and other things everywhere. Chi Swain was very suspicious. How could this piercing demon and 3 vampire brides give birth to so many dead fetuses? Not to mention the large number. Even the vampires have to follow the human standard of 10 months of pregnancy. Even if there are 10 babies in one birth, there are not so many. Kill us, we don't want to sink into desire, one of the vampire brides said painfully. This is an instinctive wail. They were controlled by the piercing demon and became a half-human, half-ghost appearance. Okay, but not now, I still need your cooperation. Chi Swain said calmly. Humble human, I am the bride of the piercing demon, how dare you be so rude? The other party suddenly changed his tone, with a sharp and arrogant tone. Chi Swain ignored this sentence. The other party was first distorted by the piercing demon, and then controlled by Chi Swain with the ghost lamp and soul ring, so it was inevitable that there would be problems with his spirit and mind. It is normal to speak incoherently and inconsistently. If the logic is clear and the self is normal, then there is a problem. Chi Swain quickly cleaned up and built a temporary laboratory and directly put a vampire bride on the operating table. After restraining her with polymorphic energy, the dissection began. Sure enough, it has the same activity as the stitched monster, but because it is a transformation of a living person, it is actually closer to a Daywalker than a stitched monster. But compared to the perfect state of the Daywalker, the blood bride is too rough. The Impaler Dracula escaped successfully, but his expression was extremely unwilling. After all, he was still a step slower. Not only did he fail to take away the Blood Clan's holy artifact, he even failed to take away his 3 blood brides. The other party was stronger than him again. This time he really miscalculated. If he had known that this would be the result, he should not have rejected the invitation of the Bloodbath Queen. He remembered that the Bloodbath Queen had given the human thief information. Although he did not look closely, he knew that the other party was not so powerful at that time. Now he is so powerful, it is very likely that he killed the Bloodbath Queen and plundered her power. So the other party will target him again. There is still a chance. The son of the curse, the Daywalker, he perfectly combines the power of his father and Abel. If I can get his blood, I can succeed. In fact, the Impaler had targeted the Daywalker a long time ago, but because of various trivial matters, he really couldn't get away. Now, it's hard not to get out. After all his plans have failed because of the human thief. Without the Blood Clan's holy artifact and the descendants of the Violese family, he has no chance of success. Therefore, he can only shift his target to the Daywalker. The power of the Daywalker is indeed strong, but it is far inferior to him, so it is not difficult to catch him. It's a pity that the Daywalker is a man, and he is also a man, otherwise the Daywalker is definitely the best Blood Clan bride. Wait until I complete the transformation, and then come back to kill you. The piercing demon looked back in the direction of Violese town. It was the first time that he lost so badly. However, it did not hit him. On the contrary, because of this pressure, he gained a stronger motivation. If he was really so fragile, he would not have been a detached piercing demon before meeting Chi Suan. Chapter 439. The Daywalker took all the demon hunters, ascetics and disciplined priests of the church to the town of Valeris. He put forward the slogan of destroying the piercing demon and severing the blood race, which led to this result. At the same time, he brought a large number of hot weapons blessed by divine arts, ready to decide the outcome in one battle. In about 3 days, we should be able to arrive. The Daywalker looked at the map, and was actually a little worried about the last descendant of the Valeris family. There was no news from Chi Suan, as if he had lost contact. So he was worried that Chi Suan would directly fight the piercing demon. If he was lucky, he would be captured alive and tortured. If he was unlucky, he would probably die without a complete body. He didn't care about Chi Suan's situation. After all, he could see that Chi Suan was a scourge, and his death would be a good thing for the entire human civilization. But Chi Suan couldn't just die without any value. It would be best if he died in the battle between him and the piercing demon. Especially dying on the eve of victory in a battle, that would be a first-rate way to die. But this was not something he could decide. Because he wanted Chi Suan to die, but he would not deliberately attack or betray him. No matter how outrageous Chi Suan was, he was just a human being with a limited lifespan, and he would die sooner or later. Even if he unified an entire era, he would still age and die. Just think of it as the reward he got for his contribution to mankind. If he had an eternal life, like the vampires, the Daywalker would do whatever it took to deal with him. He could still distinguish between a moment and eternity. I hope nothing happens. The power of the piercing demon is not comparable to that of the Bloodbath Queen. Part of the Bloodbath Queen's power is in the Red Sea, and it cannot be fully exerted without the key of evil. But the Impaler is different. Although he also has the bloodline of the Red Sea Witch, he did not inherit the power of the Red Sea, but the powerful power of the Red Sea Witch itself. So he can fully exert his own strength. The Daywalker recalled the information about the Impaler with a solemn look. Of course, if the Bloodbath Queen can use the power of the Red Sea, then her strength will be stronger than the Impaler. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the Impaler can easily beat the Bloodbath Queen. I didn't expect you to know so much about me. I'm curious where you got this information from. The voice of the Impaler Dracula came. At this moment, the Daywalker's face froze. He slowly turned his head, and saw a bat hanging upside down on a branch not far away. It was the bat that spoke, and at the same time, a large number of eyes appeared in the darkness in the distance. Every eye was a bat. This was the Impaler, who turned into a group of bats. Enemy attack. The Daywalker shouted loudly, and launched an attack at the same time. His heart had sunk to the bottom at this time. The piercing demon actually came to his door, which meant that Chi Suan must have been caught by mistake. Otherwise, how could the piercing demon know his plan? This meant that not only Chi Suan might be dead, but also the last descendant of the Valeris family might have been killed. The huge dark power enveloped everyone in an instant, whether it was the Daywalker or the extraordinary power of the church. Countless dark winds roared, and blood-red thunder resounded through the sky. When facing the dark domain formed by the piercing demon, they had no power to resist. Under the cold wind and thunder, the extraordinary personnel of the church died in large numbers. The equipment made of 3 sacred materials, fine gold, mithril, and mountain copper, could not resist the dark power of the piercing demon at all. Holy water could only barely expel some of the darkness that had eroded into their bodies, but it could not match the piercing demon, so it could only survive for a while. Escape, everyone escape! The Daywalker struggled to resist the attack of a bat, and then issued his last order. Without the Blood Clan's holy weapon and the help of Chi Suan, his strength was not even as good as the piercing demon's son, the dragon's son, let alone the piercing demon itself. So just a bat made him difficult to resist. The bat bit his neck at lightning speed, and the piercing demon began to suck with the instinct of the Blood Clan. However, the first blood that entered the mouth was spit out by the piercing demon. Pooh! Vampires don't eat the blood of vampires. The piercing demon is a vampire. Although half of the Daywalker's bloodline is human, the other half is also a vampire. So although the entrance is better than that of the vampires, the piercing demon still can't swallow it. The blood-sucking method failed, and the piercing demon planned to capture it alive first. The Daywalker immediately noticed the piercing demon's idea and turned into countless mists and dissipated, trying to escape. However, the piercing demon was well prepared. The whistling cold wind bound the Daywalker's misty body and squeezed it forcibly. Once the squeezing was completed, the Daywalker would definitely be caught. So he could only turn into a group of albino bats and scatter. As long as he could successfully escape a white bat, it would not matter if all the others died. Unfortunately, he was facing a more powerful piercing demon, who was now in bat form. The number of bats was not only many times greater than his, but also much larger. So before they could disperse, they were all caught. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Your bloodline is really enviable and jealous," the piercing demon said. At this time, all the extraordinary powers of the church had been annihilated, leaving only the Daywalker and a group of bats. "Heh, do you think you won?" The Daywalker pretended to be calm and provocative. This made the piercing demon think of the scene where he was beaten by Chi Suan. "I haven't lost yet. If I catch you, I have a chance to win." The piercing demon did not deny the result of his failure, but as long as he was still alive, the chance still existed. This made the Daywalker confused. What did he mean by not losing yet? Shouldn't he sneer at this time? Could it be that there was a turnaround on Chi Suan's side, or that there were other hidden reasons for the piercing demon to stay in Valeris town? He didn't know which one it was for the time being, but he was sure that he could use this opportunity to create a chance to escape. "Really? I am the son of the curse, the prophecy of the blood race prophet, and now half of it has been fulfilled. For the remaining half, I just need to kill you, and I can become the common monarch of humans and blood races." The Daywalker slowly tested the piercing demon by changing the subject. He certainly couldn't ask directly, otherwise he would reveal his bottom line. Hearing what the Daywalker said, the piercing demon couldn't help but sneer. "Just you? Ha!" His words were filled with extreme disdain. In his opinion, Chi Suan didn't say anything, and Sunwalker had no chance of success. Besides, the so-called Blood Clan prophet was just a descendant of his, not even as good as the son of Dragon. The prophecy was just a coincidence, and there was no possibility of it being realized. How could humans and blood clans coexist? Just like humans and food, they would not be equal. Sunwalker's heart tightened. From the other party's attitude, he could guess that there was another existence that was more powerful than the piercing demon. He soon found a candidate, the younger brother of the blood clan ancestor, Abel, the ancestor of mankind who possessed the fierce key. After all, the blood clan ancestor Cain was the father of the piercing demon, so he would not make the piercing demon feel afraid, but would make the piercing demon surrender directly. So only the more mysterious Abel could make the piercing demon show such an attitude. "That's right, I can do it." The Daywalker pretended to be proud and said, "Even you covet my bloodline, why can't I do it? I know you want to find out why I came." The piercing demon sneered and said, "I won't tell you. I want you to die without knowing anything." The Daywalker saw that his thoughts were exposed, and he was not embarrassed at all, but continued to say provocatively, "You are afraid to say it." Then, the piercing demon was silent. This made the Daywalker feel very bad, and he hoped that the piercing demon would refute or continue to be disdainful. But the piercing demon's attitude meant that the other party was really afraid. So what kind of existence could actually make the descendants of the Blood Clan ancestor and the Red Sea which feel afraid, which made the Daywalker feel a little crazy? He is neither human nor vampire. I don't even know what he is. The piercing demon finally said this. The piercing demon's obsession with pure blood vampires has no way to be fulfilled. Even if he and the vampire brides give birth to more offspring, they will all be stillborn. Chi Suan stuffed all 3 vampire brides into the smelting furnace, and came to this conclusion. If there is no way out, you can only take one way out, but if it is a dead end, you don't have enough knowledge and strength to make it alive. If the piercing demon's strength is like the spider god that Chi Suan has seen, let alone making 2 corpses give birth to offspring, even making 2 stones would be no problem. However, the piercing demon does not have this strength, so it is impossible. He also found some records similar to the experimental diary in the castle. The piercing demon, like Victor Frankenstein, is a half-baked one. Without the corresponding basic knowledge, it all depends on his own assumptions. That is to say, the Blood Clan's holy artifact is magical enough, otherwise, not to mention the birth of a dead fetus, even the Blood Clan bride cannot be transformed. It's been almost half a month. Why is there no news from the Daywalker, and he hasn't contacted me? Could it be that something happened on the way? After Chi Suan finished cleaning up, he suddenly thought of the Daywalker, who had been ignored for a long time. Wait, could it be that the piercing demon went to find the Daywalker? This thought came to Chi Suan's mind. Don't say it, it's really possible. The piercing demon can't beat Chi Suan, and can't beat the Daywalker? This is a big loss. Chi Suan's expression showed a hacket. No matter who kills who, Chi Suan will lose. Take the last descendant of the Valeris family with you, and report to him by the way. Chi Suan thought, maybe it will trigger some opportunities. Anyway, It will consume resources if left alone, so it's a good time to recycle waste. Chapter 440. According to the data model deduced by the intelligent computer, Chi Suan searched back. Finally, he found a pile of mummies. There were too many dead people, and each of them had church-style remnants on their bodies, so their origins could be seen at a glance. The whole army was wiped out, and they did encounter the piercing demon. The good news is that the body of the Daywalker was not found, which means he is still alive. You are the protagonist anyway, so you shouldn't die so quickly. But this means you are worthless. Chi Suan's eyes suddenly turned to Brittany. The last descendant of the Valeris family is a bargaining chip, but from the traces at the scene, he is very sure to kill the Daywalker. Then, there is no need for this burden to live. Fulfill the promise, and the Daywalker will die himself. But now there is no need, and Brittany was directly dealt with. There are indeed many secrets on the other party, but even she herself does not know what the secrets are. Leaving it in Chi Suan's hands would be a disaster, so it would be better to kill it. As for the immortality of the Daywalker, this is indeed a problem. But since the Daywalker is weaker than Chi Suan, it is very easy to solve. Just chop it into 8 or 10 pieces, and throw it into the smelting furnace, and it will be easy to solve. The smelting furnace strengthened by the legendary equipment stone set has greatly increased its strength. If it is really strong enough to make the immortality take effect in the smelting furnace, it will be a great thing for Chi Suan. As long as he is in the vampire world for 1 day, this fuel will not be used up in 1 day. Okay, where should we find it next? Although the other party did not clean up the mess, he came and went without a trace, so naturally there was no trace left. As for the smell, the blood race is not a fantasy or magical version. They can't even upgrade, so naturally there is no smell. The remaining smell has been almost cleared by the environment, so there is no possibility of finding it. Let me think about how the piercing demon will torment the Daywalker without the blood race's holy weapon. Chi Suan naturally understood that the piercing demon certainly did not capture the Daywalker to kill him, but to obtain the secret of the cursed child from him. Lightning. Then, Chi Suan immediately locked on how the other party would deal with the Daywalker. Victor Frankenstein and the piercing demon said that lightning can bring death back to life. He also adhered to this concept and idea and successfully created the blood race bride. So if nothing unexpected happens, the Daywalker will definitely be electrocuted. The blood race has no creativity. Maybe the piercing demon, a second-generation blood race, has it, but he can't stand the fact that he has used lightning and lightning. So there is a great possibility that this method will be used again. Otherwise, he just assumed it, and did not conduct much substantive research. Intelligent brain, check the weather map and find areas with high lightning incidents or areas where lightning is happening now. Chi Suan asked. The intelligent brain immediately mobilized satellites and provided Chi Suan with many locations through weather detection graphics. Plan out a search path, Chi Suan said. It would be too troublesome for Chi Suan to search such a scattered area one by one. Soon, the intelligent brain completed a graphic plan, and Chi Suan summoned Fei Lai to carry him forward. It is recommended that you conduct distributed exploration through the fiber body, which can further speed up the efficiency. The fiber body is more used for eating, and it is much less useful to replace other functions. However, at this time, Chi Suan did not refuse, but followed the plan provided by the intelligent brain, aggregated the fiber body into flying birds, and then controlled by the intelligent brain to fly in all directions. Fortunately, there are satellites, signals, communications, and other modules, otherwise it would be difficult to let the fiber body do these things. Let's go, let's not be idle, Chi Suan said, and Fei carried him and began to move forward according to the route planned by the intelligent brain. Although the Daywalker also has the unique immortality of the Blood Clan, and does not have the weaknesses of the Blood Clan, like the piercing demon, it is theoretically impossible to be killed. But theory is just theory. The Bloodbath Queen is the same, and was killed by Chi Suan. Even if the death of the Bloodbath Queen was caused by herself, it is better to be safe than sorry, even if the Daywalker is suspected to be the protagonist. The gap in strength between the two sides is too big, and the Daywalker has no chance of resistance. Unless Adam, Eve, Abel, Cain and Lilith come out, only Chi Suan can save the Daywalker from the piercing demon. It is probably for this reason that Chi Suan has been urged to come out to save people. This means that if Chi Suan is really late, the Daywalker may really die. Chi Suan doesn't care if the Daywalker dies, but he has to die in his hands. After all, he needs the protagonist halo on the other party as a reinforcement. This is one of the few ways for him to become stronger. And it will not be outdated, so he cherishes it very much. I hope you can hold on until I come and kill you, Chi Suan sincerely wished. When the Daywalker woke up from his coma, he found that his magic and dark power were bound by a more powerful dark power. At the same time, he was in a closed room, surrounded by many strange structures, and it looked familiar. Then he quickly recognized it. The Queen's Bell Tower in the capital of the Kingdom of Transylvania. The Daywalker felt the huge iron chain with patterns wrapped around him, and at the same time, it continued to spread to the top of the bell tower. He was taken back to the capital of the Kingdom of Transylvania by the piercing demon, but he didn't understand why the other party did this. Yes, because its construction will attract a lot of lightning. It is the place with the second largest number of lightning after the town of Valeris. The piercing demon walked out of the shadows. It's ironic, isn't it? It was built by the Kingdom of Transylvania to praise the Bloodbath Queen. So what do you want to do? The Daywalker asked calmly. Victor Frankenstein said that lightning can bring death back to life. The piercing demon began to talk more. As if he was confident of winning, he was right. That's how the bloodline bride came about. So I want to bring the bloodline in your body back to life, and then devour it as my power. The piercing demon smiled gloomily, looking like a handsome middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life. The Daywalker frowned at first. He knew about this. Chi Swayan had told him about it. But he remembered that Chi Swayan said it was not lightning that brought death back to life, but because the bloodline holy artifact resurrected the corpse. Thunder and lightning are just optional. You don't have the holy weapon of the Blood Clan. The Sunwalker's brows relaxed and he smiled. He believed Chi Swayan. After all, the piercing demon was really not very good. You seem to know something? Do you mind sharing it with me? The piercing demon suspected that the Sunwalker was being mysterious. After all, there had been cases before. But he was waiting for thunder and lightning, so he just asked. Fisher said that Victor Frankenstein was able to successfully create the Stitched monster not because of lightning, but because he held the staff, one of the Blood Clan's holy artifacts. So he did not create a new life, but used the staff to resurrect human corpses into Blood Clans. And in his research, Blood Clans are corpses, but because they have Blood Clan holy artifacts as the source of power, they are no different from ordinary people. Lightning, if there is such a powerful force, why didn't the Queen's Bell Tower come alive? The Queen's Bell Tower is also a dead object, and it has endured a lot of lightning. When the Daywalker said this, he revealed a mocking meaning. Just these few words directly broke the defense of the piercing demon. Recalling carefully, every action of his was helped by the Blood Clan's holy artifact. But the problem now is that he does not have the Blood Clan's holy artifact in his hand. 12 of the 13 Blood Clan holy artifacts are in Chi Swayan's hands, and the remaining one he only knows is in the hands of his nominal uncle Abel. Abel's body was said to be in the castle of the Valeris family. However, he had occupied the castle for so many years that he was familiar with every inch of it. There was no body of Abel at all. This led him into a dead end. You are right, the piercing demon said, and suddenly laughed in a low voice. But that is only the third generation of the vampires. Your power does not come from the vampire holy weapon, right? So according to Fisher's idea, you don't need the vampire holy weapon to achieve the same effect. What do you think? The piercing demon is not stupid, and his mind quickly turned. The vampires are the vampires, and the Daywalker is the Daywalker. The origin of the vampire bloodline in him is mysterious, and his power does not come from the vampire holy weapon at all. The Daywalker has no real name, and he also has human bloodline, which is special enough to replace the vampire holy weapon. Really? Then I can only hope that your guess is correct. The Daywalker really didn't know his situation. Chi Swayan did mention researching him, but after hearing the research process, he directly refused. The whole process is more like torture than research. It is really too scary. If he really did that, he would definitely be traumatized. Anyway, no one who became Chi Swayan's experimental subject survived. Even if there were survivors, they would be dealt with afterwards. Then I thank you for your advice, Alex Valeris. My great-great-great-nephew. The piercing devil said. The Daywalker's face did not change at all. He was an orphan, and he didn't know whether he was from the Valeris family. The piercing devil just wanted to break his psychological defense, so he deliberately put the name of the Valeris family on himself. As for if it was true, that's true, what impact would it have? How could he be a psychologically fragile person along the way? Really? I'm very glad, my great-great-great-uncle. With your words, I have the legitimacy to rule the blood race. The Daywalker counterattacked without hesitation. Chapter 441. The capital of the Kingdom of Transylvania. Can this be right? Chi Swayan looked at the map. The distance from the town of Valeris to the capital of the kingdom is not close. It is not realistic that the piercing demon took the Daywalker so far. Yes, according to meteorological images, geographical location and other data, it is estimated that the Queen's Bell Tower is struck by lightning as many times as every year. The intelligent brain gave Chi Swayan a rough report, saying that if we talk about places struck by lightning every year, the Queen's Bell Tower is struck by lightning very often, which can be said to be a landscape of the Kingdom of Transylvania. Chi Swayan has not been in the vampire world for a long time, and has not paid attention to this aspect. How could he know? On the contrary, the intelligent brain will habitually collect various information, so there will be records. Maybe the most dangerous place is the safest. Chi Swayan couldn't help but laugh at himself. What if the piercing demon used a trick on him? It is really possible that he took the Day Walker to hide in the Queen's Bell Tower. But then again, the Queen's Bell Tower is struck by lightning so many times every year. Have the common people of the Kingdom of Transylvania ever thought that their queen is not a human being? If this were placed in a more feudal world, the king's rights would have been questioned long ago. Even if lightning strikes have scientific basis, yes, but the voice is not high. After all, the Bloodbath Queen has a stable control of power. In terms of public opinion control, it has not become the mainstream, but rather a topic of conversation after dinner. Things like topics are everywhere, so it is better to guide than to block. Therefore, the Bloodbath Queen did not cover her mouth intentionally, but guided through public opinion. Okay, then you can fire a missile at the Queen's Bell Tower and blow it up first. Chi Swayan was still a little far from the capital of the Transylvanian Empire, and he had to fly for a while before the reconnaissance network could detect it. In this case, it would be better to use missiles to test the base first. Whether it succeeds or not, Chi Swayan will not suffer any loss. As for the benefits, it is not necessarily there. The Eternal Morning Star is being mobilized for locking. The intelligent brain immediately followed Chi Swayan's orders. Chi Swayan looked at the running code, data, etc. and found it very interesting. Theoretically, he could do it by hand, but in theory, he was not as skilled as the intelligent brain. If he really wanted to do it by hand, it would be fine, but it would take a little longer. These problems were Chi Swayan's own fault. He has always been focusing on his own growth, so he has his own expertise in learning and research. There are many shortcomings in many aspects. Chi Swayan has also been making up for it, but there is not enough time, and the progress is very limited. Since he came to the deep world, he has been taking shortcuts to become stronger, and the fast pace of Doomsday has forced him to grow this way. It was only slightly better in the Blood Clan world, because the serious injury in the Doomsday game did not make him feel so urgent. The target has been locked, and the release has begun. A missile flew out with a tail flame and went straight into the distance. Chi Swayan rode on Faye, slowly following behind the missile, and there was a distance between them. The missile would explode when it hit the target, so why did Chi Swayan follow so closely? If it exploded, he would be affected. One after the other, they headed towards the bell tower of the Kingdom of Transylvania. We really found it. Chi Swayan looked at the data fed back by the reconnaissance network. The Piercer and the Daywalker were indeed in the Queen's Bell Tower. These two are really playing tricks. The Daywalker was tied up and electrocuted. When Chi Swayan came, he happened to see a lightning bolt strike the top of the bell tower. The lightning went down along the top pin and electrocuted the Daywalker. Looking at his posture, it might not be the first time that the Daywalker was electrocuted. Before Chi Swayan could collect further data, the missile hit the Queen's Bell Tower. The Queen's Bell Tower, which had stood for a short time, was shattered. The Piercer and the Daywalker were seriously blown up, but because they were vampires, they were immortal, so they did not die. "It's you again!" The Piercer recovered in an instant, and grabbed the Daywalker, who recovered more slowly, with anger in his expression. He had already hidden in the Kingdom of Transylvania, but you were able to find him. It was really unlucky. However, Chi Swayan did not answer him at all, and charged and hit him directly as usual. This simple and plain attack almost replaced his crotch kick and eye-piercing moves. He immediately knocked half of the piercing demon's body into a bloody mist, leaving only the hand holding the Daywalker barely intact. After the Daywalker was taken away by Chi Swayan also crushed the hand into a pulp. "Are you okay?" Chi Swayan looked at the unconscious Daywalker and gave him 2 big slaps. "You were really electrocuted, and even the big slaps couldn't wake you up." Chi Swayan was relieved to see that he was still alive. It didn't matter if he couldn't wake up, he would cut him into pieces anyway, as long as he was alive. "Give me back the Daywalker." A blood shadow passed by, trying to take the Daywalker back from Chi Swayan. The one who did it was the recovered piercing demon, with a very good speed, which seemed to be some kind of ability. Unfortunately, it was still far behind Chi Swayan. He raised his hand and punched, and the blood shadow exploded into blood mist. If it were any other species, they would have died a long time ago. But the immortality of the blood race is at the rule level, so they can come back to life. Chi Xuan also knew that unless the piercing demon and the bloodbath queen committed suicide, the possibility of being killed was very small. He finally understood why there was a plot to seal the Demon King. If he couldn't be killed and was like a dogskin plaster, it would be very suitable to seal him. However, Chi Xuan did not intend to seal the piercing demon directly. He planned to hold back his strength, then break the piercing demon into several pieces and stuff them into the smelting furnace. The blood mist fled backwards, and in the process quickly recovered into a human form. It seems that you are different from the bloodbath queen. You can't turn into a dragon, Chi Xuan said regretfully. However, the piercing demon ignored Chi Xuan's words. After being hammered twice in a row, he knew that he was no match for Chi Xuan. So he planned to escape. If he couldn't beat the enemy, he would outlast him. This was the only way he could think of to win now. But if he wanted to leave now, he had to ask Chi Xuan if he agreed. Before he could run 2 steps, he was pressed to the ground by Chi Xuan. Just as he was about to break free by turning into mist, he suddenly discovered that 15 blood marks of the vampires appeared on Chi Xuan's body, and 12 holy artifacts of the vampires were driven at the same time. At that moment, the whole person was frozen in place and could not move. Then, he saw Chi Xuan picked up the butcher knife and the axe, and cut him into 3 parts with a grunt. Under the gaze of the piercing demon, the lower and middle parts were stuffed into an unknown space by Chi Xuan, and lost contact on the spot. Wait, what did you do? Why? The piercing demon looked terrified. He suspected that Chi Xuan wanted to seal himself. Nothing, just do a little bit. You regenerated again. Chi Xuan was about to perfunctorily deal with the piercing demon, but he saw that the part below the piercing demon's neck had grown again. Because of his strength, the regeneration speed is very fast. This situation immediately lifted Chi Xuan's spirits, but his demeanor made the piercing demon's hair stand on end. It's not that he hadn't seen it before, he had seen it before, but he would only have it when he was extremely interested in a certain prey. In the end, the fate of this prey was naturally extremely miserable. I think we may have to get along for a while. Chi Xuan showed a bright smile, and at the same time, he picked up the butcher knife and the axe and chopped the piercing demon twice. He successfully cut the piercing demon into 3 pieces again. He still stuffed the 2 pieces below the neck into the smelting furnace as fuel. Alas, it's a pity that the bloodbath queen died, otherwise it would be so nice for you 2 brothers and sisters to reminisce about the past. Chi Xuan couldn't help but sigh. If he and the bloodbath queen were really together, it would be a double happiness. However, Chi Xuan also understood that if it were not for the 3 module bars provided by the bloodbath queen, which allowed Chi Xuan to successfully install the legendary equipment stone set, there would be no way to become stronger. It can only be said that you can't have your cake and eat it too. The piercing demon was extremely desperate about Chi Xuan. He wanted to run, but the 12 Blood Clan holy artifacts suppressed his dark power so tightly that he had no spare power to do anything. He could only passively watch Chi Xuan do whatever he wanted to him. At this moment, eternal life and unparalleled immortality became a terrifying torture. Wait a minute, I know where the murder key is. The piercing demon endured the pain and said, Not bad, not bad, you have learned to answer quickly. Chi Xuan was still very satisfied with the piercing demon's answer. His intention was very obvious, and everyone knew that he was looking for the Blood Clan holy artifact. What are the conditions? Chi Xuan asked slowly, and then chopped the piercing demon into 3 pieces. Wait a minute, then I do it. The piercing demon's eyes twitched. It was too absurd to ask for the conditions while chopping him. What does it matter? Tell me when you have time. After all, I didn't touch your head, Chi Xuan said calmly. As for why the piercing demon could continue to speak without lungs, it can only be said that he was not scientific, and there was no need to think about these questions. In the castle of the Valeris family, Abel's body is there. As long as you find him, you can get the murder key. The piercing demon spoke without hesitation, without any tricks. No, I've looked for it. Chi Xuan had searched the castle of the Valeris family a long time ago. If there was any clue, how could he not know it? It's in the castle of the Valeris family. My father Cain told me, the piercing demon said, while enduring the pain of Chi Xuan chopping him into 3 pieces again. When Chi Xuan heard this, he thought he had to go back and take another look. But he had to kill the Daywalker first. He couldn't find it last time, maybe because his protagonist's aura was not strong enough. Chapter 442. The Daywalker slowly woke up and saw the piercing demon hanging, surrounded by 12 holy artifacts of the Blood Clan, suppressing his power. Before he could figure out what was going on, Chi Suiyan chopped the piercing demon into 3 pieces. Because the head was hanging, the 2 pieces below the neck fell off with a click, and then Chi Suiyan stuffed them into an unknown space. You're awake. Did you have a good sleep? Chi Suiyan looked at him. The Daywalker was digesting the things that were too contrary to his common sense. I remember you should be in the town of Valeris now. The Daywalker asked this question. You didn't arrive as agreed, so I followed your marching direction to investigate, and saw the church army that was completely wiped out. The good news is that I didn't find your body, so I followed the traces and tracked it all the way to the Queen's Bell Tower. Chi Suiyan said bluntly, omitting some of the content in the middle. Sunwalker did not question Chi Suiyan's explanation, but pointed at the piercing demon and asked, What's going on? As you can see, I was lucky. I suppressed the piercing demon very smoothly with the blood seal and the holy weapon. Unfortunately, his immortality is too strong. I could only chop off some of his parts from time to time. Now I'm trying to see if I can seal him. Chi Suiyan's words were half true and half false. Sunwalker did not doubt it. After all, the piercing demon was indeed powerful. As for why the other party left the town of Valeris, he did not know. What happened to the last descendant of the Valeris family? Sunwalker asked. Very good. After the piercing demon left, I placed her in the town of Valeris. Now she probably lives back in her big castle. If you want to see her, I can take you there. Chi Suiyan said. What? Brittany is dead? That doesn't matter. Chi Suiyan knows cloning technology. When he dissected the other party before, Chi Suiyan kept a sample in order to avoid Brittany's accidental death and make it difficult to report to the Daywalker. Then he can clone another one as a replacement. No need, it's good to be alive. Daywalker did not intend to really meet the last descendant of the Valeris family. For him, Chi Suiyan was unlikely to deliberately lie to him. After all, he was not an important person. What's the situation of the church? Daywalker quickly ignored Brittany's situation and asked about the current situation. Not very good. Most of the extraordinary people in the church have died, and you, the leader, are missing. Internal divisions and power struggles have begun to appear, and the unified situation has begun to waver. Do you need some time to reorganize? Chi Suiyan asked tentatively. The Sunwalker shook his head. No, this is good. Although war will kill people, humans need a war to weaken the influence of faith and transfer conflicts. The reborn human civilization will be healthier. As for those who died in the war, it can only be said that they were necessary sacrifices. He has done enough for mankind, and mankind has to walk the road ahead on its own. There are indeed ways to peacefully evolve, but it takes too long and there will be hidden dangers left. It would be better to have a thorough fight and reshuffle the cards. It's quick, convenient, clean, and hassle-free. I don't understand these. Chi Suiyan didn't care what the direction of human civilization in the Blood Clan world would be like. He only cared about the transaction with the Sunwalker. So how do you plan to give me the reward for the transaction? Try using the butcher knife and the axe? The Sunwalker hesitated and gave a suggestion. The immortality and eternal life of the piercing demon exempted the power of the Blood Clan's holy weapon, and you probably are the same. Chi Suiyan could also see from the Sunwalker's answer that the other party didn't know how to kill himself. Then you can only figure it out yourself. It's you who wants to kill me, and I have cooperated with you to the greatest extent. You can't let me think about how to kill myself again. The Sunwalker smiled, and then lay directly on the ground, looking like he was going to die. Nearing death, he was not afraid, but felt very relaxed. He grew up in the church and has never slacked off since he became a disciplined priest. He has been growing up to fight against the vampires. Now, everything has been completed. Without this burden, he feels extremely relaxed. Chi Suiyan was speechless when he heard this. Finally, he sighed and said, It's not that there is no solution. I will cut you into 7 or 8 pieces and throw you into my smelting furnace as fuel. It will definitely burn clean. Even the piercing demon can burn very well, let alone you. Chi Suiyan gave a suggestion. This made the Daywalker speechless. I am too big for you to burn. You can just tell me. I can turn into a bat. There's no need to chop me into 7 or 8 pieces. Let me suffer once before I die. Since Daywalker cooperated, he would definitely not break his promise. This is not called suffering. This is called a sense of ritual. Chi Suiyan said stubbornly. He habitually solved it with force, forgetting that he could let Daywalker come by himself. No, you simply forgot it yourself. Daywalker said directly. Chi Suiyan skipped this topic and said, Then do as you said, turn into a bat. Daywalker no longer cares about human relationships after he lost his responsibilities. After he died, He didn't care about the flood. Okay, then goodbye, this world, Daywalker said, and scattered into countless albino bats. Then gathered into a large bat ball. Chi Suan grabbed a large number of bats and stuffed them into the melting furnace. The speed was very fast. It took only 10 seconds before and after, and the entire huge bat ball was all in the melting furnace. After entering the furnace, the Daywalker did not die immediately, but felt his body being decomposed. His powerful immortality was indeed maintaining his vitality, allowing him to observe the situation inside the entire furnace. He even saw the broken body of the piercing demon being decomposed, but because the opponent was stronger than him, and was still resisting, the decomposition efficiency was not as good as his. It seems that it is not painful. The Daywalker said softly. All the bats were decomposed into evolutionary energy, and he disappeared. Immortality can indeed make him immortal, but the combustion efficiency of the furnace plus his cooperation is enough to make immortality unable to keep up. When everything was decomposed and burned, immortality had no foundation and naturally disappeared. This was also thanks to Chi Suan's use of legendary equipment stones to strengthen the three-piece growth set, otherwise it might not be so efficient. With the death of the Daywalker, Chi Suan's eyes fell on his protagonist Halo. The 13-layer columnar protagonist Halo began to gather the 14th layer. The whole process was very fast, and the gathering was completed in just a moment. Enhancement plus 13. Immortality lock blood? Chi Suan was slightly surprised when he looked at the newly acquired enhancement effect of the protagonist Halo. However, after a careful feeling, it was not the blood lock of the Blood Clan, but a new effect formed by the Daywalker with two bloodlines of humans and blood clans. It is probably similar to being able to choose to use the blue bar as a substitute for the blood bar. As long as the energy is not exhausted, the body will not die. Fundamentally speaking, the effect is definitely not as good as the immortality of the Blood Clan. After all, they are at the rule level and are much stronger in strength. But it is not without advantages. The immortality of the vampires comes from their own source of power. Once they leave the vampire world, they will be directly scrapped. But the immortality that Chi Suan obtained from the Daywalker will not be invalid unless he has no energy. It's called immortality. Isn't it just using the blue bar as a health bar? Although it's a passive skill, I can control it. Chi Suan can prohibit it from taking effect by limiting the flow of energy in his body. After all, Chi Suan has the talent of death recasting, and he has to die and start over from time to time. If this effect takes effect again, it will affect the efficiency of death recasting. He had to deduct the mana bar first, and then the health bar. During this period, a large number of passive skills would take effect, making Chi Suan's death more difficult. Because of the SSS level talent, Tai Sui God of the World, it was already more difficult to die. Now with this effect, Chi Suan was even more tanky. It's very useful in battle, but it's usually a drag. Chi Suan muttered. Fortunately, he didn't dislike it. As long as it was a passive skill, it would always be effective, which was much more advantageous than the active skill. After dealing with the Daywalker, Chi Suan looked at the piercing demon again. The other party laughed silently. You deceived the Daywalker. The last descendant of the Valeris family is dead. The piercing demon's tone was extremely sarcastic. Chi Suan's expression did not change at all. Let's go, we should go to the big castle of the Valeris family. I hope you don't lie to me. I really want to find the key. And it will be good for you too. I will open the passage between the Red Sea and reality. Maybe your mother can save your life. Chi Suan said with a smile. His murder and arson are all more serious than lying and breaking promises. He did not feel any guilt even for such things, let alone these. So he didn't understand why the piercing demon felt that this matter would affect him? Chi Suan picked up the other party and called Faye to take them back. Actually, I am very curious. Why do you think deception is more serious than killing? Chi Suan asked casually. The piercing demon was stunned for a moment, and then said, But you deceived your friend. Then I will take his life. Chi Suan complained. Besides, who told you that I am friends with the Daywalker? He and I are just friends of interests, without any emotion involved. The Daywalker can see it clearly, but you can't, how ironic. Chi Suan mocked the piercing demon in return. Chapter 443. Valeris Town, here is quiet and lifeless. Previously, the curse of the piercing demon broke out because of Brittany's departure, killing all the townspeople. Later, it was occupied by Chi Suan, and after a lot of trouble, it has now become a ghost town. Fortunately, it doesn't matter whether there are living people or not. Chi Suan's goal is not the town of Valeris, but the Valeris family and their big castle. We're here. Do you have any clues? Chi Suan asked while holding the piercing demon with only its head left. The castle is too big, and no one is there. Although it has only been a short time, it has already felt a little dilapidated. If it still does not receive corresponding maintenance in the future, although it will not become a ruin, it will gradually become deserted. I only know that I am here, and I don't know anything else. Otherwise, how could I only have 3 holy artifacts, the corpse hand, the magic puppet, and the magic mirror? The piercing demon didn't know either. It can only be said that his father was indeed on guard against him. According to my guess, the raw material of the Blood Clan's holy artifact should be your father Cain. Then the question is, your father has become a Blood Clan's holy artifact. How did he put the murder key and your uncle's body into the castle of the Violese family? Chi Suan asked a very critical question. The piercing demon was also confused. How could his father become a Blood Clan's holy artifact? He knew that his father's hand was one of the Blood Clan's holy artifacts, which was already explosive enough, and now Chi Suan wanted to do something even more cruel. I don't know about this. The piercing demon couldn't understand why. He didn't even know that the Blood Clan's holy artifact was his father. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? No. Chi Suan said bluntly. I only have a guess. Just these 2 sentences made the piercing demon a little collapsed. You have nothing but just guesses, and you equate his father with the holy weapon of the Blood Clan. This is not a joke. So I suspect there is a third person. First, let's rule out you, your sister and your son. You 3 don't have this ability at all. Then rule out your mother. She is in the Red Sea, and can't get out without the key. Next, your uncle is unlikely, after all, he is a corpse. So you can limit the scope to your grandparents, that is, the legendary Adam and Eve. Chi Suan reasonably circled out the suspects. The piercing demon is actually very silent, especially when Chi Suan involves the Red Sea Witch. This Red Sea Witch can be said to be a fellow who has experienced 3 generations, and her identity is a little more complicated. Fortunately, the final victim is not him, but his father and grandfather. After all, at the beginning, the Red Sea Witch was his grandmother, and later it was his mother. Later, the generation level was lowered by 1 level. Similarly, the generation level of 3 generations can also become the same generation in some aspects. Not them. The piercing demon was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. They are not vampires, they do not have eternal life, and they died a long time ago. Then analyze it according to your thinking. If it is not them, does it mean that you have an uncle or a brother or sister? Otherwise, it cannot explain your father's situation. Chi Suan searched the entire Violese family castle while chatting with the piercing demon. As for whether he could find some clues, Chi Suan was not sure. This time he came back, it was all luck. After all, he had already searched with strength last time, and even Chi Suan lifted up the floor tiles, but he didn't find anything. He estimated that if he wanted to find Abel's body and the murder key, the most likely person to find it was the native character of the Blood Clan world, Daywalker. Now that Chi Suan has the protagonist halo of Daywalker, he can also be considered half a native character, and get half of the home advantage. It shouldn't be difficult to find it. When he passed the corner, he glanced at an oil painting on the wall, and he turned around without looking closely. After comparing it in his mind, he found something wrong. Then he turned back and looked at the oil painting carefully. The content of the oil painting is actually the big castle of the Violese family. The similarity is great, but because of the changes over the years, the big castle in the oil painting has not changed at all, while the real big castle has undergone a lot of changes. The glory of the Violese family is the name of this painting. The piercing demon said it was painted by a famous painter during the heyday of the Violese family. The origin is not important. Don't you feel that there is something wrong with this painting? Chi Suan asked. The piercing demon looked at it carefully, but saw nothing. Chi Suan called up the data recorded by the last intelligent brain. He remembered it, but a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Wouldn't it be more intuitive to call up the data for comparison? Last time it was still daytime, this time it turned into night. Chi Suan's eyes fell on the star in the upper left corner of the oil painting. From the original circle to a crescent shape. Such an obvious change, didn't you notice it? Chi Suan didn't stay in the big castle of the Violese family for long. Although the search was meticulous, it only took 2 hours. Later, when he didn't find it, he went back to his own work. On the contrary, the piercing demon occupied the Violese family castle for not 1 or 2 months, but years. So it was strange that he didn't find it. No, after I obtained the life technology given to me by Victor Frankenstein, the entire hall was occupied by placentas, umbilical cords, etc. So I didn't notice the changes in this painting," the piercing demon said bluntly. Hearing this, Chi Suan also understood. It seems that the changes in this painting are not carried out in a short period of time, but have a corresponding time period. It is indeed not an easy task to decipher it. Chi Suan looked at the oil painting, and was sure that it should be a special item similar to the holy artifact of the Blood Clan. Perhaps only the people of the Valeris family know the secret hidden in the painting. The piercing demon said this and mocked Chi Suan again. It's a pity that the last descendant is dead. How could Chi Suan tolerate the other party's sarcastic tone? He slapped the piercing demon twice. How dare you say that? I just wanted to kill him, because it was too troublesome. You actually wanted him to have a baby. At your age, you are the younger brother of my ancestor, and you still have the nerve to say that to me. In terms of meanness, you are still better. I am just cruel at most, Chi Suan said disdainfully. After the two big guys attacked, the piercing demon immediately became obedient. Chi Suan saw this, and threw the piercing demon into the smelting furnace. The piercing demon is now worthless, so it is still very good to throw it into the smelting furnace as fuel. As for keeping it as a leak, Chi Suan also thought about it, but found that as more parts were burned, the harvest was getting lower and lower. Now, there is not much profit. In this case, there is no need to raise it anymore. Just kill it, and it's over. Daywalker plus Piercing Demon. There are only 2 module slots. The last time the Bloodbath Queen was able to get 3 module slots at once. In fact, it was still borrowed from the Blood Clan burned before as a prelude. If there was no previous increase, there would only be 2 module slots. With the subsequent attenuation, it is very efficient for these 2 people to provide Chi Suan with 1 module slot each. You have to wait until the piercing demon burns to get it, and it's still a little short now. The Daywalker is too weak to burn out a module column, and with a piercing demon, that means 2 module columns. Chi Suan didn't think about what module to choose for the next upgrade. There was nothing too amazing at the moment, so he just followed the plan. Then, he took down the oil painting that the piercing demon called the glory of the Valeris family. Since it's the moon, do we have to wait until night? Chi Suan didn't know how to find out the secret, so he could only rely on luck. With the oil painting, he went all the way to the roof of the castle, found a relatively clean place, and put the oil painting down casually. Then he began to study the Blood Clan holy artifacts and blood seals on his own. Although he had studied them before, he could learn new things by reviewing the old ones. The main thing was that his current research project, apart from the Blood Clan, only had the virus talent. The progress of the virus talent was very stable, but it was still slow. Maybe the next Doomsday world could be handled, but it was just a possibility. After all, he had no proficiency, and could not see the progress bar, so he could only rely on his own estimation. On the contrary, the Blood Clan holy artifacts would have the greatest value in the Blood Clan world. Once they left, their power would be reduced to the lowest point, and even if Chi Suan wanted to study them, he would suffer losses. So he took this opportunity to squeeze them as much as possible. When there was really no more oil to squeeze, he could use them as fuel or modules. Time passed little by little, the sun soon set, and the moon climbed up the clouds, shining down the moonlight. When the moonlight fell on the oil painting, a situation similar to the surface of the water emerged on the surface of the oil painting, and the overall look was more real. It was like someone had shrunk the castle of the Valeris family, and put it into the painting. The sun icon shines on the sun, and the moon icon shines on the moon, which is very common sense. Simple and crude, but no one would have thought of it. Chi Suan complained. After all, the oil painting is in the castle, and the only light it can touch is the light. The oil painting does not contain a space, but serves as an entrance to an alien space. Only at a specific time and environment can the entrance to this alien space be opened. Fortunately, it does not require a corresponding location. It is a movable style in itself, otherwise I might not be able to find it. Chi Suan looked at the oil painting and reached out to touch it. It was exactly as he had deduced from the data he collected. The next step was simple, people could just go in. I just don't know where the alien space this oil painting leads to, Chi Suan said, stepping into it. Chapter 444. The Valeris family castle on the cliff in the cold winter, without decoration. After entering the entrance of the oil painting, the temperature dropped to below 0. However, this temperature is insignificant to Chi Suan, and only the indigenous humans in the Blood Clan world will feel cold. Compared with the low temperature in the cold winter world, it is simply a small witch meeting a big witch. Here, the wind and snow are mixed, and a thick layer of snow has accumulated on the ground, and the entire castle is covered with snow. Only from the outline can it be seen that it is a one-to-one replica of the Valeris family castle. Dead, even more unpopular than the one outside. I don't know where this is. Chi Suan can be sure that this is definitely not reality, and then he follows the only path and flies directly to this cold winter version of the Valeris family castle. After arriving, he pushed open the frozen door. Because the doors and windows are closed very tightly, there is no wind and snow inside. On the contrary, it was because of Chi Suan's arrival that the long-lost snowstorm came, and even the temperature began to drop. Seeing this, Chi Suan closed the door again. It's true that he is not afraid of the cold, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't like a more comfortable environment. Under the premise of his own survival, Chi Suan would naturally not refuse a better life, especially when it can be done conveniently. Intelligent brain, three-dimensional stereogram. Chi Suan did not plan to search carefully at the beginning. First conduct the first monitoring through the reconnaissance network. If something is found, everyone will be happy. If you can't find it, it's not too late to start again. 5 seconds later, a three-dimensional image of the entire castle quickly appeared in Chi Suan's field of vision. At the same time, there are some comparison pictures of the original Valeris family castle. A coffin? It can't be Abel's coffin. Chi Suan saw the most conspicuous position marked by the intelligent brain at a glance. The difference is most obvious in the main hall of the castle. Of course, the original Valeris family castle may also have it, but it was processed artificially. These are no longer verifiable, but it doesn't delay Chi Suan from going to explore. When Chi Suan arrived at the first time, he saw a sarcophagus with extremely complex patterns, which seemed to have some religious meaning. He can be sure of one thing, that is, this meaning is not from the church, but from a more ancient belief. It cannot be monitored, and it has a shielding effect. Chi Suan's reconnaissance network cannot penetrate, so he doesn't know what is inside. So if you want to know what is inside, you can only open it. It's similar to the rules of the blood race for protection, without reason or logic. After further attempts, Chi Suan found that there was no way to see the situation inside. Otherwise, he wanted to be more cautious. Even if he only knew the general situation in the coffin, it would be better than knowing nothing. However, at this point, he could only push open the coffin. Inside was a middle-aged man, not a mummy or a skeleton, but very plump, as if he was asleep. There were many strange patterns on his skin. However, the most eye-catching thing was his chest and abdomen, which were cut open with extremely skilled techniques and sharp tools. It formed a shape similar to the wings turned outward. And all the internal organs were hollowed out, which made Chi Suan suspect that it was sacrificed by Cain. The other party died for the same reason. Then it passed through the chest and abdomen and landed on the other party's forehead. A key like a bone spur was quietly placed on Abel's forehead. Evil key, Chi Suan said, but did not reach out to take it. According to the development of the dog blood routine, as long as he took the evil key, the body would rot and annihilate in an instant, and even the entire alien space would be shattered. So he planned to study Abel's body first. First of all, it must be fixed. In order to avoid accidents, Chi Suan must fix Abel's body, otherwise moving it will affect the evil key, and then there will be trouble later. The second is that it cannot be fixed on the sarcophagus, and other fulcrums need to be found. The intelligent brain immediately provided Chi Suan with a plan through the surrounding environment, various structures, and stress points. Chi Suan took a glance and immediately took action. The sarcophagus and Abel's body were quickly fixed, and polymorphic energy emerged in his hands, and he began to study it. The lines on the body are painted with some kind of plant pigment, not innate lines. But the physical fitness can be determined to be far superior to humans and blood races in the blood race world. It should have broken the limit of the human body and reached an extraordinary level. But it did not form a mutation, it should be similar to evolution. Chi Suan obtained a lot of data during the autopsy process, even Abel's strength before his death. The time test failed. It seems that he was fixed at the moment of death by the power of rules, so he was not affected by time. It's almost like he died less than 10 seconds ago. Abel was killed by Cain, so who made Cain into a blood clan holy weapon and sent it into the oil painting of the Violis family. There is no corresponding trace yet, which is a bit troublesome. Chi Suan thought about it, and found no clues. The piercing demon swore that he was not Adam and Eve, and he didn't have any brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, etc. Chi Suan believed him temporarily. It can't be Lilith, the witch of the Red Sea, but if she could leave the Red Sea, she would have ruled the world long ago, not until now. Chi Suan felt that this was very contradictory. The witch of the Red Sea is not a kind person, but also an ambitious madman, otherwise how could she give birth to a dragon in the Red Sea, If she came to reality, she would definitely use the Red Sea to submerge the whole world. After the autopsy, Chi Suan didn't give much useful information, but fortunately it was not without results. The coffin can be taken away. Although it is not a good thing, it carries Abel's body. Maybe the preservation of the body is related to the coffin. The second is the key to the murder, Chi Suan said, and reached out to take the Blood Clan holy artifact on Abel's forehead. Normally, someone would come to stop him at this time. But the development of things was not normal. Basically, all the people who could cause trouble for Chi Suan were stuffed into the smelting furnace as fuel. So the key to the murder was obtained very smoothly. Good news, the body is not rotten, and the space is not collapsed. It seems that I thought too much. Chi Suan put the murder key into the subspace pocket. Then he carried the coffin and prepared to leave. During the time he dissected and studied Abel's body, it was almost dawn outside. By then, without the moonlight, the entrance to the oil painting would definitely not be able to maintain the effect of entering and exiting. Chi Suan didn't want to gamble on what would happen if he was left in this ice castle after the passage was closed. So he left first. The moment he carried the coffin, Chi Suan keenly felt the vibration begin to spread. Chi Suan's expression changed slightly. It turns out that the dog blood point is here. The vibration was very small at the beginning, but it broke out quickly at a very fast speed and turned into a violent shaking. The cliff under the castle is collapsing. The murder key is not the point is this coffin. Chi Suan took off directly with the coffin, all the way to the previous passage. Based on the logic that the coffin would destroy the castle, Chi Suan determined that the coffin was also a good thing. Then why would something go wrong if the coffin was moved? He looked back and found that it was not just the problem of the cliff collapsing, but the bottom was cracked and the entire alien space was shattered. F***K, I hate this kind of prediction. Although Chi Suan predicted the key point wrong, the result was not wrong. If he failed to leave this alien space in time, he would definitely not die in his situation, but when he got out, he would be alone or a group of people or people from all directions. More importantly, he didn't know where he would appear. If he was still in the vampire world, it would be fine. If he was blown to another world, he would be really screwed. Without the Doomsday Game platform, he would have been trapped in another world. Even though he was the only violator in the entire Doomsday Game, it did not mean that the Doomsday Game could cross the world to find him. First, there was only a mark on Chi Suan's body. Second, Doomsday Game was too seriously injured. He might have recovered now, but it was likely that he would only cut off his relationship with Chi Suan instead of going all the way to save him. It was not easy to get rid of the cancer. Doomsday Game would be crazy to pick Chi Suan up again. Fortunately, Chi Suan was fast enough and arrived at the channel in a very short time. However, there were a lot of cracks all over the channel, which was obviously affected by the fragmentation of the alien space. Therefore, the entire channel was extremely unstable, and space cracks would burst out from time to time, which meant that Chi Suan could not withstand it directly. If it was a daywalker or a piercing demon, it would be shattered on the spot. After leaving the channel smoothly, he squeezed out of the oil painting with some difficulty. After all, there was a coffin to carry, and the painting was so small that it could only be squeezed. The content of the painting had become a mess at this time, and it was impossible to tell what it looked like before. Instead, it looked more like a large ball of paint was stirred and then splashed all over the painting, and some tiny space cracks could be seen around it with the naked eye. It can't be saved. Chi Suan watched the entire painting begin to crack and spread wildly. It took only about 30 seconds before and after, and the painting was completely reduced to fragments on the ground. Because the entrance was damaged, it naturally lost contact with the alien space, and the tiny space cracks in the original environment disappeared without a trace. It was obviously smoothed out by the world's self-healing ability. What a pity, maybe there are still some good things in the castle. But it's okay as long as the purpose is achieved. Chi Suan looked at the murderous key in his hand, without any regrets. Chapter 445. The rule data of the 13 Blood Clan holy artifacts were completely copied by Chi Suan, and the model was generated according to the data. Chi Suan obtained an amazing result. The general structure of a world. Although it is not the world core I need, it is definitely related to the world core. The Blood Clan's rule ability and immortality are inherited from the Blood Clan ancestor Cain. So there is a great possibility that Cain sacrificed his brother to the world core, and then he obtained this magical power. Then the Red Sea Witch Lilith is also very likely to have the same experience. As for Adam and Eve, they may also be the beneficiaries of the world core. All the extraordinary things come from this. As for the divine art, Chi Suiyan looked at the ruled data model in his hand and quickly found the corresponding part derived from Abel's inheritance. Although he died, and died in sacrifice, his former power and hatred spread to humans in the form of a curse. So the blood race has weaknesses, and humans have divine arts. The Lord that humans believe in is not Abel, nor Adam and Eve, but the belief itself. It's just that in the process of birth, the belief gradually changed and formed an aggregation, which led to the church and the Lord. This should be considered a kind of degeneration. In the entire rule data model, the rule data of Cain and Abel are combined to form the outline of the world, and finally the blood race and divine arts were formed. And the Daywalker is the intersection of this combination. This data model not only includes Cain and Abel, but also the Daywalker, the Bloodbath Queen, the Piercing Demon, and the Son of the Dragon, and even the coffin that Chi Suiyan got from the other space. Finally, the entire model was successfully built. As for the location of the core of the world, Chi Suiyan looked at the model that was constantly running in his hand, and finally pointed to a key node. This key node is the key to evil. Therefore, it can be directly determined that the Red Sea may be a special space derived from the core of the world. This means that Lilith may be the core of the world, or the core of the Red Sea is the core of the world. As for which one it is, there is not enough data on the Red Sea which in the data model in his hand, so it cannot be deduced smoothly. In fact, this model also contains the data of Adam, Eve and Lilith. After all, the basic data contains the blood of these three parties. The Red Sea must be visited. The world core can indeed help me become a world. As long as the last piece of the puzzle is completed, the possibility of success is very high. Chi Suiyan actually knew that this was not something he could be greedy for. After all, the temptation was too great. But when he thought that if he obtained the world core, he would be able to completely turn the tables and kill the Doomsday game, not to mention solving his own potential and upper limit problems. The former can give him freedom, while the latter is as vast as the sky and the sea. He did have the ability to grow infinitely because of the gift of the Tai Sui God in the world, and he merged with the Tai Sui God to obtain its 4 characteristics. But this ability is only a way to grow, not what he needs, so he still cannot escape the growth trap. Open the Red Sea, and I will definitely face the Dragon Scourge and the Red Sea Witch. I don't know how strong they are yet, but they have the blessing of the field, so they should not be weak. So Chi Suiyan's eyes fell on the 2 free module bars. The armor value has now reached 179 points, and it has evolved twice. SSS Electromagnetic Field Stable Insulator. SSS Dark Matter Energy Extraction Device, a material module used to resist lightning and energy, plus an energy module. Chi Suiyan originally planned to choose energy modules for both modules to maximize the use of the legendary equipment stone set. However, he also had to consider his own stability, so he chose a material module according to the plan. Since he had the legendary equipment stone set, Chi Suiyan's demand for energy has had a lot of gaps in it. After obtaining the 2 modules, Chi Suiyan gave priority to upgrading the Dark Matter Energy Extraction Device module, strengthening, enchanting, and refining a one-stop amplification. Then he directly obtained a high-intensity increase. Now the energy modules on my body can increase 3 modules a day. The speed is still too slow. The subsequent module columns must be matched in the form of 1 material module and 1 energy module. Material modules can enhance strength. Otherwise, too many energy modules will cause energy overload and affect him. As for choosing an energy storage module, this is not within Chi Suiyan's consideration at all. All the energy produced is invested by Chi Suiyan in strengthening, and most of them are just maintained at the normal level for maintenance. How can there be any surplus? Perhaps when the energy level can keep up with the legendary equipment stone suit, Chi Suiyan will consider installing an energy storage module to collect energy. But now there is no need at all, and installing it is just a waste. If I can master the extraordinary system of the Blood Clan world, the Blood Clan Holy Artifact, and the Ancestral Sarcophagus as modules can actually enhance my combat power better. Let me face the Red Sea Witch and the Dragon Disaster more smoothly. Chi Suiyan did not regret it, because he could get the core directly, and there was no need to choose the second-level product. So next, I need enough manpower to help. The manpower he mentioned was neither human nor Blood Clan. The former had a pitiful low extraordinary level, and the latter had great restrictions, and was almost dead. The only thing that could help him was his own fiber body. Intelligent brain, give you 1 month to develop enough fiber bodies at all costs. Chi Suiyan said, and exploded his entire body below his head into countless dense fiber bodies. Under the control of the intelligent brain, these fibrous bodies quickly dispersed in all directions. Chi Suan relied on his own strength to recover in an instant. Whether it was regeneration and self-healing, rule affinity, or immortality, he had these abilities, and this was just the addition of the protagonist's halo. The Yusui virus itself also had the ability of immortality, so recovery was not a problem at all. With high attributes, these recovery, reaction, and other attached and derived attributes will naturally be enhanced simultaneously. It is estimated that except for the low charm attribute, Chi Suan's other attributes are incredibly high. You still have plenty of time, and the initiative is in your hands. 1 month is too short, isn't it? We only need 1 year to devour most of the Blood Clan world, and the revived fiber body will definitely be able to flatten the Red Sea. Of course I know this, but do you think the world is willing? Chi Suan certainly wanted to play it safe, but he couldn't. This 1 month was not calculated by him, but he judged it by intuition. At first glance, it is not rigorous at all, but in fact it is a warning given to him by the protagonist's halo. You know, Chi Suan is not only an invader, but also killed the world's own son and planned to bite a piece of meat from the world. 1 month is already audacious, and a year? By then, who knows, the world may come down personally and wipe him out directly. He doesn't think that the Blood Clan world will see his value like the Ghost world, but will only think that he is a virus and has a tendency to spread. Then the possibility of a one-size-fits-all approach is very high. Your concerns are correct. The world will not watch you devour it recklessly. So is this month the final deadline, or is there some margin left? The intelligent brain asked the key question. If it is the former, then it cannot be too rigid. I don't know, so you decide for yourself. I am just relying on my feelings. After all, the protagonist Halo cannot give any response. Chi Suan had no idea, so he let the intelligent brain handle it. Yes, I will control it for you in time. Although the intelligent brain did not get Chi Suan's answer, it gained greater flexible control authority. It could adjust the plan based on various environmental data in the world. Do you need a minimum standard for the number of fiber bodies? Chi Suan thought about this question for a while and answered, No, you can make as many fiber bodies as you can within the plan, just do your best. He was not sure about the number. After all, he knew nothing about the situation in the Red Sea. There was no information at all about what a dragon looked like, how big the Red Sea was, how strong Lilith was, etc. Therefore, he could only do his best and leave it to fate. Maybe he was making a fuss, or maybe the opponent was strong enough to beat Chi Suan. But he was willing to bet on himself. And if he wanted to leave the Blood Clan world, he would definitely have to fall into the Red Sea, otherwise where would Chi Suan find something that could make Doomsday go further? Almost all the Blood Clans had been killed, which was equivalent to Doomsday being defeated, so he could only hope for the Red Sea. So the stronger the Red Sea, the higher the probability of a limited time event for Doomsday game to issue a new world pass. Only if it is strong enough can the Doomsday game run away. Chi Suan can be sure that although the world will of the Ghost world has severely damaged the Doomsday game, the function of shuttling through the world has not been damaged. And there is no problem with the limited time activity corresponding to the new world pass. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the Blood Clan world in the first place. The rule data model I have, if used as a consumable, should be able to forcibly delay the Doomsday game for about 1 to 7 days. So even if the limited time activity of the new world pass is not long, it can at least buy me 24 hours of time. Chi Suan is afraid that it will only be 1 or 2 hours, which means that the Red Sea is very powerful, and Chi Suan naturally has no way to obtain the world core in this time. So it takes enough time to delay the Doomsday game's departure. And the fluctuation from 1 to 7 is so large, because Chi Suan has never used it, and only has the data deduced on paper. Chapter 446. A month passed in a flash, and a large number of fibrous bodies formed a huge wasteland that continued to expand with Chi Suan as the center. It didn't take long, but the efficiency was not low, because Chi Suan's plan had a huge impact on the whole world. Both the ecological environment and the population civilization suffered a very heavy blow. It might not be easy to recover, but Chi Suan didn't care. After all, destruction, killing, and destruction were commonplace for him. His eyes fell on the fierce key in his hand, and he began to activate it through the 15 blood seals of the Blood Clan that he had peeled off. The fierce key was activated, and a blood-colored vortex slowly emerged and continued to expand. Out of control, the Red Sea which seemed to be suffocated in her boudoir. Chi Suan looked at the blood-colored vortex that suddenly expanded and lost control from the hands of the fierce key. This was not beyond his expectations. If he had been locked up in a different space for an unknown number of years, and this door was suddenly opened one day, he would definitely have to control it in his own hands to avoid being locked up again. Besides, the key is only the entrance to the passage, not the core to control the Red Sea. When the Red Sea was opened, Doomsday Game indeed released a limited time event for the New World Pass. Limited time event Red Sea Dragon Disaster. Goal: survive for 7 days. Reward: New World Pass. Chi Suan looked at the time and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the strength is okay. If it is really in hours, then the difficulty is definitely high. On the contrary, using days as the time unit means that the enemy's strength is limited. In the blood-red vortex that covered the sky and the sun, a huge lizard-like head poked out. That was a dragon, a beast that represents evil in the West. So big? How did the Red Sea Witch give birth? Oh, she lays eggs. Chi Suan knew that the Red Sea Witch looked like a human being, and it was unlikely to be a giant. Otherwise, Adam would not be able to bear it. Is this the legendary human world? The place where my mother always wants to return. The dragon just spoke normally, but the voice was very loud. Then, the huge body tried to squeeze out of the blood-red vortex. However, because the body size was much larger than the blood-red vortex itself, it was very difficult to squeeze out. Such a big one, it must be powerful enough to be used as fuel. Chi Suan was eager to try. As for strength, it is indeed stronger than the piercing demon and the bloodbath queen. But the direction of strength is different. As blood clans, these two are strong in rule ability and bloodlock. And the dragon clan does not have these abilities. Chi Suan now has the world rule model in his hand, so he can naturally see the other party's situation through the model calculation. The dragon race has no rule ability and immortality, but it is really strong. It should be put into my smelting furnace as fuel, Chi Suan said, turning into a stream of light and smashing directly on the head of the giant dragon. With his physique, brute force and speed, he pierced the head of the giant dragon on the spot. When leaving, Chi Suan also pulled out most of the brain. It's big enough, but it's not as difficult to kill as the piercing demon and the bloodbath queen. Chi Suan muttered and stuffed the brain into the smelting furnace. The giant dragon fell from the bloody vortex. That's right, it died immediately. Although it doesn't have as many obvious weaknesses as the vampires, it still has fatal weaknesses such as the brain and heart. Before the dragon even landed, countless fibrous bodies swarmed in and gnawed its body cleanly, leaving no residue. In terms of strength, this dragon should be able to defeat the piercing demon and the bloodbath queen together, but it's a pity that it didn't lock blood, Chi Suan commented. Alvarez. A dragon roar emerged, and it was obvious that other dragons in the Red Sea noticed that there was something wrong with the dragon. Then, a dragon that was not that big rushed out. The first thing he saw was the terrifying appearance of countless strange insects gathered together. He was also scared for a while. As for the dragon of Alvarez that it called, it also saw it. At the first glance, there was still a skeleton left, but when he looked at it again, even the skeleton was gnawed away. Since you're here, don't go back, Chi Suan said with a smile, and the hungry fiber body in his mind had already begun to gnaw at the dragon. Chi Suan could see that the two dragons had their own strengths. One was their own physical strength, and the other was energy spells. According to his judgment, they were definitely one of the strongest dragons in the Red Sea. But they met the cheating Chi Suan, and they couldn't escape death in the end. No, mother. The dragon's wailing sound just emerged, and it was eaten clean by the fiber body. Calling mother when something happens, this is indeed a good habit. Chi Suan didn't mean to mock. After all, the mother of the dragon clan was the Red Sea Witch Lilith. When he hadn't left the deep world, he had such a mother, and he could call her from morning till night. There is nothing shameful about this. It's just human nature. Although the other party called early, its mother came late. In the bloody vortex, a tiny figure emerged. With Chi Suan's eyesight, he could see it clearly. The good news is that it's the Red Sea Witch Lilith. The bad news is that she looks too beautiful, which is a trouble. I have to kill her as soon as possible, otherwise the protagonist Halo may cause trouble for me again. Chi Suan narrowed his eyes. Her appearance is indeed in line with human aesthetics, but Chi Suan is not human. It can only be said that the protagonist Halo is still human in terms of species cognition of Chi Suan, because the same kind devoured are all human protagonists. Not human, not blood clan, and not dragon clan. Lilith's charming voice came over. What are you? Chi Suan looked calm. He could feel that the pervasive strong charm was constantly eroding his spirit and soul. However, with his series of passive and his own will, Lilith's charm was completely ineffective. What he was least afraid of was this kind of control from the mental, spiritual, and soul levels. After dying so many times, his heart had already become as hard as stone. I don't know how powerful the child born with you will be. This time, Lilith's voice came from Chi Suiyan's ear. Chi Suiyan held Lilith, who seemed to want to be intimate with him, with his right hand, and swung his right hand back to hit her. This slap was so powerful that it hit Lilith's cheek, and made her do a 2.5-week aerial rotation. Grandma, we are not suitable, Chi Suiyan said in a deep voice. Lilith is so beautiful that her age can be ignored, but this is only for ordinary people. In Chi Suiyan's eyes, she is nothing more than a beauty with withered bones and a painted skin. Not to mention that she gave birth to an entire dragon clan by herself, which is definitely not as simple as he saw. Her attributes are lower than mine, and she is not good at fighting. Chi Suiyan silently labeled Lilith. If the opponent is really stronger than Chi Suiyan, even if he is not good at fighting, he can not only react but also counterattack based on his attributes. After landing, Lilith covered her face and climbed up, her eyes full of resentment. This is the first time she has been slapped in the face like this. Since her birth, she has experienced many failures, but this is the first time she has been so embarrassed. I will hang you up and make you mine forever, Lilith said harshly. As a result, before she finished her harsh words, she was hit by Chi Suiyan again. This slap was even full of strength, and Lilith's head was deformed. Hard. After Chi Suiyan finished the slap, his right hand was behind his back and stretched out, trembling slightly. He didn't blow Lilith's head up with this slap, but just deformed it, and it was his full strength. At this moment, Lilith finally came to her senses, and fled into the bloody vortex with her deformed head. As the Witch of the Red Sea, her strength decreased significantly after leaving the Red Sea. She was slapped twice by an unknown person. This is simply a shame. Since you are here, don't go back. Chi Suiyan also knew that it was a mistake for the other party to leave the Red Sea. So Lilith must not be allowed to correct this mistake. So he approached at a very fast speed, and before the other party could escape, he was thrown to the ground by Chi Suiyan. He stretched out his hand and punched her head twice. The face that was already deformed was completely unbearable after these two punches. What peerless beauty, what stunning beauty, how could it be the same after being beaten into a pig's head unless the lights were turned off? You are very brave. I hope you can be so brave next time. Lilith's anger had reached the limit, but she did not lose her mind, but calmed down. Then, the whole body collapsed and turned into a pool of blood-red seawater. She died, but not completely. After death, she will be resurrected in the Red Sea. Resurrection, bloodluck, so you also have a share of the immortality of the blood race? Or have you obtained the power of Cain, the ancestor of the blood race? Chi Suiyan whispered. Lilith returned to the Red Sea, so Chi Suiyan might not be able to use the big force to beat the opponent like before. But it's not without gain. I got a part of the rule data of the Red Sea which Lilith. Chi Suiyan filled it into the world rule model. Through continuous calculations, a good news came out. The Red Sea, which is not the core of the world, she just got a part of its power. And the core of the world is indeed in the Red Sea. Chi Suiyan understood that it would be a tough battle to fight next, especially after Lilith failed to pretend to be powerful, and was furious after being beaten by the big force. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense crowd of dragons emerged in the blood-colored vortex. These dragons are of different sizes and shapes. Chi Suiyan can hardly find two identical dragons among them. At most, they are similar. Obviously, it was the furious Lilith who made the dragons launch a general attack. At the same time, the fiber bodies also began to become irritable, and under the control of the intelligent brain, they began to feast. Chapter 447. Compared to the fibrous bodies, the dragons have many abilities, so the tastes they have are also different. The individual strength of the fibrous bodies is indeed inferior, but they are numerous and have many passive abilities, which really achieves the level of ants biting elephants to death. And the difference is that the fibrous bodies are similar to species such as the undead and the Zerg that are good at exploding troops, and can quickly replicate themselves for reproduction. When the fibrous bodies eat a dragon, they can use at least 99% of its energy to replicate themselves. Although they will not increase in number as they fight, they can also keep their number at a normal level. This makes the overall appearance that there is no change at all, but the dragons have suffered heavy losses. In addition, although the number of fibrous bodies is large, if they are not aggregated, their size is very small. At the same time, they are fast and very flexible, and have a lot of damage reduction effects. Therefore, unless you use a range attack, it is extremely difficult to kill the fibrous bodies. After all, the fibroid itself is a virus, and it has a series of abilities such as heat resistance, cold resistance, and radiation resistance, which is naturally extremely tricky. The benefits are really great. After deducting the cost, I can at least kill 3 modules. Chi Xuan looked at the constantly updated data and secretly estimated the gains. The Blood Clan was destroyed too quickly because of its own defects, so Chi Xuan didn't get anything at all. On the contrary, the Dragon Clan was directly blocked by Chi Xuan at the door this time. As long as they dared to come out, they would be fuel. I have to say that Lilith is really amazing. She alone gave birth to so many dragons. Chi Xuan really couldn't imagine that one person could actually create a race. And the number of this race is not small at all. Human, your death is coming. In the blood-colored vortex, a roar of a giant dragon was heard again. Then a pair of huge dragon claws pressed against the upper and lower edges of the blood-colored vortex. The dragon claws used great force to open the vortex, and then the dragon head barely poked out of the vortex. This dragon was nearly 10 times larger than the first dragon that came out to detect mines. I am Albert, the Dragon of Destruction, you bunch of bugs. The giant dragon who called himself the Dragon of Destruction opened his mouth, and violent flames gushed out of his mouth. Because of its huge size, the entire sky and the blood-colored vortex were distorted by the high temperature of the flames. Those giant dragons that did not have time to evacuate were also submerged in the flames at the same time. The other party didn't care about its brothers at all. However, its breath was indeed powerful, and a large amount of fiber body turned into ashes in the flames. The fiber body does have fire resistance, but the fire resistance is not high enough. After all, it only inherits some of Chi Xuan's attributes, not all of them. So it can't survive in the flames. Chi Xuan can also feel the heat wave coming, which is indeed very strong. This should be one of Lilith's trump sons. Chi Xuan did not act immediately. Instead, he was waiting for the Dragon of Destruction to completely come out of the Red Sea. Otherwise, most of the opponent's body is in the Red Sea, and he is worried that it is a trap. As for the dead fiber body, it doesn't matter. At worst, he can use the Dragon of Destruction as nutrients. With the opponent's body grid, it is not a problem to restore the number of fiber bodies. After a round of exhalation, the Dragon of Destruction was very satisfied with itself for destroying so many tiny insects. Then its eyes fell on Chi Xuan. The anger in his eyes rose again. It was this little insect that dared to humiliate its mother. Insect, I will kill you, the Dragon of Destruction said fiercely. Chi Xuan didn't want to hear it, so when the opponent opened his mouth, he immediately charged and hit the opponent and trampled him. The huge dragon head hit the ground at once, the dragon's teeth were broken, and the eyeballs were even squeezed to burst. Big is good, but the premise is that there must be quality, not just an empty frame. Chi Xuan said calmly. After saying this, Chi Xuan grabbed the head of the Dragon of Destruction, and with brute force, he dragged the Dragon of Destruction, which was hit hard by him, out. Because of its huge size, it could not pass through the bloody vortex for the time being. But it didn't matter, Chi Xuan had plenty of strength and means. He concentrated all his strength on one point, and pulled the Dragon of Destruction out on the spot. Because of his behavior, the bloody vortex was torn open a gap large enough for the Dragon of Destruction to pass through. The Dragon of Destruction was not feeling well either, and a lot of flesh and blood was scraped off, and the whole dragon was at least 1/3 thinner. Strength is relative. If the bloody vortex bears the force, then the Dragon of Destruction must also bear it. Impossible, how can your strength be so strong? I am. The tone and expression of the Dragon of Destruction were full of disbelief. But before he could finish his words, Chi Xuan grabbed his tongue and pulled it out on the spot. He didn't have time to listen to the Dragon of Destruction's nonsense. How could he not know what the other party wanted to say? He just wanted to show off his status. Then he said that his status was noble. How could you, a little bug, be comparable? Chi Xuan didn't believe in the theory of bloodline at all. He himself was promoted from the deep human beings, a human species with little upper limit and potential. If he really believed this, then he would have no chance of survival. After losing his tongue, the Dragon of Destruction suddenly became quiet. It's time to eat, Chi Xuan said. Doubts appeared in the face of the Dragon of Destruction, but the next moment, it understood what Chi Xuan meant. Because it saw that its tongue pulled off by Chi Xuan was disappearing little by little, and the speed of disappearance was getting faster and faster. With its powerful strength, its eyesight was naturally not bad. So it saw the tongue disappear because there were countless bugs gnawing at it. And while gnawing, the bugs actually began to split into two into 4, and then continued to replicate into more numbers. After the entire tongue was eaten, those bugs that it despised had already set their sights on it. At this time, it understood that it was a meal. So it struggled madly, trying to escape from the flying horrible bugs. However, Chi Xuan's hand was pressed on its head, making it unable to move. Even though the opponent's body size was not even as good as the scales on its body, its powerful strength was restricting it tightly. Despair and fear began to spread, and it shouted the classic words, "Mother, save me." But this time, Lilith did not come out, because the last time she came out, after being hit by Chi Suan with 2 big slaps and 2 punches, Lilith knew Chi Suan's strength. The piercing pain began to spread on the body of the Dragon of Destruction. It could feel that its flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs were being bitten and eaten bit by bit. Fortunately, the efficiency of the fiber body in eating is very fast. Even though the size of the Dragon of Destruction is huge, most of it was eaten away quickly. There shouldn't be another dragon like the Dragon of Destruction. Chi Suan's eyes fell on the blood-colored vortex. After the Dragon of Destruction was dragged out by Chi Suan to feed the fiber body, no more dragons continued to surge out of the blood-colored vortex. It was obviously scared, and the morale of the dragon clan was suppressed enough, and no dragon dared to come out again. After all, they are just bullies in their own backyard, and have never seen the world. Except for strength and size, they are not as good as humans and vampires. Pure giant babies. Chi Suan commented on this group of so-called dragons. I thought they were so strong, but they turned out to be just a bunch of trash. If they were swapped with the vampires, I'm afraid they would be beaten into dogs by the church no matter how advantageous they are. But this is also normal. The dragons are locked up in the Red Sea and stay with their mother, the Red Sea Witch, all day long. Naturally, their experience in the outside world are too low to be seen. As for combat skills, they don't need them at all because they have high attributes and strong skills. Then they met the even more outrageous Chi Suan and suffered a direct dimensionality reduction attack. When the Dragon of Destruction was completely devoured, the number of fibrous bodies finally returned to the number that was killed by the breath before. Intelligent brain, prepare the intercontinental missile. Chi Suan did not rush over just because the dragons were hiding in the Red Sea. Instead, he planned to give the other party a ruthless blow first. Lilith watched the Dragon of Destruction Albert being eaten clean by insects, and the anger in her eyes began to rise wildly. However, she did not dare to step out of the Red Sea to save her son. "Mother, I will deal with this human." A dragon man stood up beside her. It is Lilith's eldest son and the first dragon, but because it was born too early, it looks more like the Red Sea Witch Lilith. This is the appearance of a dragon man with a dragon head and a human body. It is also the most powerful dragon in the Red Sea Dragon clan. Even the Dragon of Destruction is no match for the dragon man. As Chi Suan said, big is good, but the premise is that there must be quality. The quality of the dragon man is the highest among all dragon clans. No, you are not his opponent. Lily refused without hesitation. The moment he steps into the Red Sea, he will die. Lilith knew that even her eldest son could not match that inhuman creature. Only by relying on her, and the power of the Red Sea could she kill this terrifying monster. She had just finished saying this when she suddenly found that a certain steel creature had rushed into the Red Sea at a very fast speed. At first glance, there seemed to be no threat, but the next moment, countless lights and heat accompanied by terrifying elements, radiation, etc. formed a blazing mushroom cloud. Its power was so terrifying that the entire Red Sea was in turmoil because of the explosion of this steel creature. A large number of dragons were swallowed up in this mushroom cloud and eventually lost their vitality. No! Lilith's eyes were bloodshot, and she realized it belatedly, and calmed the mushroom cloud with the power of the Red Sea. But the loss had already been caused. Chapter 448. When the waves of the Red Sea calmed down, a large number of dragons were killed. Lilith's breathing seemed very rapid and uneasy. Every dragon was her offspring. Now, because of an unknown steel creature, it just disappeared. How could she not be angry? Facing the unknown, we should be in awe. Chi Suan stepped into the bloody vortex, with countless fiber bodies guarding him, and looked at the Red Sea Witch Lilith not far away. The entire Red Sea was a blood-red color. However, it was not pure sea water, there was also barren land. However, because of intercontinental missiles, the Red Sea had become a mess. Chi Suan had used the legendary equipment Stone Suit to strengthen the strategic missile weapon system, and after multiple evolutions and module linkage, amplification, etc., the power was naturally incomparable. You should obey this sentence. Lilith's eldest dragon son said coldly, and then turned into a blood-colored thunder and attacked Chi Suan. His speed was very fast, and his strength was extremely strong. The thunder spear in his hand pierced through Chi Suan's chest, but was blocked by Chi Suan's shield, defense, and other corresponding modules. You are very good, much stronger than that Dragon of Destruction. Chi Suan stretched out his hand and pinched it. The gloves formed by polymorphic energy and psionic rays easily crushed the thunder spear in the opponent's hand. Then he took advantage of the situation and raised his head, and directly grabbed the opponent's head with one hand. God said that my eldest son will gain a strong physique. The voice of the Red Sea which Lilith came. The entire Red Sea began to surge, and a blood-red glow emerged from the eldest son of the Dragon Man, who was clamped by Chi Xuan. His power suddenly increased, and he actually broke free from Chi Xuan's grip. Chi Xuan saw this and his eyes fell on the Red Sea Witch. He knew one thing very well, that is, the importance of cutting the back row and killing the nurse. So he directly abandoned her eldest son of the Dragon Man, and went directly to the Red Sea Witch. The Red Sea Witch was also panicked when she saw this situation. Mainly because she had been beaten by Chi Xuan before, and she had no combat experience, she would definitely be afraid. God said that my eldest son will gain agility. When she said this, the Red Sea Witch turned around and ran away. Don't look at the Red Sea Witch's words. It seems that there is no brain hole at first glance, but she is directly a simple and rough increase. The power of the Red Sea is not infinite. Even if the Red Sea Witch described that the Dragon Man's eldest son could have a power that exceeds the speed of light, it would not be possible. The Dragon Man's eldest son hit Chi Xuan accurately, causing him to stagger and almost fall. And this is the Red Sea. The thunder spear in the Dragon Man's hand, with the blessing of the Red Sea Witch's two divine words, actually broke through Chi Xuan's shield. However, the defense module was strong enough to block the attack directly. It can actually break my shield and keep up with my pace. It seems that I can't kill the Red Sea Witch without killing you. Chi Xuan noticed that the Dragon Man's eldest son's physique and agility had surpassed him. So he failed to cut the back row because he needed to attack this follower with taunt first. God said, my eldest son will have thunder that can shatter everything. The voice of the Red Sea Witch came again. Chi Xuan's face darkened, and his attack speed and defense were all pulled up now. Sure enough, the blood-colored thunder on the Dragon Man's eldest son was so dense that it condensed into substance, and the thunder spear in his hand became even more violent. He was sure that if the opponent shot him, it would definitely penetrate his shield and defense, and then there would be no more. Just a month ago, he added an insulator to himself, which could resist lightning damage to the greatest extent. I can only say that my luck is really good, otherwise I would have been cheated long ago. The Dragon Man's eldest son's thunder spear swung and stabbed towards Chi Xuan's chest. It seems that because the Red Sea is too closed, neither the Red Sea Witch nor the Dragon Clan has any development at all. So even the Dragon Man's eldest son, who has the most combat experience, has only a few moves. However, although the moves are few, the effect is very good. It's nothing more than a fatal move. You're still a little short. Chi Xuan reached out and grabbed the thunder spear again. The indescribable aura force field on his body spread out in an instant, and then he simply punched the Dragon Man's eldest son in the chest. Chi Xuan used all his strength in this punch, and with the indescribable force field and the strengthening of many modules, the Dragon Man's eldest son was instantly turned into mincemeat. Thunder annihilated, flesh and blood flew everywhere. At the same time, because it was shrouded in the indescribable aura force field, the flesh and blood began to distort and regenerate, so that even if it recovered, it would no longer look like the original Dragon Man. Losing the most familiar fighting method, he also gained a lot of deformed and twisted organs as a burden. When the Dragon Man's eldest son recovered, he turned into a mass of strange flesh and blood, with various tumors, organs, limbs, etc. growing on the surface of his flesh and blood. The Dragon Man's eldest son had dragon scales as protection, perfect organs and structures in his body as an improvement, and his own evolution was also extremely perfect. How could it be such a burden? At the same time, its thinking consciousness was also affected and constantly became chaotic. Fortunately, its mother was the Red Sea Witch, and it also had the power of the Red Sea, so its reason constantly suppressed the chaos and made itself sober. But after it woke up, the first thing it faced was its own bad body. The Red Sea Witch also discovered this, and her expression became more and more ugly. She didn't know what had changed, but saw that Chi Xuan had turned her Dragon Man's eldest son into a disgusting monster by unknown means. God said, my eldest son will recover and will not be afraid of change. Although she didn't understand, the power of the Red Sea could take effect. Under her divine words, the body of the Dragon Man's eldest son began to shrink, and the tumors and organs on his body began to shrink and then fell off. All this happened quickly, but Chi Xuan was faster. How could he watch the other party recover? Instead, he took advantage of this time to turn around and deal with the Red Sea Witch. Shut up, bitch. Chi Xuan's fist landed on the Red Sea Witch's jaw, breaking her jaw on the spot. What he meant by shutting up was not a metaphor, but a physical shut up. After smashing the Red Sea Witch's jaw with one punch, Chi Xuan still felt it was not enough, and even pulled open the opponent's jaw, pulled out her tongue, and was about to tear it off with the root of the tongue. Boom! The bloody thunder struck Chi Xuan's back, and the recovered Dragon Man's eldest son rushed to save his mother. Because of the opponent's blow, Chi Xuan not only tore off the root of the tongue, but also took away a large piece of flesh and blood. Although he was hit, he couldn't stand the high damage. Chi Xuan didn't care, and grabbed the Red Sea Witch and punched her to death several times. Each punch was used with full force, and the moves were simple, but it was very useful, and the Red Sea Witch's chest collapsed on the spot. The neck and abdomen were also severely injured. After these punches, the Dragon Man's eldest son also arrived. Mother! The eldest son of the Dragon Man raised the thunder spear sadly, and pierced Chi Xuan's head directly. The thunder flashed, and in an instant Chi Xuan was completely wrapped in the blood-colored thunder. Death was approaching, and Chi Xuan's whole body turned into charcoal. On the other side, the Red Sea Witch's injuries recovered quickly because there was no attack from Chi Xuan. Finally died, Robert, you are great. After the Red Sea Witch recovered, she praised her eldest son of the Dragon Man. But just after she finished praising, a charcoal-like hand stretched out from the blood-colored thunder. This hand directly tore the chest of the eldest son of the Dragon Man, grabbed the other's heart, and then squeezed it. The heart completely turned into mincemeat. The eldest son of the Dragon Man did not die, but his body softened because of the lack of a heart. Then the energy around the charred hand instantly tore off half of the Dragon Man's eldest son's body, directly splitting him in two. Death? Huh. Chi Xuan's disdainful voice came. The blood-colored thunder was directly destroyed by his psionic rays, and the outer skin of the charcoal began to fall off and recovered. With his strength, even if he couldn't avoid the Dragon Man's eldest son's sneak attack, he could withstand it. The reason why he was hit and swallowed by the thunder was nothing more than thinking of using himself as bait and then killing him with one blow. Facts prove that he succeeded. The Dragon Man's eldest son, who was split into two, was once again beaten into a blood mist by him, and this time Chi Xuan did not give the other party a chance to recover. The blood mist was divided into a large number of portions, and thrown into the smelting furnace respectively, and its activity was forcibly suppressed, and then the smelting furnace was directly fired at full power. After dealing with the Dragon Man's eldest son, Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the Red Sea Witch. Seeing this, the Red Sea Witch also hurriedly fled back. Seeing this, how could Chi Xuan let her run away? God said, I will. The Red Sea Witch spoke again, but Chi Xuan was faster, punching her on the back of the head, knocking her staggering on the spot. She still wanted to speak. Don't even think about it. Force is prohibited here. The Red Sea Witch roared out this sentence, while enduring severe pain and discomfort. Chi Xuan's movements could not help but stagnate. He could feel that the entire Red Sea was trying to stop his actions. This feeling was like being stuck in a quagmire, and unable to extricate himself. At the same time, all his strength was flowing out, and finally bombarded the Red Sea. Oh, I don't believe that I can't beat an alien space, Chi Xuan said coldly. Chi Xuan did not hesitate to pull the energy module in his body to the maximum. The Red Sea is not the entire world, so Chi Xuan may not lose to him. It's just a matter of paying a price. However, no matter how high the price is, as long as he can obtain the core of the world, the benefits will be huge for him. Chapter 449. Chi Xuan carried the entire Red Sea, withstood the pressure, and forcibly grabbed the Red Sea Witch who wanted to escape. Today, I must beat you to death. A lot of blood seeped out of Chi Xuan's skin, and all modules were overloaded. God said, the Red Sea Witch was clamped on the cheek by Chi Xuan's hand, and it was very difficult to speak. You will die in the Red Sea. The next moment, Chi Xuan's body was squeezed and cut by the Red Sea, and his body shape began to change towards an amorphous shape. Only one hand was left, still tightly clamping the Red Sea Witch. Your god is useless. Chi Xuan gritted his teeth and said this, and at the same time, the Red Sea Witch's head was crushed by him. Red and white splashed everywhere. But the Red Sea Witch did not die. Being in the Red Sea, she is an immortal existence. Chi Xuan was not feeling well at this time. The two divine words of forbidden to use force and die in the Red Sea were constantly taking effect on him. One control and one damage, so that he had no sufficient ability to deal with it. On the other side, the Red Sea Witch began to regenerate. Chi Xuan also saw a colorful crystal stone at the heart of the Red Sea Witch. The Doomsday Game was also anxious, and quickly presented Chi Xuan with the previous mandatory task, in order to tell Chi Xuan that it was the core of the world. Chi Xuan was naturally anxious about this, and directly cut off his hand, and at the same time used flesh and blood as an acceleration device, and directly stuck it into the opponent's heart. The Red Sea Witch came back from resurrection, but found that Chi Xuan's hand was stuck in her chest. For a moment, she was also collapsed and confused, and had no idea why. However, the next moment, there was a sharp pain in the heart. Damn you, you actually want to take away the god. As the arm was dragged, the Red Sea Witch naturally noticed Chi Xuan's intention. So, the object that Cain sacrificed to Abel was the god in your heart, right? Chi Xuan's amorphous body crawled closer to the Red Sea Witch. A large number of tentacles like limbs wrapped around the limbs and body of the Red Sea Witch. Fortunately, Chi Xuan was not a butter-type life form. Otherwise, with his configuration, from magic girls to knights, he could dominate hundreds of people with his own strength. Maybe the Red Sea Witch would be played into a vicious appearance by him. Compared to these, he cared more about strength. Countless tentacles used their broken arms as coordinate points, began to tear the flesh of the Red Sea Witch, spread into the body, and entangled the world core on her body. But when he came into contact with the world core, Chi Xuan could clearly feel that the Red Sea's suppression and damage to him became stronger. At the same time, a strong repulsive force came from the world core. It wanted to force his tentacles to shake him away. Chi Xuan even withstood the pressure of the Red Sea. Compared with it, the repulsion of the world core was simply a small witch meeting a big witch. I will never let you take away God. The Red Sea Witch also began to struggle. Once she lost the world core, everything she had would disappear. In order to keep the world core, even the fear of Chi Xuan disappeared. But her struggle was useless. The tentacles kept dragging the world core out of the other party's body, and it was completely broken free. When the world core was separated, the body of the Red Sea Witch began to age and shrink. The entire Red Sea began to shake wildly, the barren land cracked, the blood-red sea water evaporated, and even the entire space began to break. At the same time, Chi Xuan also noticed that the blood-colored vortex gradually became unstable. But there was also good news. Because the world core was separated from the Red Sea Witch, the Red Sea's control and suppression of Chi Xuan also quickly disappeared. The backlash of the world. At the same time, Chi Xuan's intuition was beating wildly under the blessing of the protagonist's halo, and a suffocating feeling from death came over him. He was sure that if he failed to get out of the Red Sea in time, he would definitely die. Even his own death recast and protagonist halo could not save him. Warning, hand in the world core immediately. Warning, hand in immediately. At this time, the Doomsday Game also came to intervene. Obviously knowing that Chi Xuan's life was in danger, in order to prevent the world core from returning to the hands of the Bloodline world after Chi Xuan's death, Doomsday Game began to issue a lot of warnings. As for what would happen to Chi Xuan after Doomsday Game got the world core, it naturally didn't care. It was better to die. It was a double happiness. Chi Xuan ignored all the warnings, but immediately restored his human form, and then tightly grasped the world core. It was impossible to put it in the subspace pocket. The piercing demon was able to take the last descendant of the Violese family from his subspace pocket. Not to mention the desperate Bloodline world, especially when he was in the unstable Red Sea. Once the Red Sea collides with the subspace pocket, it is very likely to tear the entire subspace pocket apart. The core of the world will inevitably be lost at that time. At a very fast speed, he forcibly smashed the space fragments that intercepted him with his flesh, and continued to sprint forward. The contraction of the blood-colored vortex could not stop Chi Xuan, and he was beaten out of a way to survive. As long as he wanted to escape, it would not be difficult to get out alive. Stay and perish with the Red Sea. Behind him, a resentful voice emerged. In the turbulent Red Sea, a distorted human face formed a 100-meter wave. That was the appearance of the Red Sea Witch Lilith. Chi Xuan was not surprised to come back to life after death. After all, special matters were handled specially. Even the core of the world fell into the hands of Chi Xuan, an outsider, and the Blood Clan world would naturally not continue to be pedantic. So it was not a big deal to resurrect the Red Sea Witch Lilith, who was most familiar with the Red Sea, to stop Chi Xuan from leaving. Chi Xuan's foot was caught by a stream of seawater, which, like a human hand, began to drag Chi Xuan directly, trying to keep him in the Red Sea that was about to break. And it also brought a force similar to the rules. As long as it was caught, it would be able to drag successfully. Seeing this, Chi Xuan had no way to solve this problem. But it didn't matter, he just cut off his own foot. If you want his foot, give it to the Red Sea Witch. Anyway, it's not like she can't grow one. It looks like a human foot, but it's actually just a bunch of deep viruses. When he passed through the bloody vortex, he didn't breathe a sigh of relief, but turned around, and bombarded with psionic storms, psionic rays, and a large number of missiles. Just as the seawater had just spread over a wave, the entire blood-red vortex collapsed. At the same time, the death crisis that lingered in Chi Suiyan's intuition finally disappeared. After the seawater that flowed into reality squirmed twice, it completely lost its vitality and turned into ordinary seawater, which penetrated into the soil. Escaped. Chi Suiyan breathed a sigh of relief, but he also smiled when he looked at the world core in his hand. World core. Quality, X. Features, unknown. Chi Suiyan looked at the world core in his hand, which was the same as the X-level sun in the bottle at the beginning, with X-level quality and unknown characteristics. This means that even the Doomsday Game cannot detect its true situation. It's a big profit. With it, I have the possibility of becoming the world. It can also turn the tables and make the Doomsday Game a part of me. Chi Suiyan's injuries were very serious, but he was recovering. In addition, the losses were also huge. The fuel income originally scheduled for the Dragon Clan disappeared completely. If he wanted this benefit, he had to recycle the fiber bodies, but all the fiber bodies were lost in the Red Sea, and none of them escaped. Secondly, the relationship with Doomsday Game became increasingly tense. Because he did not hand over the world core and ignored a lot of warnings, now he no longer warns, but instead carries out annihilation. The annihilation has now become a strong annihilation. He looked very angry but helpless. I won't give you the things, Chi Suiyan said calmly. For the little reward given by the other party, no one would be willing to take it. The reward is to restore the status of a survivor, which he doesn't want. This is equivalent to the Doomsday Game asking Chi Suiyan to hand over the world core, and at the same time asking him to be a dog, and also asking his X-level talent, Destiny Deep, to be reduced to SSS level. If you want to restore the status of a survivor, Chi Suiyan will inevitably be controlled by the Doomsday Game, so the first thing to do is to reduce the quality of the protagonist's halo to a level that the Doomsday Game can control. X level, the Doomsday Game cannot control it, so you can only choose SSS level. Then the erasure program will take effect on Chi Suiyan, and his life and death will fall directly into the hands of the Doomsday Game. What is he after? Is it because he is too free, or because he has no master? If the Doomsday Game did not make him a violator at the beginning, Chi Suiyan would have endured it. But everyone has been enemies for so long, and it is a bit too naive to still think about such a cheap thing. After ignoring the warning, Chi Suiyan needs to find a safe place to recuperate. As for recovery through death recasting, he has no such idea for the time being. It's not because of deliberate suppression, but because of caution. The Doomsday Game is fine. As long as he doesn't hand it over, with the identity of a violator, the Doomsday Game can't take it away by force. What he is afraid of is the vampire world itself. Death recasting takes time, even if this time is short, but Chi Suiyan doesn't want to gamble on this possibility. He didn't dare to put it in the subspace pocket before he saw it, just worried that something might go wrong during the process. He directly tore open his abdomen and stuffed the world core in. I let you stay in my body for the time being, and it won't be too late to study it after leaving the vampire world. Chi Suiyan didn't dare to study it now. There are too many variables, and he can't afford the profit income after losing the world core. There are still 6.5 days left. I hope this time won't be too hard to endure. Chi Suiyan has thought about it, and he might be as unlucky as Final Destination next. Chapter 450. Chi Suiyan crushed a stone that flew toward him by accident. Today is the last day of the limited time event Red Sea Dragon disaster. Ever since he got the world core of the Blood Clan world, he has been facing various attacks from natural and man-made disasters. At the beginning, it was just some trivial troubles, such as being chased by wasps or attacked by poisonous snakes. But as time goes by, the situation will become more and more serious, and even his protagonist Halo can't stand it. It forces him to move constantly to create variables, otherwise he will stay in one place for a long time. He has experienced the consequences once 5 days ago. First there was an earthquake, and then a hurricane. After Chi Suiyan forcibly overcame it with his own strength, he saw meteorites falling from the sky. This is not an ordinary meteorite, but a fragment of a space meteorite after the Red Sea was broken, which hit him directly on the head. After smashing the first meteorite, Chi Suiyan decisively ran away. It's not because he doesn't want to stay where he is, but because there are meteorites falling directly behind him. More importantly, because there are too many of them, and they have undergone mutations. They not only have the power of the Red Sea, but also the rules of the world. It's not impossible to resist, but there is no need. If you are really hit, you will die. Neither the protagonist's halo nor the death recast can save him. At that time, Chi Swayan understood that the Blood Clan world was really anxious. Fortunately, Chi Swayan ran fast enough and was not hit by the meteorites. But the real disaster began. Various natural and man-made disasters began to escalate, and they were particularly outrageous. Just 3 days ago, he just dodged a pile of bird shit, and then the chain reaction caused by the pile of bird shit led to the eruption of a supergiant volcano. Just like dominoes, it turned into an extremely terrible disaster right under his nose. If it was just a supergiant volcano erupting, Chi Swayan really didn't care much, and most he would just hide. But when it erupted, it happened to spew out another piece of Red Sea debris. It also had part of the consciousness of the Red Sea Witch Lilith, so she merged with the supergiant volcano on the spot and became a supernatural elemental life. Seeing Chi Swayan, he was so jealous that the two of them fought on the spot. It must be said that the volcanic version of the Red Sea Witch Lilith is indeed powerful. Chi Swayan took great efforts to kill the other party. Then, every trivial matter, if Chi Swayan did not deal with it in time, it would definitely form a chain reaction and produce extremely terrible consequences. So even though it was just a stone that flew towards him by accident, if he didn't destroy it in time but dodged it, what crazy changes would happen next, Chi Swayan couldn't predict. He had experienced more than one supergiant volcanic eruption, because at first he just thought it was an accident, until he experienced it twice. He realized the seriousness of the matter. This caused Chi Swayan to feel like he was facing a great enemy when he looked at everything now. Is that an apple tree? Chi Swayan looked at the wilderness not far away, where a sturdy apple tree suddenly grew. It was full of apples, which looked very fresh and sweet. Is it not another attack? Chi Swayan felt a little uneasy, so he turned around and ran. Let's put it this way, if there is no technology, apples will bear fruit from July to September, and now is not the time for apple trees to bear fruit. And the most important thing is apples. If it were in other worlds, Chi Swayan would not think too much. The Red Sea Witch Lilith in the Blood Clan world also has an ex-husband named Adam, and Adam has a wife named Eve. Combined with Abel, Cain and other characters, it is easy to get the illusion of eating forbidden fruit. And this forbidden fruit is apple. He still has the necessary vigilance. After all, there is only half an hour left in the countdown to the limited time event Red Sea Dragon disaster. The Blood Clan world may have noticed the signs that the Doomsday game is about to leave, so in order to get back the world core taken away by Chi Swayan as soon as possible, it has begun to disregard the cost. After Chi Swayan turned his head, his heart sank directly into the water. Even if he changed direction, there was still that apple tree in front of him. He turned 360 degrees. No matter how he turned, the apple tree was in front of him. There was no possibility of getting rid of it. Even in the blink of an eye, he did not move, but the distance between him and the apple tree suddenly shortened. It was not him who was getting closer to the other party, but the other party who was getting closer to him. Oh, in that case, then I will. Chi Swayan did not turn around, but ran backwards directly. He suspected that this might be some kind of rule based on observation, and the result needed to be fixed through observation. He went backwards all the way until Chi Swayan hit a hard object. This made Chi Swayan swallow his saliva. With his physique and speed, there was nothing in the vampire world that could stop him, not even the mountains. On the contrary, the mysterious apple tree could. He did not look back, fearing that there would be problems with his observation, but soon, he found that on the apple tree he was staring at, a familiar figure was sticking to the apple tree in a backwards manner. It's not space, it's time. Chi Swayan suddenly thought of something. Yes, it's time. A hoarse voice came to his ears, like a snake. Chi Swayan knew that it was meaningless to stare at the tree at this time. He turned around and saw a silver-white snake coiled on the apple tree. Hello, my name is Satan. Please pay attention to the pronunciation, it's Satan, not silly. The snake who called himself Satan introduced himself. The snake's tail was supported on the snake's head, and in Chi Swayan's eyes, it looked a bit like Ouroboros. The whole body was filled with the glory of time. Chi Swayan could hardly imagine that the other party would be driven by the world of the vampires. That mysterious power was very similar to the spider god at Lacknakia that Chi Swayan had met. What he saw was not all of the other party, but only a part or one side of it. Of course, if you think Satan is not nice, you can also call me Ouroboros, Jormungandr, Kukulkan, etc. If it's really hard to pronounce, Ancient Snake, Devil are all fine. I don't mind it very much. Satan didn't seem to have much malice. In his eyes, that were flowing with time, he looked up and down at Chi Swayan. So, the devil in the church did not refer to the vampires, but you? Chi Suiyan suddenly thought of this question. Before this, he thought that the devil was the Blood Clan, and later it was indeed so, but at the beginning, it was probably referring to this big snake. Yes, I tricked Adam and Eve into picking the forbidden fruit, Satan said, and the snake's tail moved slightly, picking an apple from the apple tree. In Chi Suiyan's eyes, the apple was a world core. So the world had the birth of the first life able. Satan said, stuffing the world core into the snake's mouth with the snake's tail, and swallowed it into his stomach in one gulp. Chi Suiyan understood that the so-called forbidden fruit was the world core of the Blood Clan world. It is problematic for a world to have a core, but if this is done intentionally by a being, it is much more reasonable. As for the grievances between Lilith and Adam and Eve, Chi Suiyan did not ask. It was nothing more than a means of playing with time. Now he should consider what to do next. The world core of the Blood Clan world is obviously the food of the snake in front of him, and now he has it. Don't worry, I don't need this fruit. Those who can leave the spider god's web deserve this reward. Besides, it's your ability that you can get it. Satan saw Chi Suiyan's thoughts, so he said he didn't care. Thanks to you, I haven't returned to this world for a long time. Remember the last time? Satan said this, revealing a look of reminiscence, and then added, it was still the last time. Chi Suiyan suddenly had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, this bad and chaotic feeling, a kind of illusion of meeting the same kind. It's a pity that this world has no value, and I don't know who will benefit in the end. Satan suddenly said this, and then said, it's almost time, it's time to leave. Otherwise, the world will not be able to bear it. After Satan finished speaking, his snake body began to slowly wriggle, and gradually crawled into the apple tree. Then, countless time turbulences appeared in front of Chi Suiyan's eyes. He could see that because of the actions of Satan, the silver-white snake, the long river of time in the entire world was disturbed. This caused various confusions in time, including Cain, who had become a holy weapon of the Blood Clan, sending Abel into the castle of the Violese family, and seeing Lilith's chaotic birth before the birth of life, etc. Everything was gathered together in this fluctuation of time. It turns out that the higher the position, the more easygoing people are. The core of the world is given away as soon as it is said. Chi Suiyan breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death. The vampire world is really something. They actually pulled such a terrifying incarnation here without caring about their lives. Chi Suiyan secretly complained, thinking that his protagonist Halo was really awesome. Although it didn't affect the other party, it must have something to do with his survival. And I felt a lot more relaxed for some reason, just like I had been carrying a villain behind me, and then this villain suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the Doomsday Game was hit by the Satan's tail? Chi Suiyan couldn't help but tease. Then he opened the event panel of the limited time event Red Sea Dragon Disaster, and saw that the time had already been reset to 0, and even exceeded 2 minutes. But he was still there. Strange, why is it not on time? Could it be affected by the advent of Satan? Chi Suiyan was a little confused. Then he waited for about 3 minutes, and suddenly a phantom pain came from the back of his head. But it was a little different from before. This time it felt very rushed. It seems like I was delayed by something, and then I knew I was going to be late, so I had to rush to work, but I ended up being late again. Chapter 451. When the wind blew on Chi Suiyan, he suddenly opened his eyes, climbed up, and reached into his abdomen. It's still there. Chi Suiyan felt the world core sewn into his body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that something might happen because of the teleportation. After all, he didn't know much about the world core, so it was impossible to know whether there would be any accidents. But it's still there, so there's not much problem. After getting up, Chi Suiyan began to observe the surroundings. The first thing he saw was the grassland, and the wind that kept blowing on his face. Especially on the waving grass, it seemed as if he saw the concrete wind. But soon, Chi Suiyan found something wrong. He was not on a plain, but on an island. And the border of the island was not the sea, but was wrapped in a violent hurricane. On the island in the sky, this Chi Suiyan quickly found the place that violated the laws of physics. The island can float in the sea, but it floats in the sky. This is unscientific but very magical. Chi Suiyan did not investigate the principle for the time being, but opened the panel of the survivor. Hey, Doomsday Game actually pulled new survivors from somewhere. Chi Suiyan found that the number of survivors this time was no longer 0, but tens of millions. This is good news for Chi Suiyan, but also bad news. The good news is that Chi Suiyan can have the extraordinary system as a reference material again, and the bad news is that even without the world core, Doomsday Game has recovered some of its strength. In the world of the vampires, the other party has no strength to pull people, and now there are survivors again. This must have recovered. But the upper limit of the new survivors is not likely to be very high. No matter how strong it is, it only has 9 attributes. Even if it has a supernatural system, it is probably not very useful to me now. At most, the survivor's protagonist value is higher, and the others are probably not very useful. His strength has reached the current level, and the survivors are restricted by the Doomsday Game, and not all supernatural systems are suitable for him. The Blood Clan and Divine Arts in the previous world are not suitable for Chiswayan, and in the end, he only took some Blood Clan holy artifacts. Then Chiswayan used it as fuel. This thing is only strong in the Blood Clan world. If it is changed to another world, even if it is not scrapped, its power will be greatly reduced. At that time, it will not be useless, but a burden. So Chiswayan not only burned the Blood Clan holy artifact, but also Abel and his sarcophagus, all of which were burned as fuel. As for modules, if he had the blood of the vampires, or the power of divine arts, the vampire holy artifacts and Abel's sarcophagus would be useful. Otherwise, there would be little value in installing them. Rather than installing 14 modules that did not match his own system, it would be better to choose the module cycle of materials and energy to make the amplification effect of the legendary equipment stone stronger. The simple and crude stacking of attributes is the growth method that Chiswayan is most optimistic about. The mechanism flow is indeed powerful, but it is too challenging for the user. The attribute flow is indeed single, but as long as the attribute is high enough, the mechanism cannot kill it, and it can even be broken. Chiswayan began to release satellites into the sky, and the intelligent brain cooperated, and soon obtained the floor plan of the entire island in the sky. A complete and independent civilization isolated from the world. But one thing is certain, there is probably a big boss where I am. Secondly, this world is not structured on land, but on islands in the sky. Finally, there is wind, it is alive. Chiswayan frowned and gave the final result. Wind is alive, and it is different from wind-attributed elemental life. The former represents a natural phenomenon caused by air flow in nature, which is actually a living thing. The latter is similar to energy life that has evolved. The two are naturally not equal. But for Chiswayan, he doesn't plan to consider these for the time being. Let's find a place to hide. Chiswayan doesn't plan to rush this time. As for the acquisition of extraordinary systems and resources, he is also prepared to let nature take its course. The reason for the drastic change in temperament is naturally because of the core of the world. This thing is too precious, and he must turn it into his own strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the more troublesome it will be later. He was sure that this new world would also covet the world core. Although the Doomsday Game had stopped after coming to the new world, it did not mean that the other party had given up. As long as he had it in his hands, this situation would not disappear. So in order to avoid complications, Chiswayan would naturally not choose to make trouble. Killing killed had benefits before, but now killing killed had no benefits and disadvantages, so he would naturally not do it. Chiswayan was not a murderer, unless the survivors came to him. He would ignore them this time. As for whether he could realize the world core in this world, he was not sure. But he knew one thing, that is, if he didn't make trouble, he would most likely stay in this world for a long time. I completely agree with your idea, but I suggest you change to another place. After all, there may be the final big boss here, and you may need to kill people if you are not careful. The intelligent brain gave Chiswayan a reminder at the first time. With Chiswayan's current strength, it is not difficult to shuttle through the hurricane. Chiswayan thought about it, but shook his head. No, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Another thing, as long as I don't do anything bad, nothing will happen. He still has a very deep understanding of himself. Among so many times, only the winter world was a special case, and the others were basically caused by himself. So if he didn't do it, it wouldn't cause the problem of the big boss. Another thing, with Chiswayan's current strength, he is really not afraid of any big boss. Can't he escape if he can't beat him? Before, he was fighting against the Red Sea Witch Lilith, and his attributes were pure violence, crushing without any skills. The intelligent computer did not refute what Chiswayan said, because Chiswayan was right. Although this island in the sky is not big, it is indeed very prosperous. It can support the survival of hundreds of thousands of people, and guarantee a complete ecosystem. Chiswayan looked at the data sorted out by the intelligent computer through satellites and reconnaissance networks, and was slightly surprised. The former is not difficult, the latter is the biggest difficulty. This is equivalent to creating a closed ecosystem with a very high balance. As for the extraordinary ability, it is not very clear yet, but Chi Suan can determine that it is related to the wind through data and observation. But how to use the living wind is probably a big problem. As Chi Suan was talking, he saw a three-masted sailing ship in the human city in the distance, riding on the wind and starting to set sail. The hull is naturally made of wood, not modern steel. Wood is an extraordinary material, not an ordinary material. Chi Suan saw the difference at a glance. By following the trajectory of the wind, the hull of the sailboat swallows and spits out the power of the wind, just like breathing, allowing the entire ship to sail in the air. Then the big ship went to the edge of the island and rushed straight into the hurricane. Chi Suan began to calculate through remote observation data, but came to a conclusion. With the strength of the hull, it is simply impossible to withstand the hurricane. The result of entering is the destruction of the ship and the death of people. The wood used to build the spacecraft is indeed an extraordinary material, but the strength of this extraordinary material is not much different from that of ordinary wood. The extraordinary ability lies in controlling the wind rather than fixing or resisting the wind, so there is no way to penetrate the hurricane. So what is going on? Chi Suan didn't quite understand. The shipbuilder must have known about it, but he didn't remind him. It can't be that he has a grudge against the captain or the crew. Even if he has a grudge, he wouldn't do it. If something happened in public, the shipbuilder's reputation would basically be ruined. No one would come to him to build a ship in the future. Unless it's some weird ritual, such as a sacrifice. Chi Suan didn't understand, but he didn't stop or add fuel to the fire. Under his gaze, the spaceship rushed into the hurricane at the edge of the island. As he expected, the hull began to disintegrate in an instant. It took less than 2 minutes, and everything ended peacefully. Chi Suan observed the expressions of the natives on the island through the satellite, and they all seemed a little lost. They want to leave, so it's not a problem with the shipbuilder, but a problem with the materials or technology. Chi Suan made such a guess through comparison. Then he looked up at the sky. It shouldn't be possible to go up to the sky, otherwise with the ability of the spaceship, it can find a way to rise to a high altitude and pass the hurricane. Chi Suan didn't think that the natives of the island hadn't thought of this solution. They would rather face the hurricane than go up to the sky, and it is very likely that there are things in the sky that are more dangerous than the hurricane. Before changing, I must go up and take a look. If it doesn't work, I use the floating cannon to fire a psionic ray. Forget it now. Intelligent brain, find a safe house. We won't go out for the next few days. Heroine, please help me. I plan to study the core of the world. Don't push all opportunities and troubles to me. Chi Suan first ordered the intelligent brain, and then ordered the protagonist halo. If he didn't order, who knows what the protagonist halo would send him. Although the effect of the disaster and the blessing and disaster is greatly reduced because of the 7 yuan to relieve the disaster, Chi Suan is an outsider. If he wants to take the local opportunity, he can only rob it. This behavior will inevitably cause chaos or trouble. For the sake of safety, Chi Suan would rather not. Especially beautiful women, this must not be pushed to me. Chi Suan emphasized the problem. He was very scared about it. If he encounters it, the least serious case is that the island in the sky where he is directly destroyed. The more serious case is that the world may be destroyed because of it. After all, the power of the protagonist's halo is there. Chapter 452. Chi Suan soon settled down on this island in the sky, and stopped all projects, and began to seriously study the core of the world. With a series of extraordinary data derived from the core of the world before, such as the world rule model constructed by the data of the ancestor, divine arts, holy artifacts, the Red Sea, etc., Chi Suan had a much lower difficulty in getting started. This is not only the core of the world, but also the seed of the world. If the environment is suitable, there is a great probability that it will evolve into a world. Chi Suan came to such a conclusion after these days of research. This made his greed almost overflow. His dream was right in front of him, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to do it, so he could only study it slowly. According to his idea, it was naturally erosion, assimilation, and fusion. After all, he had experience in refining rules. If this method was continuously improved and optimized, it was theoretically possible to succeed. But now the theory is not in his hands, but in the hands of the core of the world. It's really difficult, and I'm exhausted. Chi Suan looked at the world core in his hand, feeling helpless. It's really powerless for one person to study the seed of a world. I should have asked the world will of the ghost world for more advice. This was the first time Chi Suan felt regretful. In the past, he had always insisted on not regretting his decisions, even if they were bad. This time was different, he really missed it. But this was also normal. How could he know that he would get such a treasure after just one world? In the ghost world, Chi Suiyan had difficulty refining a rule, and he couldn't imagine that he would have this opportunity. It's useless to regret now. I don't even know where the ghost world is. It's impossible to ask for advice. I can only explore it slowly by myself. But it's not without gains. The SSS level of the Virus series talent is indeed progressing fast. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the core of the world, and it is indeed all-encompassing. Chi Suiyan was quite speechless about this. If I continue to study, it is estimated that in another 3 to 5 months, my Virus talent should be improved to the top. This is still the case when the progress is not smooth. If I am lucky and the progress is smooth, I may be able to get it done within a week. However, this is also related to Chi Suiyan's direction of improving his Virus talent. After all, his previous plan was to make himself an ecosystem first, and then develop into a world. So his Virus talent can barely touch the core of the world, and it is this barely related relationship that makes the progress so rapid. Don't rush the talent for the time being. If it is improved by the way, it's okay, but it's not worth it to really study it. The value of the Virus talent at this stage is not as good as the core of the world. Especially the Virus talent cannot directly increase strength, but is more of an indirect method. In addition to the Virus talent, the characteristics and modules of the Tai Sui God have also been greatly analyzed. All kinds of data obtained from the world core, except for my X-level talent Destiny Deep, the rest are basically included. It's like an encyclopedia. Not only can it be studied, but also can make up for my shortcomings. When I have learned enough, maybe I can start to use the world core. Chi Suiyan deeply understood one thing, that is, without sufficient knowledge, how to operate and maintain a world. Not to mention becoming a world. How do you control the rising and setting of the sun? How do you generate wind, rain, thunder and lightning in nature, etc.? These are all learned through knowledge, which serves as a prelude. Uncle, I'm coming in. A voice came from outside the door. Chi Suiyan put away his things slowly, and the other party just pushed the door in and saw nothing. The one who came in was a boy about 15 or 16 years old, named Mi Yun, who was considered Chi Suiyan's neighbor. That's right, the safe house recommended to him by the intelligent brain was not a deserted area, but a gathering place for humans on the island, a town called Feiyu Town. There are tens of thousands of people living here, with complete social civilization and various conveniences. After Chi Suiyan came, he quickly completed the resettlement and integrated into one of them. This incident did not cause much waves, and Feiyu Town did not cause a sensation because of the addition of a stranger. The reason is very simple, because from time to time people are blown away by the wind, and it is not uncommon for them to land on other islands. Sometimes hundreds of people are blown in a day, and each person comes from a different island. People from Flying Fish Town were also blown away, so among the tens of thousands of people in Flying Fish Town, many are from other islands. This is not a rare thing. Of course, more people actually died in the hurricane, rather than landing on an island. It's just that because of the large population and high fertility rate, there is no population concern. Mi Yun here? Chi Suiyan casually threw a candy to the other party. It was just a roughly refined sugar grain. But for the people of Feiyu Town, it was already a rare material. That's right, Chi Suiyan opened a candy shop to the outside world, selling all kinds of candy at normal prices. Except for the appearance, the quality is the same as the candy on the island. The manufacturer is not Chi Suiyan, but the fiber body. Anyway, they are idle, so it's just right for the intelligent brain to control them to do things for themselves. As for the coveters, it's not that there are none. But this thing is purely a personal skill, and there is no secret recipe. If you have the ability, make the candy as good looking, otherwise it's useless to steal the so-called secret recipe. Mi Yun quickly caught the candy that Chi Suiyan threw over, put it in his arms with a smile, and then said, Uncle, there is news about what you asked me to find out. The Wind Palace will start to accept Wind Walkers again in 3 days, but they only accept children, not adults. There are quite a few children, like Mi Yun, who were bribed by Chi Suiyan with candy. They walk around the streets every day to listen to various news, and then select useful news to exchange for candy from Chi Suiyan. Although it is useless, Chi Suiyan has the aura of the protagonist, and he may encounter some intelligence. Anyway, candy is not a valuable thing for Chi Suiyan. Then do you plan to go? I remember you should be old enough. Chi Suiyan encouraged. The so-called Wind Walker is a person who has mastered the power of wind. On the first day of landing in the Sky Island world, Chi Suiyan saw a group of people driving what are called wind boats, which are the Wind Walkers of the Wind Palace. So after the wind boat crashed, no one was injured or killed, because they all survived because of their own extraordinary powers. The Windwalker is a special system. They awaken by communicating with the wind, and the awakened can obtain the corresponding power through the wind. Some people are physical objects, some are abilities, and some are creatures in the wind. They continue to communicate with the wind and deepen friendship through this power, and further expand their power. However, although the Windwalker has mastered the power of the wind, it does not have the effect of immortality and longevity, and its lifespan is normal. But if they die, they can become wind spirits, a special existence similar to heroic spirits but wind. As for where the wind spirits finally went, according to the Wind King Palace, they returned to the embrace of the wind. Wind, in this Sky Island world, represents gods, nature, etc., and also represents the rest of death, the birth of life, etc. The Wind King Palace is the only extraordinary organization similar to religion, clan, sect, government, etc., which manages and governs most of the islands. There was no dictatorship or tyranny, at least not in the Sky Island of Flying Fish Town. Because the Sky Islands were separated by hurricanes, the Wind Palace was not a single force, but multiple forces with the same name but different. Just like the Wind Palace in Flying Fish Town, it adhered to the most simple tradition of the time, exploring hurricanes and finding the source of wind. Unfortunately, my mother won't let me go. Mian certainly wanted to become a Windwalker. How impressive and face-saving it would be. However, it was too dangerous. The Windwalker not only had to maintain the security of Flying Fish Town, but also had to explore hurricanes together. Although they can possess the power of wind, hurricanes are violent. Not every time a wind boat is destroyed, all Windwalkers will be safe and sound. Last time, we were lucky to avoid casualties, otherwise 3 or 5 Windwalkers would die every time. No one can be sure whether the person who died will be himself. Therefore, although the people of Feiyu Town are proud to be Windwalkers, most people do not want their children to become Windwalkers. Of course, there is another reason, that is, not everyone can become a Windwalker. Every year, the Wind Palace recruits a large number of children as Windwalker reserves, but only 1 or 2 out of 100 people can communicate with the wind smoothly. This is just communication, and it is even more difficult to awaken. So in fact, the number of Windwalkers that appear in the entire Feiyu Town every year is not many. That's a pity. I thought I would see you flying in the sky one day, Chi Swayan said regretfully. Nothing to regret, my parents only have me as their child. Mi Yun said lightly, the Wind Palace doesn't need a Windwalker like me, but my parents need me. Mi Yun saw clearly that the possibility of success was too low, so it was better not to go. He didn't think highly of himself, but knew to be down to earth. Okay, uncle, I go back first if there's nothing else, my family is still waiting for me, Mi Yun said, and left with the candy in his pocket. His candy was not for eating, but for exchanging. Eating it was just to satisfy the appetite, but exchanging it could be exchanged for a day's rations for their family of 3. Mi Yun could naturally measure how to choose the valuable one. The children of the poor grow up early, TSK. Flying Fish Town is indeed poor. Chi Swayan naturally understood the production capacity of Feiyu Town, and the technology was not very high. Chapter 453. 3 days passed in a flash, and the Wind Palace began to recruit children as Windwalkers as usual. Chi Swayan did not go to the scene to watch, but directly broadcast it through satellite. Although many parents opposed it, not all families have only 1 child like Mi Yun, most of them have at least 3 or more. Therefore, if the child is willing, he will be arranged to go. If a child successfully becomes a Windwalker, it will undoubtedly help the family greatly. It can even directly cross the class. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. During the days of communicating with the wind, food, drink, defecation, urination and accommodation are all provided by the Wind Palace. As the saying goes, the little boy eats the old man out of money. It is good to get a few days of food, not to mention that the food in the Wind Palace is much better than what they provide. In addition, the success rate is low, so most of the children who come here go back with a bulging belly. The Wind Palace naturally knows these little tricks, but they don't care. It can't be a big deal. There were no fantasy-specific contests or qualification tests during the period. It was nothing more than reporting names and ages. There were some who tried to take advantage of the situation, such as some overage people who looked younger, who were ignored once or twice, but would be driven away if they did so many times. As for those who looked older, their bone age would generally be measured. After the recruitment, the Windwalker of the Wind Palace took the children to the residence of the Wind Palace, and then divided and arranged them according to age. Then it was over. What else could we do? It was originally a simple process, and it mainly depended on whether we could communicate with the wind within the specified time. This is also a threshold for entry. and the threshold is not low. Qi Xuan was a little disappointed after watching the whole process. He thought there would be some things that would be popular. Come to think of it, everyone came to send their children here, and they have to go back to work after sending them. How could there be so many conflicts, not to mention that a group of ordinary people would make such a fuss in front of the extraordinary people? How stupid would they be to do this? This communication is really communication in the literal sense. Qi Xuan glanced at the child who began to communicate with the wind, and was also surprised. It is to treat the wind as a friend, relative or other close personification through language and body language. If the wind is willing to accept you, then the communication is successful. There is actually a genius. Qi Xuan had just finished speaking when an 8-year-old boy actually completed the communication with the wind. He was surrounded by light wind, and it seemed like a jumping elf, shuttling through the other person's body. The communication was completed, and the next step was to continuously increase the favorability until the wind in the body was accumulated enough to complete the awakening. This little boy was already a reserve for the Wind Walker. There is a high possibility that he has the talent of wind attribute affinity. Qi Xuan did not think that the other party's words were so nice, and it was completed with just one sentence, which could only be due to his own reasons. So after completing the communication, the staff of the Wind Palace immediately took the little boy away. With this qualification, it is natural to focus on training. There will be no resources for self-struggle, and tasks called training but actually difficult. Then what is the use of me joining you? Don't I still have to rely on myself? Perhaps the Wind Palace on other islands may have such a wonder, but the one in Feiyu Town does not. At the same time, this matter was quickly blocked. Feiyu Town has a good atmosphere, but there are also many outsiders. Who knows if there will be some people who are jealous of others and deliberately do bad things. So the extraordinary system of the Sky Island world is essentially not a process of internal seeking, but a similar ability to obtain the right of use through external communication. In essence, their communication object is not the wind, but nature. But because the wind is alive, they can only communicate with the wind. So this extraordinary system is unlikely to fail even if it changes to another world. They can even communicate directly with the environment, and even the world itself. Qi Xuan looked at the large amount of data fed back, and after he sorted it out, he realized the problem. It looks ordinary, but in fact it has a very strong operating logic. Leverage power, or even leverage momentum. Even they are bound by the wind of the Sky Island world. In another world, they can all become small protagonists, even more flexible than the protagonist. Qi Xuan was thinking whether he could use the communication ability in the Wind Walker system to connect with the world core in his hand. Wind is not their real extraordinary power, communication is. But what is the principle? Qi Xuan couldn't help but think of this question. With the continuous collection of data, the Wind Walker extraordinary system has become clearer and clearer. The living wind is not only a constraint for the Wind Walkers, but also a medium. It is precisely because the wind is alive that it can communicate accurately. Otherwise, if it is replaced with other natural objects, it is extremely difficult to communicate because they are dead. To use an analogy, it is difficult to deal with the other party ignoring you when you don't speak the same language. The Wind Walker system can develop in the Sky Island world because it has its own growth conditions. Qi Xuan sorted out a lot of data. Then he began to think about how he should access this Wind Walker system. Theoretically, he can also communicate with the wind. After all, he also has corresponding modules such as language and signals. However, this is just a theory, and it also requires the special communication talents of the human aborigines of the Sky Island world. Otherwise, the wind will not pay attention to him at all. Qi Xuan, such a stranger, muttered some messy words in the ears of the wind, and from time to time mixed with some rural slang and foreign dialects, and the wind could only be confused. The talent for communication should be in the soul, and most likely not in the body. We need some experimental subjects. Qi Xuan was thinking about how to reasonably capture the experimental subjects. It is true that the population of Feiyu Town is hundreds of thousands, but if the number of people who disappeared reaches about 100, it will inevitably attract attention. As for being blown away by the wind, it is possible, but if it was blown away by the wind that can blow away a person will inevitably cause a lot of noise. This means that it is very likely to be a public witness event. It is possible in the wild, but how can we not think too much about the disappearance of hundreds of people at a time? At that time, the Wind King Palace will also be affected. Qi Xuan is not afraid of these influences, he is worried about complications. It may lead to unnecessary troubles. Researching the Wind Walker system does not mean giving up the research on the world core, but it can be used as an auxiliary preparation for the research on the world core. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. As for being found by the Wind Palace, he did it. He is not worried at all. He just doesn't want to cause trouble, not afraid, so he keeps a low profile. Even if all the people in Feiyu Town are added together, Qi Xuan can kill them with his own strength, and it will only take some time to kill them all. Uncle, are you at home? Mi Yun's voice came from outside. He did not participate in the selection of the Wind Walker. First, he didn't lack that little bit of money, and second, he had to help with the housework and was an only child, so he didn't even go to see it. What's the matter? Qi Xuan slowly got up and opened the door for him, asking. The storm is coming, be careful. Mi Yun said the first time he saw Qi Xuan. He knew that Qi Xuan had just arrived in Feiyu Town, so he was not clear about the seasons of wind and rain in Feiyu Town. Qi Xuan took a look at the sky and said, "It's so sunny, there shouldn't be a storm." His research on the world court during this period filled a lot of his knowledge gaps, including knowledge of meteorology and climate. This is what the Wind Palace said. Uncle, remember to hide in the basement. Hurricane beasts occasionally appear in the storms in Feiyu Town. But don't worry, the Wind Walkers will deal with them. Mi Yun said, looking at Qi Xuan eagerly. Qi Xuan knew what the other party wanted, so he took out 2 exquisite candies and handed them to the other party. I know. I be careful, Qi Xuan said with a smile. Hurricane beasts are extraordinary life forms that live in hurricanes between islands. Because of their own evolution, they have no way to leave the hurricane, so they can only enter various islands when the storm comes. In fact, most hurricane beasts mistakenly enter the island because of the storm. Their diet is not humans, but wind and hurricane beasts. But after mistakenly entering the island, their wild instincts are stimulated and form stress behaviors, which will cause damage to buildings and even threaten humans. So the Wind Walkers will drive them away. If they really don't want to leave, they will choose to kill them. After the hurricane beast dies, it will turn into a wind disaster, and it is not easy to solve it. Otherwise, the Wind Walkers will not mainly expel them, and will only kill them when they are really forced to. However, after the wind disaster subsides, they will get a lot of benefits, such as some extraordinary materials that can be used to make wind windows. As for cultivation, Wind Walkers do not practice. They can become stronger by improving the favorability of the wind through communication. This means that the concept of cultivation does not exist in the Sky Island world. Besides, even if people want to cultivate, there is no way. It all depends on your relationship with the wind. If the relationship is good, the wind will rush into your body, and you will be guaranteed to improve quickly. I don't know what kind of life form the hurricane beast is. Qi Xuan was indeed very curious, but he estimated that it was probably similar to an energy life form. It was a bit strange to think about it. After all, a group of living things living on another living thing made Qi Xuan think of the extraordinary system in the spiritual root world. However, after some Wind Walkers awakened, the creatures they obtained seemed to be miniaturized hurricane beasts. Qi Xuan thought of this. Hurricane beasts are not a single species, but a general term for life forms that live in hurricanes. In fact, there are various species and types. It's just that the natives of the Sky Island world habitually classify them as one. Chapter 454. Rain began to drip from the sky, and the wind began to become violent. The original wind was easygoing and light, like a good old man. But now, the wind gave Qi Xuan the feeling of an irritable bull, starting to run rampant. No wonder Mi Yun ran so fast. I didn't expect the speed of the storm to come so quickly. Qi Xuan watched the dripping rain turn from drizzle to heavy rain in just 1 minute. At the same time, the whistling of the wind became louder and louder. Thanks to the indigenous people of the Sky Island world, who often face this situation, they do a very good job in wind and rain protection. At least in this regard, the technology has surpassed many modern technologies. This is also the effect that is forced by life. Otherwise, after a storm, the house will collapse directly, and it will be a mess. Boom, Qi Xuan just finished speaking when he heard a thunder. Looking up, he saw only the clouds rolling in the sky, and there was a faint flash of lightning. Intelligent brain, recover the satellite, Qi Xuan said. He now understood why the Wind Palace would rather face the hurricane than take off. The environment at the top was even worse, and it was adjacent to the hurricane, which meant that the island was covered by the hurricane from top to bottom, and there was also a thunderstorm in the sky. The Wind Walkers had no way to fight against the thunder, and the only power they could use was the wind. In the center of the thunderstorm, a huge figure passed by, and it seemed to be affected by the thunder, and it actually entered the island along the storm. It was a hurricane beast. If Qi Xuan did not recover the satellite subbody in time, then damage would be inevitable. The intelligent brain acted very quickly, and the satellites soon began to fall and move towards Chi Swayan's position. Chi Swayan looked at the hurricane beast, which was a creature similar to a manta ray, with lightning flashing on its body. This was not the ability of the manta ray hurricane beast itself, but because it was attacked indiscriminately by the thunderstorm, it caused energy to penetrate into itself. For the hurricane beast, it was not a good thing, but it was injured. After the Wind Walker of the Wind Palace noticed this, he quickly arranged for people to start expelling the hurricane beast, and let it leave their island as soon as possible. However, because the manta ray hurricane beast was injured, it was very alert to the surrounding environment. After the Wind Walkers approached, they immediately issued a sharp voice warning. The Wind Walkers naturally understood the meaning, but did not retreat. The injured hurricane beast was extremely dangerous, and could not be allowed to approach Feiyu Town, otherwise it would definitely cause damage. The result was not acceptable to them. If it could not be expelled, it could only be killed. As for the consequences of the wind disaster, it is still less than the damage caused by the hurricane beast destroying Feiyu Town. Chi Swayan put down the work in his hands and began to stare at the imminent battle. The data of the Wind Walker's battle is more detailed than the data of the reserve communicating the wind. After all, fighting requires extremely fast reaction and control of the wind, and these data are also what Chi Swayan needs. The life form of the hurricane beast is special. They are more inclined to the initial form of multicellular organisms. That is, an organism composed of multiple, differentiated cells, and these cells are wind. The wind is more like a single cell. So theoretically, if the Wind Walker communicates directly with the hurricane beast, wouldn't it be a win-win situation? But the hurricane beast is relatively intelligent, and it may not be so easy to be fooled. Besides, how can a wild animal be tamed so easily? Chi Swayan wants to gain the communication ability of the Wind Walker, so he can use the hurricane beast as a breakthrough. After all, the wind is too big, and even if Chi Swayan communicates, he probably won't be recognized with his identity. But the hurricane beast is different. They have a certain amount of intelligence. For the Wind Walker, it is not as easy to communicate as the wind, but for Chi Swayan, it is a better threat. Communication includes not only language, but also body movements. It is not a big deal for Chi Swayan to use threats. After all, his personality charm and his own temperament are really very ordinary, belonging to the level of passerby. Therefore, language and body communication cannot rely on sincerity or direct licking like the Wind Walker. In his case, sincerity cannot be exchanged for sincerity, nor can it be licked. On the contrary, the threat of violence is more effective. The expulsion failed. Chi Swayan shifted his gaze from the hurricane beast to the Wind Walker and his group. In fact, not only did the expulsion fail, but it also angered the manta-like hurricane beast. Next, we should start fighting with real swords and guns. Chi Swayan changed to a comfortable posture, stuffed the world core back into his abdomen, and then began to look. He was naturally very cautious in protecting the world core. Except for staying in his abdomen, he would not let it leave his hand. To avoid accidents that would cause him to lose everything. Be cautious when you need to be cautious. Jiwon faced the wind and rain, looking at the black-winged shark with burning eyes. It was not the first time he had seen it in a storm. It was just that this time was worse. This black-winged shark was actually injured by the thunderstorm, so the originally very easy-to-drive temper suddenly became very irritable. He knew that there were these black-winged sharks around Feiyu Town, but the black-winged sharks did not eat people, but only other hurricane beasts. It was also one of the few hurricane beasts that had a good impression of humans. It seemed that in the eyes of the black-winged sharks, humans were similar to cats and dogs, and rarely took the initiative to hurt them. Even if they strayed in, they would not take the initiative to destroy them. But this also had a premise, that is, the black-winged shark was not threatened or injured. In this situation, basically the previous method of expulsion could not be used, and it could only be killed. He stretched out his hand and clenched it, and a longbow formed by the wind appeared in his hand. This is the power of wind that he awakened after becoming a Wind Walker. The name is also very simple, it is called Windbow. At the beginning, the ability was also very simple. Pulling the bowstring can gather the wind into arrows, and then attack the enemy. Later, it gradually evolved into a series of abilities such as multiple arrows, continuous shooting, storm arrows, and rain of arrows. Jiwon's wind all comes from the Windbow in his hand, which has extremely strong combat power and long range. Of course, close combat is not weak either. The Windbow has sharp blades on both ends, which can also be used as a temporary close combat weapon. Combined with the physique, arm strength, etc. required by the archer, if the weapon is not unsuitable, he can be more fierce than ordinary close combat. After drawing the bow, the wind gathered on his wind bow at a very fast speed to form a wind arrow. The wind force on the surface of the wind arrow continued to increase. This was not an ordinary wind arrow, but was once again controlled by Ji-won to become a storm arrow. The target was directly aimed at the black-winged shark. After the storm arrow hits the black-winged shark, it will cause a short-term restraint and dizziness to the black-winged shark. You must kill it before it recovers, Ji-won said to his two teammates. Of course, he was not the only one coming. There were also two other windwalkers. Unlike him as an archer, one of them got the wind from the wind knife, and the other had the ability of cold wind heavy strike, both of which belonged to melee combat. After hearing Ji-won's words, the two nodded at the same time. After the response, the storm arrow in Ji-won's hand came out of the string, turning into a roaring storm, and carrying wind and rain towards the black-winged shark. The injured black-winged shark was very sensitive, and immediately noticed the storm arrow coming, but the speed was too fast, and there was no time to dodge. The storm arrow hit the black-winged shark, forming a fierce whirlwind on its body, and tightly restraining its movements. At the same time, the violent impact of the wind made it dizzy, and its consciousness immediately became blank. But this is not the most important thing. The storm arrow is not just used for control, its power is also very huge. The area on the black-winged shark that was hit directly dented a large piece of flesh and blood, and at the same time, the rotation of the whirlwind began to cut its flesh and blood, causing the flesh and blood to splash out continuously in the wind and rain. However, because the black-winged shark is not a flesh and blood life, but a hurricane beast, the splashed flesh and blood turned into wind in less than 2 seconds. Get started, Ji-won shouted. His two teammates took advantage of the wind and quickly approached the black-winged shark. The two used their own wind to form the most powerful attack and rushed through the whirlwind. One used a wind knife to cut off the head of the black-winged shark, and the other used cold wind to penetrate the heart of the black-winged shark. The whole process was very fast. After finishing this, the two retreated quickly. After the black-winged shark died and decomposed into wind, it was just the beginning. Next, it would become a wind disaster, which was the most difficult thing. The decomposition was completed within 1 minute, and at the same time, a huge tornado began to form from the location where the black-winged shark died. The wind used to generate, it was the wind transformed from the flesh and blood of the black-winged shark. Therefore, the wind disaster was also called the death revenge of the hurricane beast by the windwalkers. No matter what kind of hurricane beast it is, there will be a wind disaster after its death. Go separately, Ji-won reminded his two teammates. The wind disaster will lock the windwalker who killed the hurricane beast, but because there are 2 people killed this time, there is still room for control. Ji-won did not leave, because he did not kill it, so he could not leave. He had to follow the wind disaster and wait until the wind disaster subsided to obtain wind materials for the future construction of the wind boat. As for the hunting behavior between hurricane beasts, wind disasters will also occur, but wind disasters are food for hurricane beasts, so they don't need to worry at all. The only thing to worry about is humans. The two teammates fled in opposite directions, one on the left and one on the right. The wind disaster was stunned at first, and then chose a target to chase after. A level 1 wind disaster should be able to subside in about an hour. After Ji-won judged the size of the wind disaster, he got the duration. Then he chased after it, and headed towards the wilderness. The wind disaster naturally could not be led to the town. It must be to a place where there are no people and buildings, so that the loss can be smaller. This is not the first time that his teammates have led to wind disasters, so they naturally know it clearly. Chapter 455. The storm came and went quickly. The storm had not subsided yet, but the sky had cleared up. Ji-won looked again, and then he was sure that the storm was finally over. He silently estimated the duration of the storm in his heart. He waited for about 3 minutes before approaching. There was a long white bone as long as his arm on the ground, which made him look happy. I didn't expect it to be a bone material. It's really rare. Then he moved over and reached out to pick it up. However, when he bent down, he heard a slight sound of wind. The storm told him that danger was approaching. Is the storm not over yet? The thought emerged in his mind. But before he could finish expressing this thought, Ji-won suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The back of his head was hit violently, and the whole person fainted. The next moment, he and the bone-type wind material disappeared without a trace. When the teammate who led the wind disaster away rushed back, he saw nothing and looked a little confused. Going back? That shouldn't be the case. You said you would wait for me to go together, he muttered, and then looked at the scene again, but he didn't get anything. He could only go back and report back helplessly. In his opinion, Such a big person couldn't disappear for no reason. It must be that the wind material was special, so he didn't have time to wait for him and rushed back to the Wind King's palace first. As for betrayal because of this wind material? That's nonsense. Wind material is only useful when making wind boats, and wind walkers can't use it. Besides, even if Jiwen was cheated, he couldn't leave Feiyu Town. Where could he go to attack? It was much more likely that he was harmed by someone. On the other side, Qi Xuan took the unconscious Jiwen back to the 5th floor of the basement at home. Ordinary people's basements only have 1 floor, but Qi Xuan is different. He has 5 floors. It is used to store various equipment and conduct various experiments. The so-called wind material is actually the energy core of the hurricane beast after its death. Qi Xuan looked at the bone-type wind material in his hand. It can better resist hurricanes, and at the same time has the effect of converting wind energy, and it also has the use of disposable energy. So it is wind-attributed oil? This possibility flashed through Qi Xuan's mind. Corpses plus energy plus wide range of uses can easily lead Qi Xuan to this direction. But the speed of dissipation is too fast. If there is no proper preservation method, this wind material will be lost in 3 days at most. The Wind Palace should have special preservation technology, Qi Xuan said, and sealed the wind material. Although he did not know the preservation technology of the Wind Palace, he could preserve it in a targeted manner through the characteristics of the wind material, and the effect would not necessarily be worse than the other party's technology. As for completely stopping the loss, this is probably not very realistic, as it involves the fluidity of wind. So at most it can only delay the loss, and how long it can be delayed, Qi Xuan estimated that it will not disappear for about 300 years. It is possible that he can live longer than Qi Xuan, but he is not even 300 years old. After processing the wind material, Qi Xuan's eyes were on Jiwen, the wind walker. The wind material can be studied slowly, and at worst, he can catch the hurricane beast in the hurricane to study it in the future. On the contrary, the wind walkers are more important. Qi Xuan began to dissect. When he cut open Jiwen's skin, he could feel a breath similar to wine leaking out of his body. It feels like I cut open a balloon, and it keeps leaking air. Qi Xuan gave a slightly weird metaphor. Although the wind walker leaks air, he will not die because the wind leaks out. The body has completely merged with the wind to a certain extent, and the cells have already shown signs of weathering. It is said to be a human, but it is actually an alternative hurricane beast. So the wind walker will become the so-called wind spirit after his death, which should be similar to the hurricane beast becoming a wind material after its death. But the nature seems to be different. The wind spirit seems to be a special life form similar to neutrinos formed by the high degree of combination of the wind in the wind walker's body and the human. Wait, and you will know what it is after you kill him. Qi Xuan has actually realized one thing after studying this, that is, the wind walker is likely to be the juvenile form of the wind spirit. Of course, Qi Xuan can't say whether it is better to be a human or a wind spirit. After all, he had just started his research. With the in-depth dissection, Qi Xuan obtained more data about the wind walker. The talent for communication is indeed in the soul, and this talent is also the cause of the formation of the wind spirit. This talent is the unformed consciousness of the wind spirit, so it is not actually people communicating with the wind, but they are communicating with the wind through their own wind spirit. At this stage, the wind spirit is just a mouthpiece because its own consciousness has not yet developed. Everyone's wind spirit is different, so the efficiency of communication with the wind is even more different. And this is the difference in qualifications. In fact, it is not because of talent, but because of appearance. Qi Xuan was a little overwhelmed when he recorded this. If the wind spirit does not look good, it will not be favored by the wind, and then it will not be able to communicate with the wind. However, this appearance does not really refer to appearance, but to the affinity of the wind spirit for the wind. In fact, if a person's wind spirit is not favored by the wind and cannot become a wind walker, you can try to choose to communicate with other things. You may become a fire walker, a water walker, etc., but the difficulty of communication is still very great, and you may not get a response. In fact, the spirit formed by the talent of communication has no attribute bias. The reason why Qi Xuan calls it a wind spirit is nothing more than adapting to local customs. And the awakened things, abilities, creatures, etc., are essentially the process of the wind spirit communicating with the wind. The data obtained is formed, and finally contacted to the outside world. Everything after that can be collectively called development, until the death of the wind walker. So this is the awakening wind, and the growing wind. After Qi Xuan sewed up Jiwen's head, he began to further stimulate the soul. Soon, a bow condensed by the wind appeared in front of Jiwen. He did not reach out to take it. After coming to the Sky Island world, he still had the common sense he should have. The wind of the Windwalker cannot be touched by outsiders. In the hands of the Windwalker, it would be a weapon or ability, or even an obedient creature that can be wielded like an arm, but it may not be the case for someone else. If Chi Suiyan dared to take action, even if he could suppress it with his powerful strength, the result would be that he would rather die than live in disgrace. Sure enough, this is the wind spirit of the Windwalker, but it is shaped into different forms and properties by different data. Chi Suiyan said, and broke Ji Wen's neck. The next moment, Ji Wen's body began to weather and decompose, just like the manta hurricane beast killed by their team. The whole person collapsed into wisps of scattered wind in an instant. At the same time, the Windbow also noticed Ji Wen's death, and its structure showed an extremely unstable appearance. Normally, at this point, the Windbow would definitely dissipate because of Ji Wen's death, but this instability was activated and absorbed the wind after Ji Wen's death. As the amount absorbed gradually increased, the Windbow began to expand, and a large amount of wind breath containing vitality lingered around it. The whole process lasted for nearly 30 seconds, which made the Windbow completely reborn and turned into a humanoid life form constructed by wind. This is the real wind spirit, and it is also the essence of communication talent. Through the World Core, I have gained a lot of knowledge. Combined with my own strength, the efficiency and accuracy of my research on various extraordinary systems have increased a lot. Chi Suiyan looked at the wind spirit that had not yet opened its eyes, and had a more straightforward understanding of his shortcomings in all aspects. He did not touch the wind spirit. Although the wind spirit had taken shape, it had not yet been fully born. If he touched it now, it would easily form an energy adhesion. The wind spirit was not that fragile, but the energy adhesion was similar to a sign of hatred. Why did Chi Suiyan cause trouble for himself? Chi Suiyan wanted to completely eliminate this adhesion, but it would also cost money. Holding grudges, and the habit seems to be close to unity. This kind of energy adhesion can be sensed by all wind spirits. Killing the wind spirit will also have a high probability of obtaining this kind of energy adhesion. After about 5 minutes, the wind spirit slowly opened his eyes. It is called an eye, but it is more like a wind eye, and the body appearance is more like a human archer, wearing leather armor, holding a longbow, and a quiver on the waist. It's just that the whole body is made of wind, which looks blurry but also very real. After the wind eye of the archer Feng Ling stared at Chi Suiyan for 3 seconds, he decisively took the arrow and drew the bow, aiming at Chi Suiyan and shooting the wind arrow. The whole process was smooth, and there was no hesitation. The level of consciousness is not high, but there are relics from his life. But in terms of combat quality, it is far better than before, and it is suspected that it has undergone some kind of inheritance and instinctive indoctrination. After Chi Suiyan easily smashed the wind arrow, he suppressed the wind on the archer Feng Ling with the effect of polymorphic energy. This feeling is like a biological weapon coming off the assembly line. Chi Suiyan looked at the struggling archer Feng Ling and quickly restrained him. He then began further research. If I am not mistaken, the Wind Palace may be a barracks or a biological weapon factory. It's a pity that because of the wind, it is impossible to determine the specifications of this world and the development of civilization, otherwise it would be possible to deduce the whereabouts of Feng Ling. But it is very likely that the source of the wind pursued by the Wind Palace may have the truth. But the Windwalker is definitely not a good profession. You have to fulfill your duties when you are alive, and you have to be made into a biological weapon after you die. It's really miserable. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This utilization rate is indeed high, but unfortunately it does not fit his approach, otherwise there would be many things that could be learned from it. Chapter 456. Ji Wen's disappearance soon attracted the attention of the Wind Palace. If he had simply died in battle, it wouldn't have been such a big problem, but now, he disappeared without a trace. That's a big problem. The Wind Palace must have seen him alive. If he died, there would definitely be no corpse. He would have decomposed into a wind spirit. How could there be a corpse? But they couldn't find out the reason. Ji-Wen, the Wind Walker, seemed to have disappeared suddenly. There was no clue. In the end, they could only make a big deal out of a small matter. The follow-up naturally calmed down, and they just regarded him as being blown away by the wind. There were many Wind Walkers in the Wind Palace of Feiyu Town, so it was impossible for them to make a big fuss just because of him. After all, each Wind Walker was very busy, so they didn't have the time to deal with it. Chi Suiyan was not surprised by this. This matter had been spreading in Feiyu Town for about a week. The enthusiasm was high on the first day, but it became less and less, and now it has basically disappeared. It is estimated that except for Ji Wen's relatives and friends, other people have long forgotten these things. After all, everyone has to live. On the contrary, Chi Suiyan has a very comfortable life. After studying G1, he studied the archer Feng Ling born from him. The process was very smooth. He quickly extracted the spiritual communication talent formed in Feng Ling and made it into a reader. The object to be read is naturally the core of the world. In fact, Chi Suiyan can also make it similar to artificial talent, so that he can also obtain the extraordinary system of Feng Xingzhe. However, Chi Suiyan didn't care about these things at all. For him, there was no need to be so scattered. The core of the world should be the most important. He could still distinguish the priorities. With this reader, Chi Suiyan could better obtain the rules and data inside the core of the world, which made Chi Suiyan run wildly on the road of learning without looking back. But the problem now is that the core of the world is dead? Chi Suiyan looked at the core of the world in his hand with a serious expression. The main function of the reader is to read, but its essence is still a tool made by the spiritual communication talent, and it still has the ability to communicate. He communicated with the core of the world, but the feedback he gave was dead silence. It was not the kind of rejection of unwillingness to communicate, but the death like a corpse. This made Chi Suiyan think of the blood clan. The essence of the blood clan is also a corpse, but it can move because of the dark power. So this core of the world is likely to be a similar situation. As for why it has become such a dead state, Chi Suiyan suspects that it has something to do with the silver-white snake on the apple tree that calls itself Satan. This is also good news. Death means it will not resist. Chi Suiyan lowered his eyelids. Although he didn't know what consequences this would bring, at least he had no worries. With my current progress, I can't afford to become a world through the world core. At least I have to make the virus talent SSS level and build a simple natural biosphere. Only with this as a basis can I completely make the world core my nourishment. Chi Suiyan is not trying to seize the body, but to evolve into a world by himself through the world core. Whether it is possession or integration, it is not what Chi Suiyan expects. He has seen the world of the ghost world before, and there are many restrictions on him, and it is even difficult to check for deficiencies and make up for them. Of course, there may be other reasons, but Chi Suiyan does not want to make up for it in the later stage, so he has to do a good job in the early stage. It is indeed closely related, and the world is inclusive of everything. Chi Suiyan had never thought that he would be stuck in the virus series of talents before. Fortunately, the progress is not slow, and the protagonist halo is really a great help to me. Chi Suiyan can be sure that the protagonist halo must have helped him in improving his virus talent. Otherwise, with the amount of internal data in the core of the world, how could he have such progress? The knowledge and rule data obtained must be random. And the protagonist halo increases the luck so that the random knowledge obtained by Chi Suiyan is all systematic, rather than scattered. The focus can be slightly shifted. If nothing unexpected happens, the research on SSS level virus talents should be completed within 10 days. Chi Suiyan thought for a while, and came to this conclusion. This is the longest time he estimated. If it is the shortest, it may be an hour later, but this requires the protagonist's halo to work hard. After all, experimental research is indeed very luck-dependent, and it is not enough to have enough knowledge reserves. Knowledge can indeed be omnipotent, but the premise is that you have to have the corresponding knowledge. Chi Suiyan has it, but not enough. So it can only be put on hold for the time being. Now that things have come to this, continue to read the rules in the core of the world. Chi Suiyan plans to continue to recharge himself. Otherwise, there is nothing to do. The most important thing for him now is to supplement his knowledge to improve himself. Why is Miyun here again? What good news did you bring me? Just when he took out the reader and prepared to read, he found that Miyun began to move towards his home. Seeing this, Chi Suiyan could only put away the world core and return to the first floor to wait. Within 2 minutes, Miyun's knock on the door came with a question. Uncle, are you home? Chi Suiyan opened the door. What news did you bring me again? While saying this, Chi Suiyan threw another piece of exquisite candy to the other party. There is a storm turbulence in the north of Feiyu Town. The Windwalkers of the Wind Palace said that it is a precursor to bordering another island. So let everyone be on guard to avoid the island on the opposite side. Miyun said to Chi Suiyan. Chi Suiyan mobilized the satellite to check the northernmost area of the island. The hurricane covered by it did show irregular chaos. Intelligent brain, check the meteorological data. Chi Suiyan directly instructed the intelligent computer. Although he had been monitoring the affairs of Feiyu Town, he rarely paid attention to it, and the intelligent computer would not notify Chi Suiyan for these trivial matters. Storm turbulence is not a big deal. Chi Suiyan's physical body can calm it down. There is no need to spend much effort. As for the border between the two islands, it has nothing to do with Chi Suiyan. After the meteorological data was retrieved, Chi Suiyan glanced at it, and found that it was indeed not a big deal, so the intelligent computer directly cancelled the notification of this change. Tell me in detail, I haven't experienced it yet, Chi Swain asked. I'm not sure. I heard from the Windwalkers that the island we live on has actually been floating with the wind. But because the world is so big, there are very few collisions. The last time there was a collision between islands was more than 100 years ago, when my parents were not even born yet. The Windwalkers also checked the classics and found out something about it. Miyun answered Chi Swain. Chi Swain ignored where Miyun got the information from, and thought in his heart that maybe he could see the truth about the Sky Island with this opportunity. He had not made any active explorations since he came to the Sky Island world. At most, he would check the number of survivors from time to time, and now only 1 million people have died. Obviously, the Sky Island world is not a safe place, and some kind of doomsday is approaching. As for what kind of doomsday it is, Chi Swain is not very clear. As long as he is strong and does not take the initiative to dig, the Sky Island world is still extremely safe for Chi Swain. But Chi Swain was also thinking about one thing, that is, the sudden contact between the two Sky Islands. Could it be the reason for his protagonist's halo? The previous Hurricane Beast attack can be said to be an accident. After all, storms are seasonal. But now it's different. He has just arrived in Feiyu Town and another Sky Island have met. The last encounter was more than 100 years ago. How long has he been here? Then what preparations should we make? Chi Swain asked casually. The Windwalker said that it's best to hide in the basement and don't come out. The storm turbulence formed by the collision of the two islands is likely to cause the hurricane to drift into the island, which makes the probability of the Hurricane Beast mistakenly entering higher. At the same time, we don't know the situation on the opposite island. The people who were blown here said that not all islands are as peaceful as our Feiyu Town. There are also many islands with very bad atmospheres, and all kinds of evil people. So if the people on the opposite island have bad intentions, we also need to resist. Miyun told all the information he had found out. Chi Swain looked Miyun up and down when he heard it. How did you find out so much today? Hey, my neighbor's Ernu has communicated with the wind, and is already a reserve Windwalker. Miyun did not hide it. As a reserve Windwalker, he can contact more, and Miyun used this channel to get this information in advance, and then came to Chi Swain to exchange for candy. Not bad, I give you another group. Next time there is such news, I will definitely give it to you. Chi Swain said, throwing him another one. Hey, thank you, Uncle. Miyun took it with a smile, and then asked curiously, Uncle, why do you like to hear these rumors so much? Because it's interesting. Chi Swain said casually. He couldn't just say that it was a matter of trying. Okay, then I go back first, and I come back if there are any more rumors. Miyun didn't care about Chi Swain's attitude, but happily trotted back with his candy. These two candies can definitely sell enough food for 3 days. Storm turbulence, Hurricane Beast invasion, and island contact. Chi Swain thought it was a little familiar. Thinking carefully, it seems a bit like two ships that collided accidentally. Chi Swain had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. If the hurricane is compared to the sea, and the island is a ship, it seems very reasonable. Storm turbulence is the waves when the ship is sailing, and turbulence is caused by the collision of waves due to the approach of two ships. The invasion of the Hurricane Beast is when the seawater rushes into the cabin after the collision, and the marine life also follows. Don't mention it, it's really a bit similar. Chapter 457. The storm turbulence is expanding rapidly. In just 1 hour, it spread from the north of Feiyu Town Island to the east, west and south. At the same time, a large number of wind patterns appeared in the sky. This is a climate phenomenon caused by the hurricane rushing into the island. At the same time, many hurricane beasts can be seen entering the island along the storm turbulence. However, because they can only live in the wind, and the wind patterns formed by the storm turbulence are in the sky, they cannot come down. This is good news for the natives of Feiyu Town. The main reason is that the last experience was more than 100 years ago, and the people have changed almost 3 times, and there are only sporadic records of the storm turbulence. All the Windwalkers in the Wind Palace have been dispatched, and the young and strong people in Feiyu Town have been assigned various defense tasks. Chi Swain muttered. He naturally had a share. After someone gave him a crossbow and a pot of arrows, the captain of the militia in the town simply taught him how to shoot, and then left in a hurry. Not only Chi Swain had such a treatment, but many people had it. Because he was lucky, he was assigned to the position of the rear crossbowman. Some people were issued with spears, long swords, shields, etc., and were prepared for hand-to-hand combat. Of course, most of these people were members of the militia or trained, otherwise they would not really be allowed to go to the front. That's right, a Wind Walker went in to check, and it is said that the opposite side is the Wind Bandit. A middle-aged man, with a big belly next to Chiswayan said. The other party was a butcher in the town, who looked ferocious, but it was just an appearance, and he was actually very kind to others. The reason why he and Chiswayan were assigned to the same trench was because the people in this trench were all shop owners on the same street. Meat is not something that ordinary people can eat often, and neither is sugar. So Chiswayan and the butcher who sells meat both belong to light luxury stores. It is reasonable to be assigned to them together. Fatty Chi, you are not going to the front line with your physique, and you are holding a crossbow with a sickly ghost like me. How can you be embarrassed? Chiswayan joked casually. He was assigned to the rear because of his appearance. Don't look at me, Fatty Chi, who is strong, but in fact, it's all Puffy. Fatty Chi is his nickname, and few people know his real name. But he doesn't care much about these things, and he can earn more with a wide reputation. What is the situation of Feng Dao? Chiswayan asked again. Snakes have their own ways, and rats have their own ways. Since he can open a butcher shop, he naturally has his own channels, so it is normal for him to know more than Yun. It is said that they are a group of wind walkers, who can control the island to move in a certain direction, and can also lock other islands. They are doing things like burning, killing and looting. Taylor, who from Southeast Street, before he was blown to Feiyu Town, the island he was on was a den of wind bandits. Fortunately, he has a skill, otherwise he would have been killed as a sacrifice. Fatty Chi did not hide anything, but said directly. Chiswayan was also surprised when he heard it. This can develop into bandits? According to the model of Sky Island, shouldn't it be farming and exploding soldiers? In fact, when Fatty Chi said this, he looked around and lowered his voice, and said, It's the Wind Walkers of the Wind Palace. Not all wind palaces are as good as our Feiyu Town. Many wind palaces are not good things, and the Wind Walkers are also high and mighty, and don't care about the lives of ordinary people. The Wind Palace in Feiyu Town does have a lot of privileges, and because of these privileges, many dark things will be suppressed. However, in general, it is really good, at least it treats ordinary people very well. Before Chiswayan began to be polite and inquire, there were visible changes in the storm turbulence in front. This attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Fatty Chi trembled as he loaded the arrows on the crossbow, and then began to aim very clumsily. Chiswayan also went with the flow, thinking in his mind why the hurricane beast was driven by the Wind Walker. The next moment, in the storm turbulence, a huge creature similar to an octopus stretched out its tentacles from the storm turbulence. The Wind Walkers were well prepared, and before the hurricane beast's attack arrived, they cut off all its tentacles. This time was not like the last time, when there was only a team of 3 Wind Walkers, but all the Wind Walkers in the entire Feiyu Town had arrived. As the tentacles were cut off and turned into wind, the hurricane beast in the storm turbulence let out a painful wail, but there was no more attempt. You are very good, you dare to hurt my octopus beast. An angry voice came out. There were nearly 1,000 Wind Walkers passing through the storm turbulence. It was obviously not their first time, so they were very skilled when passing through. The one who spoke was a one-eyed dragon, who looked extremely ferocious. He was the leader of this group of wind bandits. Seeing the number, the faces of all the Wind Walkers in Feiyu Town changed slightly. Their number of Wind Walkers was only over 1,000. However, in terms of combat power, it was obvious that this group of wind bandits was stronger. Get out of Feiyu Town. The mayor of Feiyu Town, who was also the chief elder of the Wind Walkers of the local Wind King Palace, stood up and scolded the other party. However, what greeted him was not an answer, but a thunder-like attack from the leader of the wind bandits. The battle broke out in an instant, and the Wind Walkers launched a brutal killing with the wind. Chiswayan was shooting at the enemy with a crossbow from time to time. Because he did not show his true strength, neither the hit rate nor the lethality had any effect at all. Keep your hands steady, don't shoot your own people. Chiswayan glanced at Fatty Chi, who was shaking all the time. He was big, but it was indeed an empty frame. It was okay to bluff outside, but when he really started fighting, Fatty Chi was just an ordinary person. The butcher who sold meat did have advantages, but the advantages were not comparable to those of the Wind Walkers. Don't worry, Fatty Chi responded to Chiswayan with an arrow, but the accident happened in an instant. A sound of wind passed by, and a wind arrow condensed by wind pierced through Fatty Chi's forehead, and it seemed to have the characteristics of explosion, blowing Fatty Chi's head off on the spot. And this was just the beginning. A dense rain of arrows fell from the sky. It was obviously a wind bandit attacking. Chiswayan moved his body slightly, and became a survivor of the explosive rain of arrows. The act of the Wind Bandit killing civilians directly angered the local Wind Palace and the Wind Walker. The Wind Walkers of Feiyu Town, even if they were not locals, were children who grew up locally. Among the dead, many were relatives or people who watched them grow up, and even relatives. This behavior is no less than stirring up a hornet's nest. The Wind Walkers of Feiyu Town, who originally had more combat experience against hurricane beasts, showed the characteristics of a desperate army. Their morale began to soar, and their combat effectiveness was also improving. From the original disadvantage to an evenly matched opponent. At the same time, ordinary people in various trenches were also stimulated. A rain of arrows can kill you, so what you need to do now is to kill the opponent first, so that you can save your own life. A bunch of pigs. The leader of the Wind Bandits also cursed, and then planned to retreat. The enemy's resistance was too fierce. Even if the strong attack won, it would also be a heavy loss. You can only choose to temporarily avoid the edge and wait for a suitable opportunity. With him as the leader leading the retreat, the other Wind Bandits naturally would not choose to stay, and they rushed to leave one after another. How can a group of rabble be so fierce? Chi Suan narrowed his eyes. It must be a chance. The Wind Walkers of Feiyu Town are just inexperienced, not weak. As long as you fight a few more boarding battles of this kind, you will definitely be able to transform into a veteran on the battlefield. Let's see when the time comes. It will take at most half an hour to wipe out this group of wind pirates. The advantages are there. Not only do they have advantages in Vendus and numbers, but their equipment and supplies are also stronger than those of the wind pirates. Except for the difference in actual combat, they are far better than the wind pirates in other aspects. Do you really think that farming development is only about farming? I just don't know what the opportunity is. Do you want to go and take a look? Chi Suan compared the data, and found that this storm turbulence will last at least 3 days. Therefore, the contact between the two islands will take another 3 days before they can separate from each other. So Chi Suan actually had 3 days to explore. Chi Suan could even choose to occupy the island opposite as his experimental base. The Feiyu town where he landed might hide some big secrets, so Chi Suan rarely took action, but the opposite Fengdao was different. If he could come to give him an opportunity, he must not have much identity background, so he would not have to choose to be low-key, and could just start slaughtering and capturing experimental subjects. Feiyu town still has many constraints. Then let's move the base. Chi Suan naturally didn't want to leave now. He had to go home to pack up his property. Since he was planning to move, he must take all the things at home with him. If he kept them, wouldn't it be a bargain for others? With the evacuation of the Fengdao, the Fengwang Palace also began to deal with the aftermath. However, the personnel did not evacuate. They didn't know when the storm turbulence would end, but they understood that it was only a temporary repulse of the enemy. Therefore, they would not take it lightly, but would increase their defenses. Especially since they had just lost a group of civilians, they all needed to issue pensions and compensation. In the next battle, it is best to reduce such casualties. In addition, the Wind Walkers were also damaged. At least 100 people died in the previous battle. For the Wind Palace, the loss is even more serious, which makes the Wind Walkers, who are already few in number, even worse. In addition, they have to guard against the Wind Bandits' attack again, which is not an easy task. After all, they are the defenders, who knows what the other party is thinking. Some people advocate killing them, but the Wind Bandits have experience in dealing with storm turbulence, and they don't. If they kill them before reaching the other party's island, they will suffer heavy casualties due to the storm turbulence. The fact that they dare to do the work of looting shows that they have their own confidence and advantages. Therefore, Feiyu Town can only focus on defense. Chapter 458. Jia Feng returned to Hongwan Town with an ugly look on his face. He is the mayor of Hongwan Town, the chief elder of the Wind Palace of Hongwan Town, and the leader of the Hongwan Wind Bandits. He took off his eye patch, and in his left eye was an eyeball made entirely of wind. Go and kill the octopus beast, what a waste! Jia Feng shouted angrily. The wind power he awakened was called the Heart Wind Eye, which could control a hurricane beast. As this ability continued to grow, it would eventually not only be limited to hurricane beasts, but even people could be distorted by his mind. So the entire Hongwan town, from top to bottom, was controlled by him. Whether it was ordinary people or wind walkers, they were all puppets controlled by him. With this foundation, he would embark on the path of the Wind Bandits. The gradual development was too slow, and it was not as fast as robbery. After venting, he began to think about how to take over the Feiyu town opposite. The population consumption is too great, and the military force is insufficient. If there are not enough slaves from the opposite island, the next robbery will be more troublesome. Jia Feng is not a wind walker who is robbing for the first time, but a skilled veteran. But every robbery will be risky. If you want to succeed at once, you have to catch the opponent off guard. For example, this kind of defense is basically a hard battle, and it is basically impossible to succeed without paying a price. We have to think of a way. I have to. Jia Feng was thinking, and suddenly a voice interrupted. I help you. Qi Xuan said this to Jia Feng. This scared Jia Feng a lot, and he fought back immediately. The wind power gathered in his left eye and turned into a whirlwind. But the next moment, the whirlwind was crushed by Qi Xuan with his bare hands. Give me the position of the boss, so you don't have to worry about the troubles that come next. And I see that your dark circles are so serious. You haven't been sleeping well recently. How about an eternal sleep where you can die at any time? While Qi Xuan was speaking, he stretched out 2 fingers and stabbed them into the other's eyes. The right eye was bloody, and the left eye was splashed with wind. Then he pulled the left eye out with a tug. Jia Feng's right eye was useless, but his left eye was his strength. It was just that the hard wind eye was not Qi Xuan's, so it began to backfire after being pulled out. As a result, it was tightly held in Qi Xuan's hand. Who are you? Jia Feng didn't even see the person who attacked him, and his eyes were blinded. Having this strength means that killing him is not a difficult task. Don't ask these nonsense questions. I just ask some questions. I hope you can answer truthfully after being tortured. Qi Xuan said, and took out a series of torture instruments. If you ask directly, he will definitely not tell you. Even if he tells you, he will mix in lies. So Qi Xuan usually tortures first and then asks. The information obtained in this way is more authentic. Wait, I tell you. Jia Feng panicked when he heard that Qi Xuan was going to torture him. You tortured him without asking any questions. You are even more cruel than him, the bandit. However, Qi Xuan did not consider his opinion at all, and directly tied Jia Feng up and hung him up. Ah! Qi Xuan began to torture, and his skillful skills made Jia Feng's wailing louder and louder. It stands to reason that if the sound spreads, someone should have come in to investigate, but Qi Xuan has a shielding module, which directly silences the area. So no matter how loud Jia Feng shouts, no one will be able to hear him. Say it or not, I think you are just stubborn. Qi Xuan tortured him, while reciting the script. You ask? Jia Feng was so aggrieved. You didn't ask and tortured him. What kind of torture is this? About an hour later, after torturing Jia Feng to death, Qi Xuan stopped. With your body, it's really not good. Qi Xuan couldn't help but sigh, and then said, Tell me, why can you find other islands accurately? Jia Feng twitched twice, and then said, The scales of King Feng. He seemed to stumble when he spoke, obviously because he couldn't speak because of the torture. Qi Xuan was very measured in what he did, and would not hurt the brain, lungs, throat, tongue, etc., so as not to make the other party speechless. Where is it? What is it? Qi Xuan continued to ask, What is the Wind King? In the hands of my second elder, it is a blessing from the wind. The Wind King is the Wind King. He is the source of all winds, and the support of the entire world. Jia Feng said weakly. He was quite confused. With Qi Xuan's strength, he should not be unaware of these things. The support of the world? Interesting. Qi Xuan continued to ask, and at the same time took the scales of the Wind King brought by Fei. The whole looks like a huge fish scale, showing the location of the surrounding islands. It's like a living map. Then, through Jia Feng, the Wind Thief, Qi Xuan learned more. The Wind King they were in was a huge fish Wind King, and every island was his skeleton. Wind was the flowing blood of the Wind King, and the Hurricane Beast was his flesh and blood. There was more than one Wind King in the whole world, and there were many Wind Kings, with different forms, appearances, tempers, body shapes, sizes, etc. But the only thing in common was war. Once 2 Wind Kings met, it would be a war to the death. The whole world was too small. So many Wind Kings were crowded together and fighting. In addition to the collisions between islands, and the predation and hunting of hurricane beasts, there were also battles between wind spirits. As for humans, as Qi Xuan said, they were just like biological weapons factories. From Jia Feng's words, we can know that the area they were in was located inside this Wind King, and it was more used to make wind spirits. So they didn't know much about the various situations in the outside world. Jia Feng came from the outer area of the Wind King, and he had a lot of experience, so he knew a lot, and he even went deep into the front of the Wind King battlefield and survived. Later, he got the scales of the Wind King, and then he chose to escape from the battlefield area and enter the safer inner area to survive, and strengthen his island by looting. You mean, the Windwalker can actually obtain the ownership of the island so that he will not become a wind spirit after death, but live as a free body? Chi Xuan continued to ask. Yes, it is said that the scales of the Wind King contain a way to obtain the ownership of the island. Jia Feng explained truthfully. Chi Xuan did not speak, which was equivalent to robbing a part of the Wind King. Keep telling. Chi Xuan stroked the thing called the Wind King's scales, and was thinking in his mind. Is the structure of the Wind King of reference value? After all, the other party is alive, and Chi Xuan is also alive. The other party is one of the world's supports, and Chi Xuan wants to make the world's core his own food. In some ways, they also have something in common. And obtaining the ownership of the island may allow Chi Xuan to better build the virus ecology and improve the virus talent to the SSS level. Jia Feng said everything he knew. He said everything he knew. Obviously, Chi Xuan's torture was still very effective, especially when Jia Feng was not a hard bone. I have confessed everything. Do you think you can let me go? Jia Feng asked tentatively. After hearing this, Chi Xuan smiled and said, No problem, as long as you survive my smelting furnace. After that, he grabbed Jia Feng and stuffed him into the smelting furnace. The Wind King I'm in is a giant fish, and the place where I landed is called Feiyu Town. So this Sky Island can't be the heart of this Wind King. Even if it's not, it may be the core or something like that, otherwise it's impossible to throw me in Feiyu Town. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes, and thought about all kinds of possibilities. It was mainly too coincidental, plus the protagonist's halo. Chi Xuan had to think so. Jia Feng can control the island of Hongwan Town to a certain extent. Although it's through the scales of the Wind King, the ownership has indeed begun to transfer. It's just that this transfer is passive. Otherwise, even if he uses the Wind King scale, there is no way to make Hongwan Town Island choose a direction to approach other islands. It's even more impossible to escape from the outside to the inside. So this kid still didn't say it completely. He is very petty. Chi Xuan couldn't help but sneer. Then he began to adjust the position of Hongwan Town Island through the Wind King scale, and began to derail and move away from Feiyu Town Island. He didn't plan to give up Feiyu Town Island. After all, there are still secrets on this island. But it's not time to explore now. Chi Xuan has to be fully prepared before he does it. Just use the Wind King scale to control Hongwan Town Island from a distance, and move with Feiyu Town Island and keep a distance. After he completely squeezed out the value of Hongwan Town Island, he will return to Feiyu Town Island to explore. On the one hand, he doesn't give up this opportunity, and on the other hand, he can stay away from trouble. It really kills two birds with one stone. Jia Feng is dead, and the people controlled by him in Hongwan Town should have recovered. They are a bunch of troublesome things. We have to lock them up in the basement first to avoid accidents. These people are all his precious experimental subjects. Chi Xuan is worried about any accidents, so he kindly lets them enter the safe basement. Intelligent brain, Fei, leave it to you to deal with. Kill a group of people first to scare them. Don't think I'm easy to bully again. Chi Xuan gave a very constructive suggestion. He always kills chickens to scare monkeys. It doesn't matter how many people he kills. The most important thing is to kill them until they are scared. This behavior will indeed lead to a reduction in experimental subjects, but for Chi Xuan, there are too many experimental subjects, especially after he has the Wind King scale. He can go to other islands to catch them. It will take a little time and effort at most, but these two things are already the lowest cost for Chi Xuan. After all, he did it himself. The cost will be higher if it is replaced with other things. By the way, keep an eye out for any special people who can be spared from death and captured for me as monkeys. Chi Xuan gave another instruction. Chapter 459. Hongwan Town was soon ruled by Chi Xuan with violence under the control of the intelligent brain, Fei, fiber body, etc. There were people who resisted. After all, they had been controlled once, so they naturally knew how precious freedom was, but they died. Then, Chi Xuan began multi-line research. World Core, SSS level virus talent, Wind King scales, Windwalker and other projects were carried out simultaneously. Of course, these projects can actually be classified as World Core projects, and they are all part of the preparations of subordinates. The process was relatively smooth, and there were no major bottlenecks. The main reason is that these projects have many complementary aspects. As long as one of them makes progress, the rest will not have many problems. Namely the World Core, as long as the reader directly reads the rule data to obtain knowledge, the rest can basically be applied to break through the bottleneck. The so-called Wind King scales is actually similar to the house deed plus the military token plus the arsenal authority. Chi Xuan analyzed the Wind King scales and came to this conclusion. The title deed represents the ownership of the island, while the military talisman can control the wind spirit. The arsenal can greatly improve the affinity between people and wind, and it is a regional improvement. No wonder there are so many wind walkers on the island of Hongwan Town under such high consumption. With the Wind King scales, the success rate is at least 10 times higher. As long as the population can be captured, 1 in 10 people can become a wind walker. So the Hongwan wind bandits are not short of soldiers. Chi Xuan naturally knew that as a wind bandit, every time he robbed, there would inevitably be losses. There are hundreds of them, or dozens of them. According to this consumption, if there is no help from the King of Wind scales, the wind walkers will basically be wiped out after 10 or so raids. And Hongwan Town not only has no scales, but the more they are attacked, the more they are defeated, thanks to the King of Wind scales. The same is true for many islands on the outer front, so they can support the war. The King of Wind scales in my hand have not been bound to an island, so Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the Feiyu Town island. Let him choose an island to obtain ownership. Chi Xuan will definitely not choose the Hongwan Town island he just obtained, but the Feiyu Town island. After all, it is the place chosen by the protagonist's halo, and there are many benefits, but he has no mind to explore it. If nothing unexpected happens, getting the Feiyu Town island is equivalent to holding the heart of the Wind King. And the fusion of ownership is also of great significance to me. It can be regarded as a low-profile version of the world core swallowing and fusion. The Wind King is more like a small world in the Sky Island world. So through the fusion of island ownership, I can get a lot of fusion data for the world core. These are not Chi Xuan's own groundless speculations, but the results of the study of the Wind King scales. Even in the future, the island and the Wind King can be used as a medium to transfer the backlash and side effects of swallowing and fusion of the world core. My success rate will definitely be higher by then. Chi Xuan is naturally not sure to say that it is 100% successful. But as long as the success rate is more than 50%, Chi Xuan dares to take a gamble with this half success rate. As for failure, let's talk about it later. There is no such thing as absolute. He also wants to have a 100%, but unfortunately the development of things is not something he can completely determine. Wind Walker has no value. Wind Spirit is a war weapon. Hurricane Beast is a defense system. If it weren't for the special value of the Wind King himself, the Sky Island world would be a real pit. Chi Xuan thought for a while, and concluded that the extraordinary system in this world is not suitable for him, so he can choose to give up. There is no need to make up for the shortcomings. Just go directly to the source of the extraordinary, the Wind King. But what is the end of the Sky Island world? Chi Xuan had such an idea in his mind. For no other reason, the worlds selected by the Doomsday Game are basically the end of mankind, and it is unrealistic without some changes. It can't be that the Wind King is going to have an accident. Chi Xuan also has a suspect. That is the Wind King as the living environment of human beings. Thunderstorm. Chi Xuan locked the suspect after a turn of his mind. He remembered that there would be thunderstorms over the island, which normally wouldn't happen. Intelligent Brain checked the situation over the island of Hongwan Town. Chi Xuan thought of it, and naturally asked the Intelligent Brain to check. Under the control of the Intelligent Brain, they flew towards the sky until he encountered a scene where a torrent formed by countless thunderstorms moved along with the island. The King of Wind itself is wind, so the thunderstorms that appeared are wounds? No, the metaphor is not quite right. It should be cancerous cells or invading bacteria. If it is a wound, it will not be a node with the island as the node, but a large thunderstorm formed across several areas. They observed further, and Chi Xuan also obtained more data. The thunderstorm is devouring the wind, and it has the characteristics of being alive. Chi Xuan looked at the data in his hand and seemed to understand something. If the Wind King cannot escape this disaster, then he will probably be replaced by the Thunder King, the Lightning King, and the like. Humanity will inevitably suffer a catastrophe. Wind Walkers and Wind Spirits will be destroyed. How can the remaining ordinary people survive in the thunderstorm? Chi Xuan didn't know how humans transitioned when the Wind King was formed, but the data of the thunderstorm told Chi Xuan that humans would be the first to be liquidated after success. For no other reason, because the thunderstorm did not choose humans like the hurricane, but a new race bred by itself. The analogy is to merge the hurricane beast and humans together to become a more comprehensive existence. They brought an active embryo from the thunderstorm. This embryo is the thunderstorm life form, which has the dual characteristics of energy life and carbon-based life. It's very similar to the technology of Feng Ling, but it has the characteristics of humans and Hurricane Beast. This means that this new life form can be mass-produced like Feng Ling, and it has the wisdom of humans and the power of Hurricane Beast. It's really hard to deal with the Wind King if the 3-in-1 elites defeat them one by one. It seems that I still need to pay more attention to the outside world. I would have discovered the clues before. It's really wrong to discover this now. Qi Xuan also knew that he had been too immersed in learning and research recently. As for the intelligent brain, it can't do anything. Whether it's learning or research, Qi Xuan will call the threads of each module as an aid, and even the intelligent brain itself is called. This means that all kinds of external computing power, logical operations, etc. are serving Qi Xuan. The pool itself is so big, and Qi Xuan occupies such a large share, so the efficiency will naturally be reduced. This is just like multitasking, which is nothing more than dividing the focus into two, and the amount of focus itself has not changed. It is impossible to say that you can multitask and then double your focus. So Qi Xuan focuses on his own learning and research, and his attention and sensitivity to the outside world naturally decrease significantly. But I really can't bear it. Although Qi Xuan did not dig too much into the Sky Island world, he did not gain nothing, but more than before. After all, the core of the world is a big treasure house for Qi Xuan, and he has not seen the bottom until now. It is recommended that you temporarily slow down your research efficiency, and pay more attention to the external situation to avoid accidents. The end of the world has finally arrived, and according to the data model calculation, the thunderstorm is likely to expand further within a month, so you need to prepare in advance. The intelligent brain also provides advice to Qi Xuan at the right time, but this advice is useless. Qi Xuan also knows this, but Qi Xuan has too much work to do, and can't get away for a while. Please arrange a plan for me, and I see how to change it. Qi Xuan thought about it, and planned to look at the plan first. If it is suitable, he will accept it. If it is not suitable, he will naturally ignore it. Otherwise, what else can he do? Generating a plan for you, the intelligent brain quickly began to adjust a series of experimental projects and learning plans for Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan had a plan before, but it is obvious that the plan cannot keep up with the changes, so this is the suggestion of the intelligent brain. Qi Xuan set his sights on the thunderstorm embryo and began to study it. Carl, a new elementalist, listened to the sound of the hurricane and quietly awakened his proficiency panel. Carl, as a time traveler, traveled to the magic world and brought a proficiency panel with him. He only needed to use it to increase his proficiency. He could gain 1 point of proficiency after using it once. When the proficiency was full, he could break through to the next stage. At least, he had not seen the level of proficiency yet. Not only magic, meditation, but also elemental talent can be improved through proficiency. At the beginning, he was just a low-quality wind element qualification. Even if he learned elemental magic, he could only be an apprentice for life, and had no way to become a formal elementalist. However, he forcibly improved his meditation and elemental talent through proficiency, and only became an elementalist not long ago. Then the Doomsday Game came, and he was teleported to this world full of empty islands. Carl, who had 2 panels, was like a fish in water, overcoming all obstacles and gaining a lot of resources to grow up. Now, he is already a 3rd-level elementalist. His spiritual attribute is as high as 3 points, and he has a series of mastery-level magic. Although he is not as good as those sanctuary mages, it took him a long time to go from apprentice to 3rd level. Fierce Hurricane, please give me. Carl looked forward and began to chant magic. The place where all the survivors landed was a Wind King battlefield. They had to face the siege of wind spirits, islands, and even wind walkers and hurricane beasts. Fortunately, with the leadership of the sanctuary mages, they took refuge with a fish Wind King, so they had a habitat, but they had to join the battlefield and contribute their own strength to the war. After this battle, I can get the meditation method of the Wind Chaser from the Wind King and specialize in the wind element. Carl thought silently in his heart. Chapter 460. Similar to a chat room? Qi Xuan actually read some information from the Wind King scales through the reader. This information is very special, and it seems that it can receive real-time information from the public channel. The source of the real-time information is the Wind Lords, who have controlled the ownership of the island through the Wind King scales. Normally, if Qi Xuan wants to obtain this information, he needs to write his name on the Wind King scales as a deed, and he also needs to have a house. However, he forcibly deciphered it through communication, signal and other modules. In fact, the Wind King scales are used as a device similar to a receiver. So he can only read but not send. But only the Wind King scales from the same source can communicate with each other. This should be regarded as the internal communication group of this Wind King. Chi Xuan extracted a lot of information, most of which is related to the frontline war. The Wind King therein, called the Mysterious Wind King, is currently fighting with another Wind King named Baisho. The war is currently very tense. Not long ago, the Wind Lords communicated with the Mysterious Wind King and finally recruited a group of survivors from another world. This group of survivors called themselves mages, and the three most powerful mages were called Holy Domain Mages, who controlled powerful power. And the wind happened to be one of their forces, so the two sides reached a cooperation. The survivors fought for the Mysterious Wind King, and the Mysterious Wind King gave the survivors and mages wind-related treasures, inheritance, magic, etc. The Mysterious Wind King did not understand the mages, but he could activate the wind element in them through the wind and form what the survivors needed. The analogy is that of natural treasures, or the teachings of heaven and earth. Therefore, the wind attribute mage profession branch suddenly became a popular product. A group of survivors from the Western fantasy magic world, and all of them are mages, not a single ordinary person. How common is the world where the survivors live, and there are tens of millions of mages. But it is also possible that all ordinary people have died. After all, their landing place is in front of the Wind King battlefield. Fortunately, this world is not a holy world, and there is no war affecting it, otherwise it would probably be a fight to the death. Chi Xuan muttered, and then ignored the situation of the survivors. The situation of the survivors is not good, and the number has been declining, and now it has fallen below 1 million. From this, we can see the cruelty of the war between the two Wind Kings. In addition to the survivors, the information exchange in the scales of the Wind King is all related to the war, either asking for help, attacking, or some crazy words. Unfortunately, because it is a cracked version, many functions are incomplete. But one thing is certain, the Wind Lord should be able to communicate directly with the Wind King, and provide various help and requests to the Wind King. Although it is still controlled by the Wind King, its autonomy has been greatly improved. Then how can I have both? Chi Xuan wanted to get the convenience of the Wind Lord, but didn't want to be controlled by the Wind King. Can't I just find a substitute? I remember that I still have half of my second consciousness. Chi Xuan searched through the boxes, and soon found the former second consciousness. Too weak, no changes at all. This second consciousness was split in the deep world, and it did not grow with Chi Xuan at all. At that time, his attributes could not even break the defense in front of him now. Chi Xuan only needed to use his mental power to crush him, and the whole person would be turned into meat paste. So the second consciousness left at that time was not only incomplete, and became a vegetable, but now it is even more obsolete. But this is good news for Chi Xuan. It's just right, I can modify it, and use it as a substitute. It's not too late to use it after my SSS level virus talent is completed. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on himself. In fact, the SSS level improvement of the virus talent had already started 5 days ago. He has been studying the Wind King scale for more than 10 days. It can be said that he has studied it thoroughly, otherwise how could he even analyze the communication? It's just that this time it's not as cruel as before, and he died as soon as he said he would. Firstly, it was to avoid delaying his study and research, and secondly, it was because he was stronger and not so easy to die. So this changed from short-term to long-term. It is estimated that the transformation will be completed in half an hour. Chi Xuan muttered. 5 days is a long time for Chi Xuan. When he thinks about the time he spent improving his talent before, the difference can be seen naturally. I haven't felt so relaxed for a long time. With the transformation of his talent, Chi Xuan can also feel that the lesions on his body are fading, and the original torture and pain are also easing. Once the talent reaches the SSS level, Chi Xuan will be able to restore his normal senses. Now, he doesn't need effects like residual blood frenzy, complication enhancement, etc., because these enhancements are not very useful to him. He has directly stabilized these explosion and overdraft effects to normal effects through the enhancement of the legendary equipment stone. So there is no room for improvement of these effects. Those that should be eliminated must be eliminated decisively, and there is no use in keeping them. As for how the SSS level virus talent is improved, it is also very simple. Chi Xuan directly uses the SSS level item, the source of the deep, the virus frenzy, which has no sense of existence, as the evolution material. Combined with the knowledge obtained from the core of the world, this is the basis for talent improvement. Then he transformed himself, and finally let Chi Xuan's talent obtain the way and method of evolution. Finally got rid of the identity of a sick ghost. Chi Xuan looked at himself in the mirror, His complexion gradually became healthy, and his originally skinny appearance was recovering to his original appearance. However, no matter how much he recovered, he was still an ordinary middle-aged passerby. It's just that his spirit and energy have changed drastically. He looks normal, not like someone who might die at any time. Chi Xuan really doesn't care about his appearance, but it would be better if he could feel no pain or itch. As he changed, the last trace of pain completely disappeared, and Chi Xuan stretched his body. It's like stretching when you're tired. Chi Xuan stretched his body, but he didn't quite adapt. After all, he recovered from the pain in just 5 days, so he needed some time to adapt. With simple movements, his body quickly adapted. During this process, he opened his attribute panel and casually changed the name of this SSS level talent through the survivor mark in his body. SSS level talent, Heavenly Demon Lord. This is much more symmetrical. Chi Xuan looked at his Heavenly Demon Lord and Tai Sui God on Earth, and felt much more satisfied. It's a pity that the heaven-shaking lion and the earth-shaking Pixiu are missing, otherwise I would have sealed us Wusong. Chi Xuan felt a little regretful. As for the fact that his body structure is not similar, that doesn't matter. He is not a human to begin with, and changing his appearance is not a big deal. The data is not unexpected, and all the talent branches of the Deep Virus have been obtained. This includes the effects of Devouring Evolution, Virus Monarch, and other series of talents. First, ban the evolution part of Devouring Evolution for me, Chi Xuan said, and took action directly. Today, Chi Xuan is already the most perfect form of the Deep Virus, and does not need evolution to make up for it. What's the use of him growing gills or wings, or increasing his strength or agility by 1 point? It's not an enhancement but a drag. Evolution must represent a change in one's own form. How could the structure he carefully designed and built for himself be inferior to blind evolution? If he really had an E-level talent that increased strength, the little strength he gained might not be as much as he lost. Even SSS level talents may not make money. After all, his strength was transformed by himself. Evolution itself is a long process, and it is nature that interferes, not man. Devouring evolution can only be used when one has not yet entered the supernatural stage, and has a lot of biological knowledge, and has chosen to devour evolution to obtain talents. For Chi Xuan now, only the devouring part is somewhat useful, and the evolution part is really useless. It is not even as beneficial as the interference evolution of cold energy. At least people can use cold energy to erase the disadvantages brought by various unreasonable evolutions. Devouring evolution is not good. If you devour at will without matching, you will eventually become a monster. The strength has increased. I think I can kill the 5 of me before. It is worthy of being an SSS level talent. And it is a composite talent, which really increases the strength. Chi Xuan knows that if he wants to exert the power of SSS level talents, it still depends on his own strength and development level. Because Chi Xuan was created by himself, the development level was fully pulled from the beginning, and his strength was strong, so the increase was naturally high enough. If it were the first batch of survivors, even if they had SSS level talents, there would be many restrictions. I'm not sick anymore, and my talent is SSS level. It's a double blessing. Great, I can start to attack the island of Feiyu Town. Chi Xuan has enough strength, and the next step is to become the Lord of Wind, and use this experiment to carry out the subsequent plan of swallowing and fusing the core of the world. Previously, the SSS level virus was needed as a prerequisite, so it has been delayed. Now that the conditions are met, further action must be taken. I'm afraid the Lord of Wind is not enough. Maybe I need the data of the King of Wind as a reference. Chi Xuan still has a clear understanding of himself. It's not easy to become the world. Even if he has the protagonist halo, the quality of the protagonist halo is only X level in the judgment of the Doomsday game, which is at the same level as the core of the world. So it's half a caddy and 8 tails. The protagonist halo is half a caddy of scrap iron, and the core of the world is 8 tails of gold. After all, this is the core of a world. Even the main body of the protagonist halo, the deep god, is not as good as it. Chapter 461. After passing through the hurricane, Chi Xuan returned to Feiyu Town Island. No one noticed the whole process. As for his disappearance, it did not cause any big waves on Feiyu Town Island. The previous battle with the Red Bay Wind Pirates was chaotic, and it was normal for 1 or 2 to be missing. Not to mention that Chi Xuan left secretly, and the only people who could remember him were children like Miyun, who often got candy from him. He glanced at his candy shop, and the things inside had long been emptied, and at the same time, a new owner. Obviously, he was considered dead because he had not returned for a long time. Chi Xuan was alone, and he must have been divided up by others. Not only him, But also the butcher Chi Pongzi, who was in the same trench with him before, had his butcher shop occupied by others. He died without his wife, children, brothers, etc., and this was the final outcome. Most of the shops on his street have changed their owners. The people who were taken away by the rain of arrows were all from the same street. Chi Suiyan quickly retracted his gaze and placed it on the Wind King's scale in his hand. This scale began to change after arriving at Feiyu Town Island, but it was not an external change, but an internal data change. By reading the island information to convert permissions. Before, on Hongwan Town Island, it was a temporary title deed of Hongwan Town Island, and now it has become a temporary title deed of Feiyu Town Island. Chi Suiyan ignored these changes, but quietly waited for the changes to be completed. Once the changes are completed, he can let his vegetative second consciousness serve as a substitute to refine this Wind King scale to obtain the ownership of Feiyu Town Island. The system update is indeed slow, Chi Suiyan complained. Apparently, there was too much data left in the Wind King scales on the island of Hongwan Town, so it would take time to delete it. A scale can only serve as a temporary deed for an ownerless island, so it is natural to clear the data of the previous temporary deed and then import the new temporary deed data. And whether it is reading, importing or deleting, the efficiency is very low. Chi Suiyan estimated that it would not be completed in less than 3 hours. He wanted to help speed it up, but he was afraid that his behavior would be too rough and cause damage to the other party. 3 hours is not 3 days, Chi Suiyan can still wait. Another day of disasters. Chi Suiyan noticed that the thunderstorm above the island of Feiyu Town began to become active. I don't know if it was because of the arrival of him, the protagonist with the aura of the protagonist, or because the thunderstorm had already accumulated to a sufficient outbreak stage. A violent thunderbolt from the sky struck directly, but it did not hit Chi Suiyan, but hit the center of Feiyu Town. That is, the location of the Wind Palace. Because the speed was very fast, even the Wind Walkers could not react. The casualties are not light. Chi Suiyan looked at the Wind Palace, and the flames rose rapidly, spreading to the entire Wind Palace at a very fast speed. And many Wind Walkers, who were in the Wind Palace, were killed by thunder. There is something wrong with the thunderstorm. The strength of the Wind Walkers is not weak, and the possibility of being killed by thunder is extremely low. Even if the intensity of this thunderstorm is high, at most they will be seriously injured. But now at least half of the Wind Walkers in the Wind Palace have died, and the rest are on the edge. This is injury rather than death. Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes. He suspected that the thunderstorm might be targeting the wind, causing high damage similar to restraint, otherwise this situation would not have occurred. Fortunately, most of the Wind Walkers were not actually in the Wind Palace, but were on duty in rotation. The Wind Walkers who stayed in the Wind Palace were actually on vacation, so the overall number was relatively small. After the Wind Palace was struck by lightning, all the Wind Walkers rushed back as soon as possible and began to put out the fire with the power of wind. In just 10 minutes, the fire in the Wind Palace was extinguished. The thunderstorm is accumulating power. Chi Suiyan's eyes fell on the huge energy source constructed by thunder in the sky. Look at that look, not only accumulating power, but also aiming. Sure enough, the next moment, another thunderstorm fell from the sky. But this time the Wind Walkers were well prepared. After all, the Wind Palace had just been struck by lightning once. Without the advantage of sneak attack, the Wind Walkers formed a dense protective layer with the power of wind to protect themselves. However, the thunderstorm easily tore through a lot of protection. Fortunately, there were enough Wind Walkers, and only 7 thin layers of protection were left in the end, which consumed the entire thunderstorm. It is indeed a restraining effect. No wonder half of the Wind Walkers in the Wind Palace were killed before. Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes, and went towards the thunder in the sky. Thunder and wind do not have this kind of element restraint, but its principle can jump out of the circle of element restraint. Whether it is wind or thunder, they are alive, which is equivalent to one person stabbing another with a knife. Chi Suiyan approached Lei Ting at high speed, and Lei Ting also noticed Chi Suiyan. A large amount of thunder continued to gather, and a human-like thunder element life form was formed in the center. It looked like an ape, and a thin lightning light was derived from its back, which looked like a pair of wings. The whole thing looked very abstract, and the facial features were blurred, but at least there was a dividing line to see the appearance. A buffer zone formed by a thunder light wanted to slow down Chi Suiyan's speed. But Chi Suiyan completely ignored the buffer, broke through the thunder light on the spot, approached the thunder element life form, and stretched out his hand to grab the other party. Human, you are provoking the messenger of the thunder god. The thunder on the thunder element life form burst, and it wanted to turn into electricity in an instant to flash past Chi Suiyan's grasp. However, The other party was still not as good as Chi Suiyan after all. Even if it turned into electricity, it was still grabbed by Chi Suiyan. It is not difficult to grab energy with bare hands. It is just elementalization. He already knew how to do it when he studied the deep enchantment magic. Unless you are at the rule level, there is no way to dodge. Obviously the other party is not, otherwise he would not be caught by Chi Suiyan. After grabbing him, he forcibly pulled him back, forcing the thunder element life form to restore its original form. Who is Thor? Chi Suiyan asked. The thunder element life form's blurred facial features were grinning, and it seemed to be in pain. Thor, it's Thor. I let you nest dolls. Chi Suiyan slapped the thunder element life form twice, with great force, and almost broke the thunder element life form's body. Give me another chance, or I kill you. Chi Suiyan tore off half of the thunderstorm as he spoke, and then stuffed it into the smelting furnace as fuel. He realized that his method of torturing first, and then questioning was appropriate. Or he just refused to tell the truth. After losing half of the thunderstorm, the thunder element life form suddenly became weak and looked extremely weak. Thor is the thunderstorm, and is being born from the chaos. The age of wind is past, and the future is the age of thunder. The thunder element life form said very weakly. Chi Suiyan was not surprised to hear this. He could guess it just from the name and clues, but he needed a proof. How long will the age of wind last, and when will Thor be able to be born smoothly from the chaos? Chi Suiyan asked coldly. I don't know. The thunder element life form really didn't know. It had been less than half an hour since its birth, and then it was caught by Chi Suiyan. The reason why it threw down the thunderstorm was naturally because it sensed the power of the wind after it was born. Although it did not have any irreconcilable hatred with the wind, it just wanted to drive the wind out and let the power of thunder replace it. This was instinct. So it threw a thunderstorm at the Wind Palace. It was just born and lacked experience, so it did not cause greater casualties. Then it met the Wind Walker, who went to put out the fire, which was equivalent to more winds gathering together. The thunder element life form could not hold back its instinct, and threw another thunderstorm. But compared with the last time, it did not cause any damage. Just when he was thinking about the third thunderstorm, he met Chi Suiyan and was caught before he could throw it out. How were you born? Chi Suiyan continued to ask. However, the face of the thunder element life form showed confusion. It opened its eyes in the thunder in the sky, so how could it know how it was born? Seeing this, Chi Suiyan knew in his heart that he had asked the wrong person. Then, he forcibly pulled the thunder element life form out of the thunder, and the thunder was stuffed into the casting furnace by Chi Suiyan. Without the thunder, the lightning on the thunder element life form completely disappeared, and it turned into a humanoid creature that flashed with electricity from time to time. The structure of a half-energy and half-carbon-based life form is just right for Chi Suiyan to kill time. After all, he still has 2.5 hours to complete the update of the Wind King scales. You? Let me go! Without me, the glory of thunder will not be able to descend on this island. The thunder element life form began to struggle. When Chi Suiyan heard what the other party said, he also understood that the other party was indeed a tool created. At this time, what he considered was not his own life safety, but the spread of thunder. This is a kind of restraint for individuals, but it is different for the thunder god. It is the most beneficial help. However, Chi Suiyan did not intend to pay attention to the other party's words. After landing at random, he started the dissection behavior directly. Since the other party could not ask anything and knew nothing, he could only do it himself. However, Chi Suiyan did not pay much attention to it. He estimated that this thunder element life form, like the wind spirit and the wind walker, could not touch the core of the thunder god at all. Especially now that the thunder god has not been born yet, he is still in chaos. As for what chaos is, Chi Suiyan has no idea, and the thunder element life form did not say it. He did not have any evidence or clues in his hands, so naturally he could not know these things out of thin air. An interesting structure that can be used as a killing machine, a coordinate node, and even a manager. It's expensive, no wonder there's only one on an island. Chapter 462. The process of dissecting the thunder element life form went smoothly, but as the research progressed, Chi Suiyan felt that this thunder god really had no creativity of his own. Chi Suiyan had previously speculated that this thunder element life form might have the characteristics of humans, hurricane beasts, wind spirits, etc. Facts have proved that he was too conservative. The thunder god directly copied everything, and then stuffed it into one without caring whether it was suitable or not. At most, the wind was changed to thunder, and the rest was completely unchanged. So the cost suddenly increased, and even an island could only accommodate one thunder spirit. It's not because they will fight, but because they can't afford it. And most of the energy supply is actually to balance various conflicts when the Thunder Spirit is born. The simplest point is that the half-energy and half-carbon-based structure seems extremely impure, and not all of them are beneficial. Of course, if the Thunder God's technology is good enough, he can also play his own strengths, but the Thunder God directly stuffed them together, which will definitely be a problem. It is indeed a worthless thing. Chi Xuan's expression remained unchanged. Without any information and without any advantages, the Thunder Spirit was eventually thrown into the smelting furnace by Chi Xuan. This Thunder Spirit on Feiyu Town Island should be the first Thunder Spirit in the Sky Island world. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why I landed on Feiyu Town Island. If Chi Xuan had come a month later, this Thunder Spirit would have grown at a very fast speed and eventually become a boss-level existence. After that, it was even simpler. With Feiyu Town Island as the center, it began to expand and annex continuously, expelling the power of wind and making the power of thunder the dominant mainstream. It is inevitable that this Thunder Spirit is special, but this special thing is nothing to Chi Xuan. The Thunder Spirits on other islands should have about 3 days to gradually recover. The Xuanji Wind King will die soon, Chi Xuan muttered. Chi Xuan did not think about saving the Wind King's life, but how to get in touch with the Xuanji Wind King and then get what he wants from him. Whether to add insult to injury or to help in need depends on the subsequent development of the situation. But the most important thing now is to use the Wind King's scales. It took a little more than 3 hours, and the Wind King's scales in Chi Xuan's hand were finally updated. Chi Xuan took out his second consciousness as a substitute and began to transform into the Lord of the Wind, gaining control of the Feiyu Town Island. During the transformation process, the Wind King's scales had several interruptions and recognition errors. The reason is that the second consciousness is not a normal thing, so there will inevitably be problems in the transformation process. It was just that Chi Xuan was there, and through guidance, a series of problems were forcibly settled by Chi Xuan using external means. Through external interference, the second consciousness was quickly transformed into the Lord of Wind, and a whole piece of Wind King scales was integrated into the body of the second consciousness. The power of the Wind King began to be infused, and at the same time, the ownership of the entire Feiyu Town Island began to be accommodated. The whole process lasted for nearly 3 minutes, and the second consciousness was completely assimilated into a wind-like appearance. The body gradually solidified, and suddenly opened its eyes. If Chi Xuan hadn't detected that it was just an empty shell, Chi Xuan would have thought that the second consciousness had recovered from a vegetative state. I got a talent, which is free. A-level talent. Lord of the Wind, growth. Chi Xuan looked at this talent with a slightly strange expression. It was the first time he encountered a doomsday game that put the growth of talents directly on the panel. It was hidden before, and he had to rely on himself. As the island of Feiyu Town changed hands, Chi Xuan had an inexplicable feeling through his second consciousness, as if he could make various changes to the entire island at will. So Chi Xuan immediately asked the intelligent brain to collect and organize data. The current idea is correct. This method has a high probability of being used for me to swallow the core of the fusion world and become the world. It's just that the configuration is too low, and it can't be completed effectively. It needs further improvement and optimization. Chi Xuan showed joy on his face. At least the experiment was successful, and he only needed to continue researching in this direction and idea. The only problem is that Chi Xuan can't determine what level he needs to reach to allow him to successfully swallow the core of the fusion world. But you can try to get more data by improving the talent of the Wind Lord. Chi Xuan analyzed some of the effects of the Wind Lord's talent. In addition to the power of becoming a lord, there seems to be an increase in fortune. Although it is not as good as his protagonist Halo, it can also be used as an auxiliary. In addition, the affinity of the wind is increased, and the power of the wind can be used without damage, with various powerful effects. The way of improvement is also special. It turns out that you participate in the war to gain merit, and then the mysterious Wind King will infuse the power of the wind to improve it? Is this really a talent, and not something like authority or position? Chi Xuan was quite speechless. But it makes more sense when I think that this talent comes from outside, and not from myself. Lord of the Wind, why are you not on the battlefield? A sound of wind brushed past the ears of the second consciousness. Chi Xuan's mind moved, and he naturally knew that it was the inquiry of Xuanji Wind King. Therefore, he immediately controlled the second consciousness and began to answer, "Respected Xuanji Wind King, this is an accident." He briefly changed the truth, saying that he got the Wind King scales from Jia Feng, the deserter, and then accidentally obtained the ownership of Feiyu Town Island. You did a good job, but you must rush to the battlefield within a month. War is the fate of the Lord of the Wind. Xuanji Wind King did not pursue Qi Xueyan's problem, but he did not let Qi Xueyan continue to wander around in his own. Don't worry, I will definitely get there, but Qi Xueyan hesitated for a moment, and then said, Flying Fish Town Island is not suitable for war, I need your help. It means to ask for benefits. That's your business. Since you choose to become the Lord of the Wind, you should bear the corresponding responsibilities. I have no obligation to help you out of trouble. Xuanji Fengwang ignored Qi Xueyan's request. In this regard, Xuanji Fengwang treated everyone equally. If you have made contributions, he would give you benefits, and if you have made mistakes, he would punish you. If you have performed your duties without any merit or fault, he would give you nothing. So he would not give Qi Xueyan any help, even if the other party became the Lord of Wind by accident, and the island territory where he was located could be used as cannon fodder even if he had no knowledge of anything. He could even directly control the island and rush over to perish with the enemy. Qi Xueyan was not angry when he heard this. He was just thinking about trying his best. I just didn't expect that Xuanji Fengwang would be so decisive and refuse to give anything. This is also normal. Xuanji Fengwang raised you as warriors. If you can't even reflect your own value, Xuanji Fengwang will not give you any benefits. In this regard, Xuanji Fengwang is more cruel and stingy than the Doomsday Game. Remember, you have 1 month to reach the predetermined battlefield location. Otherwise you will be punished by the wind. After Xuanji Fengwang finished speaking, the wind began to rise, which was a sign of leaving. Qi Xueyan spoke first. Respected Xuanji Fengwang, do you know the Thunder God and the Thunder Spirit? Before becoming the Lord of Wind, the thunder over the island of Feiyu Town gave birth to a Thunder Spirit, which claimed to be the messenger of the Thunder God. These words made Xuanji Fengwang's wind stagnate, and then a gust of wind swept past, as if it was exploring the thunder in the sky. Where is the Thunder Spirit? Xuanji Fengwang only looked at Qi Xueyan at this time. Originally, in the eyes of Xuanji Fengwang, Qi Xueyan was just a lucky Feng Lord. Now it's different. He can even get rid of Lei Ling. He is definitely not an ordinary person. I have killed him and destroyed his body. Qi Xueyan didn't lie, but was vague about some of it. Xuanji Fengwang didn't dwell on why Qi Xueyan could be killed, but praised the second consciousness. You are very good, even if you are just a newly born Feng Lord. You don't have to rush to the battlefield. I will give you a new task. Clear all the evil spirits born from the heretics on all the islands, and I will give you a reward. As the voice of Xuanji Fengwang fell, a large gust of wind poured into the body of the second consciousness, which made the strength of the second consciousness begin to expand separately. Every time you clear an evil spirit, you will receive a reward from me. The more you clear, the richer the reward will be. Xuanji Fengwang is really not just drawing big cakes, but giving real benefits. Thank you for your generosity, respected Fengwang. Qi Xueyan didn't think much of this reward, but to some extent, Xuanji Fengwang is indeed much more generous than Doomsday Game. Of course, both of them will give as soon as they say, and will not deduct rewards. Take action, I'm waiting for your good news. After Xuanji Fengwang said this, the wind wandering around began to dissipate. This means that he has left and no longer continues to watch Qi Xueyan. It seems that the situation of the Wind Kings is not optimistic. Qi Xueyan judged the situation of the Wind Kings. Before the birth of Thunder God, the Wind Kings have suffered a lot. The simplest point is that the thunder hovering over the islands cannot be solved by the Wind Kings. Not to mention the thunder spirits that are being born. Qi Xueyan doesn't think much of this reward, but if these rewards are given to the Lord of Wind, they are already very generous. This can also prove from the side that the Wind Kings are simply unable to resist the Thunder God, who is about to be born. Then what are the Wind Kings fighting for? Why don't they join hands to fight against it? Qi Xueyan was a little confused, but soon he thought of a possibility. A group of Wind Kings are indeed not opponents, but if one Wind King devours all the Wind Kings, can he become the Wind God? At that time, it is not impossible to fight against the Thunder God. At first, Qi Xueyan thought that the Thunder God was a middle school student, but now he thinks again, there are a group of Wind Kings and there is only one Thunder God, which means that the power of the Thunder God may be more concentrated. Chapter 463. The Lord of Wind was born in Feiyu Town. As the chief elder of the Wind Palace of Feiyu Town, Shurimo heard the news that the entire island had changed its owner while feeling the wind. This made him look confused and at a loss. As the chief elder, he naturally knew the deeper secrets. This was what he heard from the wind when he became the chief elder. So he knew something about the Wind King, war, etc. Although he had never seen the Lord of Wind, he knew what it meant. From this moment on, the other party was the real lord of Feiyu Town. As for relying on the prestige and power of these years to fight against the Lord of Wind and undermine him? This idea is too weird. The other party completely controls the entire island. You are on the island. How to fight and undermine him? The other party only needs some small tricks to make you die without a burial place. A little tougher will directly imprison your connection with the wind. A little insidious will make the land unable to grow food. The herds of beasts no longer reproduce, etc. He can easily control you. He can also control the movement of the island, control hurricanes and hurricane beasts. Even if you all choose to isolate the Wind Lord and think of being tough, he will just throw you all into the hurricane. At worst, he can go to other islands to recruit new people, replace a group of civilians and wind walkers who are willing to listen to him, and it will not be difficult to rebuild the Wind King Palace. Of course, Shurimo did not intend to resist or target the Wind Lord. He was worried that he and others might have to go to the battlefield. The duty of all Wind Lords is to fight for the Wind King on the battlefield. It is impossible for Feiyu Town to continue to stay in the stable inner area of the Wind King. It was difficult for them to fight a group of wind bandits, let alone a brutal war. Alas, I don't know how many people can survive. Shurimo naturally knew how cruel the war was. Although following the Lord of Wind, as long as you can survive the war, you will definitely have a better future, but surviving itself is an extremely difficult condition. Don't worry, we won't go to the battlefield. Chi Suan walked in and said. He was not worried that the other party would recognize that he was the owner of the sugar shop. After his virus talent was upgraded to SSS level, he recovered his health, and was no longer the sickly ghost who was tortured by illness. Both his spirit and his physical appearance have undergone earth-shaking changes. Hello, Lord. Shurimo also greeted him and then asked, What do you mean by that, Lord? It means literally. Chi Suan said bluntly, The Wind King has other things for me to deal with. You deal with it? What about us? Shurimo was confused, but he did not question Chi Suan's words. He did not think that Chi Suan would deliberately stay in the Wind King at the risk of being punished by the Wind King. You also have a mission. I need more Windwalkers. This time our goal is the thunder over the islands. Chi Suan said. Your mission may not be solved by those senior Wind Lords. Shurimo certainly knew the situation of the thunder in the sky. It's just that he didn't know the origin, and it's not that he hadn't solved it before, but he couldn't solve it. It's none of your business. Chi Suan knew it, and then asked, I actually have a question. You should know the source and truth of the wind. So why did Feiyu Town build wind boats? Why did you hide the hurricane beast? Chi Suan asked curiously. He puzzled over this question for a long time. You also know that our islands are actually used to supplement the source of troops in war. The birth of wind spirits by wind walkers is a process, but the quality of wind spirits is affected by the emotions, will, etc. of wind walkers. So if we want to produce better wind spirits, we need to set a goal for wind walkers. Each wind palace is different, and Feiyu Town uses it to explore the source of wind. Of course, the previous wind bandit leader was not an orthodox wind palace elder, but came through killing and plundering, so he did not obtain the corresponding elder ability. As an elder of the wind palace, you can hear more information and secrets from the wind. That's why I can know about the Lord of the Wind and wars. Shurimo did not hide anything, but told everything he knew. If the Wind Lord is the ruler of the island, then the Wind Palace elders are auxiliary personnel. They are similar to the low-profile version of the Wind Lord without authority. I see. Chi Suan has a deeper understanding of the Wind King's ruling methods. Don't reveal my existence. We won't go to the battlefield anyway. But you still have to strengthen the armaments of Feiyu Island as soon as possible. It will be used sooner or later. The rest will be the same as before. You will continue to manage it, just as if I don't exist. Chi Suan does not intend to intervene in the various affairs of Feiyu Town. He does not have so many thoughts and ideas. If you have this leisure time, you might as well choose to study the Feiyu Town island more. As for the mission of the King of Wind, the other party is not forcing, but driven by interests. If Chi Suan does not go, the King of Wind will not urge him immediately, but let Chi Suan report to the battlefield after a period of time. If you don't do the mission, you will naturally go to the battlefield as cannon fodder. So Chi Suan will choose to delay for a while. Okay. Shurimo did not expect that Chi Suan would say such an excuse. He actually wanted to give up his power, but the other party did not want it, and asked him to continue working. This is also a good thing for him. He finally got a high position. He is willing to give up this power, but he is definitely unwilling. I just came to inform you, and then remind you that the location of the island will change recently. You need to appease it to avoid any accidents. Chi Suan reminded. At present, the Feiyu Town island is still useful to Chi Suan. It is naturally best to maintain it without using his own costs. So it is very good to let Shermo, the elder of the Wind Palace in Feiyu Town, do the work. Especially since the other party is still unable to give up power, isn't it killing two birds with one stone? And judging from the other party's attitude, he has no intention of resisting himself, so it is just right to use him. Don't worry, I will manage Feiyu Town for you. Shermo's words are still very pleasant, and the word for alone shows that he has no ambition. Even if there is, it is actually useless. Qi Suiyan will not be his turn even if he dies. Another thing is that a Wind Lord died in the Wind King, and the Wind King will definitely investigate. Dying on the battlefield is like being buried in a horse's hide, which is a common thing. But if you die inside, the Wind King will only think that there is a problem inside, and then investigate. Okay. Qi Suiyan responded and left directly. As long as the other party works, Qi Suiyan doesn't care about the other party's attitude and thoughts. Everyone has ambitions. After leaving, Qi Suiyan came to the central underground of Feiyu Town Island. After becoming the Lord of Wind, he found a hollow sign of life in the center of the island. Then he arranged Fei and the fiber body to dig, and he took a break to come and chat with Shurimo. After the chat, he naturally had to go back. How is the digging going? Qi Suiyan asked. It has been dug through. You can go and check it out. The efficiency of the fiber body is still very high. Anyway, just open your mouth to eat, and the rest is easy to say. After Qi Suiyan arrived, he saw a gray-white ball the size of a human head. Its surface was tough, but extremely soft. Fish roe? Qi Suiyan suddenly thought of this possibility. Yes, this may be the egg of Xuanji Wind King, but it lacks the other half of vitality, so it is a dead egg. The intelligent brain gave a positive reply. So this is an unformed Wind King. Qi Suiyan narrowed his eyes. He knew that Feiyu Town had opportunities, but he didn't expect the opportunities to be so great. But it is very likely not from Xuanji Wind King, otherwise, he would not be so calm when he met me. Don't worry about the origin for now, think about what can be used. Qi Suiyan reached out to take the Wind King egg, and when it fell into his hand, a gust of wind emerged. This wind seemed extremely empty, without any vitality, but the Wind King egg itself had signs of life, which seemed extremely contradictory. You can try to stimulate through Thor. Maybe you can replenish the missing empty vitality. Don't say it. Don't say it. Qi Suiyan felt that the intelligent brain was indeed very thoughtful. But the premise is that I have to find the value of this thing. If there is no value, why would Qi Suiyan invest the cost? He is not the kind of person who does not seek returns. You want to devour the core of the fusion world, maybe it will help. After all, you have the protagonist halo on you. Since the opportunity can be sent to you, it means that it is useful. The use is big and small, and it will not be useless. The intelligent brain said it convincingly. It does not understand the principle of the protagonist halo, but it understands the use of the protagonist halo. That's the reason. Okay, let's invest first. Qi Suiyan originally wanted to say that he had Xuanji Fengwang, a complete Wind King, so there was no need to choose a Wind King egg that lacked vitality. But then he thought, it can be used as a backup. If Xuanji Fengwang can't be relied on later, he still has a way. It is true that the investment may not necessarily pay off, but if there is really no choice, it is also a help. No, I suggest you prioritize the Wind King egg over the mysterious Wind King. Compared to the mysterious Wind King, the Wind King egg has one advantage, that is, it will not resist, so you don't have to worry about its backlash. Where is the data? Qi Suiyan believes in the intelligent brain, but he has to see the data report. It's not that he is suspicious, but he has to know the principles and logic. Qi Suiyan is not a person who likes to know the facts but not the reasons. The intelligent brain sent the data report to Qi Suiyan as soon as possible. After a brief review, Qi Suiyan said, the priority is equal. There are benefits, but the risks and benefits are equal. The Wind King egg can only protect the principle, but it can't meet my expectations. Qi Suiyan knew that choosing the mysterious Wind King would be dangerous, but the gains after success were not comparable to the Wind King egg. So he wanted to run two parallel lines, and he would not lose if he succeeded in either. Chapter 464. Finally, I have successfully changed my job to a wind chaser. Carl felt the elemental magic in his body completely transformed into wind attribute magic. In addition, he also obtained the corresponding career template, which can obtain the corresponding magic inheritance, and there are also career talents and career skills to unlock. Then there is this mandatory task. Mandatory task Lord of the Wind. The Doomsday game wants him to become a Lord of the Wind. As long as he succeeds, he can not only obtain an SSS level talent, but also take away the territory and the people. He naturally knows what the Lord of the Wind is like, and he can't help but smile bitterly when he sees this. This is not something I can accomplish at all. If you want to become the Lord of the Wind, you have to get the recognition of the King of Wind. Carl naturally knows how difficult it is to get the recognition of the King of Wind. If it is the natives of the Sky Island world, it is fine, but they have always cooperated with the King of Wind. How could the King of Wind give his core to a survivor? Even though he changed his job to Wind Chaser, his affinity for wind has reached an extremely high level. However, among so many mages, he is not the only one who has become Wind Chaser. Wind Chaser is not the only profession nor a hidden profession. There are many people who are stronger than him, and there are also many who have changed their profession. What is that? Carl's scattered sensed wind suddenly sensed that some violent power was gathering. The wind was torn apart and annihilated by this power, as if it was a crazy beast. It seems to be the thunder element, but there is no magic element in the Sky Island world. Carl sensed it carefully and began to chant the wind wing magic. A pair of wings made of wind elements emerged from behind him, and he rushed towards the area of violent power. There was no thunder magic in his magic. After all, he only had the wind element qualification, so he majored in the wind system. However, as an elementalist, he naturally felt the differences between various elements, and he could even transform these elements into magic power. It was just that he was not as efficient as the wind element. In the sky, Carl came to an abandoned island. Because of the death of the Wind Lord, wind spirits, and people, it was completely abandoned and became one of the defense lines of the Wind King. After arriving, Carl's eyes fell on the sky, and he kept flying towards the sky. Finally, he saw the terrifying thunder lingering in the sky. Mortal, how dare you look directly at the messenger of the thunder god? In the center of the thunder, a human-like thunder element creature spoke. This made Carl's pupils shrink. He could feel the magic power in his body trembling, and at the same time, the wind around him was like a great enemy, as if he had encountered an enemy. Survivor, kill it, I will give you a reward. A gust of wind blew past his ear, and Carl heard the voice of the Wind King. This made him feel uneasy. For no other reason, there were only a few sanctuary mages who could communicate with the Wind King. And he was only a 4th level Wind Chaser, and he had to reach the 10th level before reaching the sanctuary. He was indeed at the 3rd level before, but the efforts during this period, coupled with the strengthening during the job transfer, allowed him to successfully break through to the 4th level. He turned around and fled without hesitation, and his wind wings were almost fanning out after images. At the same time, he began to chant other wind-based magic, such as protection and acceleration to escape as soon as possible. However, his speed was still far behind the elemental creatures in the thunder. The terrifying thunderstorm arrived behind him in an instant. The wings of the wind god, give me. At this time, Carl could not care too much and forced to use magic beyond his level. That is, the upper level of the wind wings. The speed was pulled up a lot in an instant, and it made an arc and turned around to avoid the terrifying thunderstorm. At this time, he had turned around and his eyes fell on the thunder elemental creature not far away, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The opponent gave birth to a thunderstorm again. Carl understood that if he did not kill the opponent, he would definitely die. With the speed of the opponent's thunderstorm, he could not avoid it. The wind god wings were too much of a burden for him. He could only use them for a moment. If he used them more, both his body and magic power would be exhausted. And the speed of the wind wings was not fast enough. Mortal, you dare to avoid the gift of the Supreme Thunder Spirit. The thunder elemental creature shouted angrily. Wild wind, with your greatness. Carl chanted the most powerful magic he could use now, the wind blade, without hesitation. A huge wind blade was born from the magic power, and it cut towards the thunder spirit as he chanted. When the thunder spirit saw this scene, he also hurriedly spit out the thunderstorm that had not yet been conceived. The wind blade bombarded the thunderstorm, and there was no comparison at all, and it was easily shattered by the thunderstorm. But it was not without any effect. The speed of the thunderstorm was slowed down, and the power was greatly reduced. Carl was not discouraged when he saw this. He naturally knew that the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. Even his most powerful magic could not do anything to the opponent's thunderstorm. But from the opponent's performance, it can be seen that although Lei Ling's attack is powerful, he seems to be too weak. As long as his magic can hit the opponent, there is a great probability that the opponent can be killed on the spot. Otherwise, why would the opponent rush to spit out the unfinished thunderstorm? It is because of protecting himself from the attack of the wind blade. This is Carl's only chance of survival. Wind, your figure. Carl took the opportunity to chant magic again. This time he no longer used attack, but control and restraint. Because Lei Ling was just born, he had no experience in dealing with it. He just thought that Carl was going to attack again, so this time he directly spit out a small thunder ball. This is a juvenile version of the thunderstorm, and both the speed and power have been greatly reduced. The wind cage restrained the thunder ball and blocked Lei Ling's vision at the same time. Carl took this opportunity to temporarily evolve his wind wings into wind god wings again, and then approached Lei Ling at an extremely fast speed. By the time Lei Ling reacted, Carl was already close. No! Lei Ling looked at the huge wind blade in front of him emerging from Carl's chanting. It had seen its own fate, torn into pieces by the wind blade. After the roar, the wind blade hit it accurately, and the sharp wind tore it into countless pieces in an instant, and then turned into lightning and dissipated. At the same time, because of its death, the entire thunder began to surge wildly and annihilate. The whole process happened very quickly, and everything calmed down in just 10 seconds. You did very well, survivor. The wind blew past my ears, and the voice of the Wind King came over. Although your achievements cannot become the Lord of Wind for the time being, it is enough for me to give you some power from the wind. After the voice of the Wind King blew past, Carl's eyes appeared with the prompt of the Doomsday Game. You have received the gift of the Wind King. There was a fixed wisp of wind in the inventory. Carl looked at the notes, and could obtain a C-level professional skill after using it. Generous Wind King. Carl used it directly, and then obtained a C-level professional skill called Wind Spirit Spear. You can condense a spear wind spirit with wind. The spear wind spirit will throw a spear for you to attack remotely, with additional wind element damage and armor breaking, penetration and other effects. The range and damage depend on Kyle's spiritual attributes. More importantly, because it is a professional skill of the Wind Chaser, it does not need to be chanted like his magic, but is directly cast instantly. It has not cooled down yet. As long as his magic power is sufficient, he can condense the wind spirit to throw the spear infinitely. Although the wind spirit spear throwing skill is only C-level, its power is far better than his strongest magic, the wind blade. Before, he did not have no professional skills. When he changed his job, he came with a Wind King's protection, which increased the resistance to wind attributes. It was a passive skill. Of course, if you are willing to continue to kill thunder spirits, there will be more generous rewards. The more you kill, the higher the subsequent rewards. The Wind King said softly. Carl's expression changed slightly when he heard this. This is an opportunity for him. An opportunity to overtake on a curve. A 4th level Wind Chaser is not even ranked in the survivor group. But if I have the support of the Wind King, I will definitely grow faster. I need not only magic and skills, but also growth. Carl said. Of course, the power of wind is omnipotent. If you kill 2 more thunder spirits, I can let you choose your own reward. The Wind King gave a very generous condition. Carl accepted it with pleasure, but soon calmed down. Why choose me? Carl knew that the best partner for the Wind King should be the Holy Domain Mage. You are very special, different from other survivors. The Wind King did not hide it. This made Carl's heart rise to his throat. He naturally knew why he was special, because he was a traverser, and had 2 panels. Unfortunately, I can't see your specialness, but I believe that you are more suitable as a partner than those Holy Domain Mages. The Wind King added another sentence. With this sentence, Carl's heart was put back, as long as he didn't see it. If the Wind King really saw that he was a time traveler, then the problem would be troublesome. So where should I go to find the Thunder Spirit? Can you show me the way? Carl temporarily put aside his doubts, and chose to continue gambling. Of course, I know very well that the Thunder Spirit closest to you is being born, and its location is in the Wind King reported the direction and location to Carl. Okay, I need to recover my magic power, and set off in an hour. Carl just asked tentatively, and did not intend to set off immediately. Just now, he used the Wind God Wings twice, the Wind Blade twice, and the Wind Cage once, which made Carl's magic power almost exhausted. So he needed to absorb elements, and convert them into magic power to make up for his lack of energy, otherwise, he would not be able to release magic later. Chapter 465. The impact of the thunderstorm officially began, and thunder spirits appeared in 9 of the 10 islands. This made the war between the Wind Kings more brutal. Yes, not only did they not stop, but they became more and more fierce. They all knew that they were going to die, so in order to prolong their lives, they would naturally not miss any opportunity. This made the survivors suffer. They were not the direct descendants of the Xuanji Wind King, so they were squeezed to death, which caused the number to drop sharply again. However, even if the Xuanji Wind King did not squeeze them, they would not have a good life. The war escalated again, and they were caught between the 2 sides, and could only fight hard. However, there were exceptions, such as Carl, whose life was much better. Although he had been hunting thunder spirits, with the help of the Xuanji Wind King, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. In just 5 days, he jumped from the original 4th level Wind Chaser to the 8th level Wind Chaser. In the magic world where he was, no one grew up so fast. Because of this growth, a virtuous cycle is formed. Hunting thunder spirits makes you stronger, and hunting stronger thunder spirits makes you stronger. There is a negative example, that is Qi Xuan. Because he has been doing experiments, his hunting efficiency of thunder spirits is not high. Compared with Carl, it is simply unbearable. Although there is progress, there are only 3 thunder spirits, including the first one. On the contrary, he would pester Xuanji Fengwang from time to time, making Xuanji Fengwang very annoyed. But he couldn't say directly that the other party was not working, but was just less efficient. Later, he simply ignored Qi Xuan. Unless he finished hunting thunder spirits, he never answered anything Qi Xuan said. Completely ignore me, Qi Xuan muttered. He harassed the Xuanji Wind King, not because he was bored, but to continuously collect data about the Wind King. In recent days, a lot of data has indeed been collected. Whether it is used to improve and optimize the data of the Devouring Fusion World Core or the activation of the Wind King Egg, there has been considerable progress here. Because your cleaning efficiency is too low, and the thunderstorm has officially begun to come, the Xuanji Wind King's dislike for you has increased a lot. So if you want to continue to get the opportunity to collect data, you should give the Xuanji Wind King an impressive thunder spirit massacre. The intelligent brain spoke and gave a reminder. For example, launch the Wind King Egg activation experiment, right? Qi Xuan said. The Wind King Egg activation experiment absorbs a large amount of external energy and converts it into vitality, so that the Wind King Egg can be activated. The process is troublesome, but the principle is very simple, that is, to use the thunder spirit as energy. Qi Xuan can actually provide it himself. But why do you have to provide energy yourself for something that can kill 2 birds with 1 stone? His energy is very valuable, and is used as a legendary equipment stone set to enhance his own. Unless he has no choice, Qi Xuan will naturally not choose to use his own energy. Yes, you can not only provide a lot of vitality for the Wind King Egg, but also kill enough thunder spirits to defend yourself. As for how to defend yourself, it is nothing more than telling Xuanji Wind King that you are not playing badly, but have been planning a big one. After such a contrast, you can gain a lot of favor from Xuanji Wind King, and pave the way for subsequent research. In fact, this is true. Qi Xuan has been researching this period of time, but he has also connected a large number of islands through the fiber body, no less than thousands. Just waiting for him to start, he can destroy the thunder spirits on these thousands of islands in one fell swoop. Actually, the activity of the Wind King Egg is enough, but the other half is missing. Just like fish eggs, they are combined in vitro, so the activity of this Wind King Egg is actually enough. I am very confused. What kind of bisexual reproduction is this thing? Qi Xuan complained. So activation is equivalent to Qi Xuan using the thunder spirit to inject the missing other half. If it really succeeds, then this is not the Wind King Egg, but the Wind and Thunder Egg. It has the dual blood of the Wind King and the Thunder God. This leads to another problem. Qi Xuan doesn't know if he can successfully activate it. The data on paper is okay, and there is no problem with the deduced data model. It can be used as a solitary product, and the experiment cannot be stopped after it starts. Once it fails, then this road will be completely blocked. Unless Qi Xuan finds another Wind King Egg. However, this possibility is too low. If the opportunity is so easy to replicate, it is not an opportunity. But if you succeed, it will mean that your success rate of swallowing the Fusion World Core will increase by at least 10%. Qi Xuan's original plan was to use the Feiyu Town Island to transfer the backlash in the process of swallowing the Fusion World Core. At that time, Xuanji Wind King will bear it for him, and the rest will not be a problem. But if his Wind and Thunder Egg succeeds, then he only needs to help Xuanji Wind King become a Wind God, who can rival the Thunder God, and use the Wind and Thunder Egg as a medium. At that time, it will be the Wind God and the Thunder God who will bear the backlash. Even if Qi Xuan failed in the fusion, it would only mean the death of these two, and even the core of the world could be preserved for the second swallowing and fusion. The cost of failure was directly reduced to the lowest. And if it succeeded, it would be more beneficial, as it could swallow up the God of Wind and the God of Thunder as food. It could be said that the winner takes all. Of course, the risk is also great. I know that the benefits and risks are equal, so the protagonist Halo, I hope you can work harder. At this point, Qi Xuan did not hesitate much and chose to take a gamble directly. If he lost the gamble, it would only mean that the subsequent plans would need to be more secure. The activation experiment requires some time to prepare, and the simplest thing is to connect the fibrous bodies he distributed. This process was the longest, lasting for nearly an hour, and Qi Xuan finally completed the connection. Satellite, signal, and communication modules are indeed worth installing. If I didn't have these modules, it would not be easy for me to complete the connection so smoothly. Unfortunately, Qi Xuan's module column is really limited, and there is really no extra, otherwise it can be strengthened again. After the connection is completed, Qi Xuan brought the Wind King egg to the sky above Feiyu Town, which is the place where the first Thunder Spirit was born. Then a large amount of fiber body emerged from his hand, and tightly wrapped the Wind King egg. One is to block the vision of Xuanji Wind King, and the other is to serve as a receiver. After Qi Xuan checked twice more, he confirmed that there was no problem, and then he started the activation experiment. At the beginning, there was indeed no reaction. After all, it takes time for energy to be transmitted. Energy transmission will attenuate by at least 10% to 70% depending on the distance. But the total amount is enough. After all, the Thunder Spirit is not comparable to the Wind Spirit to a certain extent, but to the Wind King. In other words, it is the Thunder King or a low-end Thunder King. It doesn't matter if it's low-end. As long as the quality is good and the quantity is sufficient, it won't be a big problem to match the Wind King's egg. When Qi Xuan finished speaking, a thunderbolt in the distance was attracted. In the thunderbolt, a Thunder Spirit looked terrified and confused. It didn't realize why it was pulled here. Then, it saw an oval object made of fiber. "No, give it to me," it roared, but before it could finish shouting, it hit the fiber body with a smack, and was decomposed and digested in an instant. Then the energy flashing with lightning was infused into the Wind King's egg. The originally empty Wind King's egg showed a trace of vitality, and there was even a faint flash of lightning. But it soon dimmed, not because of rejection, but because this little energy was too little. Sure enough, you are special. Maybe you are the protagonist of the Sky Island world. Qi Xuan's expression was delighted. The mainstream of the Sky Island world is the Wind King, so it is acceptable that the protagonist is not a human. As soon as he finished speaking, thunders were attracted from afar one after another, and then decomposed and digested by the fiber body and poured into the Wind King's egg. Thunder and hurricane began to meet in the egg, and a new vitality began to slowly emerge. If nothing unexpected happens, after all these thousands of Thunder Spirits are poured into the Wind King's egg, there is a great probability that they will become hatchable wind and thunder eggs. With the death of a large number of Thunder Spirits, the attention of Xuanji Fengwang was attracted again. "How did you do it?" The breeze blew by, bringing what Xuanji Fengwang wanted to convey. "Because of some of my special abilities, as long as I put them next to the thunder of the Thunder Spirit, I can attract them. Then use the annihilator I made to kill the Thunder Spirits in batches." As he said that, Qi Xuan used his second consciousness to show the fiber body. "Can you release these little bugs again? I will use the wind to help you send them over." Xuanji Fengwang suddenly became enthusiastic, and even wanted to help Qi Xuan send them. After saying that, he added, "You will also be converted into achievements and rewards." Don't say it. Xuanji Fengwang is really generous in this regard. So Qi Xuan decisively grabbed a handful of fiber bodies. "That's all, I need time to cultivate more." Qi Xuan can certainly take out more, but he has to be careful. As for the Wind King eggs, are they enough to eat? That doesn't matter, the extra ones can be used as fuel for Tai Sui God. The trouble with the activation experiment is how Qi Xuan can deliver the fiber body to Lei Ling. With the help of Xuanji Fengwang, he can be free from the activation experiment. It can also be used as energy collection. A gust of wind blew, and the fiber body in Qi Xuan's hand scattered directly, and then followed the wind to all directions. Although the wind was not strong, it could only barely drive the fiber body, but the speed was very fast, and it was still accelerating. "You did a good job. What reward do you want?" After delivering the goods, Xuanji Fengwang said to Qi Xuan, "I want to know if there is anything more precious than the scales of the Wind King." Qi Xuan's idea was the flesh and blood tissue of the Wind King. After a long silence, Xuanji Fengwang said, "Yes, I can give you a wisp of wind." Xuanji Fengwang is the wind, so giving Qi Xuan a wisp of wind is giving him a part of his body. Chapter 466. The wind and thunder egg beats vigorously, and it has become extremely lively from its original empty appearance. According to the inspection of the equipment, there is a new life form that combines wind and thunder beating inside the egg. It is the offspring of the Wind God, who has never appeared, and the Thunder God, who has not yet been born. the real protagonist in the Hollow World. Fortunately, the opponent's protagonist halo has not yet been fully formed, but just a scattered breath. So Chi Suiyan directly suppresses it through his protagonist halo, and there is no need to worry about any trouble for the time being. It's good to survive. As for hatching, don't think about it in this life, Chi Suiyan said softly. Not only because of the restrictions imposed by Chi Suiyan, but also because of the environment and timing. With the help of Chi Suiyan, the Wind and Thunder Egg has become too unique. The premise of wanting to survive is at least the intersection of the power between the Wind God and the Thunder God as a trigger. Secondly, it also requires a sufficiently rich energy environment and the development of the protagonist halo. The first point alone is extremely difficult to complete. The Wind King has it, but the Wind God is none. Chi Suiyan thought about helping the Xuanji Wind King devour other Wind Kings and become a Wind God at the same level as the Thunder God. But he didn't think about hatching the Wind and Thunder Egg. Hatching it is of no use at all, but will be a loss. Temporarily seal the Wind and Thunder Egg, greatly reduce its activity, and place it in a low energy concentration area for preservation. Too high energy concentration will make it too active, which is not good news. Without sufficient conditions, the Wind and Thunder Egg cannot hatch, but it does not mean that it cannot become stronger. After filling its deficiency, it will instinctively absorb external energy, but it cannot hatch, so all this energy will become potential and the strength of the Wind and Thunder Egg itself. This is equivalent to the later it hatches, the higher its upper limit will be, and it may even exceed its parents who do not exist at this stage. However, this is just Chi Suiyan's guess. There is a high probability that there is an upper limit, but the upper limit is more difficult to fill. After dealing with the Wind and Thunder Egg, Chi Suiyan took out a wisp of wind. This wisp of wind did not flow, just quietly hovering in Chi Suiyan's hand. The wind was given to him by the Xuanji Wind King, and is part of the Xuanji Wind King. It is similar to its flesh and blood, but it is different because the life form of the Wind King is special. Normally, the wind of the Wind King is its flesh and blood. As long as Chi Suiyan can catch a wisp of wind, he will get its flesh and blood. However, because of the characteristics of being alive and flowing, Chi Suiyan can't keep the wind at all. Even if forced, it is still flowing air without any life, and nothing can be studied. But this wisp of wind is different, because it was taken down by the Xuanji Wind King himself and given to Chi Suiyan, so there is no need to worry about any problems. If he injects this wisp of wind into the body of the second consciousness, it will make the second consciousness's strength soar, and even become the best among the Wind Lords. However, Chi Suiyan didn't think about this at all, but began to conduct in-depth research. So you got this wisp of wind from me to observe me? The voice of the Xuanji Wind King came from the wind. Yes, I want to know what the Wind King is like, Chi Suiyan said bluntly. Chi Suiyan was not surprised that Xuanji Fengwang could communicate with him through this wisp of wind. After all, it was a part of Xuanji Fengwang, and the other party's life structure was wind. So this should also be regarded as a smaller version of Xuanji Fengwang. Fengwang is wind, there is no other situation, your observation is just a waste of time. With this time, it is better to kill more thunder spirits. The reward I give you is far more valuable than the results of your observation. Xuanji Fengwang gave Chi Suiyan a friendly suggestion. However, Chi Suiyan casually said, it is already in progress. If you want to complete a large-scale hunting of thunder spirits, you need a lot of arrangements. Just like last time, I was able to easily get rid of thousands of thunder spirits, not only because of my ability and equipment, but also because I had enough time to make a little layout. This is a long process, so in this process, I need to find something to kill time. Chi Suiyan's words were not perfunctory to Xuanji Fengwang, but just changed the priority, so Xuanji Fengwang could not see it. Well, I look forward to your next result. Xuanji Fengwang did not urge him again, but recognized Chi Suiyan's words. Let's not talk about this anymore. I just want to know how many thunder spirits are still in your body, Chi Suiyan asked. After the Wind and Thunder Egg was completed, he needed to prepare for the next stage, which was the two scapegoats, the Wind God and the Thunder God. He didn't need to worry about the Thunder God, as he was currently being born. But the Wind God couldn't be made, he had to synthesize it manually. And if he wanted Xuanji Fengwang to become the Wind God, he had to clear away the thunder spirits in his body first. Do you want to solve it all at once? Xuanji Fengwang sensed Chi Suiyan's true thoughts. Yes, I was thinking, if you can swallow up all the Wind Kings and become a Wind God at the same level as the Thunder God, will you give me a higher reward? Chi Suiyan chose a reason. After a long silence, Xuanji Fengwang said, if you succeed, you will be my only god choice. As a Wind King, he is very generous, especially when you have made contributions. The only one will be discussed after the matter is completed. I need a specific number of thunder spirits. Qi Xuan didn't buy the other party's big cake. Even if he knew that it was really successful, Xuanji Fengwang would have a great chance to fulfill his promise, but Qi Xuan was not interested in it. In some ways, Xuanji Fengwang is indeed a very good boss, but it's a pity that Qi Xuan's profession is not a wage earner, otherwise he can really do it for a lifetime. As long as you work diligently, he can support you for a lifetime. Of course, the premise is that the other party really becomes a wind god, otherwise his job is a soldier fighting in the war, and he will die no matter how diligently he works. There are still quite a few. I can give you a rough idea. After Xuanji Fengwang finished speaking, the wind that Qi Xuan was studying turned into a fish shape. This is the outline of Xuanji Fengwang, and then dense spots appeared on the fish body, and each spot represents a thunder spirit. The thousands of thunder spirits that Qi Xuan handled were not even a fraction of the number on Xuanji Fengwang. Such a huge number made Qi Xuan's face lift. At least 1 million, but this also means that there are millions of islands that build Xuanji Fengwang, which is indeed a huge territory. So this also created a problem. Qi Xuan couldn't spread his fiber body all over every node of Xuanji Wind King in a short time. At the same time, Qi Xuan's plan to make Xuanji Wind King the god of wind also became much more difficult. Other wind kings may not be smaller than Xuanji Wind King. In addition, the strength of Thunder God may have to be reevaluated. A large body does not necessarily mean strong, but if it is as large as the Wind King, it must be too strong. Terror visible to the naked eye. So many? I'm afraid we don't have that much time. With my efficiency, I can't effectively deal with this million-level number, not to mention that the size of the hostile Wind King may not be small. It's a bit difficult, but Qi Xuan is ready to bite the bullet. There is actually an advantage here, that is, after the matter is accomplished, the upper limit of the strength of the Wind God and the Thunder God will be higher, and Qi Xuan can bear more backlash. This means that Qi Xuan's success rate will be higher. Don't worry, as long as you can provide enough bugs, I can deliver them to each Thunder Spirit in a short time. What you should worry about is whether you can deal with these Thunder Spirits in a short time. Xuanji Wind King ignored Qi Xuan's concern for the hostile Wind King, and focused on the Thunder Spirit. As long as he can get rid of the weakening and blood-sucking of the Thunder Spirit, then with his strength, he is sure to swallow up all the Wind Kings in a very short time. He was weak because of the Thunder Spirit when the Thunder God was born, so he could not enter the field in person, and could only use the Wind Lord, Wind Spirit, etc. to fight a proxy war. It is not just Xuanji Wind King who encounters this situation, but all Wind Kings. However, if he does not have the Thunder Spirit, then he will recover from his weakness, and then he can do it himself. Even if he is not in his prime, it will not be difficult to swallow up other Wind Kings. As for the Thunder Spirits and other Wind Kings, don't worry about it. Wind King is wind, and he does not need to take all of them early. He just needs to swallow up the wind. No problem, it just requires some space and resources. You give up 100 or so islands, and the rest are not a problem. Qi Xuan said calmly. Isn't it just a matter of digestion and absorption? Let the fiber body go out to eat 100 or so islands and wind spirits, hurricane beasts and the like. By then, each thunder spirit can be assigned 10 fiber bodies as locators. The remaining fiber bodies directly form a large furnace, which is not a problem at all. If it really doesn't work, Qi Xuan will put the wind and thunder eggs in as the operating core, and then there will be at least 3 or 5 more modules in the module column. Yes, as long as you can get rid of all the thunder spirits on me, I will give you 1,000 islands, even if they are all damaged. Xuanji Fengwang directly added a digit to Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan was delighted when he heard this. It's a deal. This is simply a double happiness. Not only did it solve the transportation problem for himself, but it also solved the cost problem for himself. Qi Xuan can be said to have made a pure profit. As for being unable to bear it, there is no need to worry about this at all. The simplest point is that the thunder spirits will not arrive together, but will arrive in sequence. So there is no need to worry about the load problem. How long will it take to complete? Xuanji Fengwang asked about the completion time of the project. How long will it take you to deliver the thunder spirit within 3 days? Qi Xuan also asked about the time. The shortest is 10 minutes, and the longest is 24 hours. Lei Ling's answer was a bit beyond Qi Xuan's expectations. He thought it would take 48 hours, but he didn't expect it to take only 1 day. It seems that the other party didn't do his best last time. Okay, it's settled. Qi Xuan agreed. Chapter 467. The average population of an island is about 200,000. This time, Xuanji Fengwang directly sacrificed 1,000 islands, and at least 200 million indigenous people alone were killed. And this does not include hurricane beasts, wind spirits, and other life forms. The total number is even greater. But Xuanji Fengwang abandoned them all. Therefore, in Qi Xueyan's eyes, Xuanji Fengwang's label has been changed from a good boss to a cold-blooded and ruthless one. These two labels are not contradictory. After all, in Xuanji Fengwang's eyes, these islands inside are all his resources. How to use them is up to him. As an intelligent life form, it is not difficult to understand that he has contradictory ideas. Qi Xueyan delivered 10 million fiber bodies to Xuanji Fengwang on the first day. The other party quickly began to spread the fiber bodies to every island where the Thunder Spirit was located and hibernate. As for the support for Carl, who he thought was more special, it did not decrease, but continued to invest. Xuanji Fengwang was not stupid. Qi Xueyan said it with great confidence, but what if he failed? Therefore, Carl, as a spare tire, continued to be supported. Anyway, the resources invested in Carl were cheap products compared with Qi Xueyan. So Xuanji Fengwang didn't care about such a small expenditure. 1,000 islands and surrounding supporting facilities were all invested as costs. The little reward given to Carl was not as valuable as an island. It was a very worthwhile thing to get a way out for himself at such a small price. Then, he watched the fiber body devour 1,000 islands and began to build an extremely large and strange building, standing in the hurricane and constantly expanding. So you don't need to make it, just your little bugs can build it themselves? Xuanji Fengwang has been watching Qi Xueyan. The other party didn't do much, just released the fiber body, and then continued to study the wind that he gave to Qi Xueyan. Yes, what else? Qi Xueyan asked doubtfully. He has the labor materials, and Xuanji Fengwang provides the labor object, so the laborer must not be him anymore. So just let the intelligent brain control the fiber worms, and he doesn't even need to supervise. With the precision of Tai Sui God, there is no need to worry about any changes. You don't think I don't do anything, just take the money, so you think it's not worth hiring me. Qi Xueyan remembered some unpleasant experiences and then complained. If this is the case, he will have to change the label of Xuanji Fengwang from a good boss to a stupid boss. No, I'm just worried that without your participation, there will be unnecessary trouble. Xuanji Fengwang doesn't care whether Qi Xueyan works or not. He values the quality of the project, but Qi Xueyan, the leader, is only concerned with studying him. If there is a quality problem, it will definitely be a complete loss. So Xuanji Fengwang is not questioning Qi Xueyan's lack of work, but is thinking for himself. That's why you jump to conclusions. I've actually been working all the time, Qi Xueyan said, and with a flick of his hand, the fiber body formed various changes under his control. You don't have to get close to work. There are hurricanes all over there. Why should I go there to get some fresh air? I can just control it remotely here. He also saw Xuanji Fengwang's concerns. Because the other party wanted to be a scapegoat for him, and provided him with a lot of resources, Qi Xueyan fooled him. After all, he is the client, so he cannot be ignored. You said it will be completed within 3 days. There is only 1 hour left before the 72 hours. Are you sure? If you are not sure, then I will delay the transmission plan. The reason why Xuanji Fengwang suddenly cares about the quality issue is naturally because it is about to be completed. It was not completed before, so it is not easy to say anything. 10 minutes at most. Qi Xueyan looked at the project progress provided by the intelligent brain and gave a positive reply. Then do I need to start in advance? Xuanji Fengwang still respected the plan arranged by Qi Xueyan. Although Qi Xueyan completed it ahead of time, he also asked. No, follow the plan. I believe you can wait for this time. Qi Xueyan naturally could not start in advance. It's not a race against time. He has to check it again. He does believe in the ability of the intelligent brain, but he still has to be cautious. Even if there is no problem after checking it himself, it is a good thing. After all, this time he has to digest and absorb millions of thunder spirits, which is definitely a big project. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the project was completed. Then the fiber body turned into another smooth, but huge oval-shaped strange building. The epidermis occasionally moved, as if some kind of creature was passing underneath. In fact, these were some external manifestations formed during operation. After all, it was composed of a large number of fiber bodies. Qi Xueyan began to check carefully, and the process took nearly half an hour to complete. There are still 20 minutes before the plan, you can prepare yourself, Qi Xueyan said. It's ready. Are you sure your building can start? Xuanji Fengwang continued to ask. Qi Xueyan did not answer, but directly started the preheating. The entire huge oval building began to expand, and a large amount of fiber mist emerged from it. It's running normally. I whet the appetite of these little things in advance. I'm waiting for your thunder spirit. Qi Xuan directly answered the question of Xuanji Fengwang with the effect. No matter how much he said, the other party would continue to ask. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes, but just heard Qi Xuan say it. Therefore, Qi Xuan directly gave him a reassurance to prevent Xuanji Fengwang from asking questions. This behavior really made Xuanji Fengwang shut up. Although he didn't understand what Qi Xuan was doing, he knew that this weird building was successfully started. After the last minute of the 72 hours disappeared, Xuanji Fengwang spoke again. You recycle the bugs, and I will cooperate with you to send them back. With the other party's words, Qi Xuan started the device without hesitation. Through signal, communication and other modules, Qi Xuan accurately located the movement trajectory of all fiber bodies. With the help of Xuanji Wind King, the corresponding fiber bodies successfully engulfed the thunder on each island and the thunder spirits in it, and rushed towards the location of the device. 10 minutes later, the first thunder and lightning came. The thunder spirits saw Qi Xuan and the strange building and thought of resisting and attacking at the first time. But this time the speed was faster, and it fell on the device before it could move, and was directly digested the next moment. The whole process was so fast that it took less than a second. This is just the beginning. After the first thunder arrived with the thunder spirit, countless huge thunders followed. Because of the excessive number, many thunders were squeezed together to form a thunder, and the thunder spirits were entangled in it, making them unable to move at all. It bombarded the surface of the building device at an extremely terrifying speed, causing a wave. But the force in the wave was discharged at the first time, fell on the hurricane, and directly toward the hurricane that had been flowing. Can it hold up? Xuanji Fengwang looked at the building that was continuously bombarded, and couldn't help but worry. Although there was no change and the efficiency was not reduced, all the thunder and thunder spirits were digested and absorbed. But this scene was too frightening to watch. Don't worry, it can proliferate, Qi Xuan said. There must be damage, after all, such a large force, and such a terrifying energy input. But fiber worms can replicate themselves as long as there is food, and they eat everything. So even if a large number of fiber worms die, the number is balanced because of their self-replication. Deducting these losses, Qi Xuan still has a good income every second. The worms are dying and continuing to reproduce. The subsequent intensity will be greater. I can help you reduce the intensity. Xuanji Wind King also noticed the situation of the fiber body through the wind. He is not worried about the fiber body, but worried that the fiber body will fail after it can't bear it. No, a virtuous cycle has been established. These thunder spirits have become food for the reproduction of insects, and the number can keep up. Even if the intensity is raised, it can be higher than planned. Qi Xuan refused directly. Reducing the intensity and extending the time means that there may be complications. Qi Xuan was naturally unwilling. Terminated? What does that mean? Carl's expression was not good. After he killed this thunder spirit, he received a notice from the Xuanji Wind King, saying that the thunder spirit hunting activities would be temporarily suspended for a period of time and migrate outward. It literally means that the thunder spirit in my body has a solution. So if you want to continue hunting thunder spirits, you need my follow-up arrangements. Xuanji Wind King naturally would not tell Carl about Qi Xuan and his plan. Although he now values Carl very much, Carl is just a survivor after all, not a native of his world. Therefore, they can cooperate and use each other, but there will be no feelings. What should I do next? Carl is now a 9th level wind-chasing messenger, and he is only a little short of becoming a 10th level wind-chasing messenger. If you keep going, the Holy Land is not a difficult thing, but now you tell me that the activity has stopped. How can he bear this? This time, the reward will be doubled for you, and you will be given extra compensation. The wind will help you break through the bottleneck this time. After the mysterious Wind King finished speaking, a gust of wind was poured into Carl's body. The last step between him and the 10th level was so easily stepped over, which directly led to a qualitative change in his own strength. You have received a generous gift from the Wind King S level? Carl's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the mysterious Wind King to be so generous. But it was not a self-selected one, but an S-level professional skill. Fortunately, Carl didn't pick it, he just knew that he had upgraded his muskets. Chapter 468. With the continuous bombardment for 24 hours, after the last thunder spirit and thunder on the body of Xuanji Wind King were absorbed, countless winds began to rise gradually. Qi Xuan felt that the wind was not only free, but also became stronger and stronger. Not only Xuanji Wind King himself recovered, but also the Wind Lord, Wind Spirit, Wind Walker, and even Hurricane Beast, etc., all began to show a trend of strengthening. Judging by the data, Qi Xuan estimated that the strength could be increased by at least 5 times. After all, the entire extraordinary system is built on the wind, and there is not much training process, so the strength of the wind will naturally increase the power of the extraordinary. Okay, when do we start with the other Wind Kings? Qi Xuan asked. Xuanji Wind King did not answer immediately, but tried his best to restore his strength. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Xuanji Wind King gave an answer. 5 days later, you will take Feiyu Town to the battlefield to support as soon as possible. When I succeed, you will be my only chosen one. When King Xuanji Feng spoke, his tone of voice seemed a little confused. It seemed that he felt uncomfortable because his strength recovered too quickly. Let's not talk about the only chosen one. I suggest you kill those so-called survivors first. They come from another world, and there is a more powerful doomsday game behind them. If you don't get rid of them, what if they ruin your good deeds? And they can rely on you for survival. After the birth of Thor, there is a great possibility that they will rely on Thor to survive. By then, if many survivors in your system leak information to Thor, it will definitely be a great harm to you. Qi Xuan struck while the iron was hot, and encouraged King Xuanji Feng to deal with all the survivors. I still have use for them, and I need time to deal with them. Xuanji Wind King directly rejected Qi Xuan's proposal. Qi Xuan was not the first to propose the survivor threat theory. Many Wind Lords said that they could not trust these survivors from another world. It is best to eliminate the threat in the bud. But Xuanji Wind King did not accept it one by one. I have already reminded you. Don't ask me to clean up for you if something happens. Qi Xuan said bluntly. I have my own plan. Xuanji Wind King has actually been on guard against survivors, but the group of mages called the Holy Domain level are indeed not weak. It is the sharpest knife in his hand. This time, he needs the help of this group of Holy Domain mages to swallow up other Wind Kings. It will not be too late to kill these people after he becomes the God of Wind. As Qi Xuan and the Wind Lord said, the survivors come from another world. If he can surrender to him, he can also surrender to others. In addition, there is a mysterious existence behind him, which is a huge hidden danger. But the Xuanji Wind King really does not have any extra force. The Wind Lord is more inclined to command, and the upper limit of the Wind Spirit's strength is relatively low, that is, the Hurricane Beast is relatively powerful, but cannot be separated from the wind. As for the Wind Walker, this was directly ignored by the Xuanji Wind King. It was originally an arsenal, and its strength was lower than that of the Wind Spirit. This makes the series of mages among the sudden survivors very useful arms. Especially now, this group of mages who have survived the war are extremely rich in both strength and combat experience. Qi Xuan did not continue to persuade, saying this once is enough, there is no need to say more. Otherwise, it will only backfire. After the Wind King left, Qi Xuan began to recycle all the fiber bodies. After everything was processed, Qi Xuan looked at the module column. The harvest was still very rich. The armor value reached 191 points, and 5 evolutions were completed, allowing Qi Xuan to obtain 5 module columns. Logically speaking, he should choose energy modules and material modules for circulation, so as to maximize the use of legendary equipment stone suit modules as upgrades. But this time there are too many module columns, and there is no need to choose this way. Aiming, locking, positioning, tracking, monitoring. Qi Xuan quickly selected 5 modules from the original plan. These 5 modules may have a lot of overlaps. But for Qi Xuan, it is extremely useful. Whether in observation, combat or in various aspects, it can provide Qi Xuan with enough information. At his current strength stage, observation information is actually more important. At first glance, these modules are only used for combat, but in fact they are of great use in various aspects. This is of great help to Qi Xuan in obtaining the World Core, and it can also provide him with enough time to control when swallowing and fusing. Nowadays, many things have to give way to the projects related to the World Core, even the legendary equipment stone set module, SSS Intelligent Photon Guidance System, SSS Energy Locking Sensor Array, SSS Super Energy Space Positioning Matrix, SSS Universe Trajectory Tracking Device, SSS Environmental Adaptive Monitor. With the 5 modules added, Qi Xuan only felt that his vision had changed drastically again, and everything he saw became rules and data. In addition, a series of macro and micro trends formed a dense process in his eyes. Through the integration of the intelligent brain, it became a complete trend report. Even the direction of the protagonist's halo can be seen clearly. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the 14-story pillar of luck on his body. He could feel that his luck spread to the distance, constantly extending out, as if it was guiding something. Is it sure to hit? Qi Xuan casually pointed, and a psionic ray went from the front to the back. It accurately hit a hurricane behind Qi Xuan. Rule level. What if I want to hit a world where danger will never happen? Qi Sui said, and a multi-state energy emerged in his hand, turning into a stream of light and flying straight forward. It did not hit as he wished. Well, it seems that it is not so amazing. It requires data and energy attenuation. It is not a sure hit, but a good accuracy. No matter how strong he is, he cannot ignore the law of conservation of energy. Even the extraordinary who goes against common sense cannot do it, otherwise he would be invincible. And it is truly invincible. After all, you have ignored the law of conservation of energy, so what else can't be ignored? It is also very helpful in combat. Whether it is close combat or long-range combat, one only needs to rush forward and punch, and the other only needs to release the psionic polymorphic energy ray, and the rest does not need to be worried about. Especially for long-range combat, it has speed blessing. In close combat, I have to get close to the opponent, and long-range combat can be skipped directly. As for punching from a distance and letting the fist force crush the opponent to death, this is a long-range attack, and the power is not as powerful as the psionic polymorphic energy ray, so there is no need to waste this effort. There are only two final results of the battle, capturing the enemy and killing the enemy. Qi Xuan mostly focuses on the latter, unless it is an experimental subject, otherwise there is no possibility of follow-up. Next is to continue my plan. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the wind obtained from the Xuanji Wind King. This time, different data was obtained. If you look at the world from a different perspective, the world will look different again. Not to mention Qi Xuan's many perspectives. According to this principle, can the wind and thunder eggs also observe more data? Qi Xuan knew that the more thorough his research was, the more likely his plan would succeed. In addition, the core of the world might also be possible. Qi Xuan did not take out these two things. The wind in his hand was the Xuanji Wind King, so whether it was the core of the world or the wind and thunder egg, these three items could not appear at the same time. Among them, the wind and thunder egg was placed in the subspace pocket by Qi Xuan, and the core of the world was in the multidimensional folded space. As for this wisp of wind, it was treated the worst. Qi Xuan would leave it alone when it was useful, and block it when it was not. I'm glad that you, the mysterious Wind King, are not free, otherwise I really wouldn't have time to continue my research. Qi Xuan said casually. However, the mysterious Wind King did not respond. He was busy, and did not pay attention to Qi Xuan, so naturally he could not hear what Qi Xuan said. At this time, it is not to be wary of Qi Xuan, but to recover strength as soon as possible. There is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The three Holy Domain mages gathered together, and the leading Great Arcane Master George was the first to speak. The Wind King is ready to take action, what do you think? The remaining ones were Element Master Neil and Prophet Edwin, who thought for a while. Just now, the power of the wind continued to increase, and he is recovering. The Element Master said first. As a sanctuary mage who excels in elements, he is extremely sensitive to elements, so he naturally noticed the changes in the wind at the first time. The Prophet said, death is approaching, perhaps related to the end of the Doomsday game. Xuanji Wind King does not have much chance of winning. The two paid attention to the words of the Prophet. The three of them represent the three fields of mages, arcane, elements, and prophecy. The first two fields have their own advantages in creation and destruction, but they will never underestimate prophecies that have no power. Are you referring to the thunder element that is gradually erupting? Asked the Element Master. As a sanctuary mage, they are naturally clear about the matter of Thor. But they did not spread these things, but secretly investigated them internally. However, the information obtained was very limited, so they did not know much. It's not just Thor, there seems to be a deeper black hand pushing it. It's just that the other party's fate is too strong, I really can't see through it, and even if I go too deep, I will be backfired. The Prophet said bluntly. Let's not talk about these things for now. The Wind King asked us to lead all the mages to start the final battle. What do you think? The Archmage brought the topic back. Fight. This is the chance of life given by fate. The Prophet gave an answer that surprised the two. Chapter 469. The intensity of the Wind King war increased again, especially after the Xuanji Wind King devoured his old rival, the Baisha Wind King. The situation suddenly became confusing. Then, the news that the Thunder Spirit on the Xuanji Wind King was removed quickly spread to all the Wind Kings. With this news, the Xuanji Wind King became the target of public criticism. Everyone was weak, and you recovered, and you would definitely become the most terrible enemy. The simplest way is to kill you. However, because the Xuanji Wind King's strength recovered, he could stand firm even in the face of siege, but he could not devour other Wind Kings. Then, Qi Xuan arrived at the front line of the war. He did not bring Feiyu Town Island. Bringing it here would only be a burden. Another thing is that Feiyu Town Island has no value. It was just a springboard. This is still a nice way to say it, and it is just a stepping stone. Now that there is a better one, it is naturally eliminated. As for the second consciousness, it was not destroyed because it was still needed as a medium to communicate with the Wind King. However, it will be useful in the future. It can be used as a transit station to share the backlash and lock the future Wind God and the Thunder God, who has not yet been born. The usage is also simple. Just implant the Wind and Thunder Egg into the second consciousness, or implant the second consciousness into the Wind and Thunder Egg. Who to implant depends on the benefits. The war is a bit of a joke. Qi Xuan looked at the battle of the Wind Lord not far away, and felt a little embarrassed. It was just an expanded version of the previous battle between Feiyu Town and the Wind Pirates. Compared with the war in the Holy World, it is indeed a big difference. It is no wonder that the war can be maintained without any support and only with the Wind Spirit. The death rate of the war is much lower than the wars Qi Xuan has experienced, so Qi Xuan thinks it is a joke. This is not a joke. Death is just a common visitor. The voice of Xuanji Wind King came over. No, it's a joke, Qi Xuan said, and a beam of psionic multi-state energy beam appeared in his hand. Its huge beam blasted out from the fingertips, and then expanded wildly, and penetrated the battlefield in front of him on the spot. Whether it is the enemy or the friendly army, as long as they come into contact with this energy beam, they will be completely decomposed and annihilated, and they will die. With the regional scale of the Wind King, this is the intensity of the real war, Qi Xuan said calmly. 1 million islands, 200,000 people on each island. There are at least 2 trillion indigenous humans, and only a few people died. However, those who died are all extraordinary beings, and the population you mentioned is just a source of soldiers. Xuanji Wind King was so distressed. Qi Xuan's move caused a lot of casualties on his side. This is just an excuse. You are the Wind King, and wind is just a part of you. It's just a thought for you to want the Wind Spirit and the Hurricane Beast. It's nothing more than spending more time, Qi Xuan said nonchalantly. You have to be willing to give up. Only by giving up can you gain. He didn't understand why the Wind King was so stingy. Because every extraordinary existence needs to consume wind, and it is not a one-time consumption, but a continuous consumption. After all, the wind used by the extraordinary every time comes from the Wind King. The Wind King is the energy and source of all extraordinary people. However, because they are weak because of the blood sucked by the Thunder Spirit, one more extraordinary person will consume more. In order to preserve their strength as much as possible, they are naturally thrifty. This is why the birth of every Wind Walker in the Wind King Palace has great requirements for qualifications. In fact, there is no so-called qualification requirement at all. As long as the Wind King is willing, he can turn an ordinary person into a powerful Wind Walker at any time. Then use this to breed a more powerful Wind Spirit. It's just that the Wind Kings are reluctant. I can understand that you were weak before. After all, the Wind Kings who dared to be so reckless probably became the food of other Wind Kings. But now you are no longer weak. Why do you have such worries? Qi Xuan asked. It's very simple. You only see the surface in front of you, but you don't see the deeper game. Xuanji Wind King gave Qi Xuan an answer. I blocked all the Wind Kings for you. Even if these Wind Kings are weak, I must do my best to resist such a large number. You are so useless. You are fighting a group of weak Wind Kings who are weaker than you, and you still have to use all your strength to describe it, haha. You still want to be the Wind God. I am afraid that even if the Thunder God is born, you will still be in this stalemate. How could Qi Xuan not know the opponent's situation, but at this time, he didn't even think about fighting desperately, but resisted? If it were Qi Xuan, he would definitely fight to death if he couldn't escape. Even if he held down one person and paid a price, there was still hope of victory. In order to preserve their strength, the Wind Kings have developed a cautious character, and so has the Xuanji Wind King, so he will not choose to gamble. According to Qi Xuan's observation, as long as the Xuanji Wind King chooses a weaker Wind King to attack and swallows the opponent first, he will gather the power of 3 Wind Kings in his body. At that time, the advantage will be intensified, and as long as this advantage is continuously expanded, it will inevitably expand to a greater advantage until a crushing situation is formed. However, the attitude of the Xuanji Wind King made Qi Xuan understand that he dared not. But this is actually good news for Qi Xuan. When Qi Xuan uses him as a scapegoat, he will also look back and forth and miss the opportunity. So I need to use the survivors to break the situation. Xuanji Wind King defended himself. I have reached a deal with the 3 sanctuary mages among the survivors. The 3 of them will open a shortcut for me. It just so happens that you are here. I want you to meet them. You can go to help them cover the bottom. After seeing the attacks that Qi Xuan casually performed, Xuanji Fengwang had more ideas. Back up? What do you want them to do? Qi Xuan asked. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with the extraordinary system of the survivors. Maybe it is useless to him, but there should be strengths. Even if the strengths may be average, Qi Xuan doesn't mind as long as they can make up for their weaknesses. And according to the intelligence, the Holy Domain is the highest level of magicians among the survivors. This means that if Qi Xuan catches these 3 experimental subjects, it is equivalent to obtaining a complete system. Let the Thunder God be born in advance. Xuanji Fengwang's simple words made Qi Xuan feel particularly shocked. Well, this is to let Qi Xuan die together. Still cover the bottom? How to cover this, however, Qi Xuan did not show any reaction, but asked lightly, what should I do? When you see them, you will know that they can do it without you. You just need to use your attack to severely damage the newly born Thunder God at the critical moment. Xuanji Fengwang did not reveal the content. Beware of me. Forget it, you can let the 3 Holy Domain mages go, and I will help you around. Qi Xuan was happy when he heard it. He didn't intend to do such a suicidal thing, especially when Xuanji Fengwang refused to say anything. It's just that there is a trap here, you have to jump in. A good boss, but just a boss, he doesn't empathize with employees at all. If Xuanji Fengwang didn't have a physical body, he would have planned to hang the other party directly on the street lamp. It's not to be on guard against you, but there is no need for you to know. Xuanji Fengwang directly gave a useless explanation. Then you are still on guard against me, so let's do it. Qi Xuan played hard to get. After a lot of trouble, Xuanji Fengwang could only tell the truth. You found out the birth location and time of the Thunder God, and it is very dangerous, so you didn't let me go. Just let me attack from a distance. Don't say it, your words really touched me a little. After hearing this, Qi Xuan couldn't help but sigh that his tool man was not low in value. The other party actually took into account his use period and number of times, and didn't want him to be a disposable consumable, but a long-term exploitation object. Okay, I got it, I go. But let me make it clear first, I won't expose myself. Qi Xuan wanted to observe the birth of Thor and collect data, so that he could make better progress in the future by using Thor as a scapegoat. But that's all, it's impossible for him to fight Thor. It's indeed weaker when he's just born, but it depends on the situation. He's just like a born god, no matter how weak he is, he won't be very fragile. Danger is approaching, and malice has permeated our destiny. The prophet Edwin suddenly said. This made the expressions of the great arcanist George, and the elemental master Nieren change. You didn't say that before, did something happen? The great arcanist asked. Before, it was just danger, and there was a way to break the situation. According to the prophet, they were looking for the person surrounded by fate, and there was already a trace. As long as they let this person surrounded by fate go with them, they can complete the sniping of Thor without any danger. The malice that just appeared came so suddenly. The prophet did not hide it. As soon as he finished speaking, tears of blood flowed from his eyes. He was bitten by the malice and fate after his prediction. After wiping the tears of blood, he continued, we must find the person surrounded by fate as soon as possible, otherwise it will be more dangerous for only the 3 of us. It's a pity that fate has been obscured by malice, and I can't see the guidance of the future. So I don't know when the danger-emitting malice will arrive. But it's best to set off immediately. The prophet closed his eyes. His eyes were very painful, causing him to temporarily lose his vision. It will take at least 10 days to recover. Fortunately, it will not delay the task arranged by the mysterious Wind King. Okay, I go right away. The great arcanist George stood up and left directly. As for the elemental master Nieren, he stayed in the base camp of the survivors. In any case, a combat force must be left as a guarantee. Chapter 470. Element Master Nieren couldn't understand what the situation was with this slightly strange-looking man in front of him. The mysterious Wind King told him through the wind that the other party would be the most powerful help. However, in the eyes of the Element Master, this person had neither the fluctuation of magic power nor the breath of wind. His physique might be good, but for a magician, this kind of barbarian is of no value at all. He had countless ways to distance himself, and then use elemental magic to kill the other party. However, he did not show him politeness or question him as soon as he opened his mouth. Instead, he enthusiastically took the other party into the tent and gave him a cup of hot drink. As a sanctuary mage, his strength and status have always been top-notch, so when dealing with people, he would not deliberately make things difficult or be sarcastic. Instead, he was very generous and humble. Even if someone insulted or offended him, he would only show generosity on the surface instead of losing his composure. "Mr. Lord, you don't have your territory with you, and I don't feel the power of the wind on you, so I'm curious why the Wind King said you can help us." After some polite words, the Element Master asked. He also found that this weirdo in front of him was very curious about their magic and kept talking about this topic. It took a while for them to talk, otherwise I should have asked a long time ago. "I am a special Wind Lord. You also know that my territory is inside the Wind King, so I am more inclined to logistics." Chi Xuan opened his mouth and spoke. When the Element Master heard it, he felt that it was reasonable, and he thought that the other party might be more modest, not biased, but specialized. "As for the help I can provide you." Chi Xuan paused when he said this. "To be honest, I can't help much. It's all because of the flattery of King Feng." The more Chi Xuan said this, the more the Element Master felt that Chi Xuan was reliable. He was afraid of meeting the kind of people who boasted, but ended up not being able to do things. This kind of low-key and humble people, even if they are not capable enough, can provide them with solid protection. No, King Feng must have his own ideas to let Mr. Lord come, so we believe in your strength," the Element Master said. In their original world, a strong man like King Feng was a god above the Holy Land. Unfortunately, due to the lack of rules, they can only reach the level of the Holy Land. In ancient times, it is said that there was more than just a magician profession, there were also warriors, rangers and other professions, but later due to changes, only the magician was left. In addition, the magic of the mage also requires chanting and gestures, and cuts off their path to becoming a god. As time went by, no one remembered the glorious existence of the ancient times. And now with the Doomsday game, the mages seem to have once again taken the path of the gods. Especially after seeing the power of the Wind King with their own eyes, the three remaining Holy Domain mages naturally had ambitions. Moreover, the Wind King is not the most powerful life form. The unborn Thunder God is even stronger than all the Wind Kings. With such a strong man as the way forward, they naturally understand the principle of humility. Chi Xuan also found the attitude of the Element Master amazing. He didn't develop a self-centered personality, but on second thought, the other party is the type who has to hide his cannibalism, so naturally there is no way he can do anything wrong in public. He can sense the true thoughts of the Element Master, and he is simply a representative of Wang Mang when he was humble, and had not yet usurped the throne. He is not strong enough, so he can't be arrogant. From the extent to which the three Holy Domain mages exploit the survivors they rule, it can be seen that the blood race is not as good as them. In fact, I just helped the Wind King a little, so he asked me to come. It's just to get some credit, but it mainly depends on the three Holy Domain mages. Chi Xuan looked like he was telling the truth, and then suddenly changed the subject. "I wonder where the remaining two Holy Domain mages are? What are they busy with? I wonder if it's convenient to meet them." Chi Xuan hasn't taken action yet, because there are only two Holy Domain level mages who react in the entire survivor area. One is the Element Master in front of him, and the other is behind. One was missing, and he held back from doing it because he thought that if he wanted to catch them all, he would catch them all. Otherwise, Chi Xuan would not have planned to come to the door at all, but would have done it directly without any reason. The great Archmage went to the front to supervise the battle, and the Prophet was injured, and it is not convenient for him to come out for the time being. So I have to receive Mr. Lord. The two sentences of the Element Master were true and false, and the response was also vague. At least he gave an answer. Then I don't know when the great Archmage will come back. After all, we are going to the battlefield together to fight against the Thunder God. It is best to know in advance. Chi Xuan asked tentatively. This made the Element Master feel at ease. If he could know these secrets, he must be the confidant of the mysterious Wind King. There is absolutely no need to worry about his strength. Well, it will take some time, and I don't know the details. The Element Master continued to be vague. For no other reason, after all, this matter involves their life safety, so they naturally won't choose to reveal it. In fact, if everything goes well, the great Archmage will be able to come back tomorrow. He recognized Chi Xuan, but did not choose to trust him. So long? Chi Xuan frowned, and his expression did not look good. Waste my time. Huh? The Element Master was puzzled by Chi Suiyan's sudden change of attitude. But he did not wait for Chi Suiyan's answer, and could only barely see Chi Suiyan's hand constantly enlarged in his field of vision. At this point, the Element Master naturally understood that he was attacked. But Chi Suiyan's speed was too fast, and he didn't even have time to release magic, and his head was pinched by Chi Suiyan. Wait, we are all. The Element Master didn't have time to finish his words, and the huge force penetrated into his head, making him faint on the spot. 9 points of spirit, and 6 points of physique. However, the talents derived from magic power have a lot of passive abilities, which can barely see my attacks. It is indeed not to be underestimated, Chi Suiyan said while packing up the Element Master at a very fast speed. Then, he took away another Holy Domain Mage Prophet. This behavior naturally immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of Xuanji Fengwang. What are you doing? Why did you attack these two survivors? Xuanji Fengwang questioned Chi Suiyan through the wind. I just study it, and won't let them die. After all, they still have to complete your mission. Chi Suiyan was telling the truth. He really needed these 3 cannon fodders to take action. If you do this, it will not only affect their status, but also create a gap between them. Xuanji Fengwang did not agree with Chi Suiyan's words. Don't worry, I will guarantee their status, and this memory will also be deleted. You can just fool them a bit at that time. Chi Suiyan said nonchalantly. Tomorrow I will return them to you. If there is any loss, I will compensate you. The last words were false, and it was impossible to compensate. Chi Suiyan would only refuse. What do you want to do? At least give me an explanation. Xuanji Fengwang gave in again. The main reason was that Chi Suiyan's combat power was far above that of the Holy Domain Mage. If there was any bias, it would definitely be Chi Suiyan. I am very curious about magic and magic power, so I want to observe it, Chi Suiyan said bluntly. With his current strength and ability, he can decipher their extraordinary system in 24 hours at most. At this point, Xuanji Fengwang can only give in. Tomorrow morning, at the latest at dawn. Xuanji Fengwang gave Chi Suiyan a deadline. Chi Suiyan estimated and agreed directly. If the research is not completed, then delay it. Xuanji Fengwang definitely doesn't care about that 1 or 2 hours. Seeing that Chi Suiyan agreed, the wind surrounding Chi Suiyan slowly disappeared, obviously not paying attention to him. Chi Suiyan took the Element Master and the Prophet directly to his safe house. How to break through to the sanctuary level? Carl looked uncertain. He had reached a bottleneck. Now there are only 3 ways to break through. One is to ask the Great Arcanist, but the other party needs to let him go with him. And the other party promised that as long as he agreed to go with him to perform a mandatory task, he would even arrange the resources for the breakthrough. As for the remaining 2, one is to kill the Thunder Spirit to get the reward of the Wind King for indoctrination growth, and the other is to rely on his own proficiency panel to practice meditation. But no matter which one, it either requires resources, desperate or time. The price paid is huge. I agree to your request. Carl turned his head and looked at the Great Arcanist George. That's great, I'm glad you agreed. The Archmage came over and took out a parchment scroll. This is my experience of breaking through the Holy Domain. Next, I will give you the experience of the Prophet and the Great Elementalist. With enough resources, with your high-level wind element affinity talent, it is not difficult to break through. Thank you. After Carl took it, he continued to ask, what do you need me to do? You are hunting thunder spirits. I guess you also know about the Thunder God. The Archmage did not intend to hide it. Yes, but I don't know much. Carl nodded. He did know a little bit. It's good to know. Our goal this time is the Thunder God. The Archmage said, as long as you succeed, not only will you get a generous reward from the mysterious Wind King, but also the one from the Doomsday Game. With these 2 rewards, you and we can resume the path of the Mage's God. I think, Carl, you don't want to stop at the Holy Domain. Chapter 471. Magic power comes from the biological energy of the combination of external energy and spirit. It has extremely strong plasticity and transformation effect. Unfortunately, it can only take effect under special conditions and in a specific environment. Through shaping and transformation, magic with different attributes and effects can be formed. The disadvantage is that it needs to be constructed with chanting, gestures, and the flow of magic power. And it is only suitable for this group of survivors from the magic world. Once the magic power leaves the magician, it will escape and evaporate. Chi Suiyan looked at the research report in his hand with regret. Before the ghost world, it was absolutely incomparable for Chi Suiyan. He would sharpen his head to learn magic. But now, for Chi Suiyan, it is really not very useful. Qi Xuan can see the principle and operation logic of magic without further dissection. With the improvement of his strength, observation, perception, and other behaviors have become stronger. Unless the extraordinary system brought in by the Doomsday Game can make the dual attributes exceed 10 points, otherwise for Qi Xuan, there is no difficulty in research. But this is impossible. This is the bottom line of the Doomsday Game. The Doomsday Game can only control the dual attributes to SSS level and 9 points, and it is beyond the scope of the Doomsday Game. Otherwise, why would it be so difficult to improve the attributes of the first batch of survivors? If there was no Qi Xuan, even if the first batch of survivors were all dead, the survivors brought in would also have a difficult start. There will never be extraordinary power. From this, we can see that the upper limit of the Doomsday Game is indeed not high, and there is not much coolness. There is no comparison with those powerful main god spaces, Reincarnation Paradise and the like. However, this is good news for Qi Xuan. If those powerful beings really go there, Qi Xuan, a violator, would have been finished long ago. He didn't even have the chance to become a violator, and he was dead. Therefore, the weakness of the Doomsday Game is a good thing for Qi Xuan. But there are also many improvements. The Sanctuary level is 9 points of spiritual attributes. Although the physique is a little worse, it can be compensated. Qi Xuan looked at the Element Master and sutured his wound attentively. Although it is possible to study without dissection, Qi Xuan can't just watch since he is here. He must be sincere. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the other party's kindness to be forced to be a guest. According to the changes in magic data, there should be a way above the Holy Land, but it was castrated. And it was castrated twice. The first time was due to environmental factors, so it was not castrated completely. This is a natural disaster. Even if there is still some left, it does not support their improvement. At most, it gives them an unattainable hope. The second castration was much cleaner. It should be the Doomsday Game that did it. At this point, it is estimated that it is impossible to break through the realm above the Holy Land. If the breakthrough is successful, it will be another me. So in order to avoid this situation, the problem is solved directly at the root. And it was solved very cleanly, and the original unfinished project was repaired. Qi Xuan was not surprised. Doomsday Games are not good things in the first place, and they are not special institutions that train peerless strongmen or supreme masters. Survivors are invaders and predators. They are not important to Doomsday Games. They are just a group of expendable tools. Growth and potential are not important. Even life and death are not important. At most, they can be replaced. The potential and upper limit of magic power are not low. After these two troubles, it is completely scrapped. Unless a powerful person comes from heaven, there is basically no future. Qi Xuan regretted this. Then he sewed up the prophet, and then hung nutrient solution on the two people, and injected them with a series of drugs such as regeneration potion and recovery potion. He still needs these two people to be cannon fodder, so they must be restored. Qi Xuan physically deleted their memories, so as long as their bodies recover, they will not remember the process in between. Moreover, Qi Xuan was fully anesthetized during the research, so the other party was not conscious at all. Otherwise, there would be an impact later. With such a rough method as Qi Xuan, it is impossible not to leave a psychological shadow. Vertical development is restricted, but horizontal development is indeed amazing. Qi Xuan couldn't help but praise, but this has nothing to do with the system itself. It is created by human creativity. It's nothing more than making a temple in a snail shell, which is really a helpless move. They all have 9 attributes, but they also have completely different levels of strength due to the number, quality, etc. passives, talents, etc. derived from the extraordinary system. If it were the previous few people with 9 attributes, they might not be the opponents of the 3 holy domain mages. Even if magic requires gestures and chanting, they also have talents and passives that can greatly reduce these defects. It's because they were crushed by my attributes, otherwise they wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Qi Xuan also had a very clear understanding that he could capture the Elemental Master and the Prophet alive. He simply bullied the weak with his big, without any skills. The time is up, you should send the people back. When the first ray of sun shone on this island, Xuanji Fengwang rushed over to urge him. It is estimated that he came at the right time, fearing that Qi Xuan would be killed. Xuanji Fengwang knew Qi Xuan's attitude towards this group of survivors. It was said before that they would be killed, but it was rejected by Xuanji Fengwang. Okay, stop pushing me. Qi Xuan responded impatiently. His attitude towards Xuanji Fengwang was getting worse and worse, and it was already obvious. Qi Xuan was like this. If you were valuable and still wanted to play with him, he would also be willing to play with you. But if you were unwilling to cooperate and insisted on doing it yourself, then Qi Xueyan could only do it himself. Of course, this situation was limited to when both parties were equal in strength, or when you were stronger than the other party. When you met a strong person, you should be a polite and caring person. With the acquisition of the previous 5 modules, Qi Xueyan obtained a large amount of rule data and knowledge from the core of the world, and transformed it into his own strength with extremely high efficiency. Qi Xueyan's strength has once again made a leap forward. He has always been like this, acquiring knowledge, transforming strength, and then continuing the cycle. For Qi Xueyan, knowledge can really be equal to strength. According to Qi Xueyan's current estimate, if he fights with Xuanji Fengwang now, he has about a 40% chance of winning and a 60% chance of a tie. Xuanji Fengwang doesn't care about Qi Xueyan's attitude, he only looks at what the other party does. Qi Xueyan didn't say much when he started to restore the Element Master and the Prophet. After Qi Xueyan packed the 2 people, he stood up and prepared to leave. Just these 3 people, you let them snipe Thor. It's okay to seek death. It's basically certain that the result will be failure. What are you trying to do? Qi Xueyan asked casually. He always felt that Xuanji Fengwang didn't finish his words and left some. At the beginning, he still thought there was a possibility of success. But now that the research is done and the conclusion has been drawn, he knows that this is a free gift. Qi Xueyan could see it, so how could Xuanji Fengwang not see it? I want to know who is better, Thor or Doomsday Game. Xuanji Fengwang said this to Qi Xueyan. What about me? Why should I go over there? Oh, to prevent them from escaping, right? Qi Xueyan didn't react at first, but now he thought that he was the supervisor. If they dared to retreat, Qi Xueyan would force them to move forward, and if that didn't work, he would kill them to eliminate the trouble. No wonder he had to let himself, who clearly stated that he wanted to kill the survivors, to cover the bottom line. Yes, the reason why I didn't tell you before was to prevent you from having a flaw and letting the Holy Domain Mage notice it. Although their strength is not strong, they have a lot of experience. Xuanji Fengwang naturally knows what the other party's strengths are. Borrowing a knife to kill TSK. Qi Xueyan said this. After the great Arcanist George and Carl rushed back at dawn, they found that the Element Master Nyern and the Prophet Edwin had disappeared. Normally, as the base camp of the survivors, at least one Sanctuary Mage must be left in charge. Another thing is that he did not receive any emergency messages during this period. After all, there is a chat channel for the Doomsday Game, which is much more convenient than magic communication. So theoretically, it is impossible for someone to leave without saying goodbye. Then, the biggest possibility is that something happened. Something happened? Carl immediately noticed something was wrong, especially after seeing the face of the great Arcanist. Yes, the 2 Sanctuary Mages, the Element Master and the Prophet, disappeared. The great Arcanist did not hide it. Everyone is here, and it is not difficult to detect it with the other party's strength. Could it be Thor? Carl quickly locked onto the target. Speaking of enemies, apart from the other Wind Kings, there is only Thor. The other Wind Kings have their immediate superior, Xuanji Wind King, to support them, and they are planning to target Thor. This juncture is too coincidental, and Carl has to think so. I don't know, but the person who did it handled it very cleanly, but forget it, I go ask the patrol personnel first. The Archmage didn't have any clues. Fortunately, not everything needs to rely on magic. Of course, the most important thing is that the magic didn't find any traces this time, so they can only ask first. If it doesn't work, they can only go to Xuanji Wind King. The person who is most affected by this incident is not the survivors, but Xuanji Wind King, who is being pressed step by step. Whether it is Thor or other Wind Kings, it is a major blow to Xuanji Wind King. Chapter 472. A Wind Lord sent by the mysterious Wind King was received by the Element Master yesterday. After hearing this, the great Archmage George's face became uncertain. It was definitely not fake. With the Element Master's eyesight, it was impossible to make a mistake. This made the great Archmage wonder if the mysterious Wind King wanted to attack them. Yesterday was indeed their weakest point. He left to find Carl, and the Prophet could not use magic on a large scale because of the backlash of fate. Therefore, the Element Master was left alone. As long as he first deceived his trust and then suddenly attacked, it was possible to subdue him in an instant. Then, it was not difficult to take away the 2 Sanctuary Mages quietly. Especially with the cooperation of the mysterious Wind King, these things were even easier. But he couldn't figure out why the Xuanji Wind King did this. Everyone was in the same camp. Without the 3 Sanctuary Mages, the survivors would definitely be torn apart. At the same time, there is also a lack of a powerful living force as a helper, which is really incomprehensible. In all aspects, without them, there are disadvantages and no advantages. The Holy Domain Mage did covet the Wind King, but he only coveted and never implemented it. With the character of the mysterious Wind King, it is not that he does not tolerate others. All this made the great Archmage unable to understand why. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to investigate privately. It is better to ask the mysterious Wind King directly why. The great Archmage understood that now is not the time to play tricks. It is not difficult to contact the mysterious Wind King. It is nothing more than finding a place with wind and telling your request, and the mysterious Wind King will be able to hear it. If there is a response, it means there is still room for solution, but if there is no response, it means that the mysterious Wind King is behind the scenes. But just as he stood up, his magic perception discovered a terrifying thing. The breath of the elemental master and the prophet appeared again, and appeared in the same place. This made him look dazed for a moment. It appeared very suddenly, and was very hidden. He didn't notice any problems. This he hurried over and saw the elemental master Nyern, who was working on various affairs of the survivors. "Where have you been?" The great Arcanist spoke directly. "What?" The elemental master was a little puzzled. "I have been here all the time, and have not gone anywhere." He looked at the great Arcanist with great confusion, and didn't know what to say for a while. On the other side, the prophet also came out and asked casually, "You are back. Have you found the person surrounded by fate?" And the great Arcanist frowned even tighter. "Your eyes are healed? I remember you said it would take at least 3 days. He immediately cast a series of magic on himself, trying to find some clues. In his mind, these two were not disguised, but in the magic of soul vision, these two were them. Even the magic power and spirit were the same. "Yes, I did." The prophet was stunned, and then asked, "Then how did I get better?" As soon as this sentence came out, the people present were also confused. "You got better by yourself, but you don't know it?" But this also indirectly shows the seriousness of the matter. After the great Arcanist said this, the two realized that they had been missing for a day. And it just appeared, then the two of them screamed and recalled their memories. They determined that they were missing a memory. They jumped directly from yesterday to today, and even seamlessly connected. "I cured it." A voice came from the corner. At this time, everyone noticed that there was a middle-aged man sitting next to them. "You are the Lord of the Wind, right?" The eyes of the great Archmage flashed with vigilance. The 3 sanctuary mages did not realize that there was an outsider here. "Yesterday, the King of Wind arranged for me to come. At the beginning, I had a good chat with the Master of Elements, and then we had a conflict because of this matter. Then I was not careful, and I was beaten hard, and you two lost your memory. You also saw the follow-up." Chi Xuan opened his mouth. There was no problem in the words, but it concealed a lot of key points. "I see. I didn't expect that there was such a powerful lord under the King of Wind. This time, it will be easier to ambush the Thunder God with your participation." The prophet spoke first. This made the atmosphere begin to ease. The 3 Saint Domain mages naturally didn't believe even the punctuation marks in Chi Xuan's words. But due to Chi Xuan's strength, they just went down the slope after the other party handed them a ladder. If the stalemate continued, it would definitely be a big trouble later. Don't dare, the main force of this matter is still you. After all, you are deep behind the enemy. My strength is all due to the gift of the Wind King. I am too far away, and without the wind of the Wind King, I can only stare blankly." Chi Xuan continued to deceive. However, this statement was half true and half false. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lord is really a joker. But this time we are not the main force, that young friend is," the Elemental Master said, and stood up to greet Carl, who was walking in. Carl also noticed the changes here, so he rushed over. But when he saw the scene as soon as he arrived, he was confused and puzzled, not knowing what had happened. "Let me introduce you. This is Carl, the 10th level Wind Chaser. You should be a colleague of Mr. Lord." The Archmage also stood up to greet him to avoid embarrassment. Then he arranged a seat for Carl and gave him a look, meaning that he should talk less and watch more, because this person is not a good person. "Wind Chaser? I remember that the wind given by the Wind King was integrated by the Doomsday Game to form a special power similar to a profession," Chi Xuan said with a smile. "This profession is similar to job transfer, which allows survivors to obtain a new panel called the Career Panel, and at the same time master more powerful professional talents and professional skills." Chi Xuan had only heard about it, but had never actually seen it. This job transfer condition is not something that ordinary survivors can complete. There are various requirements and thresholds. Therefore, those who can become Wind Chasers must be at least the first echelon of survivors, and such people are very rare. Yes, Mr. Lord knows survivors well. Carl looked up and down at Chi Swain, with a gleam in his eyes. He always felt that the man in front of him was not right, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It's okay, after all, you have to deal with survivors, and you must understand them well. Chi Swain's eyes scattered on Carl's head. This kind of gaze naturally attracted the attention of Carl and the three sanctuary mages. They followed Chi Swain's line of sight and saw nothing. I don't know what the Lord is looking at. There is nothing above my head. Carl had a bad feeling in his heart. The other party seemed to be coveting something of his, but he couldn't find out what it was. And he could also sense that the greedy and terrifying malice was spreading little by little. Chi Swain didn't hide anything and just stood in front of him. The great archmage stood up at the first time and blocked the two of them. Lord, Carl came here at night and must be exhausted. I think he should rest. The great archmage smoothed things over for Carl and signaled Carl to leave as soon as possible. In his opinion, Carl had not yet become a sanctuary and was no match for the Wind Lord in front of him. Carl was also a person surrounded by fate and was the key to them, so he must not be allowed to fail. So he could only stand up and dispel Chi Swain's malice. Even though he didn't know what Chi Swain was coveting. Especially, he needs to work with us to complete the task assigned by the Wind King. This time, the great archmage directly brought out Chi Swain's immediate superior, the Wind King. And in order to remind Chi Swain, he specially used emphasis on the words Wind King and task. Chi Swain smiled. Don't worry, I just take a look and won't do anything. To be honest, Chi Swain didn't expect to meet the protagonist of the survivors here, but it was reasonable to think about it. The birth of Thor is both a crisis and a great opportunity. How could the protagonist miss it? Fortunately, his current observation method is high enough, and he can already see the protagonist's halo, otherwise he might miss it. This protagonist named Carl is growing very fast. It has only been a short time, and he is about to become a sanctuary mage. However, there are differences. The other party's protagonist halo is similar to some kind of fruit, unlike Chi Swain, who is like a pile of pillars. Moreover, the other party's protagonist halo is much more refined than his protagonist halo, which is really rough. That's good, after all, I will have to rely on you more in the future. The archmage continued to be polite to Chi Swain, and the element master was ready to leave with Carl. I dare not, but I think the young people should communicate more with us old guys, and they can also gain more life experience, right? Chi Swain did not intend to let Carl go. But the archmage was still polite to Chi Swain with ease. The element master was about to step out of the tent with Carl. Carl was also confused. Where did the other party's inexplicable malice come from? Fortunately, there are 3 holy domain mages here, and the other party is also under the command of Xuanji Fengwang, so they should not dare to attack him openly. As for attacking in secret, he is really not afraid. But the idea is good, but he misjudged Chi Swain's character. As soon as his left foot stepped out of the tent, the malice behind him suddenly broke out, and the palpitation filled his entire consciousness in an instant. He took action. He was very sure of this in his heart, and then subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw the fist constantly enlarged in his field of vision. The speed was very fast, so fast that he had no time to react, and his consciousness completely fell silent with the shattering of his head. Before this, he had not felt either fear or pain. Chapter 473. Carl's headless body collapsed with a bang, and the 3 sanctuary mages woke up from their dreams and realized what had happened. Chi Swain beat Carl to death with one punch. The whole process was so simple. Even though Carl was the protagonist, he did not resist at all. He died like this. Carl was the protagonist, and so was Chi Swain. At the same time, neither side had the home advantage. Secondly, Chi Swain's strength and protagonist aura were higher than Carl's. Under multiple advantages, it was natural to kill with one blow. There was no scene where Chi Swain had to fight him to the same level, and finally won, by a narrow margin. I need you to give me an explanation. The tone of the great arcanist suddenly became gloomy. The prophet's face was full of disbelief. He had confirmed that Carl was a person surrounded by fate when they met. This kind of person can be said to be very lucky. How could he die so easily? Explanation? Why should I give it to you? Chi Swain said calmly. The candidate designated by the Wind King Xuanji is from the Holy Domain. Carl is only at 10th level, so he is naturally not in the Wind King's requirements. Chi Swain can be killed, so what else can happen? Otherwise, keeping him is definitely a big hidden danger. If you don't give it to me, I will ask the Wind King to argue about right and wrong today. The great archmage was like a volcano about to erupt. He was definitely angry, but the most important thing now was to make up for it. Without the help of the people surrounded by fate, when the Thunder God was born, they would have gone without return. No matter how great the benefits are, they must survive, as a prerequisite. Otherwise, if the person dies, what good will it do to get it? Leave it to the offspring. They are not so noble. They have already been immortal since they set foot in the Holy Land. As long as they do not die of diseases, accidents, etc., magic can allow them to live endlessly. And the powerful magic can also allow them to avoid diseases and accidents to the greatest extent. So they have long stopped caring about offspring, but focus on themselves. Oh, then you go. I have something else to do, so I won't stay for long. Remember to snipe the birth of Thor later. Don't be late or leave early, otherwise, ha. Chi Suan sneered disdainfully, and then turned and left directly. He got the benefits, so there was no need for him to stay and continue to argue. Anyway, just be cannon fodder. The Element Master wanted to stop Chi Suan, but the great Archmage signaled with his eyes not to move, and letting the other party leave was the hard truth. Seeing this, Chi Suan also understood that these three were indeed smart people. They knew that they would be in danger of death without the help of the protagonist, so they continued to expand Chi Suan's unreasonable behavior, in order to get enough reasons to shirk the mission. So what they have to do is to suffer as many insults as possible within the scope of ensuring their own lives. As for dying rather than surrendering, that doesn't exist. After living for so long, none of them have glass hearts. Not to mention that they are not those idealistic supernatural systems that must be hard-headed. There is no such thing as enter demons or retreat forever. Even though they are now holy domain mages, they were once mage apprentices, and have endured all kinds of humiliation. So after watching Chi Suan leave, the three of them looked at each other, and immediately understood what to do next. Without a moment's hesitation, he contacted the king of Xuanji Wen to seek justice for them. However, justice would definitely not be sought. They also knew that if they wanted to open a window, they had to say that they wanted to overturn the house, and then take a step back in the middle. As for how to solve the problem later, they could only adapt to the situation. Anyway, they were bound to take on this task. On the other side, Chi Suan left directly and began to check his protagonist Halo after being strengthened again. Strengthened plus 14. Dao Fruit, 1 certificate, permanent certificate. Chi Suan quickly concluded the effect of this strengthening plus 14 through analysis. The effect is very good, similar to proficiency. As long as it is full, it will definitely improve. But for Chi Suan, it is useless. This thing is not without an upper limit, and can be improved unlimitedly. When the Doomsday game did not come, if Chi Suan had such an ability, how could he have studied the history of the Dian Kingdom? But now, for Chi Suan, it is no longer a question of whether it is useless or not, but it is useless. His extraordinary system is full level. After all, he has made up for his own shortcomings by taking advantage of his own strengths, and at most there is a process of accumulation. And this process can be completed in a very short time by strengthening plus 6 high-speed growth and feast energy. It is not like the strengthening effect of Daogua, which requires corresponding behavior. More importantly, the number of behaviors is fixed. There is no way to make a leap forward. Probably each behavior increases the proficiency by 1 point, and because the level of mastery is different, the proficiency is also different. Forget it, maybe I will use it someday. Even if it is not used, it is just a derivative effect, which strengthens the protagonist's aura. Chi Suan did not have too many regrets about this, and he did not need such a strengthening effect. I am confused. Why did you kill Carl? I think he has no conflict with you. After Chi Suan left, a gust of wind caught up with him, and Xuanji Fengwang asked angrily. Because of Chi Suan's behavior, the 3 holy domain mages now have a rejection emotion, and have no intention of participating in the next task. At the same time, they have a strong desire to withdraw and ask Xuanji Fengwang to give them an explanation. Of course, Xuanji Fengwang's anger does not only come from this, but also because Carl is a candidate carefully cultivated by him. Although the resources invested are not much, the growth is very considerable. There will be more investment in the future to let Carl continue to work for him. However, all this was broken. He didn't even understand why Chi Suan took action. All this is extremely unreasonable, and all his plans have completely collapsed because of Carl's death. Especially after Chi Suan killed him, he found a place without wind to hide, so that he couldn't find him, which made his already suppressed anger even greater. If Chi Suan didn't give him a reasonable explanation this time, the next talk would definitely collapse. Conflict? Of course not. If there was any conflict, he wouldn't be alive until now. Chi Suan told the truth. He is not a person who beats around the bush. If there is a conflict and the other party is weaker than him, he will usually kill directly. As for considering the other party's background, it doesn't exist. No matter what your status, background, or connections are, as long as they cannot provide benefits to save their lives in time, Chi Suan will send them to their deaths without mercy. Carl is still lucky. Chi Suan has not stuffed him into the smelting furnace as fuel. Otherwise, it will not be a headless corpse left. It is guaranteed that there will be no corpse left. Then why did you kill him? You must give me a reasonable explanation today. Xuanji Fenghuang did not say the consequences, but he must have reached the limit of his tolerance. Chi Suan is indeed of great help and subsequent value to him, but the premise is that he cannot step on his bottom line. Explanation? That is, I don't like him, and he will become a big trouble in the future, so I took the initiative. 3 sanctuary mages are enough for the survivors, and there is no need for a 4th one. Chi Suan made up a reason casually. Even if Carl becomes the 4th sanctuary, he is not a mage, but a wind chaser. He will not be a threat, let alone affect your status. Xuanji Fenghuang suddenly realized that the reason why Chi Suan took action was probably because Carl was a wind chaser. More importantly, he was about to become a sanctuary. The other party was not only a survivor of the Doomsday Game, but also promoted by him, so it was inevitable that he would pose a threat to Chi Suan's status. After thinking about it, Xuanji Fenghuang felt that it was much more reasonable. His anger also subsided. TSK, I don't believe it. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts, not to mention a group of survivors from another world. Chi Suan also noticed Xuanji Fenghuang's thoughts, so he followed his words. You are right, but the birth of Thor needs someone to snipe. I don't care what means you use, you must convince the 3 sanctuary mages among the survivors. As a result, you gave it to me, and I will not pursue this matter. Xuanji Wind King can bear Carl's death. After all, he has not been cultivated yet, and the resources consumed are not many. But the real trouble is that the sanctuary mages are unwilling to let him provoke a dispute between Doomsday Game and Thor. Okay, don't worry, I will go over later, and give each of them a memory disappearance spell. Chi Suan responded. This is not a big problem. As for Xuanji Wind King's provocation plan? In fact, Chi Suan doesn't think it can succeed at all. Doomsday Game can be equated with a turtle, and it is impossible to do these things personally. So failure is inevitable. The reason why Chi Suan wants to promote this matter is nothing more than to obtain more data on Thor. Otherwise, he would not bother to pay attention to the other party. I don't want to see your personal affairs affect our plans again. I hope there won't be a next time. My patience with you is limited. After saying this, Xuanji Fenghuang left directly. But he still stayed, and he would wait until Chi Suan finished the matter before leaving. Chi Suan didn't care about the other party's words. Tolerance is limited? Then raise the limit to the extent that you can tolerate him. Otherwise, if you really break up with Chi Suan, it won't be Chi Suan who will suffer, but Xuanji Fenghuang himself. One person comes at the back of the head. As long as you control the strength, it's not difficult to open the head. Then pull out the brain and delete it. You really think it's a big deal. You say that the power of wind is omnipotent, but you can't even delete or modify memory. This title is in vain. Chi Suan can't delete or modify spells, but he can still delete or modify physically. However, he did not let Xuanji Fenghuang go, and kept cursing him in a sarcastic tone. Chapter 474. Time flies, and soon it is the day of the birth of the Thunder God. After the 3 holy domain mages had their memories physically deleted, they quickly found something wrong. But because Chi Suan carried out large-scale physical deletions, it was not limited to the 3 holy domain mages. This made them not find too many clues, and they could only let it go in the end. During the period of the Great Archmage, he went out to look for the person surrounded by fate as planned, but Carl was dead, so he returned empty-handed. Then it was a gloomy cloud. Finally, they were forced to step behind the enemy. With the protection of many magics and the prophet's foresight, they naturally passed through the territories of various wind kings without any danger, and came to the predetermined location area. This is a window period. There are no hurricanes or islands, only countless thunder and black clouds. The black clouds kept wriggling and exuded a trembling breath. The Archmage's face was slightly pale, not because he was afraid, but because his body's instincts could not resist this terrifying pressure like a god. Thor is so powerful, he has not yet been born, and the magic power in his body cannot flow. The elemental master spoke. The magic power in the bodies of the 3 of them has already approached a static state. They simply cannot raise any psychological resistance. What did you see? The Archmage asked the prophet. There is still some distance to the thundercloud, but they can only go to this position. Going further is not an area that they can reach with their strength. Nothing can be seen, only countless thunders. The prophet said truthfully. If the difference in strength was not big, the prophet could still see something, but now the gap is too big. It's good to see the thunder, and it's fortunate that there is no backlash, otherwise one person would be lost on the spot. We have lost some of our memories, and there may be some key points in it. For example, why did we choose to agree? The Archmage sighed helplessly. It's a pity that they lost this memory, otherwise there would be room for maneuver. It's too late to say anything now, and retreating is also a death. The Elemental Master looked back. That was the gathering wind. Not only the mysterious Wind King, but also other Wind Kings seemed to have arrived. I roughly guessed what the Wind Kings were thinking. We are just bait. They want to let Doomsday Game and Thor fight each other. No matter who wins, it will be good for them. The prophet sensed the real idea. They are really brave enough to spend a lot of money, especially the mysterious Wind King, who is willing to give up the possibility of becoming the god of wind. The great Archmage sneered. With the reminder of the prophet, even if there is no corresponding memory, it can be connected through clues. It's a pity, they are too naive. The Element Master couldn't help but reveal a disdainful look. The Doomsday Game doesn't care about us at all. Even if we die in the hands of the Thunder God, the Doomsday Game will not have the slightest mercy. How could they not know the cruelty of the Doomsday Game? These Wind Kings of the Sky Island world don't know the truth, but how could they not know it? If they can be pulled in, then naturally, humans from other worlds can also be pulled in as survivors. It can even be confirmed that they are not the first batch of survivors, but the batch that has been in the unknown number of batches. As for the survivors before, I am afraid that they all died in the Doomsday world. For the Doomsday Game, survivors are an extremely cheap group. As soon as the Element Master finished speaking, a terrifying lightning and thunder appeared in the black cloud thunder not far away. His voice spread out with the magnificent power of heaven. Even though the three of them were not close, facing the thunder and power of heaven, the magic power in their bodies was shaken into chaos. What a powerful power. It has not been born yet. If it is born, even if it does not have the peak power, it is not comparable to this group of Wind Kings. The Element Master is the most sensitive person to elements and energy among the three. So he immediately realized how terrible the Thunder God is. Not only them, but also the Wind King who forced them also caused a lot of turmoil. Thor's power far exceeded their imagination. If the plan failed and failed to cause a fight between Doomsday Game and Thor, then they would have to face Thor directly. There is no hope. I suggest choosing an easier way to die. When the prophet said this, his eyeballs exploded directly, and the skin and flesh on his face began to fall off. It took only 2 seconds, and only a pale white skull with bloodshot was left. Fortunately, because his physical strength reached 6 points and his brain was fine, he was able to maintain his life through his own magic. It is worthwhile to be called a god, and see him before death, the great Arcanist said. At the same time, the Wind Kings behind them began to urge them to contact the Thunder God as soon as possible. At this point, the three of them could only walk to the location of the thunder cloud under pressure. The magic failed because of the thunder, and the magic power on their bodies became very chaotic because of the scattered. Therefore, they could only take one step at a time, and there was no plan at all. As the three of them staggered forward, the Wind Kings became more and more anxious. The three strongest survivors had been forced to this point, but the Doomsday Game did not make any movement. Could it be that this Doomsday Game was really willing to watch the sharp blade in its hand being broken? Because of this, the contradictions between the Wind Kings began to gradually emerge. The Wind Kings are going to bite each other, the prophet suddenly said. When the other two heard this, their hearts sank, not for anything else, but because the prophet could no longer hold on. He specializes in the field of prophecy, so he is naturally far inferior to the great Arcanist and the Elemental Master. Then let's stop here. I can't see the Thunder God. You can see him on my behalf. When the prophet finished speaking, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The two wanted to help him, but it was too late. The next moment, they saw thunders emerging from the prophet's magic power. It was obviously when the magic power was severely eroded by thunder. Before the two could speak, the prophet's magic power collapsed. In fact, he could still hold on for a while, but it was nothing more than the difference between dying early and dying late. Dying early would still be a relief. Otherwise, continuing to hold on would only mean being tortured for a while longer. Without the protection of magic, the prophet's body was swallowed by countless thunder in an instant and disappeared without a trace. The two looked at each other and didn't say anything more, but continued to go to the location of the thunder cloud. Interesting human, are you pioneers for the wind? The thunder sounded and formed a sentence. No, we just want to witness the birth of God, the great Arcanist said. On the other side, countless subtle lightning flashes appeared on the body of the Element Master. He is good at elements, so he is also close to elements, and eventually became his cage. Ha ha, interesting statement. Even if you die because of this? Thunder appeared again. Yes, even if you die because of this. The great Arcanist did not hesitate at all. When he finished this sentence, the Element Master had completely disintegrated into countless thunders. There was no pain in death, which is good news. Then, welcome my birth. Under the roar of thunder, the dark clouds in the sky began to collapse, and the thunder gradually occupied most of the sky. The originally dark and gloomy climate was suddenly driven away and became bright. The great Arcanist saw the thunder in the sky gather into a human-like form, dragging a terrifying brilliance. The pressure that shocked everything enveloped him in an instant. He was already in a bad state, and he was crushed on the spot, and the whole person just lay on the ground. The magic power began to dissipate because of this pressure, and the vitality was constantly fading. Wind King, of the remaining vitality, forced his eyes to fall to the back, and saw the chaotic Wind Kings, and couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. At the last moment when his life force was fading, he saw that the Doomsday Game seemed to have launched a new limited-time event. But before he could see it, he was drowned by thunder and death came. Limited-time event wind and thunder alternation. Goal: survive for 30 days. Reward: New World Pass. Chi Xuan looked at the limited-time event of the New World Pass that appeared again, but there was no wave. This time it didn't matter to him much. The Thunder God was born at the appointed time, and he didn't stimulate the other party to be born early. So whether he was there or not, he couldn't stop it. It's really strong. It was just born, and it can suppress the Wind King. But this is also the last chance for the Wind Kings. The Thunder God is now the weakest. If they are willing to unite and act, they can definitely make the Thunder God suffer a heavy blow, or even be congenitally deficient. Chi Xuan didn't act immediately, but waited for the actions of the Wind Kings. But in Chi Xuan's opinion, the possibility of the Wind Kings escaping is higher than facing the Thunder God directly. After all, if they are not of the same mind, how can they unite? As expected, chaos began to appear inside the Wind King. As the first Wind King fled, when he saw the situation was not good, more and more Wind Kings showed this trend. You either rely on others, or want to linger on. No wonder you are in such a situation. Chi Xuan's expression was gloomy. I'm afraid that you can't create the Wind God even if you die. I still have to help you. Chi Xuan said in a deep voice. Before that, we have to buy some time. As he said, his eyes returned to the Thunder God. He planned to give the Thunder God a hard blow, so that he would be quiet for a while after he was born. Before that, he had to wait until he was born, and he didn't plan to take advantage of the opportunity. If there is any congenital deficiency, affecting the growth of the Thunder God is to affect the strength of the scapegoat that Chi Xuan needs. Chapter 475. Wind, your era ends here. The roar of thunder emerged, and a huge thunder like a dragon and snake connected the whole world. Under this, the Wind Kings fled in panic. They had no courage to face the newly born Thunder God. Before the new Thunder God took the next step, a dark beam of light instantly tore apart most of the world illuminated by thunder. It hit the Thunder God with an extremely violent posture. At that moment, the light emitted by the thunder quickly dimmed. This made all the Wind Kings stagnate, and they turned back to look at the dissipated dark beam of light, not knowing who did it. Fortunately, they recovered quickly. They didn't care who did it. The most urgent thing now was to escape. After such a delay, they naturally sped up and left. By the time the Thunder God recovered, the Wind Kings had already dispersed completely. Not far away, a huge amorphous shadow exuded an incomprehensible force field, and moved slowly with oppression. I heard that you are the strongest in this world. The voice was distorted and chaotic, and even the thunder was distorted in a creepy way. After Thor recovered, his body connecting the sky and the earth looked a little strange, and it was obviously distorted by this incomprehensible force field. It was true before, but it is not necessarily the case now. Thor's figure swelled. He could sense the threat emanating from the terrifying monster in front of him. He might really die in the hands of the other party. Although he was just born, unlike the Wind Kings, he is a complete god, not a torn king. Thunder, never retreat. The roar of the Thunder God accompanied by endless thunder formed a dazzling blow. He was indeed hurt by the dark beam just now, but he is not the Wind King, and can only face the enemy directly. The intertwined thunder fell on the amorphous shadow monster, but was completely distorted and deformed by the force field, turning into a strange energy like flesh and blood. His attack did not stop the monster's forward steps. The staggering appearance forced the Thunder God to bite the bullet and launch another attack. However, it did not get any effect. Until the amorphous shadow monster approached him, the distorted and chaotic force field instantly enveloped his body and mind. "Are you tickling me?" The amorphous shadow monster stood up, looking like a huge tentacle. Then the tentacles smashed down towards him, with the sound of breaking wind, and the space and thunder were shattered. Thor wanted to stop it, but the indescribable aura and violent speed emanating from the enemy made it impossible for him to do anything. He was smashed to pieces. There was no skill, just pure brute force, which smashed him into pieces. "Another fragile waste, huh?" The amorphous monster made a disdainful sound, and then squirmed away slowly. "Recover and grow well. I will come to you next time. I hope you can give me a little surprise next time, even if it's just a little bit." Before leaving, the other party added this sentence. Thor's body recovered, tightened all the thunder, and turned into a jumping lightning. He didn't dare to say anything, and could only watch this terrifying monster leave. He was seriously injured in the previous attack, and it would take at least a month to recover. Therefore, he could only stop chasing Fong. In addition to the other party's words, if he didn't grow up quickly, then the end would probably be the same. This kind of power is not wind. But in this world, there is only wind and thunder. Where does the third kind come from? Thor's body jumped slightly, and many deformed thunders were squeezed out of his body, and then annihilated. It was too easy for the other party to defeat him. He made 2 moves in the whole process. The first time was long range, and the second time was close combat, both of which showed unparalleled powerful strength. As for being called a waste, Thor didn't care at all. If you lose, you lose. If you are not a waste, then what is you? The next time you win, he can step on the other person's body and call him a waste. What is unacceptable about this? Survival of the fittest. This is the law of nature. Thor himself is thunder, and he must abide by this law. Especially, he is not like the Wind King, who has lived for so long and has become like a human. He has more wildness in nature. Forget it. No matter what kind of power the other party uses, the powerful strength is unquestionable and existence is reasonable. At this time, there is no use in entangled in these things. Making yourself stronger is what Thor should do next. After the flash of thunder, the figure of the thunder god disappeared from the spot. He needed a safe place to recover. There were too many variables if he stayed here. Being wild does not mean being brainless. There is a better way. Why would he put himself in danger for the so-called face? His Chiswayan couldn't help but take a breath. The whole person was already unbearable. Sure enough, he was struck by thunder for pretending to be cool. Chiswayan felt for the first time that this sentence was very realistic. Don't look at how arrogant the 3 sentences he said when he left were, in fact, how cruel the beating was, all supported by a breath. It's just that I have a strong vitality, otherwise I would have died long ago. Chiswayan was seriously injured, but fortunately he had a series of abilities, which directly locked his blood, so he didn't die. Then his recovery ability began to take effect, and he could recover in at most 1 minute. At first glance, it is indeed very good. After all, it takes only 1 minute to recover from near death. However, death recasting is faster. If Chiswayan had not been afraid of an accident with the world core in his hand, he would have been killed long ago. Moreover, 1 minute is not a short time. That is to say, he has time to recover when he is not in battle. If he were in battle, Chiswayan would probably have started death recasting. Blood lock is not omnipotent. Vampires also lock blood. Those who are supposed to die still have to die. There is no such thing as an invincible ability. It depends on how the user uses it. However, the psionic polymorphic beam plus my full strength attack, combined with the final psychological deception, can at least buy me 10 days. 10 days should be enough. Chiswayan muttered something, and then slowly planned to go back. A minute passed quickly, and Chiswayan left directly after recovering. As for the plans of the Wind Kings, he didn't care that much. He knew the Doomsday Game best. It was ridiculous to threaten the Doomsday Game with the survivors. If it really worked, Chiswayan would be the first to suffer. The death of each batch of survivors before was inseparable from him. This is just like a black-hearted boss, who doesn't care about employees' colds and fevers, and will only ask you to go to work on time tomorrow. Don't dare to fight, but run away one by one. Xuanji Wind King is also stupid. At this time, he doesn't want to take the opportunity to eat a few Wind Kings as snacks, but actually runs back home to be a turtle. Chiswayan's face turned black, and he couldn't help cursing. His quality still needs to be improved, and his attack power and language is indeed not good. So his attack power is reflected in the physical aspect. After returning, Chiswayan immediately found Xuanji Fengwang. Where did you go? Why didn't I see you? This is what Xuanji Fengwang asked as soon as he opened his mouth. How is the situation? Qi Xuan ignored the other party's words. He said so, but he was actually looking for Xuanji Fengwang's weakness. I will find an opportunity to give Xuanji Fengwang a hard time later. When the time comes, let him become my puppet, and the rest will be easy. The plan failed, Thor was born successfully, and we did not bring out Doomsday Game. I don't understand. Does Doomsday Game not care about the 3 sanctuary mages? They are the most powerful humans under Doomsday Game. Xuanji Fengwang also complained about this. If it was the Wind King, he would have been attracted out long ago. But don't worry, it's not over yet. The Thunder God was severely injured by an unknown force, and we still have a chance to leave. Although it is dangerous to leave this world, there is still a way to survive. Don't worry, I will take you with me, after all you are my God's choice. Xuanji Fengwang said a lot, and finally decided to escape. Not only him, but all the Wind Kings are like this. Since the Thunder God has been severely injured, it is a good opportunity for us. You take advantage of this time to swallow all the Wind Kings, and become the Wind God directly. At that time, you will not only not need to leave, but also be able to fight against the Thunder God. Qi Xuan tried to persuade him. If the other party can listen, it will be good news for Qi Xuan. At least he can save a lot of effort. However, Xuanji Fengwang refused. The alternation of wind and thunder is the choice of the world, which is not something we can stop. It is impossible to succeed anyway. Leaving, there is still a way to survive, and not leaving will definitely die. Xuanji Wind King said. So you said before that you wanted to become the god of wind? Qi Xuan felt that this guy was really fickle and terrible. I didn't lie, but I didn't have to stay in this world. It was more convenient and risk-free to go to other worlds to devour the Wind Kings who left together. It would cost a lot to travel between worlds. The Wind Kings were weak to begin with, and they would be even weaker after traveling. And this was the real opportunity. Xuanji Wind King had his own plan. In fact, he had this idea from the beginning. However, if the Doomsday Game and the Thunder God could be destroyed together, it would be the best. After all, there would be no need to leave home. Unfortunately, it failed, and it was the worst failure. He had to leave. Qi Xuan sighed when he heard this. He overestimated his eloquence and ability to infect others with language. The other party could not listen to him at all, so he cursed him. The master said, "A rotten tree cannot be carved, and a wall of dung cannot be plastered." Chapter 476. The huge body of Xuanji Fengwang was broken bit by bit. There is indeed a gap between Qi Xuan and Fengwang, but this gap does not allow Xuanji Fengwang to have a chance of winning. Especially this gap is gradually narrowed as Qi Xuan continues to grow. Therefore, under his sudden rise, Xuanji Fengwang was directly controlled by him. The opponent's body is indeed large, but it has many weak points, so it is not difficult to be controlled. I am very confused. Why do you have to let me and Lei Shen go head-to-head? After Xuanji Fengwang was controlled and failed to save himself, he stopped resisting and asked Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan heard what Duifa said and responded, "You are a dignified Fengwang, it is wrong to surrender without a fight." Naturally, he could not say his real goal, so he chose a high-sounding reason. This directly confused Xuanji Fengwang. What kind of reason is this? He did it knowing it was impossible. He was not a fool, and did not need to fight for human beings. Besides, he did not escape by himself. He took away his capable generals and trusted personnel. Qi Xuan, as the core, would not only not change his treatment, but would also be promoted. As a result, he got himself into trouble because of such a messy reason. However, from Qi Xuan's words, Xuanji Fengwang heard the tone of regret for not being able to make steel, which meant that he still had a chance to turn around. I am not surrendering without a fight, but I am accumulating strength. Xuanji Fengwang began to defend himself, and solve the current dilemma first. The birth of the Thunder God is unstoppable, and we Wind Kings are too scattered. It is too difficult to swallow them to become the Wind God. I am also planning for eternity. He said this earnestly. It was obvious that according to his plan, there was no need to worry about any problems in the future. Why did he have to rush into it? But Qi Xuan had the attitude of "I don't care, I have to do it myself," which made Xuanji Fengwang have the urge to kill Qi Xuan. It's just a good idea, but unfortunately, he is the one being controlled now, and he has no spare energy at all. 10,000 years is too long. I only fight for the day. Qi Xuan said without hesitation, and then completed the control. It can be completed so easily, but it still requires the cooperation of Xuanji Fengwang himself. He wants to run away, so the original body is naturally too large, So he compressed the wind and reduced its body to the limit. Even if it is as small as the limit, it is still a behemoth for normal humans. The living wind is nearly 100 meters high, and there is a whistling sound wherever it passes. Not only Xuanji Fengwang, but all other wind kings are like this. Therefore, they all gave up the island, hurricane beasts, wind spirits, and even wind riders, and only took away some of the wind lords. These wind lords were also candidates trusted by the wind king, and not all wind lords were qualified to leave with them. 10,000 years is not a long time. For you and me, it is just a matter of a moment. Xuanji Wind King also looked ugly. For humans, 10,000 years is very long, but for them, the Wind Kings and Wind Lords, it is nothing at all. Even for Xuanji Wind King, 10,000 years is just a fraction of his life so far. As a result, the people under his command could not even wait for such a fraction. However, Qi Xuan turned a deaf ear to him and began to transform the Xuanji Wind King, who was now only 100 meters away. The process was not complicated, it was nothing more than turning him into a beast that only knew how to eat. The rest was much simpler. After all the Wind Kings gathered together, they put him at the evacuation point and started eating directly. Xuanji Wind King noticed Qi Xuan's actions and struggled hard. What do you want to do to me? Although he didn't know where Qi Xuan got so much power, it was useless to pursue these things at this point, so he thought about leaving as soon as possible. As for stripping Qi Xuan of his identity as the Lord of the Wind and making him lose his power, Xuanji Wind King had tried this method a long time ago. There was no way to take effect at all, as if the power he gave to the other party had taken root and no longer responded to his recovery. Qi Xuan did not answer, and the transformation officially began. Xuanji Wind King could feel that his thinking was gradually dulling and his consciousness seemed a little heavy. He wanted to wake himself up, but the dullness and heaviness kept coming, making him powerless to resist. You will regret it. Even the Wind King couldn't resist such a powerful thunder god, let alone an ordinary human like you. Although I don't know where you got such a powerful power, you are just a tiny thing in front of the thunder god. Do you think you are fighting for your own dignity? No, you are just courting death. At this point, Xuanji Wind King didn't pretend anymore and spoke his true feelings. But Qi Xuan ignored him, which made Xuanji Wind King very upset. He wanted to say something, but it was too late. His thoughts stagnated, his consciousness sank, and he finally returned to peace. This means that the self of Xuanji Fengwang was completely removed by Qi Xuan. What you said is still biased. I punched the thunder god, and he went to recover from his injuries. He is strong, but he is not yet at the point where I will seek death. Qi Xuan muttered. Xuanji Fengwang really couldn't hear what he said, but it was precisely because the other party couldn't hear that Qi Xuan said it. If he really could hear it, how could he say it? The transformation is indeed troublesome, and it will take another 10 hours to complete. Qi Xuan muttered softly, and at the same time released a large amount of fiber body as auxiliary acceleration. These little things only have food in their minds, so they need to be controlled by the intelligent brain. As for Qi Xuan's control, he doesn't have that much energy. The fiber body is only auxiliary, and he is the main force. How could the main force's work efficiency be dispersed for the sake of auxiliary? We still have to consider the subsequent issue of the Wind God. The Wind God needs all the Wind Kings as raw materials, but not only that. According to my plan, even if it is created, it should be a fake Wind God, not a real Wind God. Qi Xuan wanted a complete version. However, after he erased the self of Xuanji Wind King, it meant that only a fake Wind God could be created. If Xuanji Wind King was willing to cooperate, it would be easy to say, but unfortunately he was unwilling, and Qi Xuan also suffered a lot of losses. The gap between the fake Wind God and the Wind God is naturally a chasm, so the quality of the scapegoat will definitely decline. Fortunately, Qi Xuan was not dissatisfied. You know, his original goal was to let Xuanji Fengwang be a scapegoat, but he never thought of using function, even with a fake word. 12 hours passed in a flash, and the transformation of Xuanji Fengwang finally came to an end. The original wind became extremely violent, like a beast that chooses people to eat. However, because Qi Xuan's control has not been released, there is no need to worry that Xuanji Fengwang will lose control. Once it is released, it will be impossible for Qi Xuan to control Xuanji Fengwang again. So releasing Xuanji Fengwang requires the right time and place. Fortunately, Qi Xuan has already prepared. At the evacuation point 2 days later, all the Wind Kings will gather together and work together to open up the passage to other worlds. At that time, before the Wind Kings take action, releasing Xuanji Fengwang will ensure that they will be caught off guard. In this way, no one can think of escaping, and all have to stay as food for creating a fake function. Next, we need to make further preparations. Qi Xuan thought for a while, and then properly placed the Xuanji Wind King. He added a lot of imprisonment, control, restraints, etc., although there would be no problem before the control was released. But Qi Xuan himself was worried about putting such a large and lethal life form next to him without any measures. Therefore, these measures were not aimed at the Xuanji Wind King, but were used to protect himself. Qi Xuan could indeed win, but he would be careless if he was stronger than the opponent, and it would be easy to capsize in the ditch. The cost would be higher, but his own safety would be better. After dealing with the mysterious Wind King, Qi Xuan took out the Wind and Thunder Egg. At the same time, the mysterious Wind King, who had lost himself, seemed to instinctively sense some kind of attraction and moved slightly. Qi Xuan just glanced at him and ignored him. It was normal to have a reaction. After all, the predecessor was the Wind King Egg. Then he took out the second consciousness and transplanted it into the Wind and Thunder Egg. Facing the sudden invasion, the Wind and Thunder Egg naturally fought hard. It has not yet developed, but it does not mean that it has no rejection ability. So it suffered fierce resistance. However, the Wind and Thunder Egg was facing Qi Xuan. Although the resistance was fierce, it had no effect. Qi Xuan directly used violent means to forcibly suppress the rejection in the Wind and Thunder Egg, and the second consciousness successfully took over. Taking over is not considered control. The instinct still exists. The Wind and Thunder are stirring around the body, and the protagonist halo that has not yet formed on the body is also constantly struggling for the host. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal, and even the unformed protagonist halo was being swallowed up by Qi Xuan's protagonist halo. There is potential, but potential is only potential after all. It is nothing before it is realized into strength. Qi Xuan said calmly. Until the Wind and Thunder Egg completely lost its struggle and finally stopped making any movement. And his second consciousness was completely integrated into it and controlled by Qi Xuan. So far, with the Wind and Thunder Egg as a transit platform, only the Wind God is left. As long as he can successfully create the Wind God, the plan to swallow and fuse the core of the world can begin. If nothing unexpected happens, it will start in 5 days. Then the pseudo-Wind God will be combined with the injured Thunder God, and the success rate will be higher. It will take at most 1 day for the mysterious Wind King to swallow other Wind Kings, but it will take time to digest. It is impossible to say that he will digest and absorb it after eating, not to mention that it is such a huge energy. Even with the help of Qi Xuan's transformation, it will take time. As for the rest, we can only do our best, and leave the rest to fate. Qi Xuan was only 70% sure of the success of his plan. Chapter 477. The evacuation plan was proposed by Xuanji Wind King, so why is he the last one to arrive? Zishuang Wind King expressed his dissatisfaction. Except for Xuanji Wind King, the remaining Wind Kings arrived at the agreed location according to the plan. And they have been waiting here for nearly half an hour, but Xuanji Wind King, who is the leader, did not come, and they are helpless. For no other reason, it is because they are in a weak state and need Xuanji Wind King to lead. Could there be an accident on the way? For example, encountering Thunder God? Kanshan Wind King proposed such a possibility. However, this possibility was not recognized by all the Wind Kings. How is it possible? With Xuanji Wind King's strength, if he really encounters Thunder God, he will not be the only one who has not arrived. Yes, if Thunder God takes action, how can he kill only Xuanji Wind King? All the Wind Kings spoke, making the scene a little noisy. This is not just what they really think, but also an expectation. If Xuanji Fengwang really died, then their fate would be certain death. With their power, even if they gathered together, they could not reach the New World, which means that they had only one way to face the Thunder God. Especially this road is a dead end. Who would be willing to do this? Okay, be quiet. Zishuang Fengwang suppressed the noisy situation, and then said, don't attract the Thunder God. No one will have a good time then. Xuanji Fengwang should be delayed on the way. Let's wait a little longer. In this situation, they can only wait, otherwise what else can they do? Just as Purple Frost Wind King finished speaking, the Wind King's presence sensed a violent wind approaching. It seems that Xuanji Wind King has arrived. Kanshan Wind King's words finally put all the Wind King's hanging hearts at ease. It's good that he has come. I'm afraid they will wait in vain. Purple Frost Wind King looked at the howling wind in the distance, but felt a strange feeling in his heart. Wait, something seems to be wrong. Purple Frost Wind King felt a sense of fear, as if it was not Xuanji Wind King who came, but a mad beast in Xuanji Wind King's guise. Therefore, he immediately stopped those Wind Kings who wanted to meet him. Oh, what's wrong? It's just that Xuanji Wind King is going to show us his power. Yu Feng King said disdainfully. Since the other party is willing to take the lead, it's okay to let him enjoy this power for once. This is not a question of showing power or not. Xuanji Wind King is very wrong. Zishuang Wind King advised again, and then began to move back. Some Wind Kings believed it, and some Wind Kings disdained it. The disdainful Wind King's idea was naturally that after Xuanji Wind King arrived, Zishuang Wind King's dominant position was affected, so there would be such a statement in private. Zishuang Wind King did have such a little thought, but that was just now, and now it really doesn't exist. The changes in front of him made his sense of crisis continue to rise, and he even thought about escaping from here. But due to the large number of Wind Kings here, even if something happened, he would not be the first to suffer, especially since he had retreated so far. There were many Wind Kings in front of him as protection, so even if something happened, he could escape at the first time. On the other side, Kanshan Wind King was the leader, leading some Wind Kings to greet him. Xuanji Wind King, on the way Kanshan Wind King spoke, but before he finished speaking, he felt a blazing wind tearing his body apart. Wait, what are you going to do? Kanshan Wind King hurriedly questioned, but Xuanji Wind King did not let him finish speaking, and tore Kanshan Wind King alive into a ball of scattered wind on the spot. Then countless greedy winds emerged from Xuanji Wind King's body, swallowing up all of Kanshan Wind King's wind. In just a moment, Kanshan Wind King was eaten clean by Xuanji Wind King. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the Wind Kings, and the atmosphere solidified for a while, becoming very quiet. No one expected that Xuanji Wind King would directly jump up and eat Kanshan Wind King. After eating Kanshan Wind King, the wind on Xuanji Wind King's body immediately expanded a lot. Run! Zishuang Wind King, who was the first to discover the problem, turned around and ran away immediately, but he still had a conscience and reminded the other Fan Wind Kings. However, after swallowing another Wind King, Xuanji Wind King's strength naturally went up a level. So the several Wind Kings, who were closer to Xuanji Wind King suffered. They didn't have time to escape, and were swallowed by Xuanji Wind King. Before, they had to tear Kanshan Wind King to eat, but now they can swallow it directly, or swallow multiple Wind Kings at a time. This means that every time you eat one more Wind King, Xuanji Wind King's strength will increase a lot. After completing the second devouring, the power of Xuanji Wind King soared to the point that all the Wind Kings present despaired. Even the Purple Frost Wind King, who escaped first, was the same. For no other reason, it was because countless violent winds turned into a cage that they could not break through. We are all winds, so it is not a problem for the other party to bind them with more powerful winds. From the beginning to the end, Xuanji Wind King never thought about leaving. Everything is just his lie. His real purpose is to devour us, and make him the god of wind. Then kill him before the god of thunder grows up, and the whole world belongs to him. Purple Frost Wind King's mind turned, and he quickly came to this conclusion, and then spoke. In fact, he didn't need to say this, many Wind Kings had guessed this possibility after seeing Xuanji Wind King's behavior. Otherwise, how could they kill each other when they met? The last time all the Wind Kings gathered together was to witness the birth of the god of thunder. It would be difficult to take action at that time, as it might allow Thor or Doomsday Game to take advantage. But this time is different, there is no external enemy, so it is reasonable to take action. Let's do it together, otherwise we will all be eaten by Xuanji Wind King. Zishuang Wind King roared and began to attack. But he was also cunning, and did not lead the way, but was looking for a chance to escape. Facts have proved that it is not only him who has this idea, but all the Wind Kings have this idea, just wanting other Wind Kings to rush forward, and they sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. This is not something difficult to understand. Before this, all the Wind Kings belonged to mutually hostile camps. How could he change his attitude in such a short time, not to mention defending the other Wind Kings against the mysterious Wind King? When the Thunder God who could force them into a dead end was born, he was at his weakest. They were unwilling to unite, and bet on the future. Now it is even more impossible. Everyone is thinking about escaping. One or two is nothing, but if they are all, then it will be a big trouble. The mysterious Wind King swallowed dozens of Wind Kings in a few mouthfuls, which made his strength expand again. The Purple Frost Wind King was also bitter. He had the idea of leading by example to boost morale, but when he looked at the Wind Kings around him, he saw that one by one, even if he rushed out, they would not follow him, and the final result would only be his own death. Instead of this, it is better to choose to linger. There are Wind Kings who think the same as him, but they all choose to die with their friends rather than with their own. The result is predictable. The more Wind King Xuanji swallowed, the stronger and faster it became. In less than an hour, 90% of the Wind Kings had died, and the remaining Wind Kings basically had no chance of survival. Zishuang Wind King had dodged quickly before, so he survived until now. Alas, if I had known this, I should have given it a try. If I could unite the Wind Kings, maybe there would be a chance of survival. Zishuang Wind King couldn't help but laugh at himself. Looking at the approaching Xuanji Wind King, he suddenly discovered something. That is, Xuanji Wind King seemed to be a little bit wrong. Wait, Xuanji Wind King was controlled. Before, he was far away, so he didn't feel anything wrong, but now, he was so close to Xuanji Wind King, so he could see it clearly. Could it be Thor? No, it can't be him. With the opponent's strength, there is no need to do this. Purple Frost Wind King locked onto Thor at first, but was quickly rejected. Then another suspect came into his guess, the mysterious strongman who had fought with Thor before. But this doesn't fit. With the opponent's strength, there is no need to do these things. So he turned his mind around, but there was no clue. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about these things. The wind of Xuanji Wind King had penetrated his wind. His body was also eaten away bit by bit, without any resistance. In just 3 seconds, Purple Frost Wind King was completely eaten into the stomach of Xuanji Wind King. He was the last remaining Wind King. After his death, the power of all Wind Kings gathered on Xuanji Wind King. The fish-shaped body began to expand continuously, and the wind it emitted began to rise in a more powerful direction. The current Xuanji Wind King can be called the peak level of the half-step pseudo-wind god, as long as all the Wind Kings that he swallowed are digested and absorbed. It just takes a little time. During this process, Xuanji Wind King did not stop, but kept swimming in the hurricane. With an extremely violent attitude, he destroyed everything he could see. Whether it was an island, a hurricane beast, or anything else, everything that stood in front of him was destroyed by the desire for destruction that could not be stopped from the bottom of his heart. And in the process of destruction, his digestion and absorption efficiency was further improved. All this was seen by Qi Xuan, who did not stop it, but watched Xuanji Wind King's behavior coldly. This was beneficial to him. Once the digestion and absorption are completed, the pseudo-wind god and the injured thunder god can fight. Use this as a diversion to make my plan go more smoothly. Chapter 478. The lightning on Thor's body gathered into an amorphous shape. After his last defeat to the mysterious existence, he naturally wanted to imitate the other party to find out the truth of why the other party was so powerful. After all, recuperation is a very boring thing. If you want to improve yourself, you must hurry up. A month is not a long time for Thor, and it is even very short. After all, he has no life limit. Therefore, the perception scale of time is naturally not that sensitive. It still doesn't work. This amorphous shape is not suitable at all, only suitable for the other party. If I just imitate the other party blindly, there is no way to surpass the other party. Thor quickly restored his original thunder appearance. It's just that he was condensed to a size of only 100 meters, instead of the original huge body. Although I don't know where the other party came from, I still have to grow step by step. As for the other party will come to me later, the premise is that they have to find me. Thor did not intend to continue to confront Qi Xuan head-on. Bullying someone who hasn't grown up yet is nothing. When I grow up, I will definitely be stronger than the other party. As for whether this behavior will make him lose face, the Thunder God is not a human being, and he doesn't care about external things like face and reputation. Just like the Wind King, if he was really bound by such things, he would have trapped himself to death. So in order to avoid being found by the other party, the Thunder God would change places every once in a while. And the interval time is not fixed, but random. Even the direction and location are decided immediately, not planned in advance. Therefore, Thor was not worried about being found by the other party. It's almost time to move, Thor was about to leave, but suddenly he felt that some kind of great terror seemed to be approaching him little by little. It's the wind, but it's very strong. Thor clearly felt the violence in the wind, just like a mad dog that dares to bite anything. And its wind power has also expanded to an extremely good level. It's not that he hasn't seen the Wind King. He saw it when he was born. It was just a group of cowards who were afraid of death, and they were not so powerful. If he really had the courage, he should have rushed to besiege him when he was born. So some unknown change happened. Thor became cautious all of a sudden. This is something that goes against common sense, and it will definitely arouse Thor's vigilance. A lion ran out of a group of sheep, which doesn't look like a normal thing. After thinking again and again, Thor planned to avoid the edge for the time being. That's right, after being beaten, Thor understood that if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't fight. Otherwise, he would be the only one tormented in the end. Instead of getting beaten and then running, it's better to run directly, and it can also skip the process in between. Through his perception, he could sense that the opponent's strength was much stronger than his. Although he couldn't kill him, he couldn't defeat him either. Even if he could hurt the opponent wouldn't hurt him. No matter how he thought about it, the final result would only be himself who was at a disadvantage. After the idea came up, he leapt in the opposite direction as soon as possible. Just a gust of wind blew over, causing the figure of the Thunder God to stagnate. He was a step late, and a huge fish-shaped Wind King with wind turned into an encirclement. It was easy for the Thunder God to leave, just tear the encirclement. But there was a problem. The unknown Wind King had already attacked him. Seeing this, the Thunder God could only respond immediately. At the moment of the fight, he realized that the one in front of him was not the Wind King at all. You devoured all the Wind Kings and became the Wind God. But it's still a little short. The Thunder God immediately realized the situation of the other party. Because of the lack of some key points, you can't go any further. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder God realized that the Wind God in front of him had no reason, only a crazy desire for destruction. Being controlled by someone? At this moment, the Thunder God's vigilance was raised to the limit. A controlled pseudo-Wind God came to attack himself, a wounded young Thunder God. There are all kinds of conspiracies and tricks in it. You are the only one who can do this. Lei Shan immediately locked the suspect, the mysterious existence, who hurt him with 2 moves. But Lei Shan couldn't understand why the other party should give him enough time to recover and grow, but suddenly changed his mind and controlled the pseudo-Wind God to fight him. Before he could come up with a result, his thunder body was broken in half by the strong wind. The pseudo-Wind God opened his terrifying fish mouth, intending to swallow Lei Shan in one gulp. The idea was good, and it was done. But Lei Shan was not the Wind King, and the pseudo-Wind God could not absorb it at all. On the contrary, the Thunder God took advantage of this advantage and wreaked havoc in the body of the pseudo-Wind God until he poked a lot of holes in the pseudo-Wind God, and then he broke free from the pseudo-Wind God. However, after leaving, the injuries on the pseudo-Wind God were quickly filled by a brand new wind, which was no different from before. For this reason, the Thunder God did not want to continue to entangle with the pseudo-Wind God, so he turned around and planned to leave. He was an irrational madman who could not be killed at the same time. No matter what the result was, the Thunder God would not benefit at all. He turned into lightning and flashed, tearing the wind that formed the encirclement, and began to flee. However, the pseudo-Wind God was chasing him closely. His desire for destruction was getting higher and higher. If the destruction was completed, the desire would subside, but now that it was not completed, it would naturally grow further. This growth is unlimited and locked. As long as one of the Thunder God or the pseudo-Wind God is not dead, the pseudo-Wind God will want to destroy the Thunder God endlessly. The violent wind rushed straight towards the Thunder God, which made the Thunder God feel more and more gloomy. With his current strength, he could not beat the pseudo-Wind God, so it was impossible to get rid of him. This would affect his recovery from injuries, and the growth of his strength. Not to mention the latter, the former alone, at least he had to rest. Who would think about 24 hours of life and death speed when they were injured? This was no longer a question of whether it was good or bad for the recovery of injuries, but it was good enough that it did not worsen. Not to mention the attack of the pseudo-Wind God, which would further make the injuries worse. No, my speed is not as fast as the pseudo-Wind God. The Thunder God looked at the pseudo-Wind God approaching and his heart sank. Normally, lightning can be faster than wind, but the problem is that it is not normal now. The opponent is stronger than him, so the speed will naturally be faster. As soon as the thought came up, the pseudo-Wind God had already caught up with him, and the fish mouth opened, this time directly splitting the Thunder God in two. As the thunder jumped, the Thunder God forcibly broke through the opponent's head, pulled out his other half, and reassembled it. Since you can't escape, then fight. After experiencing several failures in succession, the Thunder God also realized that he could not get rid of the pseudo-Wind God. There was no second choice except fighting. Even if he couldn't beat the pseudo-Wind God, he had an advantage. The pseudo-Wind God had no brains, just a madman, and the Thunder God had one. As long as he continued to expand his advantage, and the gap in strength between the two sides was not so large that it could not be made up, then he could completely grind the opponent to death. But this process would probably be very painful, and it would not take a short time. If there is a better solution, then Lei Shan would naturally choose it, but now there is no solution, so he could only bite the bullet and do it. After giving up the idea of escaping, Lei Shan's offensive became fierce all of a sudden. and countless thunders bombarded the body of the pseudo-wind god, forming the first wave of advantage. The pseudo-wind god was directly enraged, and his attacks became more and more violent, but he became less and less organized. As for saying that no moves are better than moves, the pseudo-wind god has not reached this level yet, and this random attack has a lot of flaws and weaknesses. Such obvious flaws and weaknesses are naturally the focus of Lei Shan's attack, which makes Lei Shan's already few advantages begin to gradually exert their strength. Heh, if you don't have a brain, you don't have a brain. Even if you are stronger than me, what can you do? Your life will stop here. Lei Shan knew that if he continued to grind, it would take less than 10 days for him to kill this fake wind god. It's done. These two finally fought. Qi Xuan smiled. The fake wind god created by Xuanji Fenghuang can find Lei Shan, which must be Qi Xuan's guidance. Otherwise, the world is so big, even if the fake wind god looks around, it is not an easy thing to find the hidden Lei Shan. So some insignificant help is needed. In the Sky Island world, wind and thunder cannot complement each other, but are mortal enemies. Especially when the fake wind god is still crazy. It is not impossible to fight. We have to let these two fight for 2 more days to weaken each other. Otherwise, it will be easy to react. Qi Xuan knew that if he took action now, he would definitely be noticed by the thunder god. The opponent's strength was not weak, at least Qi Xuan was not 100% sure to kill the opponent. And if they fought for another 2 days, the injuries on both sides would definitely worsen, and then Qi Xuan would use these two as scapegoats. In the early stage, the problem was not noticed, and by the time the problem was noticed, the water was already boiling like a frog in warm water, and there was no way to get out. The main thing was an opportunity to get the east wind. Qi Xuan certainly couldn't wait for it because of his own reasons, so he created such an east wind himself. Although success requires more than just this east wind, it is very important to have this east wind. After all, if you want to go to heaven, hard work is one aspect, and you also need a stage and opportunity on the other hand. I also have to make some arrangements. 2 days is enough for me to not only complete but also optimize. Qi Xuan knew that there were not many means that could be arranged at present, but there was still time, so he naturally did not intend to slack off. Chapter 479. 2 days passed in a flash. Qi Xuan looked at the wind and thunder eggs and many large equipment in front of him. Especially the latter, which consumed a lot of his resources. Not to mention draining him, but it was also a serious injury. If this fails, he won't have to eat dirt, but he will have to kill people in the next doomsday world to continue collecting. After sewing the wind and thunder eggs to his chest, he activated his second consciousness, allowing Qi Xuan to connect to the thunder god and the pseudo-wind god in the dark. Then he took out the core of the world and stuffed it directly into his mouth in an extremely rough way. Clang, he bit down and broke a mouthful of teeth. The core of the world is actually very hard and cannot be destroyed by ordinary methods. Qi Xuan estimated that only special existences like the world itself or the doomsday game can be directly used. He is naturally not within the scope of these two, so he did not use it, but swallowed it directly. All his talents were activated by him. The protagonist Halo, the deep virus, the Tai Sui god, etc. were all released by him at this moment. The entire world core began to slowly merge into his body, and at the same time his body began to twist and change constantly, as if it was changing into a chaotic appearance. But the next moment, an extremely strong repulsion broke out in the world core. Qi Xuan's behavior was to make the world core disappear completely, and transfer everything about it to himself. How could the world core not resist? Even if it was dead, it still had a lot of rules. Qi Xuan transferred the repulsion directly to the thunder god, and the pseudo-wind god through the wind and thunder egg. The two were fighting, and they paused at the same time, and then they fell into a coma on the spot because of the backlash. The backlash is a bit too strong. Qi Xuan couldn't bear it. The whole person has completely lost his normal shape. He was amorphous before, but now it is a chaos. An indescribable breath constantly escapes from his body, and everything around him is being corroded and polluted by him, including the core of the world. Although the core of the world is resisting, it has no way to resist Qi Xuan's swallowing and fusion. The outermost layer is completely broken, and countless rules emerge from it. However, because of Qi Xuan's behavior, these rules are all integrated into Qi Xuan's body. Qi Xuan stripped all these rules from his body according to the plan, and then compressed them. Rules have never been the point. What Qi Xuan really needs is the core of the world. It is not the rules that construct the core of the world, but the core of the world breeds the rules. If he is blinded by these rules, then it is like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Therefore, after dealing with the rules in time, Chi Suiyan shifted his focus back to the world core. The outer layer ruptured, which meant that Chi Suiyan had completed the first stage of swallowing and fusion, and the follow-up was basically stable. When he saw the real core of the world core, it was an embryo seed. As long as Chi Suiyan swallowed it and fused it, his species would be able to completely transform into a world. As for how to develop in the future, that is a matter for the future. The world embryo seed has no ability to resist. After all, it needs the shell of the world core for protection. When facing Chi Suiyan, he could only be forced to devour. In this process, everything about Chi Suiyan began to change at a higher level. The survivor mark in his body was also silently broken in this process. Because Chi Suiyan was no longer a human being, but a prototype of a world. The survivors of the Doomsday game can only be humans, and other species are simply incompatible. Of course, this was not because Chi Suiyan changed his race, but because Chi Suiyan's essence had changed, and the survivor mark was directly defeated by his immune system. He had been able to sense it before, and now it has further changed, and naturally it has become stronger. As the last part of the core of the world was completely integrated by him, Chi Suiyan completely got rid of the Doomsday game and became a free man. But the first thing he had to deal with was not the Doomsday game, but the scattered rules in his body. Although these rules were stripped and compressed by him, they were not a long-term solution after all. Therefore, it broke out immediately after the end, causing countless rules to emerge on Chi Suiyan's body. At the same time, the entire Sky Island world also noticed the embryonic form of Chi Suiyan's new world. If Chi Suiyan had not changed his race, whether he was a violator or a virus, he would be just an unequal little person in the eyes of the world. The analogy is that a bacteria or virus enters the body of an ordinary person, and ordinary people rely on their immune system to deal with it, and at most take medicine. Now it's different. It's a person inserted into another person's body, which is outrageous. How could it not be noticed? More importantly, Chi Suiyan suspected that the worlds would cannibalize each other, so he became a tonic food for the Sky Island world. He compressed himself into a human form, then pulled out the Tai Sui god, and created a human skin for himself. It's still more suitable for me to look like a human. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but sighed, suppressing all the rules. As for how he pulled out the Tai Sui god who had become a talent, that was also simple. It was his thing in itself. After becoming a world, he could just peel it off. There are too many troubles in front of me. It's hard to find a safe place to sort myself out. Chi Suiyan knew that his troubles had come. Because of him, the pseudo-wind god and the thunder god began to merge and formed a more powerful life form. And it was coming towards him. The world was manifested with the help of this god of wind and thunder. Chi Suiyan's voice fell, and the sound of wind and thunder appeared in his ears. This time it was no longer a self-intelligent appearance, but a cold and ruthless attitude. Chi Suiyan took the lead, with the power of the world on his body, and then punched out in a simple and unpretentious manner. With one punch, the god of wind and thunder was shattered in an instant. No, I can't exert the expected power. Chi Suiyan knew that if his power was 100, he could only exert 0.1 points at most. The main reason was that the changes and gaps caused by this strengthening were too great. In such a short time, he had no chance of controlling these powers. According to his estimation, it would take at least several years for him to complete the process of sorting out and adapting. But even if he could only exert this little power, it is far more than before. Before he became a world, he didn't need to punch in front of his current self, and the breath he exuded was enough to crush him to death. The god of wind and thunder did not die after being shattered, but recondensed. The Sky Island world gave him the ability to be immortal. Pure brute force is actually very strong, especially when combined with my current attributes. Chi Suiyan estimated that his attributes are about 30 points. It will increase in the future. After all, he has been a world for less than 2 minutes, and he is a prototype of the world, so his growth space is huge. From today on, Chi Suiyan no longer has to worry about his potential, upper limit, and other related issues. Unless he can devour a world that is more powerful than him as food, it is not so easy to reach the upper limit. The god of wind and thunder approached Chi Suiyan again, but as expected, he was shattered by Chi Suiyan again with one punch. This time, Chi Suiyan's strength rose to a higher level. The god of wind and thunder never recovered, and he couldn't be deader. The most urgent task now is to make the world unable to detect me, otherwise the trouble will be endless. Chi Suiyan quickly extracted the shielding, concealment, and other modules from the Tai Sui god. And he found the corresponding rules from his own body to transform it, so as to create a special effect that makes the world unable to detect him. The god of wind and thunder is dead, but this does not mean there will be no follow-up. For the Sky Island world, A mere god of wind and thunder is nothing, it is just a local material. Chi Suiyan could sense that all the sky islands were beginning to gather together. The next one to appear might be a more powerful life form than the god of the island or the god of the sky. It's not difficult, it just takes some time. But take advantage of this opportunity to grab the technology that can travel through the world in the Doomsday game. Chi Suiyan can now directly break through the Sky Island world and then float over in the flesh. But the problem is that without this technology, Chi Suiyan doesn't know when he can meet a new world, let alone a corresponding invasion. Floating aimlessly, he can only use violence when he meets a world. The feasibility is not low, but the danger is very high. Chi Suiyan doesn't know what is between the worlds, and at the same time, asking him to use violence to confront the world head-on is probably courting death. He is just a prototype of a world, and confronting a complete world is no different from a baby and a strong man on the ring, and he will definitely lose. In other words, he is now inside the Sky Island world. If he is outside, he can't even break the world barrier of the Sky Island world. The shuttle technology of the Doomsday game is obviously very perfect. If Chi Suiyan obtains it, he can choose a world to sneak into it, and then proceed from the inside out, and use small to win big. If he hadn't been discovered by the Sky Island world and couldn't proceed, his first target would have been this Sky Island world. As long as he could devour the Sky Island world, Chi Suiyan could grow directly from the embryonic form of the world to the world. Of course, this is a long process. It can not only plan the world, but also allow Chi Suiyan to sort out and adapt to his own strength, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. But the question is, how to find the Doomsday game? The survivor mark on my body is gone, so I can only find other survivors. Chi Suiyan really didn't know, and he didn't sense where the Doomsday game was. It was hidden secretly, and Chi Suiyan couldn't fully control his own power. This is why it's more troublesome to find it. But as long as the survivors are there, the Doomsday game can't completely hide itself. If there are clues, the rest will be much better. Chapter 480. I found you. Chi Suiyan's expression showed a trace of fatigue. He rarely felt tired, but this time he really couldn't bear it. Not only did he have to resist the pursuit of the Sky Island world, but he also had to improve his ability to hide, shield, disguise, etc., and at the same time, he had to calm down all kinds of discomfort in his body. As for the death recast? This is possible, but because Chi Suiyan has left the Doomsday game, he has to pay the price of the death recast himself. This is also the reason why the Doomsday game had to kill Chi Suiyan. Every time he recasts his death, the resources and costs consumed are paid by the Doomsday game. After all, it is only SSS level, and within the scope of the Doomsday game, it is naturally responsible. The second is that this ability is not easy to use in Chi Suiyan's eyes now. Once used, it will inevitably be noticed by the Sky Island world during the recasting process. At the same time, there is no way to return to normal. Even his protagonist Halo, Destiny Deep, is not so useful now. It has become a part of the rules in his body. Each extraordinary part contains a lot of rules. Chi Suiyan's extraordinary system itself is mainly based on stitching. In addition to the rules that the world itself has, the core of the world is just a seed, not the complete world itself, so it cannot be effectively adjusted. This made Chi Suiyan really exhausted. It was because he was sick at the beginning that he managed to hold on now. Otherwise, he would have been unable to bear it and found a place to rest. But he knew that now was not the time to rest. He found the Doomsday game through the hidden marks on the survivors. The other party directly resides in the world, and through its own special ability, paralyzes the world search and judgment of the Doomsday game. It is probably similar to the effect of anesthesia, with extremely strong concealment. So although the world knows that there is an invader in its body, it can't find it in a short time. In addition, there are survivors in front to attract firepower, so they will be diverted. So the Doomsday game is safe. In other words, people like Chi Suiyan, who have always regarded the other party as a target, will pursue it. The main reason is that the two sides have been entangled for a period of time, and it can be said that they love and kill each other. With Chi Suiyan's departure, the Doomsday game will finally be freed from him as a cancer in the future. But the bad news is that Chi Suiyan is not dead, and he is still eyeing the Doomsday game. As soon as I make a move, with my current concealment skills, the Sky Island world will definitely notice it. So I have to be quick. Get the two skills of hiding and shuttling from Doomsday game in the fastest way. Not only can I run away smoothly, but I can also let Doomsday game block the knife for me. From the current point of view, Doomsday game has a higher hatred than Chi Suiyan in Sky Island world. Of course, even if Chi Suiyan has a higher hatred, Chi Suiyan is more flexible and runs faster. So I am sure to let the rigid Doomsday Game stay as a meat shield. Let's put it this way, without these two skills, with Doomsday Game strength, it is basically impossible to leave Sky Island world alive. As for the other value of Doomsday Game, this is true, but at this time, even if Chi Suiyan wants to be greedy, he has to consider his own situation. Don't reach out for things you shouldn't be greedy for. He doesn't have much time. After a series of plans emerged in his mind, Chi Suiyan chose a more reliable plan, and then acted without hesitation. Because his own strength was too strong and his control was not high, as soon as he acted, his own camouflage and concealment effects were instantly broken, transformed into an indescribable chaotic and amorphous appearance. The power directly tore the space and located in a position without any abnormality. This is naturally the area where the Doomsday Game is hidden. The reason why nothing can be seen is that the technology of the Doomsday Game is really high. Even the Sky Island world cannot be seen, so Chi Suiyan naturally cannot detect the prototype of this world. But it doesn't matter, he has the survivors as a position. It doesn't matter if he can't see it, as long as he can hit it. Bombarded with brute force, dense cracks appeared on the surface, like a broken mirror. The next moment, the cracks disappeared, revealing a series of disordered and strange lines. These lines were both real and fake, twisted and straight. At the moment of exposure, Chi Suiyan had already approached the line that resided in the world, and the chaotic limbs penetrated into it, tearing off a large piece. Shuttle technology, got it. Chi Suiyan stuffed this large piece of chaotic lines into his body, and temporarily preserved it. Before the second move, a big hand made of countless islands between heaven and earth slapped down. Whether it was Chi Suiyan or Doomsday Game, they were all covered by the range of this big hand. Chi Suiyan didn't care about anything else, and turned around without hesitation to fight. Seeing this, Doomsday Game did not pursue Chi Suiyan's matter any further, and instead provided Chi Suiyan with dense amplification. The attack of Sky Island world came too fast. Obviously, they had been preparing for a long time before they could find Chi Suiyan. Now not only Chi Suiyan appeared, but Doomsday Game also appeared. It can be said to be a double happiness. It's already this time, you have to shout to break it for me. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but tease himself. Then he forcibly mobilized all the power in his body. He didn't have too many special effects and moves, so what he had to do was very simple. Just punch with all his strength. The fist collided with the huge island hand, and Chi Suiyan stood still. On the contrary, the island hand was completely annihilated by his punch. Chi Suiyan was unable to exert and control his power in a short period of time, and was not adapted to his own power, but it was not that he didn't have it. The power was always there, it just depended on how he would exert it. After smashing the island's hand with one punch, Chi Suiyan knew that this was just the beginning. Behind the island's hand, a huge giant god that Chi Suiyan could only barely see stood up. The giant god had no facial features, and his right arm was broken, which slightly affected his combat power. The reason why it was slightly was because he was recovering. The next moment, the densely packed islands reappeared and spliced together. In just a moment, the right arm of the island giant god recovered. Chi Suiyan took this opportunity to turn around and take out a large piece from the Doomsday Game. It not only contained camouflage and concealment technology, but also other core technologies, including data related to the Doomsday. But Chi Suiyan didn't check it immediately, but wanted to run away at the first time. Now that he had the things in hand, there was no need to stay in the Sky Island world. However, these actions of his were not only not allowed by the Sky Island world, but also delayed by Doomsday Game. You want to leave after finishing the work, how can it be so easy? Doomsday Game also knew that once Chi Suiyan left, he would probably have to face the Sky Island world alone. Therefore, it entangled Chi Suiyan at the first time. You are a plaster monkey, Chi Suiyan cursed, and he failed to run away. Under the pull of the two, the attack of the island giant had arrived. Chi Suiyan didn't want to bear it hard, so he protected Doomsday Game in front of him without hesitation. The attack hit Chi Suiyan accurately, first buffered by Doomsday Game, and then resolved by Chi Suiyan's own strength. Although he took the opponent's attack, Chi Suiyan did not suffer much damage. As for Doomsday Game, it can only be said that its vitality is really tenacious. It has been broken into countless pieces, but it is still alive. If you let go, we still have a chance to escape. If you don't let go, we will die together. Chi Suiyan said, as he raised his fist, and smashed it towards the island giant. He smashed the island giant's head to pieces on the spot, and also stepped down to crush half of his chest. Doomsday Game still entangled Chi Suiyan tightly, and was unwilling to let go. Chi Suiyan was right, but there was a problem here that is, Doomsday Game, who was only breathing, and Chi Swayan, who was intact, had a higher probability of surviving. You don't need to think about it to know. So if Doomsday Game wants to survive, it can only cling to Chi Swayan. Afterwards, Doomsday Game sent a message, but it was intercepted by Chi Swayan at the first time. After the inspection, Chi Swayan opened the message to check. It was a simplified way to use the world coordinates and world shuttle technology that had been collected. This shuttle technology lacks various guarantees, positioning and other effects. Anyway, just choose a point and throw yourself over. Then, Doomsday Game will provide Chi Swayan with corresponding disguises. After arriving at the safe world, the two sides will go their separate ways. It means everyone cooperates. Although Chi Swayan got the corresponding technology, it is definitely unrealistic to use it immediately. It is the most reasonable to cooperate with Doomsday Game. Chi Swayan did not doubt the intention of Doomsday Game. The reason is very simple. Doomsday Game cannot withstand this simplified version of World Shuttle technology. He only had one breath left. If he struggled again, he would definitely die. And if he had the help of Chi Swayan, he could successfully reach the new world. It just so happened that Chi Swayan needed help with concealment and disguise, which was the strength of Doomsday Game. The cooperation between the two sides could be said to be mutually restrained, and each had its own weaknesses. As for Doomsday Game's breach of contract after arriving in the new world, then Chi Swayan could catch him again. It's a deal. Chi Swayan agreed directly. What else could he do if he didn't agree? Even if he could leave the Sky Island world without concealment and disguise, he would just be a moving Tang monk's meat. You hold on tight, the technique you gave me is not a serious thing. I won't care if it falls on the way. Chi Swayan said, with a charge, collision and trampling, and at the same time, through a simple shuttle technique, he directly knocked out a huge hole in the island world. Then the whole person turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the void, smashing it hard according to the world coordinates provided by Doomsday Game. As for how long it would take, Chi Swayan was not very clear. But he could be sure of one thing, the Sky Island world was no longer a threat to him. Chapter 481. His Chi Swayan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. With the intense pain, he felt like he was going to fall apart. It must be said that the simplified version of the shuttle technology has only good accuracy in addition to its high speed and strong power. There are no other advantages. Even when Chi Swayan landed, he was headfirst, like an ostrich, struggling to recover. Doomsday Game, are you okay? Chi Swayan asked. His body was damaged a lot because of the forced landing, not to mention Doomsday Game, who only had one breath left. After checking Doomsday Game, it was already dying. Fortunately, Doomsday Game was also a promise. When entering this unknown world, it endured the weakness and provided hidden protection for itself and Chi Swayan. Otherwise, given the situation of the two of them, once they entered this unknown world, they would basically die. Seeing that Doomsday Game did not respond, Chi Swayan stretched out his claws directly. As the saying goes, it is better to have something yourself than to have it from your parents. Since the Doomsday Game is about to fail, it is just a good opportunity for me. It is just that I just encountered the Doomsday Game, and a message came over. The content is also very simple, just telling Chi Swayan directly that without it, your concealment and camouflage and other related effects will be invalid. If you are sure to face this unknown world directly, then do it directly. If not, then cooperation is a real win-win situation. Obviously, the Doomsday Game has long been prepared for Chi Swayan's move. In order to avoid being abandoned by Chi Swayan, this layer of concealment and camouflage is actually the Doomsday Game itself. This is equivalent to Chi Swayan still having a Doomsday Game wrapped around him. If it were before, it would definitely not be possible, but now Chi Swayan is a world, so it is still okay to temporarily serve as the carrier of Doomsday Game. Look at what you said, can I be that kind of person? Chi Swayan retracted his hand, feeling quite regretful. However, on him, Doomsday Game's recovery from injury will basically not make any progress. Not to mention that he has lost all the survivors. Without these straws and nails, he can only rely on himself to recover slowly. As for sucking Chi Swayan's blood, this is probably impossible. Chi Swayan is a world, but it is still just an undeveloped prototype of the world, not to mention that it is grown from a human. There is no room for operation at all. Wait until I have developed the technology related to shuttle, concealment and camouflage, and then kill the donkey. Chi Swayan made a decision in his heart. Now he has to rely on Doomsday Game as a camouflage layer for him. He can't kill it for the time being, but it doesn't matter, he has plenty of time next. After the Doomsday Game fell into silence again, Chi Swayan began to observe this unknown world. He did not choose to release the satellite, which was not very useful to Chi Xuan now. With his perception, he could easily cover the entire planet. The entire world is definitely not possible. His strength has improved, but it is still far behind the entire world. This is a cosmic world, and the planet it is on is not big, but rather seems a little small. And the energy environment is also relatively thin overall, and at the same time, the energy environment has extremely strong corrosiveness. It's fine if you don't absorb it, but if you do absorb it, people will be assimilated by the energy. The extraordinary system of this world seems to be a little special. Chi Xuan sensed it, and found some interesting things. That is, the humans in this world are not pure humans, and there seems to be a deeper hybrid phenomenon in their genes. It is precisely because of this hybrid that the humans on this planet have the ability to practice extraordinary. And their way of practice is not to absorb energy from the outside, but to form energy by squeezing their own cells internally. After each cell is perfectly squeezed, a large amount of energy will burst out. As for whether all the energy can be fully squeezed out, it is related to qualifications. Those with good qualifications can not only use it to the extreme, but also control and use energy almost perfectly. As for those with poor qualifications, not only the progress of practice is slow, but also the combat ability is poor. Chi Xuan just glanced at it, and didn't have much idea about this extraordinary system called spiritual art. The strongest one can only break a wall with the so-called spiritual art, and it also consumes a lot of spiritual power. The upper limit is really too low. Unless someone's mixed blood phenomenon mutates, or the concentration increases, the upper limit is not high at all, and a bullet can kill them. The battle is not like a warrior or a soldier rushing forward, but more strategic, gaining advantages through the environment, psychology, etc. Because it comes from the squeeze in the cells, and the upper limit is not high, it is easy to fill the spiritual power in the body. And in Chi Xuan's view, this is a system that seeks death. Once the spiritual power is consumed, you have to squeeze the cells again to recover. The number of cell divisions is limited, so if you squeeze too much, you will die early. As for cancer cells, Chi Xuan didn't find them, because the humans in this world have mixed with unknown genetic hybrids, so this type of disease has not appeared. Without cancer cells, such a good target for squeezing, the efficiency has dropped by an unknown amount. However, it is precisely because of the genetic hybrids that the human cells in this world seem to be more resistant to squeezing. Let's find a place to settle down. Chi Xuan thought about it, and decided not to make trouble. In his current situation, he can't take action directly, otherwise there will be a risk of exposure. Of course, this can't take action directly refers to the destruction of planets, countries, and the like, not that a gangster can't be crushed to death if he provokes him in front of him. Even if it still has to be direct, if Chi Xuan takes action indirectly, there won't be too many problems. For example, spreading plague, arson, etc., are actually possible. But for Chi Xuan, he is now out of the cage, and if there is no conflict of interest, he will not carry out such a large-scale killing. Another thing is that because his species level and strength stage have been too high, many things are no longer useful to him. If the conflict of interest is gone, Chi Xuan will not kill people indiscriminately. He is not a murderer, and he will not do anything without benefit. As for Tai Sui God, it doesn't matter. The one used by Chi Xuan as a human skin is no longer the original Tai Sui God. The original Tai Sui God has long been sacrificed as material, and the current Tai Sui God is more like a disguise. And those modules, etc., have all been analyzed and become part of the rules, and now they are waiting for Chi Xuan to sort them out. So if you want the intelligent brain to come back, you have to wait until Chi Xuan finishes sorting it out. He is a mess, and these things alone cannot be solved in 3 to 5 years. Find a place to open a candy shop and lie down. Chi Xuan thinks that in fact, opening a candy shop in a civilization with low productivity and scarce materials does have a lot of money. As long as he doesn't intervene, the doomsday should not be so easy to come. This world is chosen by the doomsday game. With its goal, 99% of the doomsday that humans need to face is here. It may have come, it may be coming, or it may not have come yet. In Chi Xuan's opinion, the doomsday should not have come at this stage, so Chi Xuan still has a lot of time. But the civilization structure on this planet is indeed a bit strange. There are only sects, no unified dynasty, and the entire planet is controlled by various sects. Fortunately, this group of spiritual masters only roll inward, and they are still very good to the common people. Even the common people can pay for commissions, and ask the spiritual masters to help. Chi Xuan looked around and found that there were not many spiritual master sects on the entire planet. Even the scattered small sects can occupy a city-sized area, and the 9 strongest sects directly occupy 90% of the planetary area. Of course, it is also because the area of this planet is too small. Find the strongest sect, and the public security will be better. Chi Suan began to prepare for self-cultivation because of himself. After sorting out and adapting, it will not be too late to start a killing spree. Since he was here, he naturally set his sights on this world. When he recovered, he planned to use this world as his nourishment and eat it directly. If he succeeded in this small for big plan, he would definitely reach the sky and fully develop. In fact, the reason why his body was in a mess was also because he was still just a prototype of the world. If it was a well-developed world, he wouldn't have to worry about these problems at all. Then he took another look at the doomsday game on his body that was about to merge with the skin of the Tai Sui god. He still valued the doomsday game very much. If it could become his nourishment, it would definitely allow him to go further. According to his guess, after developing into a world, he could still continue to become stronger, but it would not be so easy to change again. However, he did not think too much about these things for the time being. After all, he was still just a prototype of the world, and it was too early to worry about these things now. This is the Yangwang sect, the leader of the 9 major sects in the world. Chi Suan quickly chose a sect. The Yangwang sect not only has the greatest spiritual master military strength, but also treats civilians with the best welfare among all the major sects. In particular, the sect's purpose is to put people first. Although it is inevitable that it seems a bit high-sounding, at least they eat people in secret, not openly. This means that as long as all kinds of unfair things are put on the surface, there will be a part of justice. It is very suitable for people like Chi Suan, who don't want to cause trouble, and just want to lie down. There are some under the rule of other sects, but they are always a little worse. Therefore, Chi Suan can only pick a sect that is not so bad. However, there are many special ecological spaces around this planet, and these structures are interesting. If I don't have time, I will study them carefully. Chi Suan has a lot of things to do, so how can he have the rest of the free time? Chapter 482. Your candy figures are really exquisite. How much is one? 50 cents per piece, full of pounds. There is a scale over there to weigh them yourself. If you have less, you can exchange them yourself. There is a candy shop under the Sanyan Peak of Yangwang sect. Not only are the prices cheap, but the taste is also extremely sweet, and the workmanship is very exquisite. This makes many disciples of Sanyan Peak go a detour to buy them. Sanyan Peak is also one of the top spiritual peaks in Yangwang sect. Its strength is still very good, and there are not many bad records. Boss, you won't lose money if you do this? A disciple of Sanyan Peak asked Chi Suan curiously. He saw Chi Suan lying lazily on the rocking chair, holding a palm leaf fan to drive away the heat from time to time. The spiritual arts that Yangwang sect spiritualists are good at are all yang and fire. Therefore, in order to facilitate their spiritual arts practice, the locations they choose are all biased towards areas with higher temperatures. The sugar is still the same sugar, what's the loss? Chi Suan said nonchalantly. Some people coveted Chi Suan's recipe, but found that it was the recipe of common goods after getting it. The reason why it tastes good is because there is a lot of sugar, and the craftsmanship is so good that it looks good. Of course, there is no problem in imitating it, but it will be a loss. Not only does it need to be genuine, but you also have to hire a sugar figurine master. With this in and out, the cost goes up. It really makes the other sugar shops powerless. This is much sweeter than the sugar in other sugar shops. The disciple of Sanya Feng said this while holding the sugar in his mouth, and then left with a shake of his head. Everyone is willing to take a detour here, of course, not only because these sugars look good, but mainly because they taste good and are cheap. It is also a great snack to consume. For ordinary people, 50 coins is a lot of money, but for disciples of a sect, 50 coins can do nothing. They use silver coins which are more valuable than copper coins. Practicing spiritual arts and extracting spiritual power naturally require assistance. The former can increase the progress of learning and mastering, while the latter can improve the extraction efficiency. Any item must be at least 10 taels. In addition, spiritual masters also need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. The effect of spiritual power is to enhance strength and release spiritual arts, and there is no effect like fasting. In order to maintain the effectiveness of spiritual power, spiritual masters also need to eat. However, they are not much different from Pishio. They only eat, and do not defecate. All the nutrients in the food are absorbed cleanly, and do not need to be excreted at all. Short life, but enough advantages. Especially in terms of short life, it seems that due to disputes over various tasks, not many spiritual masters can live to old age. That is to say, there has been peace in recent years, and there have been no large-scale battles between sects, otherwise even middle-aged people would be considered long-lived. Yes, the short life of spiritual masters is not because of squeezing cells to obtain spiritual power, but because of various dangerous tasks. Most spiritual masters do not live to a normal age. As for the tasks, ordinary people such as wealthy businessmen and famous families will pay to hire spiritual masters. The target of employment is the sect, and the sect will dispatch a team of spiritual masters after evaluating the tasks. So spiritual masters are not high above, but have a deep intersection with ordinary people. This is also normal. After all, the force value is not enough to destroy the world. Even a high-quality spiritual master cannot release several spiritual arts in a row, and personal power cannot determine the direction of a war. Therefore, they cannot be separated from ordinary people, so there will not be those who regard ordinary people as ants. What's more, most of the spiritual masters of the major sects are ordinary people. Although everyone has mixed genes, theoretically they can extract spiritual power. But this is only a theory. In fact, among 1,000 people, only one person can meet the qualification standard, and the rest do not meet the standard. So even if they can extract spiritual power, no matter the upper limit or efficiency, it is almost equal to nothing. Therefore, they are not universal spiritual masters. Besides, if there are too many spiritual masters, the sects will definitely not be able to support them. After all, they are all extraordinary people, and their consumption is definitely much stronger than that of ordinary people. Uncle, I'm here. Are there any sugar men of Yang Huangshenren? A hearty voice came over. Qi Suan glanced at the other party. It was a child who came. He was a spiritual master boy from Song Yifeng of Yang Huang sect. His name was Zhou Fan. Spiritual master boys are similar to preschool education. Only after graduation can they become real spiritual masters. If he fails to graduate, he will not be able to become a disciple of the Yang Huang sect and will be driven back. However, the other party is an orphan and has been adopted since childhood. If he fails to graduate, he is more likely to be arranged to make a living in some industry. The Yang Huang sect is so powerful that it naturally has its own monopoly industries, and there are quite a few of them. Zhou Fan, why are you here again? Qi Suan said, handing a sugar man of Yang Huangshenren to the other party. Yang Huangshenren is the founder of the Yang Huang sect. In fact, he doesn't look like this, but Qi Suan used modern animation and design, which looks very cool. It is also the best-selling one in Qi Suan's candy shop. No one came to trouble him. Most people saw that their ancestor was so extraordinary and handsome, so they didn't say anything. After all, there was no vilification or slander, and no one would care about an ordinary person using it as a means of making a living. Yes, I'm done with school, Zhou Fan said with a smile. However, Qi Suan shook his head. Zhou Fan, your qualifications are not good. You should save more money, and save it for the future to find a wife. As he said that, Qi Suan handed the candy man to the other party. Persuasion is persuasion, but business is business, and Qi Suan still knows it clearly. He didn't have much impression of most of the disciples of Song Yifeng, but he had a lot of impressions of Zhou Fan. For no other reason, he felt that Zhou Fan in front of him had the appearance of a protagonist. He observed this planet, and did not find a corresponding protagonist. He didn't know whether he was dead, and had not been born, or was not on this planet. I don't want to get married. I want to be the head of Yang Huang sect, Zhou Fan said. This made the people around laugh, but when they saw it was Zhou Fan, they laughed even louder. This was not the first time he shouted like this, so many people knew that Zhou Fan, who had poor qualifications, wanted to be the head of Yang Huang sect. Qi Suan didn't laugh, but just said, you have ambition. What else should I say? Uncle, I have my graduation exam the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go and see it? Zhou Fan invited Qi Suan to go with him. Qi Suan was speechless when he heard this. Is this something a serious person can say? I don't really want to go, I just want to lie down, Qi Suan said bluntly. Usually, the people who go to watch the exam are the parents of the spiritual master boy. He and Zhou Fan are not related, so why would he go there for no reason? To be honest, with Zhou Fan's personality, if he doesn't have the aura of the protagonist or the support of a noble person, even if he successfully becomes a spiritual master, he won't live for a few years. The former is just Qi Suan's guess, and the latter is even more difficult. Even if the noble person wants to support him, he should choose someone with good talent, not someone like him with poor qualifications. In Qi Suan's opinion, the other party's graduation is a bit reluctant. Ah, uncle, you are too lazy. Zhou Fan, with a candy man in his mouth, couldn't help but fall in love when he heard Chi Swayan's words. It seems that Chi Swayan's rejection is a big blow to him. Well, yes, I was too hardworking before, and now I just want to be lazy. Chi Swayan responded bluntly. In similar situations, just play it straight, don't be euphemistic, hint, etc. With Zuofan's EQ, he couldn't understand. You should speak human words to people, but you should speak ghost words to ghosts. Okay, then uncle can come back at my graduation ceremony. Zuofan didn't feel much disappointed. It wasn't the first time he was rejected. Then he left with a candy man in his mouth, and said goodbye to Chi Swayan. See you tomorrow, uncle. The other party was obviously a heartless person. Although he was rejected, he didn't take it to heart. Chi Swayan liked this kind of personality very much. At least, he didn't have to worry about the other party choosing to stab him in the back. But thinking about it carefully, it was nonsense for him to stab a candy shop owner in the back. There is no secret recipe for his candies. They are simply good quality and cheap. The morning passed quickly, and after the freshly made candies such as sugar min and candies were sold out, the shop became deserted from noon. There are also those rock sugar, white sugar, and other candies in the shop, but the sales of these candies are not high. Because the quality is not much different from other shops, those large transactions have fixed objects and cannot be changed. This is why other shops did not go bankrupt and Chi Swayan had less trouble. Although everyone sells candies, their main business directions are different. Chi Swayan is a retailer, and others are wholesalers. These candies are more like Chi Swayan's raw materials, not goods. The progress is pretty good. It is estimated that the two techniques of shuttle and concealment can be used before the sorting and adaptation are completed. Chi Swayan lies in the rocking chair every day, of course, not really giving up. Instead, he is doing a variety of work, but he doesn't need to move. On the contrary, the Doomsday Game has not responded to anything until now. If it hadn't moved occasionally, Chi Swayan would have thought it was dead. Then, his eyes shifted to the universe. He didn't want to move, but that didn't mean he couldn't explore the outside world. So he released Faye, and let it take a satellite subbody to the universe as an observer for him. In the previous Doomsday worlds, it wasn't that he didn't want to explore the universe, but the environment was not suitable and there was not enough time. Now it's different, of course, he has to explore it. In Chi Swayan's view, the low energy level of this planet does not mean that the energy levels of all planets are low. The universe is vast and boundless, and there must be more powerful civilizations and systems. Maybe it will be useful to Chi Swayan. Anyway, he is idle anyway, just moving at high speed in the universe, which doesn't consume any resources. There is really no other way, so let Faye decompose into fibrous bodies, and then choose some meteorite belts, planets, etc. As a supplementary energy, it is enough. Chapter 483. There was nothing to gain in the universe, and his own progress was also average. Chi Swayan's life was very peaceful. Especially after he banned the data related to his protagonist Halo, opportunities did not find him, and troubles naturally did not find him. The life of ordinary people is just like that of NPCs. There is nothing magnificent at all. It is nothing more than a life of going to work and going home. It is always the minority rather than the majority that gets into trouble. What? You actually graduated successfully? Chi Swayan looked at Zuofan, who was very proud, and thought that this kid was really amazing. Looking more carefully, there was no protagonist Halo, but he really graduated. Lucky, this graduation test is about Blazing Sword Chi, which I happen to know. If it was about Fiery Escape or Spirit Flame Bullet, it would be really bad. Zuofan was also a little relieved when he said this. There was indeed some water and luck in his graduation. Blazing Sword Chi was his most proficient spiritual art, but even so, he was not proficient in it. The remaining two spiritual arts were even worse, so he could only barely pass. Tomorrow the sect will assign us stewards to take us on missions, and we won't be able to eat your sugar figures for a long time. So I thought about buying 2 more sugar figures of Yang Huangjiren today, to keep for later. Zuofan took out 300 coins. Although Zuofan graduated and became a real spiritual master, he still needed someone to guide him for a while, before he could go on missions on his own, because he was a rookie. After he had the ability to perform tasks independently, he was considered a master. Every year, many spiritual masters die, because they cannot perform tasks independently. Even if they are within the scope of the sect, it is not 100% safe. Otherwise, why would Chi Swayan choose a place with good public security? No need for money, just consider this as a gift to congratulate you on your graduation. Chi Swayan said, and gave Zuofan 10 sugar figures. This made Zuofan very happy, and he hurried to help Chi Swayan wrap the sugar figures. Uncle, you are so kind. Xuefan was very happy. Qi Xuan didn't change much. After all, Xuefan was an 8 or 9-year-old child. Qi Xuan also saw the cruelty of the major sections. In order to ensure the supply of extraordinary people, they could only continue to squeeze them down. Just like they squeeze their own cells, this kind of squeezing obviously has many disadvantages. However, because the sects are powerful and control the military and economy, and brainwash through various concepts, there are no organizations that resist in the open. Even if there are, they can't be on the stage much. Of course, it's not that there are no benefits. The promotion channel and the living conditions of ordinary people are actually very good. In particular, the promotion of spiritual arts and productivity is also helpful. Not all tasks are about fighting and killing. In fact, most of them are about maintaining the social structure. In addition to commissions, sects will also issue sect tasks to ensure the living standards of the middle and lower classes. Then I leave first. When I come back next time, I treat you to barbecue, Xuefan said, and left with a bag of sugar min. The reward for spiritual masters after completing the task is still very high. For newcomers, like Xuefan who have not yet performed tasks, as long as they can complete the task, they can at least get 1 or 2 silver taels. For ordinary people, this is already a dimensionality reduction attack. But the difficulty is not low. Money is easy to make, but shit is hard to eat. Who knows, when Qi Xuan sees Xuefan next time, he may have become a cow and horse with a strong smell of class, and will shout, I received it. TSK, so energetic, but children are like this. Qi Xuan complained casually. They have become spiritual masters, so they are not children anymore. A middle-aged man's voice came over. Give me a candy man of Yang Huangshenren. Qi Xuan glanced at the other party, and took one to the other party. He knew this middle-aged man, Shi Hanwen, the master of Sanya Feng, who was one of the absolute top leaders in Yang Huang sect. After all, above the master of the peak, there was only the head of the sect. In Sanya Feng, he was the strongest and the controller of all power. Qi Xuan, the owner of the candy shop, must have never seen the other party, so he showed a very calm attitude. The other party also stuffed the sugar man into his mouth and bit it into pieces. The sugar was chewed by Shi Hanwen in his mouth with a crunching sound. The ingredients are sufficient, and it is also very hygienic. More importantly, it is cheap. No wonder your business is so good. Shi Hanwen swallowed it in one gulp and then said, Fortunately, it's a small business, relying on small profits and quick turnover. Qi Xuan said, stretching out his hand, 50 coins? It doesn't matter if you eat it, but you have to pay. Even if Qi Xuan doesn't eat it, this loophole cannot be opened. This time it was the peak master who ate a free meal, so next time the head of the sect will also eat a free meal. It's not that little, just make do with it. Shi Hanwen is naturally not the kind of person who eats without paying, but he really doesn't have such a low consumption, so he directly took out a silver note with the smallest denomination on him. It was a 10 liang silver note. For ordinary people, this was simply a huge sum of money that fell from the sky. I can't make the change. Qi Xuan spread his hands, and refused to accept it directly. It was easy to make the change, but how could he explain the source? He had so much money in a small candy shop. If he had been in business for more than 10 years, it could be explained, but it hadn't been long since the opening. No need to make the change. Your candy man is very beautiful. I want you to make a statue for Yang Huangshenren. Shi Hanwen certainly didn't come for candy. As the master of a peak, he had eaten better. Qi Xuan's craftsmanship was not in the taste of the candy, but in the appearance and price. In particular, he was very satisfied with the appearance of Yang Huangshenren. In a few months, Yang Huang sect would hold another centennial festival. If the statue of Yang Huangshenren could be replaced with Qi Xuan's Candyman, it would definitely be amazing for all sects in the world. Hearing this, Qi Xuan was also a little confused. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. This is the craft of making sugar figures. I can't be a stonemason. Qi Xuan refused. He can do it, but he doesn't want to do it. Why get involved in such things? Changing the statue of the founder of the world's largest sect. If there is no conspiracy involved, Qi Xuan can take off his head and kick it like a ball. You don't have to do it, just supervise it. When the time comes, you can also point it out if there is anything wrong. I can let the craftsman move the stone materials next to your shop. You don't have to leave. How could Shi Hanwen let Qi Xuan go directly to work in the ancestral temple of the Yangwang sect? It must have been said directly after the work was done outside. If the carving is good, there will be a reward afterwards. Shi Hanwen said, and added another sentence to Qi Xuan. The original intention was to let Chi Suan understand his identity. You, an ordinary person, will not end well if you go against someone whose origin is unknown, but whose status is definitely not low. Okay, but Chi Suan heard the other party's arrangement, and it was not difficult to supervise. No, there is no, but let's do it this way. I will arrange someone to come in the afternoon. If you have anything, you can go directly to me. I live in Songyan Peak. When you get there, just take this token and tell the disciple to find the Peak Master. As he said, Shirhanwen threw out a small waist badge, and then turned and left. Chi Suan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. This Peak Master sure was really honest. But thinking again, if the statue of Yang Huangzhiren was really replaced with his version, it would really make Yang Huangsek proud, and his contribution would definitely not be low. Then, Chi Suan framed the token and put it in the most conspicuous place in the store, so that anyone who came in could see it. Use it? That's the lowest level method. Frame it so that everyone knows that he doesn't need to show the token at that time, because everyone knows that he has a relationship with the Lord of Songyan Peak. Not only can it handle a lot of troubles, but it can also go through various relationships and solve the problem directly at the root. As for the enemies of the Lord of Songyan Peak, how could people of the same level care about a small person like him? It's not just him who has this token. This thing is like a pass. The Lord of Songyan Peak has issued a lot of them, such as some vegetable vendors and butchers who specialize in Songyan Peak. It's just that they are not as high profile as Chi Suan. With this thing, I have become a local snake. Then, Chi Suan lay back on the rocking chair and turned his sight to Fei. Fei had already landed on the surface of a planet and started eating. Then he found many traces of civilization. This planet once had life and developed civilization. But how did it disappear? Chi Suan was a little confused. With the data fed back by Fei after eating, he found more information. It seems that it didn't disappear gradually, but disappeared in an instant. It looks like the whole planet was eaten by something, and only an empty shell is left. Chi Suan quickly came to the conclusion that Fei was made of fibrous body, so it was not picky about food. Even if the whole planet was only an empty shell, it could still replenish nutrients. Could there be a life group similar to the Zerd? Why is there no sign on the planet I'm on? Fei is not that far away from Chi Suan on the cosmic scale. Theoretically, with the efficiency of the other party, this planet should have been eaten up long ago. But now not only has it not been eaten up, but it is still alive and well, which is very wrong. How could a civilized race with this technology get lost? And Fei didn't encounter anything wrong all the way here, and didn't notice it until he landed. There is a high probability that something went wrong halfway, so he didn't reach this planet. Because there is too little information, Chi Suan doesn't know the real situation. And judging from the traces, at least 1,000 years have passed, and it is difficult to investigate. Chapter 484. Chi Suan's candy shop caused a wave of popularity, but soon it died down. After all, with the token personally given by the Peak Master, and even the Peak Master personally praised his candy figures, the customer flow of the shop suddenly soared. At the same time, the stonemasons next door were also working in full swing. Chi Suan just went to take a look every day, and did not give any work instructions. The stonemasons that Shirhanwen found were all real talents, and Chi Suan just provided them with drawings and candy figures, and they just had to do it themselves later. In fact, it can be done with or without Chi Suan, and the craftsmanship is good and the efficiency is not low. Chi Suan has never underestimated the bond between the stonemasons and their 9 clans. The sects are not easy to deal with. They are much more ruthless than the royal family. After all, the royal family has to care about reputation when exterminating the 9 clans. So in history, it is rare for the extermination of 3 clans and the extermination of 9 clans. However, the sect didn't need to care about these things. They really killed, and they didn't worry about the reputation after killing. In this way, time passed day by day, and Chi Suan saw Zwafan who had returned. "Uncle, I want a Candyman of Yang Huangzhenren." Zwafan hurried to Chi Suan to ask for a Candyman. Chi Suan looked at Zwafan carefully and handed him one. He didn't know what task Zwafan had received, but it was a month after he came back. It looked like it was quite hard, his skin was a little darker, and he was a lot stronger. There was a faint injury on his body, but it was about to heal. It seemed that his mission this time was not easy. As for Chi Suan observing him, there is no need, the other party is just an ordinary person. The relationship is just that he bought some candy from Chi Suan. There are so many people who buy candy, and you can't monitor every one of them. That is meaningless. "Hey, did the mission go smoothly this time?" Chi Suan asked, and glanced at the other party's eyebrows. There was a little bit of obscure yang attribute power at Suafan's eyebrows, which was some kind of high-quality extraordinary energy source. Although I don't know where the other party got it from, it is certain that Suafan doesn't know his true situation. Of course, Chi Suan doesn't care about this kind of thing that is similar to an encounter or chance, but he found that this yang attribute seems to contain some kind of fortune similar to the protagonist's halo fragment. And this fortune began to flourish. As long as this fortune is completed, Suafan can become the protagonist. However, this kind of completion seems more like a kind of inheritance to Chi Suan. So if Chi Suan investigates more deeply, he may be able to find more things. But Chi Suan didn't have much initiative now, so he decided to solve his own problems first. As for Suafan, he would observe first. It would be best if he could gain something, but it didn't matter if he didn't. He didn't plan to kill Suafan to plunder the protagonist halo on him. First, it was not complete, and second, it was not needed. With his current strength, even if the protagonist's halo was strengthened, the help to him would be negligible. At this level of the world, the protagonist's halo was just a part of the countless rules in his body, and the impact on him was basically equal to nothing. However, the protagonist suddenly appeared beside him. He estimated that it was not a coincidence, but the mutual attraction between the protagonist's aura. Chi Suan banned the protagonist's aura effect on himself, but only banned the chance and trouble part. The other functions are still effective. It's still quite smooth. I also learned the Great Blazing Sword Chi, Suafan said with a smile. The Great Blazing Sword Chi is an upgraded version of the Blazing Sword Chi, with greater power and distance, and the consumption has also become greater. Really good, then you are about to become a master? Chi Suan asked again. Not yet, the deacon will lead 5 times, and then the comprehensive evaluation will reach the 3rd grade. I got the 2nd grade for this mission, Suafan said with a somewhat boastful tone. I didn't expect that you are finally not the last one, Chi Suan teased. A, B, C, D, as long as the task is completed, it is the 3rd grade, and the 3rd grade is naturally not completed. Generally speaking, most people can successfully complete their apprenticeship, and only a few will be rejected. Hee, that's right, I want to become the head of the Yangwang sect, Suafan said his seemingly funny bold words. 3 more candy figures, I'm going to meet up with the deacon and teammates, and bring them 1 too. They will definitely like your candy, uncle. Suafan picked 3 more candy figures, paid the money, and then left directly. After watching the other party leave, Chi Suan whispered, he is the only one, and his teammates are neither the protagonist nor the supporting role. If they don't go their separate ways, they are basically dead. He has been a protagonist, but he knows one thing, if the protagonist wants to rise quickly, it will be accompanied by chaos. After all, the current situation is close to being stable. For people like Suafan, if there is no chaos, then his upper limit will be here. There is no possibility of going further. The saying that the times create heroes is still very reasonable. As for heroes creating the times, the premise is that you have to be a hero to create the times. Few ordinary people can do it. Master Tang, the statue is already done. Do you want to come and see it? A stonemason took advantage of the fact that no one was in Chi Suan's shop and came in to ask. Seeing this, Chi Suan just nodded and said, okay. Then he went to the next door to see the statue. I have to say that it is indeed it is simply an enlarged version of the Sugar Man. However, there is still a lot of gap between it and Chi Suan's Sugar Man. But this is also inevitable. After all, the other party is just an ordinary person. How can he completely imitate the Sugar Man made by Chi Suan? The gap in strength is there, which is incomparable. It's not as good as Master Tang's sugar figurine craftsmanship, but I've tried my best. The leading stonemason said, I wanted to ask Master Tang for some advice. I can't say I can give you some advice, but I can give you some suggestions. Chi Suan pointed out some flaws, and briefly told them the requirements for repair. As for other minor problems, they were not obvious, so Chi Suan didn't say anything. It was because he was no longer under pressure, so his mentality was good, otherwise he would have ignored these people. Thank you, Master Tang, for your advice. The stonemason suddenly realized what Chi Suan said. With such simple modifications, the overall look was immediately different. Chi Suan didn't really know much about art, but he knew some geometry, mathematics, fine arts and other subjects, and could use science to explore and change. After communicating with the other party, Chi Suan learned that the origin of this group of stonemasons was not simple. They all came from the main peak of Yangwang sect, Chiri Peak. In other words, they were royal craftsmen, so their skills were so good. It is said that the head intends to use this centennial festival to form a spiritual master alliance. All sects will be included in the Tianling League for unified management, not so scattered. Not only can it make the common people live better, but it can also make the development of spiritual arts smoother. The stonemason was talking about some rumors about Chiri Peak. Qi Xuan was a little weird when he heard this. Isn't it just Wu Lingchan's idea? The idea is very good, but the difficulty of implementation may not be that easy. Yangwang sect is the largest sect in the world, but there are 8 sects that are as famous as Yangwang sect. Although it is slightly inferior, if the Yangwang sect fights against 8 alone, it is estimated that there is not much feasibility. The 9 major sects are the ones who really decide the direction, and the remaining small sects have little say, so don't worry about it. This leader is ambitious, but the other 8 sects will not agree. Qi Xuan asked. He actually had some guesses. It was nothing more than the leader of the Yangwang sect had a trump card, so he dared to have such an idea. But he couldn't show it too obviously. This stonemason knew so much because he was sending him intelligence, so he asked casually, just in case it was useful. Anyway, he seems to be idle, and these little things will not distract him too much energy and attention. Most of his energy and attention are on studying technology, sorting out rules, and adapting to power, so he pays less attention to the outside world. No one on this planet can hurt him, just keep basic vigilance. That's natural, but our leader is also. Ahem, I've said it. The stonemason leader also suddenly realized that his words were a bit dense. Qi Xuan saw that the other party didn't say anything, but he didn't get angry, just said slowly, TSK, why are you hiding this from me? Even you, a stonemason, know about it. I'm afraid it has spread all over the world. Only I don't go out, otherwise I would have found out about it myself. Don't hide it, it's not a big deal to say it. After Qi Xuan said this, the stonemason leader couldn't help but remain silent, mainly because Qi Xuan's words made sense. If he, a stonemason, knew about it, then who wouldn't know about it? Well, it is said that our leader has mastered one of the spiritual arts of the legendary Yang Huangshenren, the 9 Yang True Fire Red Dragon art. And he has also reached a contract with the Yang Yanling in the Red Flame Spirit Realm. With the help of this art and this spirit, the 8 major sects are no match at all. The stonemason muttered all kinds of information. Qi Xuan had also heard of the 9 Yang True Fire Red Dragon art, but he didn't take it seriously. As for the Red Flame Spirit Realm, it is a small space attached to the planet, where there are also Yang and Fire elemental life forms. Different spiritual realms have different elemental life forms, which can provide help to spiritual masters, such as enhancing the power of spiritual arts or assisting in combat. And the Yang Yanling is the strongest elemental life form in the Red Flame Spirit Realm, and it is very compatible with the spiritual arts of the Yang Huang sect. It is estimated that the successful contract is also because the current leader of the Yang Huang sect has mastered the 9 Yang True Fire Red Dragon art. Chapter 485. It turns out that Qi Xuan was right. It's hard to keep a secret if a stonemason knows it. It seems that the Yang Huang sect deliberately leaked it to build momentum for its leader. In less than 2 days, it has spread all over the country. It's basically like even the dogs on the street know it. However, there was no news about the Tianling League. At most, there were only a few words, but it was soon covered up by the 9 Yang True Fire Red Dragon technique and Yang Yanling. As the leader of Songyan Peak, Shi Hanwen once again approached Qi Xuan, this time asking Qi Xuan to design an image for the current leader of the Yangwang sect. For this purpose, he even brought the portrait of the leader, the Red Dragon technique, and the Yang Yanling related picture albums. The painting is vivid, but it is realistic, and Qi Xuan needs some beautification. Seeing this job, Qi Xuan is thinking about changing his career to be a beauty camera, which is easy to work with and pays high. Later, he could even undertake the spiritual arts beautification project. He had seen the spiritual arts of the spiritual masters, and there was no imagination. They were either long strips or round. If they were not good enough, they would just copy the swords and spears. Just like the 9 Yang True Fire Red Dragon art, let's not talk about the power for now. Anyway, it barely looks like a dragon, but it is actually a big snake. As for the fighting method, it is to smash this fire dragon and cause range damage. I can change it for the head, but the head can't change the image. Qi Xuan asked speechlessly. It looks good, but beauty is just beauty after all. The reality cannot be changed, and it will be exposed when the real person sees it. The red dragon technique can be shaped, and the Yangyan spirit is also a spiritual fire. As long as you can change it, the head brother can also change. The only difficulty is that the head brother is really immutable. You need to make up for it with clothes, hair accessories, etc. So this time, I brought a series of craftsmen such as tailors and leatherworkers. As long as you can do this, I will take you to the Centennial Festival afterwards. I will have someone reserve a corner position for you. Shi Hanwen said. Qi Xueyan's eyes twitched. What is this? He is obviously a candy shop owner. Now it's good. He has become a top beauty artist in one step. This is not consistent with his job on the surface. To be honest, Qi Xueyan doesn't really want to go to the Centennial Festival. With the current development, something will definitely go wrong. Especially the ambition of the head of Yangwang to unify the world is already obvious. Going to watch the ceremony at that time is basically equivalent to holding a lantern in the toilet and looking for death. The possibility of success is very small. If the head of Yangwang sect was the protagonist, it would be fine, but unfortunately he was not. You don't have to watch the ceremony. When the time comes, the peak master can just write a word for my small shop. Qi Xueyan didn't think of asking for trouble. Shi Hanwen was refreshed when he heard this, and he admired Qi Xueyan's tact. Okay, as long as you can satisfy the head brother, not only will I write the words for you, but I will also reserve a seat for you to watch the ceremony. Shi Hanwen felt that he was really generous. Qi Xueyan was speechless. He didn't want to watch the ceremony, but he didn't dare to go. You must go. If you don't go, it's not like you don't give me face. Shi Hanwen said it before Qi Xueyan opened his mouth to refuse. Then, seeing that there was no one around, he whispered to Qi Xueyan, if you have time afterwards, you can design for me, and the reward will definitely satisfy you. With just this sentence, Qi Xueyan understood why the other party gave so much. It turned out that he wanted to make a beauty mask for himself. Don't worry, Peak Master, I take care of this matter. Qi Xueyan responded, and then said, but the matter of watching the ceremony. It's okay, we will also invite a group of famous families, wealthy businessmen and gentry to watch the ceremony together, not just you, an ordinary person. Shi Hanwen refused again. I will go to Qiri Peak to pick you up, and I guarantee that you will not be bullied by anyone. After all, you are also a celebrity under our Songyan Peak. He even considered that Qi Xueyan's sugar shop business was not big, and was afraid of being ridiculed, so he came to pick him up in person. Thank you. Qi Xueyan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This person was honest, and he was indeed honest. It's just that he didn't understand what he said. Maybe he felt that Qi Xueyan had no deep meaning, but simply didn't dare to go, and was inferior. You're so polite. Shi Hanwen patted Qi Xueyan on the shoulder, and then whispered, remember to design it for me. After that, he added, can you produce the manuscript today? Tomorrow morning, I need to observe the heroic posture of the master carefully. Qi Xueyan said casually. Okay, then I come to pick up the manuscript tomorrow morning for the master to review. Shi Hanwen said, and left directly. He also took the stonemason, and the statue of Yang Huangjinren away. The level of the extraordinary is low, so there is no species isolation and class division. Although the spiritual master still has privileges, it has not been divided into two worlds. Qi Xueyan saw that Shi Hanwen could whisper to him, and even hug him, so he knew that the development of the top level was not as big as in the fantasy and fairy tale online novels. Spiritual masters are still very friendly. Otherwise, in a world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon by the strong, how could ordinary people meet the second in command of the most powerful force in the world? There is no such possibility. Just assign tasks to the lower levels, and if they are not done well, they will probably be killed directly. Where is the opportunity to review the manuscript or re-edit it? But the martial arts culture is still there. Qi Xueyan knew that at the Centennial Festival, there was more than just watching the ceremony. There was also a disciple competition before the ceremony. Don't ask him how he knew it. Zuofan told him that he was selected by lot to participate in the competition. As for why they didn't choose all the strong ones, it's also very simple. It's nothing more than human relations. People came to watch the ceremony, and you beat all the disciples they brought to show. Isn't this equivalent to slapping them in the face? As long as the first place goes to the host Yangwang sect, the rest can be won or lost. And Zuofan, who only knows Blazing Sword Qi and Great Blazing Sword Qi, was honored to be arranged as the one to be defeated. So it seems to be a draw, but it is actually an internal decision. But this time, in Qi Xueyan's view, Zuofan must be a dark horse. Although he only knows Blazing Sword Qi and its follow-up, the pure yang fire between his eyebrows has begun to exert its power. His spiritual power is becoming more and more pure, and his control over spiritual power is also stronger, which makes the power and speed of Blazing Sword Qi stronger and stronger. Now it can not only be released instantly, but also last for a long time. He has even developed an effect that can make the sword energy no longer disintegrate in one blow, but remain for a long time. Even Zhou Fan is studying how to combine the Blazing Sword Qi and the Great Blazing Sword Qi together. The opponent is heartless, but that doesn't mean he is stupid, it's just that his qualifications are relatively poor, and he lacks control over his spiritual power. Now that he has the pure Yang fire, he has made up for the problem of qualifications, and he has finally started to exert his strength. In this Centennial Festival, Qi Xuan defeated Zhou Fan in the 9-sex competition. Not only is the pure Yang fire exerting its strength, but more importantly, the opponent's fortune is getting stronger and stronger. This seems to be accumulating strength, and it will be fully released on the day of the competition. If Zhou Fan takes advantage of this momentum to soar into the sky, then the protagonist's halo will be formed. If he fails, it's not a matter of starting over, but the loss of luck, and he will no longer have this great luck. If he still has this character, he may not even be able to keep the pure Yang fire. In Qi Xuan's view, this may be the process of the protagonist's halo forming and being born. There are too many congenital defects. Such a short time cannot make up for them. Qi Xuan was thinking whether to help the other party. For no other reason, because he could obtain the data of the protagonist's aura. In this way, he could experiment and improve his own protagonist's aura. If he could find a way to improve it, Qi Xuan would naturally think about making his protagonist's aura stronger. Am I affected by the other party's protagonist's aura? Otherwise, how could I have such an idea? Qi Xuan suddenly realized that his behavior was equivalent to an old man giving benefits to the protagonist. Interesting. Qi Xuan began to check himself, and soon found a point. The effect is too weak, I saw through it, and the overall push is still through interests. It is a win-win result. I can choose not to help, but there will be no benefits. Qi Xuan quickly summed it up through his own rules, observations, etc. The impact just now was just too low, and Qi Xuan noticed it at the first time. If it had not become a world before, it might not be realized, and more people would think that they chose to profit. It seems that by observing the luck, a part of the future can be obtained. Qi Xuan's voice fell, and he followed this luck to observe, and a picture appeared in front of him. Zhou Fan defeated the first person in the Yang Wang sect with difficulty, and successfully won the championship. However, there are many elders of the Yang Wang sect in the picture, and the deacon looks unhappy. This is the result without my interference. Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes. If he was willing to help, the result would naturally be different. Time, future, luck. There is still a connection between these three, but it is not so pure. So my behavior is actually a reversal of the script, right? I didn't expect to get this kind of reward. It seems that I really have to intervene. Qi Xuan thought that he should add another character to himself. For example, the hidden great power of Yang Wang sect. No matter whether there is one or not, as long as his strength is strong enough, he must have one if he says it. If anyone disagrees, it's not too late to question it after being hit by his spiritual arts. The protagonist is usually used to deal with disasters. Few of the protagonists I met before could deal with disasters smoothly. I killed them all. This time, maybe I can see the whole process of the protagonist's halo from birth to disappearance. It is still very valuable for my research. Anyway, I won't do it, just watch. Chapter 486. Qi Xuan's manuscript was highly recognized by the head of Yang Wang sect, and then he asked to finish it as soon as possible. Then Qi Xuan had nothing to do, and he directly gave the drawings to the craftsman brought by Shirhanwen. He continued to be a supervisor, and waited for the finished product. As for the beauty of 9 Yang True Fire Red Dragon Technique and Yang Yanling, Qi Xuan didn't have to worry about it, and the head of Yang Wang sect had to do it himself. There were not many changes in the follow-up. Anyway, he was just playing badly every day, and then observing Zhou Fan's growth progress. The opponent's progress was indeed unstoppable at the beginning, but now he is exhausted and has no more motivation. This is mainly due to his incomplete protagonist halo, which led to insufficient stamina. It is estimated that this situation occurred because of the part that was consumed on Qi Xuan before, and did not receive enough feedback. I thought it could be a dark horse, but now it seems that it is still a bit difficult, and it may overturn if you are not careful. It can only be said that the possibility of winning the championship is there, but it is not the only one. After all, the future is not fixed, and will form different results due to various minor changes. Especially as Zhou Fan's protagonist halo has not yet taken shape, so the ability to anchor is not strong. Otherwise, he would not have become depressed after failing with Qi Xuan. If he changed to a complete protagonist halo, even if he failed, there would be follow-up compensation. Even if someone intercepted the opportunity, it would not cause the protagonist to have growth problems. Unless you are a pseudo-protagonist in the worldview of book crossing, fan flow, etc., this kind of thing is impossible. Chi Suiyan robbed so many protagonists of their opportunities, but they were not affected. It's nothing more than changing the way of thinking to complete it. Even Chi Suiyan had his chance taken away by other protagonists, but he got it back afterwards. Huh, uncle, how about my blazing sword Chi? Zwafan noticed someone approaching, and turned around to see that it was Chi Suiyan, the sugar craftsman. He was practicing blazing sword Chi, intending to seek a better breakthrough. The pure yang fire made up for his qualifications to a certain extent, but it was just a slow stew, and there was no way to increase spiritual power in a short period of time. A little bit worse, Chi Suiyan replied. This made Zwafan look suspicious. You, an ordinary person, can understand these? He was originally joking and chatting with Chi Suiyan, but he didn't expect Chi Suiyan to really comment. It's the same as a diner. I can't cook, so I'm not qualified to comment on whether the food is delicious or not. Chi Suiyan said this. So uncle, you understand blazing sword Chi? Zwafan asked curiously. He thought Chi Suiyan was just an ordinary person. After all, the other party didn't have any spiritual power characteristics. I know a little bit. Chi Suiyan said modestly. The so-called spiritual arts are nothing more than the output, conversion, shaping, control, etc. of energy. Chi Suiyan has seen the spiritual arts of the Yangwang school, which are indeed unfathomable to humans. But for Chi Suiyan, it is not difficult at all. The gold content is not as high as the technology of extracting spiritual power. It is equivalent to that the underlying operating logic of all spiritual arts is the same. It is nothing more than the output quantity, the attribute of conversion, the shape of shaping, the precision and difficulty of control, etc., which are then divided into countless different branches. Chi Suiyan will learn it after taking a look. You know, his deep element enchantment magic was developed by referring to the energy technology of a high-end Western fantasy world, and he is also very good at energy technology. So there is no big problem with this kind of behavior of setting up a temple in a snail shell. Really? Then please give me some advice, uncle. Zwafan came over, and his words were not sarcastic, but sincere. Yes, your blazing sword energy is Chi Suiyan's purpose of coming here is to help Zwafan become stronger. There are benefits. He found that he could indirectly absorb the world by mixing into the growth of the protagonist, so as to obtain some benefits. It is equivalent to him becoming a parasite. The name is not very good, but it is practical. Let him go head-to-head with a complete world, he will definitely not be able to beat it. But wouldn't it be better to accumulate some strength first, and wait until he is sure before taking action? As for escorting the protagonist during this period, that is using someone else's skin to cover himself up. Without the protagonist, Chi Suiyan's behavior would not be exposed. I never thought that blazing sword Chi could be used in this way. Chi Suiyan's few words directly enlightened Zwafan. After receiving feedback from Chi Suiyan, Zwafan's luck began to surge. Although the quantity did not increase, the quality did increase. What's so strange about this? Chi Suiyan replied casually, and then asked, but with your poor blazing sword Chi, you still have a lot of problems to win the championship in the sect competition of the Centennial Festival. Zwafan was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought about winning the championship. He still had some knowledge in this regard. His performance had always been at the bottom. If he really won the championship, that would be a problem. Although he had made great progress, it was not so great. Uncle, you still think too highly of me. We are already a counterattack if we enter the top 100. Zwafan complained. Chi Suiyan did not answer, but took out a piece of clothing from his bag. The style was fancy, attracting all attention to the front and back. On the front of the chest was written Century Sugar Man Heritage Tang Sugar Shop, and on the back was Tang Sugar Shop, a high-quality syrup exclusively for Yangwang sect. I have instructed you. How about you wear the clothes I gave you to the sect competition? Chi Suiyan said. Zwafan was embarrassed about the clothes Chi Suiyan gave him. This was really too shameful. Uncle, this is not appropriate. Zwafan tactfully refused. Put it on, and see if it fits you. Chi Suiyan put it on Zwafan directly. By the way, when you win the championship, remember to read the 2 advertisements on the front and back. Zwafan, who was put on by Chi Suiyan, was a little overwhelmed. He should have known not to ask Chi Suiyan for advice. Uncle, you just gave me 2 words of advice, and let me win the championship. It's too difficult for me. Zwafan cried. Chi Suiyan nodded when he heard this. You are right. I have 2 spiritual arts passed down from my family, and I will pass them on to you now. One is called Pure Yang Wuji Hard Method, and the other is called Innately Hua Sword Method. You can directly use your blazing sword energy to practice. If you can't get the first place, I will use my family property to issue a sect female killer order to you, and I guarantee that you will die from a broken anus. Chi Xuan said, and gave 2 spiritual arts secret books that looked old but were actually freshly made less than an hour ago. These 2 spiritual arts were the top spiritual arts that Chi Xuan upgraded based on the Blazing Sword Chi and the Great Blazing Sword Chi. They were far better than the 2 spiritual arts of the Yangwang sect. His Suifan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, secretly sighing at how terrifying it was. If you pay enough, the spiritual masters will not care whether it is a hunting order or a female killing order. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. So he really can't save his own ass. But he thought Chi Xuan was joking. How could a normal person issue such a weird task? Besides, he thought he had a good relationship with Chi Xuan. After all, with Chi Xuan's family property, he couldn't issue such a weird task. That's not good. After all, it's the spiritual art passed down by your family. I'm afraid. Zuofan refused. I appreciate the kindness, but forget about the spiritual art. Then why don't you call me Dad, and take care of me in the future? Chi Xuan said casually. Zuofan thought about it seriously, and shook his head. I'm afraid to walk in front of you. This is not alarmist, but it is very likely. After becoming a master, the average spiritual master can live for another 10 years. For example, spiritual masters, who can live to middle age, are all experienced. The elderly are even stronger. On the contrary, ordinary people will live longer because they have spiritual masters to improve productivity, enhance medical care, etc. Don't feel any burden. I support you not only because I think highly of you, but also to promote my candy shop. As he said, Chi Xuan stuffed the freshly baked spiritual art to the other party. If he didn't accept it, how could he benefit from Zuofan's status as the protagonist? You learn first. If you don't understand anything, come to the store tomorrow afternoon, and I will try my best to explain it to you. Chi Xuan turned around and left. Why it was in the afternoon is also very simple. He has to open the store in the morning. Zuofan opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything, just accepted the 2 spiritual arts. Thank you, uncle. He shouted at Chi Xuan's leaving figure. Chi Xuan heard it, but didn't respond, but left on his own, while testing the concealment effect. After all, it is not formed. Even if it is indirect, it is still impossible to suck the world of this spiritual master. Chi Xuan slightly restrained the indescribable breath on his body. Previously, he had the ability to suck the world in the indescribable force field formed by poisoning, poison explosion, and poisonous nova. However, because he was not strong enough to activate it, after it became a world, it became a more powerful effect with the swallowing of the fiber body. Theoretically, he could eat the world directly. But in reality, if he dared to do so, the world would kill him. So Chi Xuan could only do it indirectly. He had just torn off a small piece of the world when he was discovered. Fortunately, he had the temporary identity of the protagonist's grandfather, so he escaped the scrutiny. Chi Xuan thought about it, and then stuffed the fragments of the world into his stomach. Digestion and absorption require the stomach and intestines, which is reasonable. As for his lack of these structures, it doesn't matter, it's the same reason anyway. Does this count as eating hard in the front and hard in the back? Oh, I'm not from the spiritual master world, that makes sense. Chi Xuan almost didn't identify himself. He is an invader, and this is called weakening the enemy, which is a normal operation. It was too peaceful and stress-free, causing Chi Xuan to feel that it was really comfortable to play badly. Chapter 487. The centennial ceremony of Yangwang sect was held as scheduled, and Chi Xuan was arranged to sit in a corner. However, the view was very good, and there was no obstruction, but for an ordinary person, it might not be clear. The main reason was that Chi Xuan, the owner of a candy shop, was not of high status, and he was able to come in because Shi Hanwen, the head of Songyan Peak, had real power. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of an ordinary person like Chi Xuan. Before the ceremony began, the competition of the 9 major sects kicked off. There were only 5 rounds of fighting, with a small number of participants, and each round was carried out at the same time. After all, the main event was the ceremony, not the competition. The sect competition was more like a warm-up atmosphere, and it was naturally impossible for it to take over the main event. Chi Xuan's eyes were on Zuofan. After practicing the pure Yang Wuji hard method and the Xiantian Lihua sword method, the other party's strength could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds with the pure Yang fire seed in his brow. In the first 3 rounds, he advanced very smoothly, and no one could take his move. This dark horse immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, especially the advertising slogans on his chest and back, which made everyone look strange. Especially Shi Hanwen. He wanted to know how Qi Xueyan persuaded Zhou Fan to wear this clothes. Of course, he wanted to know more about how Zhou Fan had this strength. Zhou Fan was a celebrity in Songyan Peak, so Shi Hanwen had naturally heard of him, but he only knew that he was the last one. He was arranged to be a stepping stone for the internal candidate, but he didn't expect to turn around and have such strong strength. The winner is the one who cuts melons and vegetables along the way. It was not until the 4th round that he met the elite disciples of other sects, and he was not killed instantly. The 2 spiritual arts that the uncle gave me are a bit too strong. Zhou Fan muttered softly, watching the last round of the competition begin. When he first started practicing, he felt that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven, and he had to ask Qi Xueyan for advice almost every afternoon. After practicing until now, he didn't even dare to say that he had mastered this spiritual art, and he was still wandering outside the door. However, even with this progress of spiritual arts, he was able to make it to the finals. If he really mastered it, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? So he suspected that these 2 spiritual arts were probably at the same level as the 9 Yang True Fire Red Dragon art of the Yangwang sect. Otherwise, how could it be so strong? However, his thoughts were soon interrupted, and someone came over and looked him up and down. Your blazing sword chi is very strong. Although I don't know how you cultivated it, it is definitely not something that an ordinary disciple like you can possess. The one who came was a young man with an arrogant attitude, and his strength was much stronger than Zhou Fan. Qinshin, the pride of the Red Sun Peak? What's the matter? Zhou Fan asked. Before this, he was naturally no match for the other party. But now it is not necessarily the case. I make a bet with you. If I win, you will give me the cultivation skills of blazing sword chi, Qinshin said. After hearing this, Zhou Fan did not answer immediately, but waited for the other party's follow-up. After all, if you win, you want his things, so you must give him something good if you lose. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he still didn't get any follow-up from the other party. Don't say? I take it as your consent. Qinshin smiled. Wait a minute. Zhou Fan stopped Qinshin, who was about to leave, and asked, You only said what I have to pay if you win. Why didn't you say what you have to pay if you lose? Lose? Oh, how could I lose? Qinshin said proudly. He was the first place chosen by his own head, so there was no reason for him to lose. Of course, his strength and qualifications were also involved, not just his relationship. Otherwise, he would be useless, and the head of Yangwang sect would not choose him. And he couldn't just give up. He had to go all out, otherwise it would be really ugly. After the ceremony, remember to compile it into a book and send it to me, Qinshin said, turned around and left without even looking at Zhou Fan. This made Zhou Fan doubt his life. Is the other party's logic normal? It's definitely not normal. This is just robbing by trickery. Zhou Fan reacted. After comparing the situations of both parties, Zhou Fan smiled. Your strength is not as good as mine. The other party's spiritual power is not as pure as his own, and his spiritual skills are not as powerful as his own. Of the 2 spiritual skills, only Xiantian Li Hua's sword technique is used for fighting, while pure Yang Wuji hard technique is different. It is used to extract, quench, and enhance one's own spiritual power. After practicing to the entry level, one can even transform his spiritual energy into pure Yang spiritual power, with Yang and fire attributes. With Xiantian Li Hua's sword technique, it can be said to be extremely powerful. Although he does not have Yang and fire spiritual power now, the quality, quantity, and even control of his spiritual power have been greatly improved. So he was not really afraid of the other party. As for the lack of resources, this was indeed a hard gap, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had not lived up to expectations before, so he could not blame others. About 10 minutes later, the last round of the finals officially began. Zhou Fan went on stage, found a corner, and the Li Hua's sword energy in his hand emerged, turning into a long sword formed by flames, with sharp, high temperature, solid, and light effects. He looked at his opponent with burning eyes. This final was a melee, and whoever lost slowly would be the first. Some people chose to defend, and some chose to take the initiative to attack. Zhou Fan was naturally the latter. He raised his hand and set off a fire. The Li Hua's sword emerged with spots of sparks scattered, and before everyone could react, it quickly turned into a sea of fire, creating a field advantage for himself. Everyone was shocked. Such a large area of spiritual arts consumed a lot of spiritual power. After paving the field advantage, they could not perform many spiritual arts. However, Zhou Fan's innate Li Hua sword technique is not only a spiritual technique, but also a sword technique, which is a magic and physical dual attack. With the cooperation of pure Yang hard technique, he was like a fish in water in the sea of fire he created, and his own strength was temporarily increased. The Lihua's sword turned into a long rainbow and pointed directly at the nearest disciple of his sect. Zhuo Fan thought about eliminating Shin, the arrogant guy, first, but the other party was from the same sect as him after all, and it would be easy to be criticized if he really took action. The melee started in an instant, and Zhuo Fan eliminated several disciples of his sect at a very fast speed, and this record was still soaring. The whole process was truly amazing. I didn't expect that there was such a genius in your Tsangyan Peak. It must be quite difficult for you, Master Shi, to hide yourself on weekdays. It's just that his personality is a bit eccentric. Su Xiang, the head of the Yangwang sect, stroked his beard and couldn't help but praise him. The so-called eccentricity is naturally the advertisement sewn on the clothes. As for the possibility that Zhuo Fan might have robbed the first place of Shin, a disciple of his cheery peak, Su Xiang didn't care at all. They have arranged everything for you, Shin, and you were robbed by others, so who can you blame? Anyway, the final winners are all disciples of the Yangwang sect, and Su Xiang will naturally not favor one over the other. As long as this piece of meat is rotten in the pot, there will be no problem with the reputation. Whether Zhuo Fan or Shin wins the championship, it's the same. He is the head of the Yangwang sect, not Shin's father. How could he deliberately interfere with the competition because of such a small matter? This has nothing to do with me. Zhuo Fan was not very strong before. It could be that he has accumulated a lot of experience and then released it. Shi Hanwen was also confused. Who would have thought that a person who always shouted that he wanted to be the head of Yangwang sect could actually rely on the blazing sword chi to suppress the geniuses of various sects? As for the blazing sword chi not being able to release the sea of fire, in fact, it can. Zhuo Fan has learned the whole set, including the subsequent large blazing sword chi. Su Xiang glanced at Shi Hanwen and didn't say anything. It's not that he didn't believe it, but it was indeed rare. The phrase accumulating a lot and then releasing it is extremely rare in the group of spiritual masters. Most of the time, before you can release it, people are already dead in the stage of accumulating a lot. Then his eyes turned back to the field, and the battle was nearing its end. Now, only Zhuo Fan and Shin from their Yangwang sect were left on the final stage. Shin's face was somewhat unbelievable. He did not expect that the other party could still have enough spiritual power to fight after performing such a large-scale spiritual technique. You are very good, enough to be my opponent. Shin used his spiritual power to isolate a small foothold in the sea of fire, and said to Zhuo Fan with a stern look, "But the first place is still mine. It's not too late to admit defeat now." In Shin's opinion, Zhuo Fan was already exhausted. Even for him, it was not easy to deal with so many other disciples of his sect, who were also geniuses at one time. However, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes. Although he was no longer in his prime, he still had 30% of his strength left. You are too arrogant, so arrogant that you are unwilling to look down at the road under your feet. Zhuo Fan knew that the other party was different from him. He had been a child of heaven since he was a child, so naturally he was arrogant. Arrogant? I just told the truth, Shin said disdainfully, raising his hand to perform a spiritual technique. But Zhuo Fan was faster. Fire trees and silver flowers. The moves of innate Lihua's sword technique were used, and the Lihua's sword in Zhuo Fan's hand turned into brilliant fireworks. With one move, if it weren't for the spiritual technique applied on the stage, Shin would have died on the spot. With just one spiritual technique, Shin fell off the stage and became the second place directly. This is impossible, Shin reacted, with an unbelievable look on his face. He, the first place that was predetermined, actually lost. This was too ridiculous. Yu Shin stared at Zhuo Fan on the stage, his eyes full of unwillingness, and wanted to say something. But before he could speak, Zhuo Fan on the stage spoke first. A century-old Candyman inheritance, high-quality syrup exclusively for the Yangwang School. Choose Tang's Candy Shop No. 7 Sanyan Peak Commercial Street for candy. Zhuo Fan shouted the advertising slogan with a little shame. Faced with such an abstract scene, not only Shin, but also the head of Yangwang sect, the Peak Master and others, all twitched their eyes. Zhuo Fan not only embroidered it on the front and back of his clothes, but also shouted it out. Chapter 488. The incident in the sect competition passed quickly. Because of this incident, Chi Xuan's Tang's Candy Shop became famous overnight. Anyway, the 9 major sects knew that there was such a shop, and even many disciples of the sects wanted to go and have a look before returning. There must be something unique that could make the first place in the sect competition so respected. The first 3 rounds of the competition were watered, But even if there was an internal decision in the last 2 rounds, it still needed hard power. And Xuefan, the first place, was even more crushing. Few people could withstand 3 moves from him. Among the disciples of the same generation, it can be said that he was ridiculously strong. Then, the ceremony began. After the beauty enhancement, the head of the Yangwang sect, Su Xiang, appeared on the stage. 9 lifelike, fierce and mighty red dragons made of flame surrounded him, and a big sun appeared behind each red dragon's head. This is the 9-fire True Yang Red Dragon technique, one of the 2 major sect-stabilizing spiritual arts of the Yangwang sect. At the same time, behind Su Xiang, a burly and majestic god followed. This is Yang Yinling, designed as a dharma. 1 technique and 1 spirit, Su Xiang is a strong man. This satisfied Su Xiang's vanity. The ceremony went smoothly, and nothing bloody happened. After all, Yangwang sect is the largest sect in the world, and many sects came to watch the ceremony. How blind they must be to choose to die at this time. Do you really think that the first place of Yangwang sect is selected? They won it by hard power. Not to mention that at this critical moment, security, protection, etc. are all of the highest level, and even if something happens, it can be extinguished in the first time. After watching the ceremony, it was time to eat. There will be more attractions later. They came from afar, so we won't let them go after watching. We have to treat them well anyway. All the people who came to watch the ceremony were arranged with seats, and Qi Xuan was also one. After sitting at the table, Qi Xuan didn't say anything, just lowered his head and ate. Others were different, toasting to improve their connections, but no one disliked it. At most, they would look at me once or twice, and no one would care at all. What if they don't need it? Uncle, you really came here for the banquet. Xuefan broke free from all the social etiquette, and when he looked up, he saw Qi Xuan holding a plate and showing off his food everywhere. What else? How can I talk to them? Qi Xuan swallowed the meat, and then said, "We are not related, and I am selling candy, so there is no benefit." That makes sense. Xuefan thought, when he was just a last-place person, no one cared about him at all. Now that he has gained power, all the people around him are good people. I'm full, I'm going back, what about you? Qi Xuan said, and put the plate on the table. Xuefan's coming here directly attracted a lot of people, and he didn't want to be entangled by these social customs. Through observing words and expressions, emotional perception, etc., Qi Xuan actually wanted to do these social customs very easily. However, if there is no value, he naturally doesn't bother to do these. He doesn't even want to pretend. When Qi Xuan left, Xuefan also planned to leave with him. He is not very good at these things. No one stopped the 2 from leaving, and they left the banquet hall soon. On the way, Xuefan saw that there were not many people around, so he asked about his doubts. "Uncle, what's the situation with the 2 spiritual arts you gave me?" "A little spiritual art passed down from my family is not a good thing," Qi Xuan said slowly. "But I always feel that this is not ordinary." Xuefan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "The 9-fire true red dragon art of the sect leader seems to be inferior to this innate fire sword technique." "Illusion." Qi Xuan continued, "How dare you compare with your sect leader? I think you still have to be down to earth." It must be said that Xuefan really didn't think wrong. It's just that Qi Xuan couldn't really tell the other party, but had to let the other party find out for himself. That's right, but Xuefan was still not sure. Qi Xuan interrupted the other party before he finished speaking, and said, "Even if we don't mention your leader, Yang Huangzhenren is extremely talented. How dare you compare with the founder of the sect?" That makes sense. Xuefan didn't say anything after Qi Xuan mentioned Yang Huangzhenren. The 2 quickly returned to their residence, which was a temporary residence, but Shinchen had been waiting here for a long time. His eyes ignored Qi Xuan and fell on Xuefan. "You beat me, I am very dissatisfied, you are just a spiritual master from the lower house. Why can you compare with me?" Shinchen's tone was dissatisfied. He could lose to other people of extraordinary origin, but how could he be willing to lose to such a person with a poor identity, insufficient status, and once the last one? The reward for the first place was enough to make him jealous, but it was taken away by such a person, which was simply a slap in his face. The most important thing is that he had already advertised himself as the first place beforehand, but he was snatched away by such an unknown person. What about his face? If you feel dissatisfied, you can go to the headmaster instead of coming to me. Xuefan was also very speechless about Shinchen's idea. It's not that he cheated or attacked, he defeated you and won the championship openly. Besides, it's useless to go to him now, if you are dissatisfied. There is no need to go to the headmaster for such a small matter. As long as you publicly admit that you are not as good as others, and then give me the first place reward, Shinshin said. As soon as these words came out, Chi Suan was shocked. Then he worked hard to get the first place, but he still got the resources of the second place? Chi Suan was also a little confused. He didn't know what the other party was thinking. Shinshin looked at Chi Suan with a fool's eyes and said, "It's a beautiful idea. That's compensation for me." As soon as these two sentences came out, Zuofan's face also became gloomy. He is heartless, but that doesn't mean he is indifferent when people bully him. Go away, I will report this matter to Master Shifeng truthfully, and let him give me justice. You are of extraordinary origin, but I am also a disciple of Song Yifeng. I won the first place in this competition, and my status is no worse than yours. Zuofan no longer thought about making peace at this time. He took a step back, hoping that the other party would also take a step back, and then it would be better to resolve the feud than to create it. As disciples of the Yanwang sect, they would meet each other in the future. But his concession made the other party even more aggressive. This really annoyed him. So he just tore his face off and scolded the other party. As for revenge, Zuofan showed his potential and qualifications far beyond the other party. Since he was the first in the competition, he was a rising star of the Yanwang sect. It was good enough that he didn't take revenge on him. If the other party dared to take revenge on him, then don't blame Zuofan for being ruthless. Shinshin was also very angry when he heard this. You took my first place, and you are still so arrogant. You wait. Shinshin was directly broken by Zuofan's scolding. Then he left cursing. With such a bad mentality, how did you practice until now? Chi Suan also complained. I have inquired about it. This Shinshin has an extraordinary family background, good talent, and sufficient resources. So it has been very smooth so far, and there has been no setbacks. Even this time, the first place was actually given to him. It was just that I snatched it away halfway. If it weren't for the two spiritual arts you gave me, I really wouldn't be his opponent. Zuofan was helpless about this. The more Chi Suan listened, the more he felt something was wrong. That's not right. Since he has an extraordinary family background, it shouldn't be like this. How can a rich family be so stupid? Then Chi Suan began to check the data. He suspected that Shinshin's intelligence was reduced. It was naturally not Chi Suan's protagonist Halo who took action. What intersection could he and Shinshin have? So the suspect was Zuofan's unformed protagonist Halo. After winning the championship, the progress of the protagonist Halo on the other party increased significantly. After checking, it was true. But not only was his intelligence reduced, but he also attracted a mocking Halo. Otherwise, how could he stare at Zuofan and bite him like a mad dog? I don't know about that. I'm not from a wealthy family. Zuofan spread his hands, indicating that he had no solution. But I can be sure of one thing, that is, I will be in trouble. Uncle, you take care of yourself. I'm afraid that Shinshin is not smart enough to target you. I will try my best to deal with him, and won't let him affect you. Zuofan must have chosen to protect Chi Suan. Chi Suan's kindness to him is not small at all. Fortunately, I don't think he dares. Chi Suan said bluntly. If the other party dares to target him, even if he has a little idea, Chi Suan can directly detect it. Not to mention taking action. Even if it is in the plan, Chi Suan can directly crush him to death. He is cultivating his character, but this premise is that the other party has not provoked him. If he really provoked him, let alone Shinshin, he will kill everyone in the entire Yanwang sect. Being a vegetarian now doesn't mean you will be a vegetarian in the future. It's just that you're tired of eating fish and meat, so you can get some extra grease for yourself. With his brain, I think he dares. Zuofan disagreed with Chi Suan's words. If Shinshin's brain was normal, Zuofan would not worry, but the other party's brain looked like it was defective, and there was no possibility of normality at all. Yes, he is indeed confused, but it's okay, I have a friendship with Master Shi. No matter how extraordinary Shinshin's background is, can he compare with Master Shi? Chi Suan didn't care about this at all. It's true that he can't compare with Master Shi, but Master Shi is busy with affairs, and I'm afraid he can't take care of Uncle all the time. So I think, instead of waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative. Zuofan chatted with Chi Suan and found that there was no need to wait for the other party to take action, and he could take the initiative. Uncle, you take a rest here? I go out for a while. The banquet should not be over yet. It's a good time to deal with it. After saying that, Zuofan hurried to the banquet hall without waiting for Chi Suan's response. Chapter 489. Zuofan's request soon caused quite a stir at the banquet. This caused dissatisfaction among the headmaster and the heads of the various peaks. The dissatisfaction was not only directed at Shin-Chun, but also at Zhuo-Fan. For things like this, they could talk about it privately, and there was no need to make it so ugly. There were not only the Yangwang sect, but also the other 8 sects. In addition, there were famous families, etc. Once this matter was spoken out, it could not be concealed, so it became a big deal. Under such pressure, it was not good to raise it high and let it go lightly, otherwise it would not only affect the reputation of the Yangwang sect, but also affect the internal unity. People won the first place in public, but they had to give it up because of their poor background. Is this reasonable? You know, there are many disciples like Zhuo-Fan who were orphans and adopted by the Yangwang sect since childhood, and they even occupy the majority of the middle and low levels, and there are also many in the upper levels. Dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction, but this trend must be stopped as soon as possible, otherwise the various means of the 8 major sects against the Yangwang sect will follow one after another. Even if it doesn't fall apart, it will be severely damaged. Later, Shin-Chun, his parents and the corresponding forces were detained and investigated, and the result could not be dealt with overnight. If the background is big enough, it is likely to be a small punishment and a big warning, and then downplay it. After all, the top leaders of the Yangwang sect have more to consider. The fact that they have this power shows that they have a foundation, and it is impossible to deal with it directly. Because of this incident, the banquet was dispersed early. Then everyone went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Qi Suiyan returned to his candy shop and continued to mess around. However, the business became extremely hot, but Qi Suiyan continued as usual. This kind of enthusiasm did not last long. It died down after 2 or 3 days and returned to its previous state. Not everyone was willing to come to Sanyan Peak just to eat a bite of candy. The customers were still the local people and Sanyan Peak disciples. What a rare guest. The Peak Master's visit really made me feel honored. In the afternoon, Qi Suiyan looked up and saw Shi Hanwen coming, and then he spoke. I can't compare with Boss Tang. Your Tang's candy shop is famous in 9 sections. Shi Hanwen teased after he came. Then he sat down and said, Zhuo-Fan said that he won the championship because of your guidance? I dare not say guidance. I am not a spiritual master. I just helped a little. Qi Suiyan responded. Since the end of the competition, Qi Suiyan has only met Zhuo-Fan once. He was arranged to go to the Qian spirit realm for training. Zhuo-Fan is now the seat of the leader of the Yangwang sect. As long as he can grow up, he will be qualified to compete for the leader. I really want to know what kind of small favor you helped him to make a sudden breakthrough from the last place to the first place. This is incredible. The leader also asked Zhuo-Fan, but he refused to say. So I can only ask you. Shi Hanwen said. Qi Suiyan picked up the tea at hand, took a sip of tea and said, I think highly of him, so I gave him 2 spiritual arts passed down in my family. These 2 spiritual arts are very compatible with the blazing sword Qi, so he has this strength. Shi Hanwen heard Qi Suiyan's explanation. Although he agreed, he knew that it was not enough. There is no problem with the spiritual arts, which can convince me. But I have inquired, Zhuo-Fan's aptitude is not good. Even if he has 2 spiritual arts as compensation, he can't reach this level. His aptitude has been improved. Shi Hanwen can become the master of a peak, so he has good eyesight. So he saw through the essence at a glance. It's just that his level is too low, so he can't detect the pure yang fire between Zhuo-Fan's eyebrows. One of my spiritual arts can improve aptitude. Qi Suiyan did not lie, and the pure yang Wuji hard method he wrote did have this function. But if you want to fully play it, you need the pure yang fire. Your 2 spiritual arts are not ordinary, so the head asked me to ask you if you can give them to the Yangwang sect. You can propose conditions. Shi Hanwen came here, of course, with a goal. In fact, he and the head of the sect Su Xiang had already guessed this possibility, but it was hard to say it openly. And this is also the opportunity that Zhuo-Fan, as a disciple, got himself. It would be best if Zhuo-Fan was willing to hand it over, but they couldn't force him to hand it over if he didn't want to. This trend couldn't be allowed, otherwise the Yangwang sect would be in chaos. Therefore, after some discussion, they quickly locked on Qi Suiyan, the owner of Tang's sugar shop. Shi Hanwen tried, and Qi Suiyan didn't hide it, so they came to this step. It means that you can ask for it, but you may not agree. After Qi Suiyan said this, he said, I guess when Master Shi Feng came, he already had a price. Don't mind quoting a price. Shi Hanwen was not surprised by what Qi Suiyan said, and then he said, 2 benefits. Your sugar shop can be a direct industry of the Yangwang sect, so you don't have to worry about anyone coming to cause trouble. From now on, your descendants for the next 3 generations can directly become disciples of the Yangwang sect. How can I explain these two benefits? They are too lacking in sincerity. The first one is to take over his shop empty-handed, and the property rights will belong to the Yangwang sect. If someone takes advantage of this topic one day, they can directly take away the shop. The second one is even more outrageous. Qi Xuan has no descendants, so this recommendation is basically a waste for him, and it is only limited to 3 generations. Qi Xuan's 2 spiritual arts are enough to take the Yangwang sect to a higher level. The first benefit from Master Shifeng is to show that the Shen family can't touch Zhuo Fan, nor can they touch an outsider like me. Qi Xuan immediately understood what the other party meant. It's nothing more than looking at Qi Xuan's sincerity. Anyway, Qi Xuan is not a disciple of the Yangwang sect, but just an outsider. If it is given, everyone will benefit, and they will give a little face to the Yangwang sect. But if you don't give it to them, there are ways to make them give it up, and they can even take your life afterwards. It's true that Yangwang sect is the largest sect in the world, but it doesn't mean that everything is upright and above board. There are still a lot of dirty things in it. It's just that everyone cares about face, so they didn't tear each other apart. Now Qi Xuan is unwilling to give them face, so they don't need to get Qi Xuan face. You can't say that. This is also for your own good, Boss Tang. Shi Hanwen responded. As for saying that no one would give them beauty without Qi Xuan, how could the top leaders of Yangwang sect be so stupid as to sacrifice their real interests for some false appearances to survive until now? It would be best if we could have them without affecting our interests, but now, compared with spiritual arts, they are not worth much at all. According to the speculation of Su Xiang, the head of Yangwang sect, the 2 spiritual arts on Zhuo Fan are not inferior to their sect's spiritual arts. As the world's largest sect only has 2, Qi Xuan, an ordinary person, actually has the same number of them. He must keep them well for the other party. These 2 spiritual arts are extraordinary. It is also dangerous to keep them in the hands of Boss Tang. On the contrary, if we give them to our Yangwang sect, we can not only make full use of them, but also ensure the safety of Boss Tang. Shi Hanwen stopped pretending and asked for them directly, but he said it more tactfully, and there was a part of threat in his tone. Qi Xuan shook his head. Give it, yes, you bring the heads of the Shen family to me, and I will give you the originals immediately. Really? Shi Hanwen didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. Yes, seriously, Qi Xuan said with a smile. His things are not so easy to get. At that time, only some slight modifications are needed, and these 2 spiritual arts will have various defects. There may even be side effects such as shortened life and physical injury. I am just an ordinary person. How can I have the courage to deceive Master Shifeng? Qi Xuan's attitude change made Shi Hanwen suspicious. You are not going to give me an incomplete one. How is it possible? It is definitely complete, but I have to tell you in advance that spiritual art practice varies from person to person, and you also know this. Zhuo Fan can practice it, but I can't. You can see this. So if the disciples of Yangwang sect fail to practice or have any problems, it has nothing to do with me. Qi Xuan gave a shot of precaution. He was going to add negative effects to these 2 spiritual arts while retaining the effects. Of course, as long as it is true and complete, it has nothing to do with Boss Tang if it fails to practice or has problems. Shi Hanwen also had a premise. If Qi Xuan gave a fake or deliberately modified it, he would definitely not let him go. I gave the original, Qi Xuan said lightly. Qi Xuan naturally knows the craft of aging. I don't say how superb the skills are, but it's still possible to fool them. Okay, it's a deal. Before dark, I will let you see the heads of everyone in the Shen family. And from now on, no one will disturb Boss Tang's business. Shi Hanwen gave it directly. They didn't mind whether Qi Xuan lived or died. Anyway, as long as the spiritual arts fell into their hands, they didn't have to kill him. If something happens to people at the foot of Songyan Peak, it means that the Yangwang sect is doomed. The world's largest sect can't even protect one person, so they should not think about the problem of spiritual arts leaking, but should consider their future. That's it? No support and publicity, Qi Xuan said. Of course. After Shi Hanwen settled the matter, he was no longer serious but went down kindly. Boss Tang's beauty design is not only liked by our Yangwang sect, but also by many people in other sects. Boss Tang will have to help me more when the time comes. Shi Hanwen is also flexible, and changed his face in an instant. No, thank you Master Shifeng for your help. Qi Xuan took advantage of the situation and said, Master Shifeng, I won't charge you for this order. How can that be? One thing is another. Shi Hanwen suddenly frowned and said, today's matter is thanks to Boss Tang, and future business will also rely on Boss Tang. How can I not charge you for this? Chapter 490. 2 improved spiritual arts were quickly delivered to the head of the Yangwang sect in exchange for the heads of the Shin family. There was nothing wrong with the content, even if they went to Zuofan to check. However, there would be all kinds of messy side effects. It's not that it can't be practiced, but there are serious sequelae, and this sequelae will not break out immediately. On the contrary, it will depend on the differences in the human body, forming different time nodes, different sequelae and side effects, etc., so everyone's symptoms and outbreak stages are different. Some people may have better genes, so they won't be fatal, that is, paralysis or something like that. If the Yangwang sect doesn't spread, at most some high-level people will suffer. Qi Xuan will no longer care about it later. Anyway, whoever practices will pay the price, so there is no need to keep a close eye on it. Revenge is actually simple, it's nothing more than finding an opportunity to do it. Now that the Yangwang sect is still useful, Qi Xuan is not going to kill directly, but to toss slowly. When it's no longer valuable, then crush it. The existence of Yangwang sect can improve the degree of the protagonist halo of Zuofan. You have to wait until he changes the map before you can kill him. Otherwise, Qi Xuan will either give up the research or pay for it out of his own pocket. Qi Xuan is unwilling to choose either of the two options, so he can only let Yangwang sect support him. After entering Yangwang sect with 2 spiritual arts, the first to practice is naturally the head of the sect, Su Ziang. The other party had the experience of practicing the 9-fire true Yang Red Dragon art before, and he also got started very quickly with the pure Yang Wuji Heart method and the Xiantian Lihua's sword. Zuofan had not yet entered, but he entered first. This is also normal. Without sufficient qualifications and understanding, how can you become the head of the sect? In addition, with a high position and power, various resources are naturally indispensable. After entering the sect, Su Ziang did not realize that there was anything wrong, but was ecstatic. The owner of this Tang's candy shop is really sensible. Both spiritual arts are real, and there are not many omissions. To say that these 2 spiritual arts, although each one is slightly inferior to the spiritual arts of my Yangwang sect, they complement each other and are extremely mysterious. More importantly, the difficulty of cultivation is lower. Su Ziang's words were half true and half false. The fake one is naturally inferior to the spiritual arts of his Yangwang sect, and is actually much stronger. But he couldn't say this, wouldn't it be a loss of face for his family, and it was not good to belittle too much, so he could only take a step back. This person really knows the times. Shi Hanwen followed up with a sentence. He brought the spiritual art, and he would not leave until it was confirmed. Then should we solve it, so that he won't recite it and spread it out in the future? Shi Hanwen added. He has a good relationship with Qi Xuan? What kind of relationship is that? It's nothing more than some transactions. No need, the other party gave it so straightforwardly, and he is also a meritorious person. My Yangwang sect is not so despicable. Su Ziang naturally rejected it. They are not murderers. The benefits have been obtained, and the matter has not been made ugly. There is no need to kill again. What? The Shin family died? It doesn't matter. Even if they don't die this time, the Shin family will lose half their lives. For the absurd thing Shin did, without Qi Xuan's request, he would at least be exiled afterwards. It would be better if he died, and used as a typical example to scare the monkeys, so that no one would be so confused in the future. Yes, master. I don't know if these 2 spiritual arts, the peak masters. Shi Hanwen looked at them eagerly, meaning that they also wanted to learn them. Judging from Su Ziang's progress in cultivation, the difficulty is not as great as their sect-defining spiritual arts. It is not that Su Ziang, the head of the Yangwang sect, restricts them from practicing the sect-defining spiritual arts, but that they simply cannot practice them. The difficulty is too great. Even the head of the sect, Su Ziang, only cultivated the 9-fire true Yang Red Dragon art at this age, and the other spiritual art is even more powerless. And now, being able to enter in a short period of time means that they also have a great chance of entering. In terms of qualifications and resources, they are indeed not as good as Su Ziang, but at most it will take more time. I have already copied it, you can copy it by yourself. Su Ziang is not a person who eats alone. He knows that the entire Yangwang sect is not only connected by ties and relationships, but also needs to be connected by interests. Otherwise, if you just draw a pie in the sky and don't give any substantial benefits, they will definitely be hypocritical over time. Besides, spiritual arts are very valuable to the middle and lower levels, and they need to work hard to obtain them, but they are really worthless to the upper levels. It is not that they will disappear after being used once, and they can be used repeatedly. It is naturally good to be able to win people's hearts. Hearing this, Shi Hanwen's face was also happy. Thank you, master. He hurriedly took the 2 copies of the spiritual arts and began to copy them. It didn't take long for him to finish copying. Then he returned the copy to Su Xiang. If other peak masters wanted it, they must come by themselves. They couldn't let Shi Hanwen deliver it to them. We are all equal. Why should he be a runner? Exquisite, really exquisite. But these 2 spiritual arts seem to have the shadow of the blazing sword chi? Could it be that they are derived from this spiritual art? Shi Hanwen quickly found some familiar places. This made Su Xiang smile. You are the opposite of Tian Gang. I think it must be that Yang Huangshenren and the ancestors of Tang's sugar shop had an intersection in the past. So he watched these 2 spiritual arts, and then there was the blazing sword chi. It should be the blazing sword chi of my Yang Huang school, which was derived from these 2 spiritual arts. Su Xiang seriously corrected Shi Hanwen's mistake and gave his own guess. That's right. There is no saying that the grandfather looks like the grandson. Shi Hanwen heard it, and it made sense. What qualifications does the Yangwang sect's blazing sword chi have to be the source of these 2 spiritual arts? But the sect master has to change the origin, so as not to harm Boss Tang, who is just a candy shop owner. How can you bear the name of these 2 spiritual arts? If they are leaked, I'm afraid you will encounter an accident. I think it's better to lie that they are the lost spiritual arts left by the founder of my Yangwang sect, and now they have been recovered. Shi Hanwen gave another suggestion. Taking someone else's will always have a flaw in reputation. If there is a capable person among the other party's descendants in the future, it will be a troublesome matter. It's better to just take it as your own. The main reason is that these 2 spiritual arts are so compatible with their Yangwang sect that no one will doubt it even if they are named Yangwang. After listening, Su Xiang did not answer immediately, but seriously considered the feasibility. After a long while he said, at this time, 2 points need to be solved. The first is the owner of Tang's sugar shop, but he knows the current situation, so you can just give him more compensation. The second is Sua Fan. With his qualifications, if he hadn't died halfway, he would at least be the master of a peak. I can't be partial to one and not let him see these 2 spiritual arts in the future. If he sees them, he will definitely have a grudge, so it's better to solve them in advance. Su Xiang pointed out these 2 difficulties. One is the copyright owner, and the other is his own, so it's handled properly. As for killing them to end everything, it can only be said that spiritual masters don't fight and kill, but are about human relationships. If everything is solved by killing, then their Yangwang sect will not be the world's largest sect, and will be destroyed by others. Leave this matter to me. Shi Hanwen thought for a while, and took it on. Sua Fan is his disciple of Songyan Peak. If he doesn't go, who will go? What if he is poached? After thinking about it, he still has to go in person to feel at ease. There is also competition within the Yangwang sect. Geniuses like Sua Fan are naturally the backbone of his Songyan Peak. However, many peak masters are eyeing Sua Fan. If even he himself is unwilling to pay attention to him, it is not impossible for him to be poached. As for Qi Xuan, that is also a matter of convenience. Okay, but there is no rush. Su Xiang said, Sua Fan has not returned from training yet. You should go and appease the owner of Tang's sugar shop first. This way, not only will you get twice the result with half the effort, but you will also be more relaxed. In Su Xiang's view, since the other party can give these 2 spiritual arts to Sua Fan, it means that there is affection. So as long as you handle it well, it is not difficult to appease Sua Fan. Master, what you said is very true. I will go ahead. Shi Hanwen did not need Su Xiang to remind him. He had his own ideas. But since Su Xiang said it, he naturally had to express his attitude. What can I say about these 2 people? They have conscience, but not much. Qi Xuan naturally read the communication between Su Xiang and Shi Hanwen. It can only be said that they are relatively fair, and will not take lives at will. If you change to a darker one, not only your spiritual art, but also your life will be taken. As the world's largest sect, there is still a pattern, but it is not big. However, if it were Qi Xuan, he might not be able to bear this greed. Understanding is understanding, but Qi Xuan did not think of letting them go. It's a pity that all the high-level people practice together. Qi Xuan's original idea was to annihilate the whole army, but now there is no leader. The mortality rate has dropped significantly. In fact, this development is normal. How can such a high-powered spiritual art be spread on a large scale? It will only be circulated in a small range. Even if it spreads, the middle and lower levels can't practice it. Without sufficient resources and experience, it's impossible to get started. It's not as difficult as the Yangwang sect defining spiritual arts, but it's not without difficulty. The threshold is there. Not everyone has the same luck as Sua Fan. Even if it's given to them, they can't practice it. Then, Chi Suiyan set his sights on Fei, who was still traveling in the universe. In addition to this planet, there are many planets that once had life and civilization, but they were all destroyed. The final result is the same, all of them were squeezed dry. This species that mainly plunders won't have starved to death. Chi Suiyan muttered. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but think of the mixed blood in the spiritual master. He suspected that the blood of the other half of this group of humans might be the cosmic species that caused the death of the planet. But he had no evidence, and these bloodlines were more like nodes and clones that were dispersed, not the source. The truth can probably only be found by promoting Zuofan's growth. After all, he is the protagonist and has this function. Chapter 491. Benefits. Chi Suiyan asked for benefits. Shi Hanwen persuaded Chi Suiyan with emotion and reason and asked him to hand over the ancestral spiritual arts to the other party. This is also to ensure your safety. Otherwise, if people from other sects know about this, the least will be uneasy, and the worst will be death. Shi Hanwen said earnestly. This means that he will not give it. This made Chi Suiyan's face darken, thinking about beating him to death later. He couldn't bear that the other party would train him to a state worse than death. But on second thought, beating the other party to death was too easy for him, so he might as well beat him to paralysis below the neck. Although Shi Hanwen is now in great glory, he has offended many people, not only in the sect, but also outside the sect. Chi Suiyan beat him to paralysis, and his life can be imagined. As the head of the sect, Su Xiang can save his life and prevent him from being tortured to death, but that's all. However, as long as he loses his strength and status, Su Xiang can't protect him forever. A cripple who has lost his value may be paid attention to for a while, but will naturally be forgotten afterwards. For Shi Hanwen, this is far more painful than death. Master Shi Feng, you are really calculating. But aren't you afraid that there are more than just me and my ancestry? Chi Suiyan complained. In other words, he made this up on the spot, otherwise, a force with these two spiritual arts passed down from generation to generation would be a force of some size, even if it is not as good as the Yanwang sect. Didn't you say that you are the only one left in your family? Shi Hanwen heard this. He had considered this issue before and asked Chi Suiyan, who swore that he was alone. Yes, I only said that I am the only one in my family, and I didn't say anything else. Chi Suiyan said slowly. After the family split up, it is naturally not the same family. This made Shi Hanwen's face darken. He had never expected Chi Suiyan to mean this. In this way, the trouble became more and more complicated. If we continue to talk like this, we can only wipe out the family if we want to completely obtain the ownership of these two spiritual arts. But the question is, where are the people? Don't worry, there is only my branch left. Since the things have been given to Yanwang sect, I don't plan to take them back. You can change the name by yourselves, and I won't tell anyone. As for Zuofan, you can handle it by yourselves, and I won't interfere too much. Chi Suiyan noticed Shi Hanwen, so he spoke to comfort him. He now wanted Shi Hanwen to get out of here quickly, and then beat him to paralysis on his way back. I had thought of leaving him some room to speak, but with his attitude just now, if I didn't beat him up so badly that his eyes were crooked and his mouth was drooling, I would be doing him a disservice. After Chi Suiyan said this, Shi Hanwen was also confused. He couldn't tell which of Chi Suiyan's words were true, and which were false. But since Chi Suiyan had said this, there was no need for him to delve deeper. Anyway, the goal had been achieved. It's good that you can understand the painstaking efforts of our Yanwang sect. We are doing this for your own good. Shi Hanwen looked like he had made a fortune. Chi Suiyan was also speechless. He remembered that he had used this kind of words to PUA the protagonist's halo. Now, someone dared to use it on himself without knowing whether to live or die. This is simply against Tiangang. Master Shi Feng should be fine now. I still need to prepare materials for tomorrow. Otherwise, please go back first. Chi Suiyan couldn't wait to drive him away. If this guy didn't leave, Chi Suiyan couldn't bear it anymore. He was ready to break his limbs on the spot, and then control him to leave and delete his memory. It was a little troublesome, but it was a relief. Shi Hanwen also heard Chi Suiyan's intention to drive him away, so he smiled and nodded. Then I won't bother you. He naturally understood that Chi Suiyan had resentment in his heart, so he naturally didn't like him very much. But Shi Hanwen didn't care. He was just an ordinary person. Yanwang sect had been generous enough. If it was other sects, you might not even be able to save your life. So even if there was resentment, what could it do? Could the other party still turn the world upside down? Then he got up and left directly, ready to return to Sangyan Peak to plan the next step. In his opinion, Chi Suiyan is easy to deal with, but Zuofan is not so easy to fool. As long as the other party grows up, at least he will be a peak master on an equal footing with him. If he is not handled well, it is easy to have estrangement and grudges. This must be a huge loss for Yangwang sect. Peak master, sure, take care. Come and sit often when you have time. Qi Suiyan sincerely hoped that the other party would come to sit with him when he was paralyzed and unconscious. Qi Suiyan will definitely give him shit-flavored chocolate when the time comes. Okay, definitely. Shirhanwen also said politely, and then left Qi Suiyan's Tang's candy shop. He traveled in a simple manner, without any carriages or sedan chairs, let alone riding horses, but mainly walked. After all, as the leader of Songyan Peak, he was the best in the world, and he could run faster and more powerful than a horse. Riding in a carriage or sedan chair would be even slower. As the leader of a peak, efficiency was the key. On the way back to Songyan Peak, Shirhanwen suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. The good news was that he did not faint, but the bad news was that he had completely lost consciousness from the neck down, and his spiritual power was completely broken and continuously dissipated from his body. All this happened so fast that he did not react, and he stumbled to the ground and could not get up. When he opened his mouth, he could not even say a complete sentence, and could only breathe out. Now, the only thing he could move was his eyelids, and his mouth could not even close, and his face looked very stiff. This feeling was too uncomfortable, and he could only collapse on the ground helplessly. He could smell the smell of soul, and he could also feel the absurdity when his face touched the ground. Shirhanwen had no idea what had happened to him. He just moved forward normally, and then he became this terrible. What was even more unfortunate was that no one passed by this section of the road, and he was worried that he might not be able to hold on for long. Once he lost his spiritual power, his strength would be greatly weakened, and he might even die here due to lack of water, hunger, and other reasons. Fortunately, his worries did not come true. A disciple of Song Yefeng who was on a mission passed by here, and saw Shirhanwen lying on the ground. The other party saw that Shirhanwen's clothes were not simple. Although he didn't see his face, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Then he helped him up, and saw Shirhanwen with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Master Shirfeng. The disciple was also shocked. He didn't expect that the high-spirited Shirhanwen would become like this. Shirhanwen tried hard to speak, but his body couldn't support his thoughts at all. In the end, it could only be such a movement. Seeing this, the disciple hurriedly carried Shirhanwen up the mountain, and soon a doctor came to see him. At this time, Shirhanwen was placed in the lobby, and an old doctor was taking his pulse. Spiritual power is disordered, blood and qi are out of balance. But he is strong and healthy. The old doctor took his pulse, and was also confused. It stands to reason that Shirhanwen should not have this kind of disease, but it was beyond his expectations. After thinking for a long time, the old doctor could only say, "I can't do anything about this matter. The person who did it is much stronger than Master Shirfeng. At least he must be as strong as the head. And the spiritual technique used is also extremely cruel. Master Shirfeng has no injuries on his body, but he is paralyzed. This behavior is probably not for killing, but for revenge. Master Shirfeng should think about whether he has offended any hidden strongmen recently." The old doctor shook his head and wrote a prescription. "Go get the medicine according to the prescription. It will make Master Shirfeng feel better. As for the cure, if he has this ability, then he will be the head of Yangwang sect, not Su Xiang." When Shirhanwen heard this, his eyes widened, and he looked unbelievable. His illness was so serious. This was too outrageous. By the way, remember to invite the head and his family. This is not a trivial matter. Master Shirfeng is not in good condition, and may die at any time. Before leaving, the old doctor also said. He was not optimistic about Shirhanwen's current condition. When this was said, everyone was a little flustered. "You want to leave with me?" Zhou Fan looked at this weak Yangyan spirit. This was the most powerful spirit in the red flame spirit realm. It had just been born, so it was extremely rare and weak. Compared with the Yangyan spirit of the head of the Yangwang sect, it was naturally very different. When Zhou Fan found it, the other party seemed to be attracted by something on him. He suspected that it was one of the pure Yang Wuji heart method or innate fire sword method given to him by Qi Suiyan. After all, he only had these two special spiritual arts, and the others were not worth mentioning. Yang Yanling was slightly frivolous and confirmed. "Okay, as long as I have a bite to eat, I won't let you eat less." Zhou Fan would naturally not refuse. A Yang Yanling can be said to be the pursuit of everyone in the entire Yangwang sect. However, except for the head, others can't get the recognition of Yang Yanling, and it's hard to meet it in this red flame spirit world. So what reason does he have to choose to refuse? After he said this, Yang Yanling directly turned into a flame and merged into his brow. At first, he felt a burning sensation, but as time passed, it subsided a little bit. Disappeared? But I can use the flame of Yang in spirit now. And it can increase my spiritual power, making the Yang fire of my pure Yang Wuji heart technique and Xietian Lihua's sword technique more powerful. It even speeds up the transformation of my spiritual power into Yang fire. It is indeed a top-level fire spirit. It has allowed me to have a remarkable growth after just the initial fusion. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 492. After receiving the news that Shi Hanwen was in trouble, Su Xiang rushed to Sanyan Peak as soon as possible. Shi Hanwen had been moved to his bedroom, and all his family members were crowded inside. Fortunately, it was not noisy, but very quiet. How did it become like this? Tell me about it. Su Xiang asked in a deep voice. Shi Hanwen's eldest son came out and told the situation in general. The content was also incoherent, that is, a disciple met Shi Hanwen who was in trouble on the way back to the peak. As for how the accident happened and why it happened, he didn't know anything. This made Su Xiang frown. He was indeed stronger than Shi Hanwen in strength, but if he was asked to come, it would be absolutely impossible to make Shi Hanwen become like this so quietly. Is there no trace of fighting on the road? Shi Hanwen asked the key question. Yes, we have sent people to check again, and there are no signs of fighting. Father was most likely attacked by surprise. Shi Hanwen's eldest son speculated. A surprise attack is indeed possible, but that requires Su Xiang's strength, and even if it is a surprise attack, it is impossible to do it so cleanly. It is more like a combination of overwhelming strength and surprise attack that can make Shi Hanwen like this. Even if it is him, unless he uses the 9-fire True Yang Red Dragon technique to sneak attack Shi Hanwen, it is possible to kill him instantly. However, this is only killing, not turning the opponent into this kind of inhuman appearance. For the Yangwang sect, a peak master becoming like this is a huge blow to both strength and reputation. He probably has a lot of trouble to deal with. Don't make this matter public. The person who did it is not ordinary. Su Xiang was not sure that he could defeat the attacker. Since the opponent could successfully attack Shi Hanwen, he could naturally attack himself successfully. His strength is indeed stronger than Shi Hanwen, but not to the extent of qualitative change. These words made everyone in the bedroom pause. As the head of Yangwang sect, Su Xiang actually said such a thing. You know, although the 4 words number 1 in the world did not fall on Su Xiang, Yangwang sect is the largest sect in the world, and Su Xiang basically acquiesced to this title. But now, the opponent actually said such a thing, which challenged their 3 views. Su Xiang naturally understood the consequences of his words, but he had to say it to prevent these people from making a fool of themselves. The enemy is in the dark, we are in the light. Especially since the opponent is quite powerful, if we alert them, it will be difficult to catch them. I suspect that Master Shi Feng has been hit by some kind of vicious spiritual art. I want to lure him out and capture him alive. When the time comes, let him break the spiritual art, Master Shi Feng will definitely recover. Su Xiang explained and comforted. In fact, he had no confidence at all. He had just checked Shi Hanwen, and it can be said that he was already useless. Even if he recovered, he would be just a useless person. However, Shi Hanwen, who was paralyzed in bed, could not understand what Su Xiang meant. Not to mention that he was one of the top spiritual masters. How could he not know his own situation? What the other party said was impossible. During the time when Su Xiang came, Shi Hanwen actually thought a lot about himself. Since there is no way to recover, he must find a way to get out of here. Even if he can't save himself, he must save his family. As the peak master, it is definitely unrealistic to say that he will not offend anyone. Once Su Xiang completes the layout, his identity as the peak master will inevitably be deprived. Revenge may not come so quickly. After all, he has made contributions and hard work. Su Xiang will protect him for a period of time. But he is not sure how long or short this period of time will be. When time passes, not only will his nightmare come, but his whole family will not be at peace. If he is lucky, he will be driven out of Songyan Peak. If he is unlucky, then naturally the whole family will die. He opened his mouth with difficulty, and made a sound. His behavior naturally attracted Su Xiang's attention. Although he couldn't speak, he and Su Xiang had known each other for more than 10 years, and the other party understood what he meant at once. Master Shi Feng, don't worry. I will definitely give you justice in this matter. Su Xiang understood what Shi Hanwen wanted to say, but he pretended to be stupid and pretended not to understand, and answered from the surface meaning. Just this sentence made Shi Hanwen's heart chill to the bottom. It sounded sincere, but in fact it was giving up on him. Now he still has value for stability, so he didn't tear his face apart. He was so mean and ungrateful. At this moment, Shi Hanwen understood that Su Xiang might not be able to protect him for long. When everything settled, he would be kicked out. At that time, whether he was dead or alive, the other party would not care at all. This is the worst outcome. The most important thing at the moment is to escape, but it can only be done after Su Xiang leaves. You take good care of Master Shi Feng, and don't let anything happen to him again. Just wait for my good news. Su Xiang looked like I took responsibility for this matter. After saying that, he hurried away. After the people walked away, Shi Hanwen finally revealed a slightly distorted expression with difficulty. This puzzled everyone. Father, do you want us to cooperate with the head of the sect to investigate? The eldest son asked doubtfully. However, this was strongly stopped by Shi Hanwen. For a while, other people also followed this line of thought and guessed, and the more they guessed, the more excited Shi Hanwen became. On the contrary, the eldest son who asked the question first fell into deep thought. When everyone had asked almost all the questions, he asked, "Do you mean to leave Yangwang sect as soon as possible?" As soon as the words came out, everyone was quiet, and then they criticized Shi Hanwen's eldest son. In the past, Shi Hanwen's eldest son's words were simply treasonous. So according to the past practice, it was rare to catch the eldest son's flaws, so he would naturally be beaten to death. After all, this involves the issue of inheritance rights. However, on the other hand, Shi Hanwen was also satisfied in his heart. He was indeed smart as his eldest son. Seeing his father's attitude, Shi Hanwen's eldest son also felt at ease. He guessed right. This means that the development of things may be more complicated and dangerous. He must leave as soon as possible, otherwise he may not be able to leave. Then he glanced at the other people present, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This group of idiots thought that the current Shi family was the Shi family in the past. Without Shi Hanwen, the leader of Sungyan Peak, their Shi family is nothing. There is a great possibility that they will end up like the Shin family. Take father with you? No, just take mother and younger brothers and sisters. If you take father with you, they will definitely hunt you down. But if we are gone and the rest of us are left as cover, there is still a glimmer of hope. Before leaving, we have to find a way to plunder some money, otherwise life will be a problem. He is the eldest son of the Shi family. He has been pampered since he was a child, so his expenses are naturally not small. Even if he is not a playboy, he needs money to have a place to settle down. Shi Hanwen did not expect that his eldest son would not take him with him. He guessed the process, but not the result. I was wrong about this matter. I misunderstood what my father meant. Shi Hanwen's eldest son admitted his mistake immediately to cover up his real purpose. On the other hand, Shi Hanwen was the first to notice his eldest son's thoughts, and was very relieved. This is growth, knowing to retreat in order to advance. As for those idiots, let them fend for themselves. Anyway, one or two of them are not bad. And if there are too many people when leaving, it is easy to get into trouble. It is better to leave some people for himself as a cover. Thinking of this, Shi Hanwen was relieved. His eldest son really didn't make him worry. It can only be said that the two are worthy of being father and son. Their ideas are surprisingly consistent. One did not consider the son, and the other did not consider the father. It can be said that they are a match made in heaven. The two looked at each other, and said they were relieved. I was here to make sure nothing would go wrong. As for whether the other party understood what he meant, that was another matter. The training is almost over. With the help of Yang Yanling, I have successfully mastered the pure Yang Wuji heart method, and the Xiantian Li Hua sword method. Zhou Fan couldn't help but smile when he felt that the spiritual power in his body had completely transformed into the Yang fire attribute. Although his Yang Yanling was not as powerful as that of the headmaster Su Xiang, it was not able to provide much combat assistance because it had just been born. However, in terms of cultivation, it gave him a great auxiliary effect. The two spiritual arts that had been wandering outside the door were also successfully mastered. The two spiritual arts after mastering were a world of difference from before, and they were incredibly powerful. The two spiritual arts that Uncle gave me are definitely not ordinary spiritual arts. Even Yang Yanling can feel the power of them. After I go back, I have to repay Uncle. Zhou Fan is heartless, but he also knows how to repay kindness. If it weren't for Qi Xuan's two spiritual arts, he would always be a last-place person and die in a certain mission. How could he have the current strength and status, and even be able to obtain Yang Yanling, which only the head of the sect has? These are not what he can get by working hard. But after I go back, I have to find a way to get rid of the Shin family. Zhou Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Before, he was not strong enough and needed to consider whether to take action, but now it is different. After learning the two spiritual arts, he is sure to fight the Shin family. The Shin family was indeed punished because of him, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The other party's power and connections are not small. The degree of punishment is at most a broken bone, and it is not dead at all. Zwafan also knew the harm of not killing the snake. So as soon as he left the Red Flame Spirit Realm, he was ready to eliminate the hidden danger of the Shin family. As long as he lived, he would feel like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Chapter 493. Father is kind and son is filial. What a touching family love. Chi Suan complained. Shi Hanwen's eldest son took his mother and younger brothers and sisters to plunder the Shi family's property under the cover of night, and then ran away directly. But the other party was also smart, and did not dare to touch the property of Song Yanfeng. The nature of the two is different, one is private and the other is public. The former belongs to them, and the latter belongs to the entire Yangwang sect. If the other party touches it, they will definitely not survive. The day after Shi Hanwen's eldest son disappeared, Shi Hanwen almost couldn't catch his breath after hearing the news. Then the Shi family was in chaos. Some people were secretly happy, and some people wanted to seize power, but no one wanted to run away. Although Shi Hanwen was paralyzed, he is still the peak master. Before the head of the sect Su Xiang stripped him of his position, the Shi family was still a prominent family. It's just that those who knew the truth have ignored them. The reason why they haven't taken action yet is nothing more than the wrong time. If they act now, it is not Shi Hanwen who is paralyzed that will be offended, but Su Xiang. It will not be too late to act after the position of peak master is gone. They can still endure this period of time. After watching this monkey show, Chi Suan did not pay attention to the situation of the Shi family. Chi Suan, the eldest son of the Shi family who escaped, did not care. His situation was considered as defection. When Shi Hanwen was liquidated later, he would also be put on a wanted order. Even if he survived, he had to hide his identity. If he really dared to stand out, someone would take his head for a reward. I just wanted to teach Shi Hanwen a lesson, but I didn't expect that his whole family would be killed by mistake. This is a good thing. Chi Suan felt much better, especially before he dies. He will probably be tortured for a while. Chi Suan has always been a vengeful person, not very broad-minded, and easy to hold grudges. There is still Su Xiang left. Chi Suan suddenly thought of the culprit. Shi Hanwen is at most a knife, and the one who gave the order was Su Xiang, the head of the Yangwang sect. As for the others, they were not involved, so Chi Suan did not have the idea of annihilating the entire Yangwang sect for the time being. We can't touch him yet. Once Su Xiang dies, the Yangwang sect will at least be in internal strife. Afterwards, I have to train Zwafan myself. What a loss. Then let him live for a while. The premise is that you don't come to provoke me again, otherwise, Chi Suan will be safe first, and it won't be too late to kill him when he is no longer valuable. Alas, I have also fallen. I thought that what I hated most was the ways of the world. I didn't expect that one day I would let go of fighting and killing. Chi Suan couldn't help but sigh, thinking that his self-cultivation was progressing very well. So far, he has only indirectly wiped out the entire Shen and Shi families, and only a few people died. Compared with the past, he is really a great man. If he hadn't cultivated his self-cultivation, now the entire Yangwang sect, from top to bottom, would have been stuffed into the casting furnace as fuel by him. It's true that there is no motivation without pressure. Even I have given up. It's a pity that the intelligent brain is not here, otherwise such an electronic trader, would definitely advise me well. Chi Suan has been in a lot of trouble without the intelligent brain for a while. I have heard fewer good words. The intelligent brain is still in a mess of rules, and Chi Suan's sorting progress is not so fast, and it has not been sorted out yet. Tai Sui God was taken out by him as a human skin, but the modules were gone, and those modules were entangled in the rules. If you want to sort it out, you must first sort out the rules formed by the 4 characteristics of Tai Sui God, and then you can have a follow-up. Now he doesn't know where these 4 rules are, and the rules in his body are a mess, so it will take some time for the intelligent brain to find them back. Focusing on the universe, Faye has visited many planets, each of which is full of dead silence, so it has turned on the eating mode. Wherever it passes, as long as there are resources that can be swallowed, whether it is a planet or a meteorite belt or something else, just chew it first. After the collection is returned later, Chi Suan can also make some progress. What else can I do? I have already gone to heaven, so I have to get back some of my money. Otherwise, it will be a big loss. There are more and more traces of predatory cosmic races, and it seems to have changed from a hunting area to a colony area. Qi Xuan found more clues and data through the traces fed back by Fei. Hunting areas are disposable, so they are rougher in every aspect. The colony is different, it needs maintenance, so the cost will naturally be higher, rather than crudely squeezed. They can find more traces from it. Does this mean that we are approaching the mother planet of this cosmic race? Qi Xuan is not going to go there for the time being. If you want to go, you can actually use Fei as a location, directly break the space, and then you can reach Fei's location. It's just that there is not much meaning in going there now. After all, it's just a colony. Even if it is valuable, it is not enough to make up for the cost of Qi Xuan's trip. Besides, it is enough to have Fei. Fei is not impossible to collect. It can even be decomposed into fibers for decentralized exploration. Let's talk about it when we get there. The other party's colony is estimated to be not low. To raise such a powerful cosmic race, the resources consumed must be not low. But it can also be seen that the other party is not completely based on plundering, and can also farm by themselves. This is indeed a tricky species. Qi Xuan thought. Fortunately, it has become extinct. Qi Xuan is not afraid of him. His individual power is no longer afraid of systematic civilizations. He is just thinking about why such a powerful cosmic race perished. Since there are colonies, it means that the possibility of starvation is not very high. If it is not starved to death, it can't be civil strife. Qi Xuan wants to believe it, but civil strife is unlikely to completely destroy it. After thinking again and again, he gave up thinking about this problem. You are too curious. It's best not to touch such things. After all, if you don't have any bad intentions, the possibility of something going wrong is very small. If you really want to explore, who knows what strange things you will dig out. Qi Xuan knows that he is very strong, but there is a limit. Not to mention that he has seen many existences that are far more terrifying than the world, whether it is the spider god or the ancient serpent Satan. So if you mess around, you may encounter such a terrifying existence. He can even be classified as fragile as a baby in front of these two. After temporarily giving up the idea of leaving, he continued to sort out and adapt his own rules and power, and studied related technologies such as world shuttle and concealment. After all, he still had a doomsday game on him. If he wanted to kill the other party, and use it as food for himself, he had to protect himself first. Hey, Zhua Fan has returned from the Red Flame Spirit Realm. He actually brought back a Yong'an spirit, and the progress of the protagonist's halo has been further formed. It is only about 2/3 away from the complete protagonist halo. It should be no problem if you work harder. Although Qi Xuan was always paying attention to the other party, he only collected data and corresponding feedback, and did not monitor him all the time. Therefore, he did not care much about Zhua Fan's experience. For Qi Xuan, these are all details. The feedback of growth is the data he needs. What he has experienced is not of much use. He went to find Su Xiang as soon as he came out. Is he planning to deal with the Shin family? It's bad. It's too early to kill them. We lost an observation opportunity. Qi Xuan slapped his thigh. He was so happy that he ate all of Zhua Fan's experience packs. This will not only slow down Zhua Fan's growth progress, but will also affect the growth and development of the protagonist's halo, which is especially important. The growth progress doesn't matter. Anyway, the Yangwang sect can solve it by spending more resources. The latter is the trouble. Fortunately, the person is not dead. There should be other opportunities to make up for it later. It's just a waste of time. Qi Xuan was thinking, otherwise he should make some changes to Zhua Fan. With only pure Yang Wuji Heart method and innate Lihua Sword method, Zhua Fan looks a little too ordinary. If you want to speed up the other party, you have to use some ruthless tricks. What? The whole Shin family was executed. Zhua Fan looked confused. This shouldn't happen. After all, with the power of the Shin family, there will definitely be accountability and punishment. But the whole family will never be executed. This is all thanks to Boss Tang. He returned the two spiritual arts lost by our Yangwang sect, the pure Yang Wuji Heart technique and the Xiantian Lihua Sword technique, to their original owners, and proposed this condition. When Su Xiang said this, his face was not red, and he was not out of breath. Zhua Fan frowned. Lost by the Yangwang sect? Isn't this a family heirloom? But he soon relaxed his brows. There might be something else going on. Don't think too much, this is absolutely true. If you don't believe it, you can go to Tang's candy shop and ask Mr. Tang. But before that, you have to visit Master Shi first. Something happened to him. As a disciple of Songyan Peak, you must be polite. Su Xiang changed the subject lightly. Zhua Fan was also a little confused when he heard it. What happened to Master Shi? It's a long story, I make it short. Su Xiang told about Shirhanwen's paralysis, and then added, I intend to let you take over Songyan Peak and become the new master of Songyan Peak. Especially since you have already mastered the pure Yang Wuji Heart method and the Xiantian Lihua sword method, your strength should be sufficient. With just a few words, Zhou Fan became more and more confused. He even suspected that he had been training in the Qi and spirit realm for several years, otherwise how could there be such a huge change outside? Please postpone the matter of the Peak Master for now, I will go to visit the Peak Master Sure first. Zhou Fan didn't know the specific situation for the time being, so it was better to refuse first to avoid any accidents. His strength has indeed improved a lot, but he is only at the middle level among spiritual masters, far from meeting the conditions for being a Peak Master. The upper Peak Master is not suitable. Chapter 494. After visiting Shirhanwen, Zhou Fan left quickly. The other party could not speak or move, and looked as if he was dead. No matter what he said, he could not get any additional reaction from him. Therefore, it was a waste of time to stay. Besides, he and Shirhanwen had no feelings for each other, just a superior-subordinate relationship. After not getting a response from the visit, he naturally said a few polite words and left. Then he went straight to Tang's candy shop, where Qi Xuan was resting in a rocking chair, looking contented. Uncle, you are still so leisurely. Zhou Fan spoke immediately. It's okay. Thanks to you, I'm living a good life. Qi Xuan stood up and looked at him up and down. You become stronger again, right? That's right. I got started with the 2 spiritual arts that Uncle gave me. Zhou Fan's face became serious when he said this. Why did Uncle give those 2 spiritual arts to Yangwang sect? I remember that they were the spiritual arts passed down from Uncle's family. In fact, Zhou Fan also had some guesses in his mind. It was nothing more than because of him that Qi Xuan was targeted. The Yangwang sect was a big family and business that Qi Xuan couldn't afford to offend, so he used 2 spiritual arts to exchange for the lives of the entire Shen family. Facts have proved that he guessed half right. You're talking about this. There are some minor problems, but they have been solved. Qi Xuan looked indifferent. This made Zhou Fan directly confirm his thoughts, and then said, I will go to the head of the sect and ask for the 2 spiritual arts back from Uncle. After saying that, Zhou Fan turned around and was about to leave, but was grabbed by Qi Xuan. It's fine if I give it to you. It's no big deal. I've memorized it in my head anyway. I just need to write it down from memory. Qi Xuan said nonchalantly, not to mention that the old doesn't go away before the new comes. Zhou Fan could hear that the other party intended to settle the matter peacefully in the first half of the sentence, but he didn't quite understand what the second half meant. It just so happens that your pure Yang Wuji Heart method and Xiantian Lihua sword method have been introduced. I just found another spiritual technique in the clothes at the bottom of the box, which is also a spiritual technique that complements these 2 spiritual techniques. Leave it to you to learn. Qi Xuan said, and took out another spiritual technique called Flame Demon Body Refining Method and handed it to Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan looked at the spiritual technique in his hand in a daze. The spiritual technique that can complement his pure Yang Wuji Heart method and Xiantian Lihua sword method is definitely a spiritual technique of the same level. As a result, Qi Xuan took out such a book casually, which was simply too outrageous. This is not okay, it's too precious. I have already taken your pure Yang Wuji Heart method and Xiantian Lihua sword method, how can I take it again? Zhou Fan hurriedly refused. But Qi Xuan shook his head. It's okay, it's a small problem. Who knows, I may find another spiritual technique from the clothes at the bottom of the box one day. For a moment, Zhou Fan didn't know whether Qi Xuan was showing off or telling the truth. In the end, he accepted the Flame Demon Body Refining method. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me for help. I can't guarantee that I can teach you because I don't know it either. Qi Xuan said slowly. Zhou Fan was also at a loss. I know, Uncle, I will definitely ask you for help after I finish reading it. After saying this, he continued, the head wants me to take over as the leader of Songyan Peak, what do you think, Uncle? Before this, his idea was naturally to refuse, after all, with his strength, it was difficult for him to be competent for this position. If he is not strong enough, he cannot convince the public, nor can he fight against other Peak Masters. As time goes by, not only will he be sidelined, but the entire Songyan Peak will be weakened. But now it is different. He finds that he not only needs strength, but also enough power. Otherwise, he has no voice and no resources, which makes him very passive. If he can have the strength and status of a Peak Master, Yangwang sect will probably have to consider him if they want to take Qi Xuan's family spiritual arts, instead of just taking it casually, or even changing it into the spiritual arts left by Yangwang Shenren. The other party has a big fist and heavy power, so naturally the other party has the final say. My suggestion is that as long as you get started with the Yinmal body refining method, your strength should be enough, Chi Suiyan said. This must be a reckless wave. So if Fan has an unformed protagonist halo on him, how could he lose? Another thing is that if he succeeds, it may promote the formation of the protagonist halo. Uncle, you don't know how to do it, right? How do you know all this? So if Fan looked at Chi Suiyan suspiciously. How could someone who is not even a spiritual master know so much? After all, these are spiritual arts passed down in my family. Just because I can't practice them doesn't mean I haven't seen them. Chi Suiyan gave the other party the answer. Flaws? It doesn't matter. What can the other party do if he refuses to admit it? Now Zwafan suspects that if he learns the flame demon body refining method, Chi Suiyan may have to take out another spiritual art, and then say that they complement each other and let him continue to practice. Okay, then my choice to succeed the position of the Peak Master of Sanyan Peak has the support of strength, but I don't understand management or power. So I need an experienced person to help me. Zwafan stared at Chi Suiyan. Just this look and attitude, it is clear that this experienced person is Chi Suiyan. But Chi Suiyan pretended to be stupid and said in a tone of I know. This one really needs to be carefully selected, and it must be someone with strong wrists and strong abilities. It's a pity that I'm just a candy shop owner and don't have any connections, otherwise I would definitely introduce one to you. Hearing Chi Suiyan's words, Zwafan was speechless. He could see that Chi Suiyan was deliberately pretending to be stupid and didn't understand what he said. However, this kind of thing is not easy to force. How can you force people to help? Then I say it straight, I want you to help me manage things, and teach me how to manage by the way. Tell you the truth, uncle, the only person I can trust in the entire Yangwang sect is you, uncle, I don't trust anyone else. Zwafan no longer continued to speak euphemistically, but directly hit the ball straight. Otherwise, Chi Suiyan would be in big trouble if he continued to push it. Not very good, I'm just a candy shop owner, I can't do this kind of work. Chi Suiyan saw that the other party was playing a straight ball, so he refused directly. He was not the kind of introverted person who dared not refuse anything. Chi Suiyan refused so decisively. This made Zwafan's face fall. Okay, then I try it myself. If it doesn't work, I ask you to come out again. Zwafan vaguely felt that Chi Suiyan's origin was extraordinary. Not to mention much, what normal person could come up with 3 spiritual arts comparable to the Yangwang sect's spiritual arts? And you just gave it to him so casually. However, he did not intend to trace or explore Chi Suiyan's origin or the truth. He has hidden his real name because he does not want others to know, and he is so good to you, but you deliberately go against his wishes. Isn't this a typical case of repaying kindness with enmity? As for saying that this is for the good of others? Zwafan will not use this excuse as a reason. If Chi Suiyan is unwilling, he will not force it. No, even if it doesn't work, you have to bear it yourself. This is called doing your own things. Chi Suiyan did not intend to get involved in these things. Being entangled with Zwafan, a semi-finished protagonist, he encountered some small troubles from time to time, but fortunately, he dealt with them before they broke out. By the way, I remember that Yangwang sect was going to set up the Tianling League. Why is there no news? Chi Suiyan changed the subject. Zwafan really knew Chi Suiyan's question. Because I reported Shinshin before, and caused a disturbance at the banquet, so it was left unresolved. It should be that the head of the sect noticed the internal problems of the Yangwang sect, so he put it aside for the time being. We need to find another opportunity, but this time Master Shifeng has suffered a disaster again, and the matter of the Tianling League may have to be postponed. Zwafan told Chi Suiyan the inside story. He did not regret that the formation of the Tianling League failed because of him. From his perspective, the Tianling League could not be formed at all. Su Xiang, the head of the Yangwang sect, was not strong enough to suppress the 8 major sects. Then how did he investigate Master Shifeng's situation? Chi Suiyan continued to ask. He wanted to know whether Su Xiang would find a scapegoat as an excuse or downplay the matter. There are some clues. I suspect that the head intends to use the Master of Shifeng as an excuse to restart the formation of Tianling League. It's just that the details are unclear, and the head did not reveal it. Zwafan is a direct descendant of Yangwang sect, both by birth and growth, so Su Xiang trusts him very much. This time, letting him serve as the head of Sanyan Peak in advance is also intended to gain power and cultivate him. Oh, then you should be careful. Being the head of Sanyan Peak at this critical moment is not a good job. Chi Suiyan reminded the other party. Of course I know this. It's very risky, but it's also an opportunity. If I seize it successfully, I will definitely be able to become a high-level leader of Yangwang sect in one step. We don't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Zhuo Fan has made up his mind, and will naturally not change it. It's not that serious. What bullying is bullying? It's the same as living under someone else's roof, unless you can become the head of Yangwang sect. Qi Xuan said with a smile. There will be a chance. Zhuo Fan's desire to become the head of the Yangwang sect has never been extinguished. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. I still have to learn the flame demon body refining method. Go ahead. If you don't understand, you can ask me. I will try my best to teach you. Qi Xuan did not try to stop him. Uncle, if you have any questions, you can also come to me directly. I am now a big figure in the Yangwang sect. Zhuo Fan said, got up and left directly. Seeing this, Qi Xuan did not say anything. He just watched him leave until he disappeared. The protagonist's halo has increased a little bit, but not much. It seems that giving spiritual skills at this stage is not enough to form a qualitative change. It should be that some key plot nodes are needed as a breakthrough. For example, the matter of the Peak Master. If he can really gain a foothold, the protagonist's halo should be able to go further. Chapter 495. Zhuo Fan's succession to the position of the Peak Master of Songyan Peak caused a great uproar in the Yangwang sect. This matter was too unexpected, because there were too many candidates who could take over the position of the Peak Master of Songyan Peak. Whether in terms of qualifications or strength, it should not be the young man Zhuo Fan. Even if he cuts in line, he cannot get this number. This behavior naturally led to various dissatisfactions and doubts, which is normal. A young man with insufficient strength, insufficient qualifications, and little prestige taking the position is enough to plunge Songyan Peak into various chaos. However, these could not change the mind of the head of the sect, Su Xiang. In his opinion, young people should experience more. So Zhuo Fan became the Peak Master of Songyan Peak amid doubts. Many people watched with cold eyes as Zhuo Fan, young and strong, fell hard, and then was stripped of his Peak Master status. Actually, I didn't want to be the Peak Master. Zhuo Fan's eyes swept across the senior leaders of Songyan Peak. They all came and had a good attitude, but that was all. They didn't obey his orders at all. Logically speaking, the new Peak Master is very likely to be among them. After all, this group of senior executives has enough qualifications and strength. In the end, he was promoted by Zhuo Fan, a former subordinate. How could he be willing? Therefore, after the party colluded, they planned to directly sideline Zhuo Fan. When everyone heard Zhuo Fan's words, they just looked at him coldly. You have taken the position, and now you are pretending to say that you don't want it? This will stimulate them. It seems that you are still very unconvinced. But it doesn't matter. I will beat you into submission. Zhuo Fan sighed when he saw the attitude of everyone. He had wanted to communicate, but the other party's attitude was that he didn't want to communicate with him at all. In this case, he would just use rough means. I say, masters, will you? A senior member of Sanya Feng was about to sneer at you, a young man with weak strength but a hard mouth. But before he finished speaking, he felt a wave of heat coming. I saw a thick layer of flames emerging from Zhuo Fan's body, and emitting a dazzling glow. Under the melting of this flame, the whole person expanded into a huge human-like flame outline. The curved horn swirling like magma, the burning yellow eyes, and the mane burning with flames and steam. On the long and powerful arms with steel claws, 2 giant swords were derived. At this moment, the senior members of Sanya Feng present looked very messy. As Qi Xuan said, after Zhuo Fan mastered the flame demon body refining technique, he was able to directly display the flame demon's true body and transform into a terrifying flame demon, and his combat power soared directly. My flame demon's true body can last for half a quarter of an hour, so I hope you can survive, otherwise I will approve your pension at the highest level. As Zhuo Fan's voice fell, the fire giant sword performed 2 moves of the innate fire sword technique, covering the entire conference room. One of the senior executives did not believe in evil, and did it without hesitation, but was directly engulfed by the fire giant sword and the flames. When he died, let alone leaving a complete body, he turned directly into ashes, and even his bones were not left. This is not only the credit of the 3 spiritual arts, but also the help of the pure Yang fire and the Yang flame spirit on Zhuo Fan's body, plus the Yang fire spiritual power, which makes Zhuo Fan's strength close to that of a first-line spiritual master. With multiple top abilities, even if they are just beginners, they are not comparable to this group of spiritual masters. Zhuo Fan, you are so cruel that you actually slaughtered your fellow disciples. Everyone worked together to clean up the Yangwang sect. Seeing this, someone roared, and then attacked Zhuo Fan without hesitation. Zhou Fan killed a high-ranking official of Sonyan Peak, which was a great reason for them to take action, and even killing him was a legitimate thing. A bunch of rebels, huh? Zhou Fan smiled disdainfully, and the Lihua giant sword changed its moves, burning the man to ashes on the spot. At the same time, the rest of the people who dared to take action also died in the flames. Just 2 moves made the remaining survivors understand that they were no match for Zhou Fan. They turned around and fled immediately. At this point, the best way was to find the head of the sect, Su Xiang. Want to escape? Finally someone understands how to play the Battle Royale game. Zhou Fan showed a grim smile, swung the giant fire sword, and a fire dragon suddenly emerged and rushed towards the fleeing people. Its speed was so fast that before the crowd could escape far, the fire dragon hit the center of the crowd and exploded directly. Fortunately, everyone had been prepared, so there were not many casualties, but because of this move, everyone did not dare to continue to escape. At this time, Zhou Fan also woke up from a dream, and it seemed that he had caused a big disaster. He quickly cancelled the flame demon's true body, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It's worthy of the word demon. I haven't cultivated to perfection yet, but it actually affects my sanity, and makes me so bloodthirsty and evil. That is, he didn't have much spiritual power, and he vented after killing, so he recovered. It was actually the first time for him to use the flame demon's true body in the flame demon body refining technique. He only trained his body in his daily practice, and did not use it. This spiritual technique recorded that the flame demon's true body was a kind of transformation and amplification effect. It was indeed true, but it did not say that it was easy for the devil's thoughts to affect him. In just less than 3 minutes, at least 5 high-level people died, and it caused a great impact. Masters with Feng, please spare us, we surrender, we surrender. Someone was sharp-eyed, and saw Zhou Fan coming towards them. Although he was no longer the flame troll before, he did not dare to have other thoughts. He quickly begged for mercy, fearing that he would be killed by the other party. You are to blame for this matter. Zhou Fan started to blame others, and then continued, the fact that the headmaster chose me shows that I have enough strength. It's okay if outsiders don't believe it, but you are all old people of Sonyan Peak. Even if I become the new head of the peak, I have to rely on you. In the end, I was provoked by a few words. It's really stupid. Zhou Fan's expression when he spoke was so painful. Everyone endured the pain and responded that it was their fault. Then some smart people hurriedly said, the head of the peak is right. We were bewitched by those traitors. Fortunately, the head of the peak is powerful, and killed the rebels with canonical punishment, so that we can turn back from the wrong path. At this point, Zhou Fan can't be wrong. And if they want to survive, they can't be wrong. So the only ones who are wrong are those unlucky colleagues killed by Zhou Fan. With one person taking the lead, the rest naturally followed suit, and soon the truth was twisted into the dead traitors deliberately sowing discord and preparing to seize power by force. As the new peak master, Zhou Fan tried to persuade them, but they didn't listen. He had no choice but to fight back. In the end, the traitors got more aggressive. In order to protect his subordinates, Zhou Feng master accidentally killed the traitor. With a lot of words, the slaughter of fellow disciples turned into a cleanup of the sect. This made Zhou Fan seem a little numb. He thought it was a big deal, but it was handled quietly. Sure enough, with enough strength, many things can be easily solved. Zhou Fan thought to himself. As for the flame demon's true body, he must use it carefully next time. Once he uses it, he will be possessed by the devil and uncontrollably bloodthirsty. He didn't blame Qi Xuan or this spiritual art. People clearly said that it would be best to practice it to perfection. He just started using it. Could he blame others for being imperfect? That's it, report to the head of the sect and deal with it urgently, Zhou Fan said. He was not afraid that this group of people would report the truth. After all, he showed enough strength, and the head of the sect was more likely to help him cover it up, just like the Shen family at the beginning. On the contrary, this group of people, one by one, must die afterwards. As the saying goes, it is better to die than to die. He does not believe that this group of people will put themselves in danger for a few so-called colleagues. However, he still has to explain to the headmaster in person. After all, he killed the high-level officials of Sanya Feng, so he has to show a good attitude. I will go to see the headmaster, and you can handle the rest. I hope I won't encounter any mess when I come back. It's not a big deal if a few more traitors die. After saying that, Zhou Fan left directly without any hesitation. This is a bit interesting. As the protagonist, you have to be more reckless. But the flame demon body refining technique is still a little low, and he needs to be given some powerful spiritual arts. Qi Xuan was indeed in a good mood watching Zhou Fan's killing spree. He was very upset that Su Xiang, the head of the Yangwang sect, took his spiritual arts, so he was angry. Killing is the best way to vent his anger. It is not convenient for him to take action, so it is the same to let Zhou Fan do it. After Zhou Fan became the peak master, the progress of the protagonist Halo has been greatly improved. It is estimated that after becoming the head, he should be able to complete 2/3. Doesn't it mean that if you want to be complete, you have to become the leader of the Zhou Alliance? Qi Xuan suddenly thought of what Su Xiang had always wanted to promote. As expected of the surname Zhou, he has a dream of becoming the leader. In this case, Su Xiang is a bit of a hindrance. Let's find an opportunity for Zhou Fan to kill him and take over. Qi Xuan thought, then the next explosive material must be a little more ruthless. Normally, Zhou Fan is unlikely to fall out with Su Xiang. After all, there is no sufficient conflict of interest, and Su Xiang will only tolerate such a junior. There is a conflict of interest, that is the flame demon body refining method. Su Xiang will naturally not give up. At that time, the flame demon's real body will directly damage the brain, which will be much more interesting. When thinking of this, Qi Xuan suddenly had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. If he changed the flame demon body refining method, wouldn't he be able to see blood flowing like a river? This is not good. I remember that I was cultivating my body and mind. Qi Xuan said this, but when he thought of having fun, he couldn't suppress the smile on his mouth. I haven't done it for too long, and it's normal to want to see something bloody now. It should be a withdrawal reaction. Reasonable explanation. Chapter 496. Mukin looked calm, but the anger in his heart had already burned to the core. His fiancée came to break off the engagement, and everyone knew about it, which made him and his deceased parents lose face. If the other party had just come to discuss with him in a low-key manner, instead of notifying him so arrogantly, Mukin would naturally choose to respect the other party's ideas. After all, his family was in decline, and he was indeed not worthy of her. If he really wanted her to marry him, it would be hard for her. However, after the other party got involved with the Jinshan sect, he was a little carried away. It was just that he did not say the words "don't bully the poor young man," because he really had no right to. His family was poor, and he was not a spiritual master. If he really dared to say it, he would surely die. In the end, he could only watch this farce numbly, leaving a mess on the ground. His reputation was ruined, and I'm afraid no good family would be willing to marry their daughter to him in the future. He was not only angry but also hateful, but if he had no strength, he had no strength, so it was best to endure it. As for the common man's anger, blood would splatter 5 steps. He wanted to, but he couldn't do it at all. In the end, he could only close the door helplessly, with an attitude of out of sight, out of mind. Actually, this is nothing, at least I'm still alive, right? Mukin couldn't help but laugh at himself. Just as he turned around, he saw a blood light appearing in front of him. Before he could figure out what was going on, the blood light sank directly into his brow. The blood light turned into a spiritual art called Blood Sea Killing Sutra. Just by killing, you can gain a magnificent blood spiritual power, and become a powerful spiritual master. There is nothing that cannot be solved by killing. This spiritual art comes from the 7 killings immortal, whose origin is unknown, but he chooses those who are angry, waters himself with blood to shape the body of the sea of blood, and nurtures a killing knife with killing. And Mukan's current situation just meets the requirements of the Blood Sea Killing Sutra passed down by the 7 killings immortal. So he was chosen to cause endless disasters. After accepting the content, Mukan was also scared. He is angry, but he is not a murderer. If he is really asked to kill, how dare he do it? It's just that there is not only one inheritor, and only those who meet the conditions can obtain the Blood Sea Killing Sutra of the 7 killings immortal. If I don't grow stronger, I will die if I am found by other inheritors. Mukan was also panicked. The best nourishment for the body of the sea of blood and the killing knife is naturally to choose to kill other 7 killings inheritors. Of course, if it was like this, he would not be afraid. After all, as long as he did not expose himself, who would know that he was carrying the Blood Sea Killing Sutra? The real danger was that the inheritors would sense each other within 100 miles. He could ensure that he would not go around, but he could not guarantee that other inheritors would not enter the 100 miles where he was. So he either waited for death in fear every day, or started killing. Whether it was the blood sea body, or the killing knife, or even the blood spiritual power, if they wanted to be born, they had to kill one person first to accumulate the first killing. This made Mukan's face bitter. He could only kill people for sacrifice. He was still thinking about killing chickens. In the end, the restrictions were so strict that there was really no way to solve it. How can I, a person who is powerless, kill people? Mukin was also annoyed for a while. This Blood Sea Killing Sutra has more disadvantages than advantages for him. When he was worrying about what to do, the door of his house was kicked open by someone. This made him look a little surprised, and then he recognized who the visitors were at a glance. They were a few famous ruffians in their town. "Ernie, what are you doing?" He stood up with a frown. He had no intersection with these people. It was not his turn to blackmail. After all, although his parents were dead, he still had brothers and uncles behind him. The clan power was not something these ruffians could mess with. "Nothing, I just heard that you offended the spiritual master of Jinshinmen." The strong man called Ernie sat down directly, and grabbed the teapot, and poured tea into his mouth. After taking a big gulp he said, "I have a way to make you reconcile with the spiritual master, but you need some sincerity to do it." As soon as these two words came out, Mukin knew what the ruffian in front of him wanted to do, which was to take advantage of this critical moment to blackmail him. In an instant, the anger could not be stopped. "No money, get out quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Mukin was not afraid of offending these ruffians at all, so he was not polite at all. This made Ernie's eyes raise, and he stood up in an instant. "You kid, you really don't want to drink a toast and drink a penalty. In that case, we will teach you a lesson on behalf of the spiritual master of Jinshinmen, so that you know what it means to be respectful and inferior." When he said this, several ruffians present immediately surrounded him. Mukin wanted to escape because the situation was not good, but he was blocked in the house, and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. The other side had many people, and they surrounded him, and started beating him up, making Mukin wail. When they saw that the fight was almost over, Ernie stopped, and the others followed suit. 3,000 coins, I come to get it tomorrow, and I help you settle it, otherwise Ernie was determined to extort money from Mukin. Mukin, who was covered in wounds, climbed up, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. This group of ruffians came by coincidence. Whether someone arranged it or they came here because of the smell, they must have planned it in advance. Gather 3,000 coins to give to the other side? How is that possible? If they really give it tomorrow, they will definitely find an excuse to come again the day after tomorrow, until they eat him up, and then take their own life. They won't kill you directly, they will just keep torturing you until you die of illness or commit suicide. As for being sued, there is no need to worry about that. The fact that they have been causing trouble to the village, and have not been punished so far means that someone is protecting them. Several ruffians turned around and left, not caring about Mukin at all. He was indeed afraid of clan power, but after Mukin offended the spiritual master of Jinshinmen, his clan would naturally not choose to stand up for him. He has been abandoned now. Without protection, he is naturally just a fat sheep. After being beaten and blackmailed, Mukin also realized this. The relatives he relied on were no longer united with him. Therefore, the only thing I can rely on is the Blood Sea Killing Sutra. After such an idea emerged in his mind, Mukin grabbed the sharp knife on the stove. Holding the sharp knife, he rushed straight towards Ernie and roared, "Ernie!" Ernie turned around subconsciously after being called out like that, and said arrogantly, "Why, are you looking for your master Nyo?" Tear. Before he finished speaking, the sharp knife in Mukin's hand pierced into his chest. A sharp pain came, and Ernie's face showed disbelief. He couldn't believe that Mukin actually dared to take action directly, and dared to take his life. Even he didn't dare to kill people directly, but only dared to kill people indirectly through various tortures and torments. "Just send you to your death," Mukin said coldly, and at the same time pulled out the sharp knife. Blood spurted out from Ernie's chest in an instant and fell on him. Blood Sea Killing Sutra began to operate. When the blood fell on him, it turned into a hazy blood light and merged into his body, and the first ray of blood spirit power was born instantly. "You, how dare you!" Ernie staggered back a few steps, holding his chest, and pointed at Mukin. However, Mukin did not say anything, stepped forward, and cut Ernie's neck with one knife. "What is there to be afraid of? You are allowed to kill people, but no one is allowed to kill you," Mukin said with a sneer. Ernie died, and the killing was completed. Mukin only felt the anger in his chest began to accept this killing, and then turned into a long knife. The blood sea body and blood spirit power have already shown signs, and now the killing knife has also taken shape. But this is not enough. More killing and blood are needed to improve their strength. The remaining ruffians saw this scene and were frightened. As ruffians, bullying the weak and fearing the strong is a professional talent. So after Mukin decisively killed Ernie, this group of people were naturally afraid. Murder, run. After a ruffian reacted, he hurriedly shouted and wanted to escape. However, Since Mukin had already started, how could he let them go? The killing knife turned into a blood shadow and pierced through the opponent's head. The opponent died on the spot, and all the blood on his body was sucked clean. The whole person turned into a dry corpse. The killing knife devoured blood and fed back to the blood sea body and blood spiritual power, and completing the killing made the killing knife stronger. It can be said that each party got what they needed. This feeling is really wonderful. Mukin was immersed in killing in blood, and felt a refreshing feeling that he had never had before. He controlled the killing knife, which had been improved a little bit, and turned into a blood shadow to start harvesting the remaining few hooligans who were still alive. No matter how fast you run, it is not as fast as the killing knife. Before they had time to run out of the door, they all turned into mummies, and fell to the ground. You are so stupid. You are involved in a murder case. What should my Mu family do? Isn't it just to beat you up and ask for some money? You can just give it to him. Why ruin my Mu family's reputation for 100 years? Mukin was collecting the bodies when he saw his third uncle rushing over. He didn't care about him, but scolded him for bringing shame to the Mu family. What the third uncle said is interesting. I just don't know where the Mu family was when these hooligans beat me and blackmailed me. A flash of blood flashed in Mukin's eyes. You, how dare you talk back? It's all your own fault. The third uncle of the Mu family was a little furious. However, Mukin showed a slightly ferocious smile. The third uncle is right. I shouldn't talk back to you. It's meaningless. So if there is any problem with the Mu family, go ask these hooligans yourself. I'm too lazy to explain to you. At this moment, Mukin understood that being strong is the real strength. The so-called clans and aristocratic families are nothing more than a group of weaklings who huddle together for warmth. The killing knife flashed, completely cutting off everything in the past. Chapter 497. The Blood Sea Killing Sutra passed down by the 7 Killings Master has caused a large number of massacres in various places. What do you think? Su Xiang, the head of the Yangwang sect, spoke first. Zhou Fan was calm and did not speak. As for the previous massacre of fellow disciples, it has been defined as a cleansing of the sect. However, because of this incident, Zhou Fan's position as the leader of Sanyan Peak was directly secured. Although his qualifications are not enough, his strength is enough. Everyone knows that Zhou Fan has some adventures, and can transform into a fire troll to carry out indiscriminate killing. Leader Zhou, what do you think? Su Xiang's eyes fell on Zhou Fan. He had repeatedly hinted that he wanted Zhou Fan to be able to transform into a fire troll. But his hints were like flirting with a blind man, and Zhou Fan had been pretending to be confused. There was definitely dissatisfaction, but he couldn't force it if the other party didn't give it to him. Instead, he had to continue to win over and appease the other party. After all, he was his capable general. Apart from not giving him spiritual arts, Zhou Fan can be said to be his top lackey, and dares to do anything. Master, you are joking. I have only been the Peak Master for a short time, and I don't understand many things. How can I have any opinion on this matter? Zhou Fan's words were not all excuses, and there was a lot of truth in them. Seeing this, Su Xiang could only ask someone else. After a discussion, they finally came to a conclusion, that is, to clear out this group of spiritual masters who practice the Blood Sea Killing Sutra as soon as possible. Otherwise, with their killing, problems will soon arise in various places. If they kill spiritual masters, it's okay, it's nothing more than normal casualties. But the spiritual art Blood Sea Killing Sutra they practice can be said to be both meat and vegetables, and it has an effect on both ordinary people and spiritual masters. So everyone chooses ordinary people, who are not only easier to kill, but also have a larger target range. Once too many ordinary people die, how can it not affect the major sects? Master Zhou is good at fighting. Why not let Master Zhou handle this matter? A master of the peak spoke up and proposed a candidate. After discussing the result, the executor is naturally needed. Zhou Fan, the outstanding new master of Sanyan Peak, became the one who was pushed out to carry out the task. When someone speaks up, naturally someone will agree. Master Zhou, what do you think? Seeing this, Su Xiang could only ask tentatively. He actually wanted Zhou Fan to handle it, just in time to accumulate qualifications and reputation, so that the position of the master of Sanyan Peak can be more stable. Okay, then I go. It's just that Sanyan Peak is busy with affairs, and Master Shi died of illness yesterday. If I leave, then this? Alas. At this point, Zhou Fan also sighed. In fact, his idea is very simple. It's nothing more than asking for benefits. Things can be done, but you can't use him as free labor. He needs resources to cultivate, and it takes all kinds of resources to maintain the expenses of a peak. You can't say that you have arranged the task and give nothing, right? If Zhou Fan's identity is still just a disciple, and not the peak master, it doesn't matter, anyway, there are task rewards. Now it's not possible, he has more to consider. This matter will be converted into a Class A task for you, and you don't have to worry about the affairs of the peak, there are sects to help. Su Xiang actually understood Zhou Fan's thoughts. He also understood the other party's approach. After all, Songyan Peak is a mess now, and it is a good time for him to control power. Letting him leave will naturally delay things. If you want him to do something, you must give him enough benefits. No peak master jumped out to stop this. If you dare to cut off Zhou Fan's financial resources today, then tomorrow, it will not only be Zhou Fan who cuts off his financial resources, but all the peak masters will cut off their financial resources together. After all, you will cheat Zhou Fan, the peak master of Songyan Peak. Who knows if you will cheat other peak masters? Besides, this is the public expenditure of Yangwang sect, and they are not asked to pay for it. Why oppose it? If you oppose it, you will not get it, and you will offend people. It will hurt others, and not benefit yourself. Who would do it for no reason? Then I will trouble the headmaster to take more care of it. I will settle the matter of Blood Sea Killing Sutra. After making a clear statement, Zhou Fan agreed. After the candidate was determined, other matters of Yangwang sect will be discussed in the future, but these matters were discussed once, and there was rarely too much discussion. After the meeting, each peak master left. But Zhou Fan was left alone. I'm keeping you here, and I'm sure you know the reason. Su Xiang spoke directly. Since the other party couldn't understand the hint, he just asked for it directly. I guessed that the master wanted my flame demon body refining technique. Zhou Fan saw that Su Xiang was going to confront him directly, so he didn't plan to play dumb. That's right, you can make a condition or directly offer a price, as long as I can accept it, I can give it to you. Su Xiang really wanted it. He suspected that this flame demon body refining technique was a spiritual technique that matched the pure Yang Wuji heart technique and innately was sword technique. Master, you don't know, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but this flame demon body refining technique is too evil. Before using it, I was controlled by the desire to kill, and I killed several colleagues without paying attention. The master should not practice this kind of spiritual technique that disturbs the mind. Zhou Fan found a reason to refuse. But Su Xiang shook his head. You are young and energetic, and you can't control your mind, so it's natural that it will be like this. But I am different. I have been tempered for a long time, and my will is already top-notch. You can't compare to me. In his opinion, even if this spiritual art will give rise to the desire to kill, so what? It's not because you, Zhou Fan, are young and lack self-control. If it were him, he would definitely be able to control it easily. Zhou Fan was actually helpless when he heard Su Xiang's words. The other party had never experienced it, so he naturally didn't know that this desire to kill was simply not something that human power could resist. Even he might not realize that the desire to kill controlled his behavior. This art was given to me by the owner of Tang Sugar's shop, so I can't give it to the head. Zhou Fan could only add one more sentence. As for the exposure of Qi Xuan, Su Xiang had guessed it long ago, but he didn't take action because of Zhou Fan, otherwise he would have arranged people to force him. Now if Zhou Fan left Songyan Peak to deal with the matter of Blood Sea Killing Sutra, it would be like having a vacancy. If Su Xiang took action, he would have no way to stop him. Fortunately, the other party did not do that, but kept him to negotiate. If he gave it, everyone would be fine. If he did not, Su Xiang would have other means to get it. I think Boss Tang would not mind passing this spiritual art to me. Why don't we both take a step back? You give me the flame demon body refining technique, and this evil method will not be accepted by the Yangwang sect. Afterwards, I will personally visit Boss Tang to compensate him. What do you think? Su Xiang said that he would be the only one to learn it, and after learning it, he would go to act as a backstage for the candy shop owner. Zhou Fan thought about it again and again. He knew that Su Xiang would never give up. If he really refused, he would only target Qi Xuan in the future. Okay, I do as the sect master wants, but don't let this matter be spread. Zhou Fan was naturally very dissatisfied with Su Xiang's behavior. In his opinion, this was no less than coercion and inducement, but he was not an opponent now, and could not afford to offend him. In addition, the Yangwang faction had done him a favor, so he could only endure it. When Su Xiang heard Zhou Fan's reassurance, his face lit up. Of course, this matter was originally my greed, how dare I spread it? The sect master is joking. Zhou Fan made up for it, and then said, but I have something to say, the sect master needs to know. This spiritual art varies from person to person, and different people will have different effects when practicing it. If the sect master cannot practice it or has problems with it, it may be because of the difference between you and me, not the spiritual art problem. The sect master, don't worry, I didn't dictate it, but gave it to the sect master for review. As he said, Zhuo Fan took out an old book with the title The Flame Demon Body Refining Method written on it. Su Xiang hurriedly took the book, and the joy on his face became even stronger. He didn't expect Zhuo Fan to be so honest. Don't worry, I know this, and the previous Pure Yang Wuji Hard technique and Xietian Li Hua sword technique are also the same. They are of the same lineage and must be similar. Su Xiang said, don't worry, it's his problem if you can't practice it or practice it wrong. It's good that the master understands. In addition, the flame demon's true body cannot be used easily. It's best to use it after it is fully developed. Otherwise, the mental influence is not something I made up. Zhuo Fan reminded again. This time Su Xiang took it to heart. He said this before, and it can be suspected that it was an excuse for not wanting to give him the spiritual art. Now that the spiritual art has been given to him, it must be true. They actually gave it to me directly. I thought we would have a falling out. Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes. The development of the matter was indeed beyond his expectation. But it doesn't matter if they gave it to me. It just prolongs the conflict time. Compared with pure Yang Wuji hard method and innate Li Hua sword method, this flame demon body refining method has problems from the root. Zhuo Fan has the pure Yang fire seed and the Yang Yin spirit to protect his body, so the influence of the flame demon's real body is temporary. However, Su Xiang only has the Yang Yin spirit, so the killing desire of the flame demon's real body will be inherited, and then distort his thinking bit by bit. Even if the other party does not need to use the flame demon's real body, as long as he practices the flame demon body refining method, his thinking will be demonized and become bloodthirsty. Until he completely loses his mind and turns into a flame demon. In particular, the spiritual power and spiritual skills of the Yang Wang school are extremely suitable for the attributes of the flame demon body refining method. A crazy leader will definitely lead the entire Yang Wang sect astray. Then, if Zhuo Fan wants to turn the tide, he has to kill Su Xiang and become the leader of the Yang Wang sect. This coercive method is enough to make Zhuo Fan's protagonist Halo progress further, allowing Qi Xuan to obtain more data. Zhuo Fan went to deal with the incident caused by the Blood Sea Killing Sutra, which should have replaced the former Shen family's affairs. Because of the improvement of strength and the original task was intercepted, the more difficult task was changed. Just want to solve it, I'm afraid it's not that easy. The anger of those who suffer injustice in the world is immeasurable. Although spiritual masters are close to the people, classes and privileges still exist, so Qi Xuan's dissemination of the Blood Sea Killing Sutra has not only not been interrupted, but the number of holders is still increasing. Chapter 498. Zhuo Fan led his men away from Songyan Peak to deal with the 7 Killings disciples in the Yang Wang sect. As more and more people practiced the Blood Sea Killing Sutra, these spiritual masters also had their own code names. Because they inherited from the 7 Killings true man, it was reasonable for them to call themselves the 7 Killings disciples. As for who the 7 Killings true man was, neither the 9 major sects nor the 7 Killings disciples themselves had a suitable conclusion. It was like being born out of thin air, and there was no trace of it. The main reason was that the spread of the Blood Sea Killing Sutra was quite special, and no one knew who it would appear on. Even if they tried their best to track it down, they could not find any traces, so they could only take it one step at a time. Not only the Yang Wang sect, but also the remaining 8 major sects also began to clean up. As for the effect of the cleanup, it would take some time to come out. While the number of people was increasing, the number was also decreasing. Not only were the sects strangling them, but the open and secret struggles among the 7 Killings disciples were also constantly consuming their own numbers. After all, the 7 Killings disciples are more useful as nutrients than others. However, because the anger caused by various injustices still exists, the number of people who have obtained the Blood Sea 7 Killing Sutra is also increasing. Therefore, the major sects are also actively solving the source, but it is not so easy to solve this kind of source. It is easy to affect the interests of the sect, so it can only be postponed and cannot be effectively dealt with. It is a temporary solution, but not a fundamental solution. However, it is good to be able to postpone it, otherwise a large-scale outbreak will definitely cause headaches for the major sects. It's just that these things have little to do with Qi Xuan. The Songyan Peak did not appear, not because Qi Xuan deliberately arranged it, but because the living environment here is really good. Shi Hanwen, the former Songyan Peak master, has very strong management skills. After Zhuo Fan inherited it, he also followed the original management system. Some changes did occur when the power was transferred, and they were all suppressed by Zwafan with force. I didn't expect that the headmaster could let Zwafong master hand over the flame demon body refining technique to you. I don't know what benefits the headmaster promised to convince Zwafong master. Chi Suan handed a cup of tea to the headmaster of the Yangwang sect, who was visiting in a low-key manner. Su Xiang took it politely, but did not drink it. Instead, he put it on the table and said, Zwafong master knows the overall situation and the times. Although he is talking about Boss Tang, he is willing to work hard to strengthen the Yangwang sect. What is the matter with the headmaster coming to visit? Chi Suan ignored the other party, and took a sip of tea. First, I want to thank Mr. Tang for his gift, and second, I want to find out about Mr. Tang's ancestors. After all, the 3 spiritual arts that Mr. Tang brought out are not as good as the spiritual arts of my Yangwang sect. Of course, I want to get to know Mr. Tang. Su Xiang did not hide anything, but spoke very frankly. He was also very curious about the man in front of him. In his eyes, he was just an ordinary person with no spiritual power, and no spiritual arts. But he was able to take out so many powerful spiritual arts, which made him feel guilty. I will accept your thanks, but it would be better if the head of the sect could bring some gifts. As for my ancestors, they actually have some connection with the Yangwang sect, but now that the family has fallen into decline, it is meaningless to talk about it. If you get to know me, I can't even get close to the headmaster. Chi Suan countered the move. Su Xiang had already mastered the flame demon body refining technique, and his mindset began to change subtly. The deeper he practiced, the crazier he would become. If he stopped practicing now, he would be a little paranoid at best, but Su Xiang had already experienced the power brought by the flame demon's true body, so he was not willing to give up. Boss Tang has a clear view of himself, so I just wanted to ask. I wonder if there are any spiritual arts passed down by your ancestors, and I am willing to pay a high price to buy them. If Boss Tang doesn't want money, you can set any conditions. As long as I can meet them, I will agree to them. The real purpose of Su Xiang's visit was to find out if Chi Suan had any other spiritual arts. If he did, he would naturally get them all. As the saying goes, a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. You, an ordinary person, have so many powerful spiritual arts, which is definitely unworthy of your position. If I say there is none, the master will definitely not believe me. The sugar shop is so small. If the master can find the 4th spiritual art, it will belong to the master. Chi Suan said calmly. Just because there is none now does not mean there will be none in the future. These things are all made up by Chi Suan himself. Seeing Chi Suan so confident, Su Xiang of course started searching. If the other party does the opposite, then it will be exactly what he wants. But after searching for a while, there was no gain, so he asked doubtfully, "Is it really gone? Hasn't the master already searched? Why are you asking me?" Chi Suan asked the other party back. Su Xiang could only give up. "It is indeed my fault. I will send compensation later, and will not let Boss Tang down. The business of Songyan Peak is not as good as that of Cheery Peak. Has Boss Tang ever thought of moving the candy shop to Cheery Peak? I can attract 1 or 2 customers for Boss Tang by then." Su Xiang thought about bringing Chi Suan to Cheery Peak, which he completely controlled. Chi Suan shook his head. "Master, you are joking. Cheery Peak is very expensive. My small shop can't squeeze in. Besides, staying in Chian Peak with masters would to take care of the business. I think it won't be much worse than Cheery Peak. What's more, the master is busy with affairs and can't care as much as masters will. No matter how stupid you are, you can't agree to this condition." The other party is obviously not well-intentioned. Even if there is no such factor, after going to Cheery Peak and completing the resettlement, you can't find Su Xiang no matter what you want to do. But it was different in Songyan Peak. Not only did no trouble come to the door, but there were also people who came to curry favor with him. Even if there was trouble, it was dealt with before it could come. Everyone knew that Zwafan, the head of Songyan Peak, respected the owner of Tang's sugar shop. How could others dare to mess around? This superiority would definitely disappear without a trace after leaving Songyan Peak. Su Xiang wanted to forcibly abduct the person, but it was difficult to do it because of Zwafan's face. Asking him for the flame demon body refining method had already caused dissatisfaction. If he did so again, he would definitely tear his face apart. This result was not in his interest, so he could only find a way to let Chi Suan go by himself. Now that he was rejected, Su Xiang could only give up. Since Mr. Tang has his own ideas, I won't force him. Shi Rifeng will always keep a shop for Mr. Tang. Welcome, Mr. Tang. Today, I'm busy with work, so I won't stay any longer. Since Su Xiang has achieved his goal, he doesn't plan to continue to talk nonsense with Chi Suan. After saying that, he left without any hesitation. TSK, if you need people, go forward, if you don't need people, go back. Chi Xuan couldn't help but curse. But thinking about himself, he treated people with no value in the same way, and he cursed himself. Because of his double standards, he ignored this situation directly. Then his eyes fell on Faye again. They continued to move forward in the universe until now, and went deep into the core area of the colony of the unknown cosmic species. There are already fragments of giant space creations here, but they have been damaged. Chi Xuan asked Faye to check it out, but naturally no useful information was found. As for the analysis technology, it was all broken into pieces, so it could only be used as fuel. After wandering in the universe for who knows how long, what value is left? After crossing the colony, we should be able to reach the home planet of the cosmic species, but we don't know how far it is. Chi Xuan didn't get anything like a star map, and the rest of the equipment had been damaged and destroyed, so he couldn't read any useful information, so he naturally didn't know. It seems to be biotechnology, and mainly plant-based? What's going on? The fragments of those giant space creations are similar to branches and trunks, and have the texture of trees. At the same time, the mechanical structure and part of the energy structure were mixed in. The former still exists, and the latter is inferred by Chi Xuan through the clues and traces found by Faye. Perhaps we can try to use the spiritual power in the spiritual master's body, or the mixed blood gene as a medium. Don't worry, let Faye find more information first. It seems that the Tang family's spiritual arts only have these three. I am suspicious. It is already a blessing from heaven to get 3 such powerful spiritual arts. How can there be a 4th one? After Su Xiang returned to Cheery Peak, he was thinking secretly in his heart. Even the Yangwang sect, the world's largest sect, only has 2 slightly inferior spiritual arts. If the other party has 4, then this title will have to be given to the other party. Zuofan did not lie, but he underestimated the flame demon body refining technique. Even if I don't use the flame demon's true body, just practicing it, the desire to kill will subtly change my mind. Today, I have repeatedly wanted to kill the owner of Tang's sugar shop. If I hadn't been determined and suppressed this killing urge, everyone on Sonyan Peak would have died. Su Xiang looked solemn. He naturally knew that this desire to kill should not be indulged. It's not that killing can stop it. On the contrary, the more you kill, the stronger this desire will be. If you just kill blindly, you will eventually become a killing machine. Such a powerful spiritual technique, but you can't stop it. You can only find a way to protect my mind through other spiritual techniques. Otherwise, before I can practice the flame demon body refining technique to perfection, I will sink into killing first. In fact, he knew that the real horror was that this desire to kill was changing silently. If he hadn't had Zuofan's reminder, he would never have noticed that there was something wrong with his mind. It was because of this incident that he suspected that Chi Xuan had a 4th spiritual technique, a spiritual technique specifically used to solve the shortcomings of the flame demon body refining technique. Of course, there is a high possibility that it has been lost or lost, so Chi Xuan does not have it. Chapter 499. The blood sea body is really strong. Although it has not yet reached the perfect blood rebirth, the regeneration of broken limbs is just a small matter. Even if the head is cut off and the heart is broken, it can grow back. Zuofan used the Xiantian Li Hua sword technique to burn a 7 killings disciple to charcoal, and the other party was dead. A senior official of Sanya Feng added, "If it is just like this, it is not scary. What is really scary is that these 7 killings disciples are fearless. Many 7 killings disciples have cultivated the true meaning of killing, and they are very cruel in battle, even if they have to pay any price to kill the enemy. Because of this incident, the major sect suffered a lot of losses in clearing out the 7 killings disciples." Zuofan did not respond to this, but looked into the distance. Be careful, a very strong disciple of the 7 killings is approaching. The high-ranking official of Sonyan Peak was also very surprised to hear this. This was not the first time they had surrounded and suppressed the disciples of the 7 killings, but it was the first time they heard the word strong from Zuofan. The sound of blood gushing and bones breaking is the best accompaniment to killing. Killing a disciple of killing is never a wrong thing, but if you do, please be sure to celebrate for promoting the glory of killing. It is always appropriate to collect spoils from the defeated. Anyone who decorates his body with the bones of the enemy and drinks the blood of the enemy will realize the grace of killing. Kindness is an excuse for the cowardly. Don't let go of any prey, otherwise you will become the prey of killing. A crazy and fanatical voice came over. The one who spoke was a madman, the most terrifying person among the disciples of the 7 killings. The other person was wearing tattered clothes, which looked like beggar clothes, and there were various skeletons as decorations. The murderous aura emanating from his body made people's scalps numb. Let everyone stay away from here. It's a crazy beggar. He is not easy to deal with, Zwafan said coldly. It was the first time he met this crazy beggar, but he had heard of his deeds. Just like his nickname, the other person was just a crazy beggar at the beginning. He begged for food every day and lived one day at a time. Even if he was bullied, with his crazy mind, it was actually a passing cloud. Until a certain family, who had been giving him alms and accumulated good deeds, was destroyed overnight without a single survivor, the crazy beggar obtained the Blood Sea Killing Sutra. On that day, the whole town was slaughtered by him. His madness was very consistent with the Blood Sea Killing Sutra, and he even realized the more crazy meaning of killing. The crazy beggar was also the strongest 7 Killings disciple in the Yangwang sect. Wherever he passed, all traces of people were wiped out. In Zhuofan's eyes, this was a strong enemy. Apart from him, perhaps only the head of the sect, Su Ziang, could kill this crazy beggar. The strength of other peak masters was not enough, and they would be killed by the crazy beggar in 3 rounds at most. It can only be said that this Blood Sea Killing Sutra was too against the will of heaven. The 7 Killings master was extremely talented, but it was a pity that he did not use it in the right way. This caused such a disaster. As for whether the root cause was injustice, Zhuofan also knew it, but he could not solve the injustice. But if the 7 Killings master had not created this spiritual art, even if there was injustice, it would not have led to the death of so many people. In the end, the ones who suffered were still ordinary people. The true form of the flame demon. Zhuofan transformed into a flame demon without hesitation, and the huge sword of Lihua appeared in his hand, and he chopped directly at the crazy beggar. Although the crazy beggar was crazy, he became very calm when he encountered a battle. His eyes were covered with blood, and the wriggling flesh and blood appeared on his body, turning into a layer of exoskeleton-like armor. A twisted and hideous killing knife easily blocked Zhuofan's huge sword of Lihua. The killing knife condensed by each of the 7 killing disciples has a different style. After all, it is formed by absorbing killing with one's own anger. Different anger naturally makes the killing knife different after forming. Blood, dazzling blood, the source of life. The crazy beggar muttered to himself, and the killing knife kept slashing at Zhuofan in an extremely crazy way. Zhuofan resisted with the huge sword of Lihua, but after only nearly 5 seconds, his huge sword of Lihua was annihilated by the opponent's killing knife. The killing knife, like a thorn, pierced through Zhuofan's chest. Fortunately, he had used the flame demon's true body, and no longer had a physical body. But the pain perception still existed. At the moment when his chest was pierced, the pain stimulated his mind. The killing desire brought by the flame demon's true body burst out in his mind in an instant. At this moment, Zhuofan's eyes were left with only the crazy beggar and the constantly emerging killing intent. "Aunt, you make me feel happy," Zhuofan said hoarsely, and pulled the killing knife out of his chest. The Lihua giant sword condensed again, and a new round of battle began again. But this time it was no longer Zhuofan's consciousness that was dominant, but the killing consciousness that was dominant. The battle between the slaughter flame demon and the 7 Killings disciples officially began. Mukin strolled on the mountain gate of the Jinshan sect holding the killing knife that seemed like a living thing. All the disciples of the Jinshan sect were killed in a casual manner, and all their blood was swallowed by his 7 Killings knife. The Jinshan sect was not one of the 9 major sects, and it was also a small sect among all the sects. But even so, it was still a local emperor. But today, this local emperor ushered in their doomsday. "Mukan, this matter is indeed wrong by Zhuokun. We can give you an explanation." Bianzai, the head of the Jinshan sect, stood on the mountain gate and looked down at Mukan, who was killing from the mountain road. Beside him, there was a man and a woman. The man was the Jinshan sect disciple who had snatched away Mukan's fiancée, and the woman was naturally Mukan's ex-fiancée. Mukan stopped his hand, and the killing knife flashed back to his hand and wrapped around his arm. "That's it?" Mukan raised his eyebrows, showing his dissatisfaction. "Not only the 2 of them, but also their families. I will kill them all and give you an explanation." Bianzai said this. His face was not very good. His compromise this time made the Jinshan sect lose face completely. But there was no other way. Mukan became a disciple of the 7 Killing sect, practicing the Blood Sea Killing Sutra with killing in blood. The murderous intent he carried on his body could confirm that he was not the opponent's opponent. It was a pity that he did not obtain the spiritual art content of the Blood Sea Killing Sutra, otherwise Bianzai would definitely choose to change his practice. The reputation of the 7 Killing sect has long been spread all over the world, and even the 9 major sects have suffered a lot of losses because of the 7 killing sect. It is enough to confirm that this spiritual art is far superior to the spiritual art of Jinshan sect. So he was wondering if he could get this spiritual art from Mukan. As for relying on killing, it doesn't matter, it's just a different way of eating people. Besides, if he doesn't change his cultivation and waits for the 7 killing's disciples to come and kill him, how can he have the strength to resist? Not enough, these are not enough. Mukan's face showed a bloodthirsty smile. This gave Bianzhe a bad premonition. The 7 killing's disciples are extremely bloodthirsty. They don't care about beauty, wealth, or even their own lives. They only think about killing. Then how do you want to leave my Jinshan sect? Bianzhe gritted his teeth and continued to ask. Mukan touched his constantly squirming 7 killing's knife and said jokingly, "It depends on the sincerity of sect master Bian." He naturally wanted to kill everyone in Jinshan sect. However, he was also afraid. He didn't care about Bianzhe, the leader of Jinshan sect, but there were many people on the other side. If he really wanted to fight directly, even if he would not be killed by the opponent, he would be injured. Although he would recover quickly, it would consume blood and spiritual power. Therefore, his idea was relatively simple. Let Bianzhe relax his vigilance, then kill the opponent first, and then let Jinshan sect fall into chaos. Then the difficulty of killing next time would be much lower. As for his ex-fiancée and the disciple of Jinshan sect, he didn't care about them for a long time. How can the so-called feelings and humiliation compare to killing? I don't ask for much. I just want to kill these 2 people myself. I think the leader Bian won't refuse. Mukan walked up the stairs slowly. Okay, I do as you say. Bianzhe had no doubt. Until Mukan came up to him, he used the killing knife to kill the 2 men into mummies. Then Bianzhe continued to speak, since your great hatred has been just thinking about letting Mukan leave, and then he secretly followed to ask for the Blood Sea Killing Sutra, but before he could finish his words, Mukan's killing knife suddenly rose up and pierced into his chest. Yu Bianzhe pointed at Mukan, saying 2 U's in a row, and before he could say the subsequent accusation, he felt a burst of powerlessness. The killing knife was devouring his vitality and blood, and made the spiritual power in his body completely out of control, and he couldn't do anything. No need for you. Have a good journey, Master Bian. Bloodlight bloomed on Mukan's body. Bianzhe turned into a mummified corpse in an instant, and the killing knife pierced through the opponent's chest, and then began to hunt other disciples of the Jinshan sect. These Jinshaman disciples were not as good as Bianzhe, so when they were killed by the killing sword, they had no extra time to do other actions, and they died into mummies in an instant. There is also an advantage to dying quickly, that is, it is not painful at all. Ha ha ha, Jinshaman, have you ever thought about this day? Mukan made a slightly crazy voice. Thinking back to the time when Jinshaman's words were enough to make a person's life fall to the bottom, Mukan also wanted that kind of high privilege. Although he did not get the corresponding privilege, it doesn't matter, he got a more powerful power than this privilege. There is no need to rely on the sect, nor does it need reputation as support, as long as you keep killing and gain enough strength. Looking at the chaotic Jinshaman, the continuous killing and blood-sucking made the killing sword and his blood sea body and blood spirit power start a new round of growth. Jinshaman is just the beginning, the next one is Yujing sect. I hope it won't be beaten to the punch by other 7 killing disciples. Chapter 500. The new leader of Sanyan Peak of Yangwang sect beheaded a crazy beggar and hung his head on a banner to expose it to the sun, which shocked the world for a while. This was the strongest person killed by the 9 sects in the encirclement and suppression of the 7 killings disciples. Then the number of 7 killings disciples began to grow explosively. For no other reason, the various pressures formed by the encirclement and suppression of the 9 sects and the killing of the 7 killings disciples began to spread. The final target will definitely not be those famous families, wealthy merchants and gentry, and will eventually be shared by the lowest level people. Especially the encirclement and suppression of the 9 sects. Do you really think that it is enough to send disciples out to fight? The logistics consumption, marching expenses, and a series of other costs must be borne by the sect. The sect cannot create something out of nothing, so it must continue to share it. Going down little by little, the final result can be imagined. Fortunately, because of the 7 killings disciples and other reasons, the Yangwang sect once again shelved the plan to form the Tianling League. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, the 7 killings disciples would be everywhere. This behavior of not being able to put out the fire, but making the fire bigger, also made Zwafan more and more annoyed. Since he was transformed into a killing flame demon last time, his emotions have also been seriously affected. He is irritable and can't control himself. It seems to be a bit similar to the Blood Sea Killing Sutra. What is the Flame Demon Body Refining Method? Zuofan restrained his thoughts and realized that his situation seemed to be similar to that of the 7 Killings disciples. Could it be that the uncle's ancestors were also related to the 7 Killings immortal? He had previously learned from the head of the sect, Su Xiang, that the ancestors of the Tang family should have a connection with the founder of their Yanghuang sect, Yang Huang Immortal. Now, the mysterious 7 killers were involved again, especially the desire for killing. After killing the crazy beggar, he recalled it with deep empathy. Maybe the uncle knows something. Zuofan wanted to go back to ask Qi Xuan, but he couldn't leave his post without permission. There were outbreaks of 7 killers' disciples everywhere, which made him exhausted and powerless. If you want to get rid of the 7 killers' disciples, you must not only stop killing with killing, but also solve the root cause. Zuofan knew the root cause, but he didn't care before, thinking that as long as he finished killing, it would be fine. But now it's not possible. The more you kill, the more you will kill. You can only change the most fundamental system to calm down the hostility. Otherwise, the 7 killers' disciples will never be killed. So he contacted the head of the sect, Su Xiang, and asked them to carry out reforms from top to bottom. The reply Su Xiang gave him was very formal, which meant it was extremely vague, indicating that this matter needed enough time to deal with. This was not good news for Zuofan. He also heard some additional news, that is, Su Xiang's mental state has also changed. Like him, he has become irritable and angry, and even worse than him. It is said that a peak master has died at the hands of Su Xiang. The reason why it is said is because it is announced to the outside that the peak master defected and died in an accident. There is no confirmed news that it was Su Xiang who did it. However, Zuofan did not believe it at all, because the dead peak master was a confidant of the head of the sect. Where could he go if he defected? Where could the treatment be better than this? Even if Su Xiang retired one day, he would be one of the strongest competitors for the position of the head of the sect. If we don't solve it in the sect, I will kill them like this, and sooner or later there will be problems. Zuofan sighed. The next moment, his expression suddenly condensed, and the whole person couldn't help but turn over and stand up, and retreated more than a few steps. A red lotus exploded at his original position, turning into flames and spreading around. This is the Red Lotus Divine Fire Curse. Zuofan said the name of this spiritual art with a solemn expression, and looked outside his tent. A tall and thin man, with white bandages appeared around his body, and was stepping on the fire marks. You specialize in blazing sword energy, but you can recognize the Red Lotus Divine Fire Curse? It seems that you are indeed the seed of the leader of the Yanghuang sect. The other party said calmly, Flame Demon Zuofan. Who are you? How can you know the Red Lotus Divine Fire Curse of my Yanghuang sect? Zuofan realized that the fire spiritual power on this person was extremely tricky. The spiritual arts of the Yanghuang sect are nothing more than 3 attributes, Yang, Fire, and Yang Fire. The spiritual power emanating from the opponent is extremely pure, and only the fire veins of the Yanghuang sect can be cultivated. A little kid is a little kid, haha. The other party sneered, and then said, I guess you have heard of the name Chengzhen. Zuofan nodded, no. You have heard of it, huh? The middle-aged man who called himself Chengzhen did not react at first, but soon reacted, you haven't heard of it, nodding your head. As soon as the voice fell, Zuofan's Lihua sword was already against Chengzhen's face, blocked by a red lotus. You are so young, you don't learn well, just thinking about sneak attacks. Su Xiang taught you these cheap moves? Chengzhen raised his eyebrows, with sarcasm in his tone. Speaking of which, this Su Xiang is indeed not a good guy. Chengzhen said, and the red lotus in his hand folded, and hit Zuofan's chest. When I was learning from him, he competed with me for the younger sister. Later, when we entered the world together, he competed with me for the limelight. Later, the leader who should have belonged to me was also robbed by him. What do you think? Zuofan had no time to answer. Chengzhen's red lotus folded and smashed his Lihua's sword, and hit him directly in the chest, making a dent on his chest on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that pure Yang Wuji Gong was powerful enough to keep him alive, and repair him with Yanghua's spiritual power, he would not have died. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot with that palm just now. I remember, the traitor of Yanghuang sect, Chengzhen, who was called Red Lotus Monk. A leader of the same generation as the leader. Zuofan remembered who the so-called Chengzhen was with a reminder of the other party. But I'm confused. You've been missing for decades, right? If you're not waiting to die in the gutter, what are you doing out here? Zuofan knew he was no match for Chengzhen, who was much stronger than the crazy beggar, and even stronger than Su Xiang, so he used the flame demon's true body directly in this gap. The sequelae of the flame demon's true body were indeed serious, but no matter how serious it was not as serious as losing one's life. Just some small tasks from above. In fact, I don't have much idea about the Yangwang sect now, but the task just happened to fall on you. Chungjin looked at Zhuofan, who showed his flame demon's true body, with interest. Task? Do you mind talking about it? Zhuofan's huge fire sword in his hand launched a violent attack, but was easily resolved by Chungjin. The red lotuses made of flames in Chungjin's hands were like dancing elves, not only able to block Zhuofan's attacks, but also able to attack. After just a few rounds of fighting, Zhuofan's injuries began to increase. However, because of the injury, the killing in his consciousness began to gradually gain the upper hand. Not only did his strength become stronger, but even his fighting style changed. This change is not a disadvantage, but an advantage. The liquid giant sword swept across. Because of the multiple amplifications, even if Chungjin had tried to resolve and resist, he was hit and staggered, and blood appeared on the bandage. I thought you wouldn't bleed, but it turns out you can. Zhuofan used this move to judge Chungjin's situation. The opponent had a huge amount of fire spirit power in his body and rich combat experience, so he could suppress him, but he was still a human being. As long as he was hit by his terrifying attack, he would definitely be injured. Well, how can I not bleed? After all, I am also a human being. After Chungjin stabilized his body, he took several steps back and got out of Zhuofan's attack range. Then he looked at Zhuofan with a burning gaze. You are indeed a person who possesses the pure yang fire. From a mediocre person with mediocre qualifications, you have become the flame demon Zhuofan. What pure yang fire? I can have what I have now, all thanks to the help of noble people and my own unremitting efforts. Zhuofan didn't know that he had the pure yang fire at all. In his opinion, he was able to rise up because of the spiritual arts and perseverance given by Qi Suiyan. Haha, you are too naive. Chungjin didn't believe Zhuofan's words at all. What noble help, what unremitting efforts. Without qualifications, everything is empty talk. Su Xiang was able to become the head of the sect, while he became a traitor of Yangwang because he was not as talented as the other party. Otherwise, even if he had a slight difference in his mind, he would have protected him instead of Su Xiang. A terrifying fire spirit burst out from Chungjin's body, and he was ready to deal with Zhuofan in a cat-and-mouse manner, but to use all his strength. I have said too much nonsense. I want the pure yang fire seed today, and I want your life too. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of flaming wings grew out from behind the flame demon that Zhuofan had transformed into, and then he broke through the tent and ran away. This scene made Chungjin a little confused. This escape was too sudden, without any signs. Shameless, sensible, and powerful. If you hadn't died in my hands, the next head of the Yangwang sect would definitely be you. It's a pity. Do you think you can run away? Chungjin said coldly, and a red lotus emerged, turning into a flame shadow and chasing after Zhuofan. Red Lotus Monk is so strong, damn, he's catching up again. Zhuofan planned to escape when the other party stopped hiding and burst out with terrifying fire spirit power. Killing consciousness is not stupid. Even if you can't beat him, you have to fight and let yourself die. The small task, he said, should be the so-called pure yang fire seed, but I don't have this thing at all. On the way to Chiri Peak, Zhuofan was also puzzled. It is obvious that Chungjin has joined a powerful organization, and the other party needs an item called pure yang fire seed, and the other party thinks it is on him. This is the only information Zhuofan can summarize, and he can't guess more out of thin air. No, the speed is so fast, I'm afraid I can't make it to Chiri Peak. Zhuofan noticed that Chungjin was getting closer and closer to him. The other party is stronger than him. Even if the spiritual art Red Lotus Divine Fire Curse he practiced is not as good as his, he has already developed this spiritual art to far exceed the original power, and derived various effects. It is not difficult to catch up with him.